Hokage Hatake Glory Chapter 321-340 Tech Chapter 321 _ The Rhythm of the Plane Yuhi, Yamato, take them back. Baidu Interesting Academy. The loud rumbling sound kept knocking on the surrounding tree. Might Guy suddenly lit up and Kiba said to the two teammates. Kurenai Yuhi Yamato Tenzo was shocked. Guy you, I'm the 6th generation of Hokage from Konoha. Might Guy gave his friend a thumbs up, and then looked at Tianzang, who had little contact with him. Where there are leaves flying, there will be fire burning. I still remember the 3rd generation of Hokage-sama. Did you say anything? Wherever there are leaves flying, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout, and the true power of the ninja will be revealed when trying to protect the people he cherishes most. Leaving with the future of the village and protecting them means protecting our future. We can go together. Kurenai Yuhi exclaimed. 580. Guy shook his head. Yuhi, you should understand that I have to stay here. Why Teacher Guy? Lee Rock interjected suddenly, tears welling up in his eyes. Idiot, the teacher is Hokage. Boom. His fist hit the top of his head and hugged little Lee into his arms. Guy burst into tears and was speechless. Sakura, Inuzuka Kiba, 1010, Aburame Shino. The top 4 shrank side by side in the corner, and a chill poured into their heart. Kurenai Yuhi and Tenzo looked at each other and closed their eyes sadly. What Guy meant, they understood that at the time of the 5 Shadows talk, if Konoha didn't show any notable performances, he would definitely fall into the limelight, and there would be countless troubles in the future. One bad thing is the fate of destroying the village and destroying the clan. They can choose to run away, others won't say anything, and they won't get caught. But Guy can't go. Hokage's identity predestines him to fight side by side with the rest of the 4 shadows, even if he dies, or Konoha will become a target of public criticism. Baidu Interesting Academy. Lee, be obedient. In the future, when the teacher is not by your side, you have to work harder. The name of the blue beast is entrusted to you, Mr. Guy. Lee, let's make an appointment. The big Kiba flashed his thumb again, and Might Guy choked and said, if the teacher can go back to Konoha, I'll treat you to a big meal. Mr. Guy, not posing in the same pose as before. Lee Rock lowered his head silently. Guy rubbed his disciple's forehead vigorously. You are still young. Your shoulders are not broad enough. Don't think about revenge for your master. Remember, before you really grow into a man, the first thing you have to do is live bravely instead of being a coward who will die for nothing. Lee, look at me. Don't think about anything else until you become a teacher. Mr. Guy. Promise. Guy said and raised his hand. Lee Rock wiped away tears. Promise. The fists that were slammed together slammed hard 3 times. Might Guy nodded to Yuhi and Tianzang. They will ask you, for the future of the village, you must go back alive. Mr. Guy. Master Guy. Lord Hokage. Aha! It finally recognized by everyone. Listening to 1010 Inuzuka Kibasakura's shout, Might Guy exhaled the big Kiba excitedly. Aburame Shino pushed his sunglasses and walked over to Guy and gave a deep salute. He was doing the etiquette when a subordinate came to meet a superior. Action. The team that sank deep into the ground was divided into 2. Watching Might Guy rushing towards the back of the sun, Lee Rock's tears flowed into an ocean. Mr. Guy. The footsteps paused lightly during the run, and Might Guy smiled at the sun. Lee, you are the best. My teacher has always believed that you can become a great ninja. Live with the blessing of being a teacher, and the youth without regrets will burn. I'm Konoha's 6th Hokage, the blue beast Might Guy. The 8th inner gate, 6th gate view gate open. That's Hokage. I thought this guy took the opportunity to escape. Haha, the warriors of Konoha will never leave their comrades and flee alone. Lord Rakage, Lord Mizuka, Lord Cascade, leave it to me. Did this idiot figure out the situation? Leave it to him. What can he do? Terumi May stared blankly at Guy, then pointed back. Are you going? Okay, I'll go. Where is the enemy? Eyes wide open, Might Guy looked left and right. Strangely, didn't see the enemy, only saw 2 Jinchuriki. Column Sun. When did this thing appear? Gaara was speechless. Look up. Slowly raising his head, the huge Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, kept waving his hand. Guy glanced at the pervert thing, and put it out in an instant. He is a human, not a god. How can that kind of pervert fight the ground? And shortly after Might Guy emerged, the ray managed to kill an arm of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. But before people could cheer, the guy opened his mouth wide, looking at the 7 monsters slowly showing their true shape. Terumi May, Gaara, the 4th generation of Rakage, and Might Guy were not calm. Tailed beast. He actually summoned the tailed beast. That's the 3 tails. There's no mistake. It must be the 3-tailed Asada. And that one, even the 6-tailed thunder beast came out. That said, big drops of cold sweat slid down his cheek. Terumi May was shocked on the spot. They should all be tailed beasts. Gaara looked at the 7 monsters, looked at the civet cat on the far left, and said, that is just one tail of our Sunagakure village. I used to be his Jinchuriki. Column 4. I will never admit it wrong. No more guessing. Our village's 2-tailed cat is also inside. Yiyai shook her arms and looked at the 2-tailed black cat. 1-tailed Shukaku, 2-tailed cat, 3-tailed Isota, 4-tailed four-tailed shark, five-tailed pengu, six-tailed thunder beast, seven-tailed raccoon dog, and the seven monsters that appeared roared in the sky. Spartan's gleaming light rode on top of the blue dragon's head, almost breaking two dragon horns. He was aiming. Who did he provoke? Do you need to play like this? Tailed beast bomb. 7. Let's all go to the plane together. 1. Kill you little Guangxi. Brother, stop playing. Okay. As if he was dodging back and forth in the arcade plane game when he was a child, Liuman was beaten by the light from the seven-tailed beast Jinchuriki column, and fled in embarrassment, holding his breath while escaping. Brother just hit you with a cannon. As for you, are you still playing Q? You look at brother and wait. You look at brother and wait. More. 3. Wake up and hurry up. Brothers and sisters, come on together. Recovering well. Aim. Tech chapter 322_ cross peaks in the dark. Let go help. Hey168.com. Chased into a dead dog by tailed beast bomb. Terumi May couldn't sit still, and rushed to the battlefield regardless of her aching right leg. Just as he was about to stand up, his shoulders were pressed down. Who? I think you need help. Two golden ponytails fluttered slantingly, and a woman with blonde hair and eyes came into view. Seeing the person coming, Gaara, Terumi May, and the fourth generation of Hokage all changed their expressions, and Might Guy opened his mouth and turned into a hippo. Senju Tsunade. Tsunadeheim. 3 minutes for an injury like this. Spirituality slug. Split. Heal them. Yes. Tsunade-sama. The 30-centimeter tall slug crawled to the crowd, and Tsunadeheim set his sights on the battlefield. It will send you news at any time and heal your body. With the floating of the Keisuke kid, we can completely contain those tailed beasts. You can't win like this. Terumi May looked at her knee-length hair, and pointed to Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path's half-grown arm. It's very resilient. It's exhausting. We can only die in the end. Quote, you want to retreat. Tsunade heard a voice over. Zhao Dame lowered her eyes and said, this is also impossible. This can't be done. We have to get rid of it. Hokage of the fourth generation slammed the ground hard. We are already the strongest ninja group in the 5 countries. If we can't solve this guy, there is no point in escaping back. Therefore, it must be fought to the death. Quote, the leader of Akatsuki is seriously ill, and it is wise to choose to retreat. Terumi May suddenly raised the previous discovery and said, this kind of enemy can be dragged to death as long as possible, and there is no point in fighting. Are you afraid of dying? Hokage raised the tone contemptuously. Terumi May was furious. I'm not afraid of death. You're not afraid of death and you would choose to run away. Girls are girls, and they are really unreliable things. Bastard. You'd better make it clear. I was embarrassed when she saw Tsunadeheim suddenly get angry. I was patronizing the 5th generation Mizukage just now, and I forgot that there was also a woman next to me. Terumi May narrowed her eyes with wrinkled eyes. I'm not afraid of death. From the moment I became a Mizukage, I had the consciousness to die. But the current situation is not like this. Knowing that I will die is unwise. We don't need to be buried with them. What if he doesn't die? Yiyai also has her own consideration, saying that any righteousness is false. Now that Konoha destroyed Kurigakure, they and Sunagakure were left intact. Akatsuki attacked again, only to choose one of two. Compared with the two, Sunagakure without the tail beast will obviously not be targeted by Akatsuki. Only their Kumogakure will be the first choice. 5 generations of Mizukage. You are really calculating, and women's minds are indeed vicious. The bifurcated mustache pouted twice. Yiyai looked at Terumi May deeply, and did not let her look at the big beauty. The silent war broke out suddenly, and Senju Tsunade raised the corners of his mouth in contempt. This is the village. This is the shadow. Obviously, disaster is imminent, and they still do not forget to calculate each other. Even if you can dodge this time, you can dodge the next time. So what if Uzumaki Nagato died? Don't forget, there's an old monster that hasn't come out yet. Tamari, Enko, Hinata, come here. Shizune, quietly beckoning to the 3 girls to follow. Shizune took the person back to the hiding place. This is a stone cave on the edge of the battlefield. You can see how it came from looking at it. Seeing Enko, Hinata, Tamari coming in, Uzumaki Karen pouted. On the battlefield, Liamongia drove the azure blue dragon to dodge back and forth. Not to mention the other tailed beasts. They were all ground species. 3 pairs of wings hooted, a long tail pouted, and a long, bifurcated horn grew on the top of its head. If you look at it carefully, it looks like a bug, but if you look carefully, it's just a bug. You bastard, you're welcome to chase me again. The continuous tailed beast bomb shot out from the ground. If it wasn't for the azure blue dragon as an energy body, it wouldn't matter much if it was hit, and Liamong would have been hit long ago. Even so, the space for counterattack was lost. Wait until they run out of chakra. Depend on. This is really the most bullshit thing in the world. The tailed beasts have been fighting for several days, and they have been fighting with them to find death. Just when Liamong was desperate, the support team flew up. 5th generation of Keisuke Gaara, the slug princess Tsunadeheim, the 4th generation of Hokage Yayoi, the 5th generation of Mizukage Terumi May, and the 6th generation of Hokage Might Guy. Soon as he flew to the side, Terumi May said, little friend, do you think we should retreat? Mizukage, you you. Don't be angry. I'm just asking casually. The charming folded her hair and blinked her eyes. Jiaodame deliberately angered Raikage, and when she got angry, she sold it again. Okay, the tailed beast underneath. One per person. 6 tails to me. My Yoden, lava style, just restrained it. Quote, I'll come at the end. Gaara nodded to her old nemesis. Might Guy thought and pointed to the 3 tails. Leave that to me. A group of powerful villains know how to pick soft persimmon. You've all chosen. I'll go deal with her way. 4th Raikage glared angrily, turned around and killed the cat. Don't look at this black cat with few tails. The truth is difficult to deal with. I am afraid it is only under the 8-tailed EPUB, 9-tailed. The name of the Grim Reaper pet is not for nothing, and the dark attribute is something that many ninjas can't touch. Terumi Mei in the 6-tailed Thunder Beast. Gaara vs. Shukaku Aikyo. Might Guy slams mighty. Tsunadiheim thinks about getting the 5 tails under his subordinate. The 5-tailed beasts were restrained and turned around with a sigh of relief. Grandchildren, it's time for me to be your grandfather. The azure blue dragon rushed to me. Nagato, Mian. One paper crane after another was folded, and Conan shed tears in the air. More and more paper cranes were flying around, and the slower and slower golems gradually slowed down. Nagato is about to die. Breaking through the soil and drilling out of the ground. Akatsuki's white Zetsu's eyes were awe-inspiring, and Ah-Fei, who appeared in the eddy current, also sang. What to do, in case the tailed beast escape. Our plan. 4. Cloud continues to work hard. If you have any comment, please leave a message in the comment area or group. Cloud will read it every day. Friends who have made comment, please write a little more detailed. A sentence or two. I really can't understand the Cloud. Please. Tech chapter 323_ the long-winded monkey. They can't run. Morning peacock. Yoden, lava style. Chakra enhanced rank. Thunder abuse level. Chiodan, who opened the sick door, threw rounds of fireballs like machine gun, and Might Guy bombarded Sanwei. Asada fluttered 3 tails, and a single eye glowed brightly in the middle of the shell-like head. Terumi Mei, who was not far away, had a Doden earth style, and a sweetened water style, which merged into a dark green mucus, and a piece of smart mist spit out from his mouth, blocking the bubble-fitting slug in front of him. As a female ninja, Senju Tsunade is much more violent than Terumi Mei. Chakra enhanced rank. Heavenly foot of pain, wide open and close to attack with 5 tails. This is a white animal with horns on its head that looks like a deer but not a deer. His favorite thing to do is hit people with brain seed. In history, this thing has been used to injure an 8-tailed bull. However, when I came across Senju Tsunade today, it was bad luck. 1 hit, 1 slap. 1 hit, 1 slap. Senju Tsunade was very smart and didn't push hard. He flashed his fists and kicks in a flash. Penghu, who could only put his head on people, fell over a dozen times in a row, and was so dizzy that he couldn't find Bei. Compared with Tsunade's leisure, the 4th generation Raikage is going to be much unlucky, and the 2-tailed cat has only 2 tails. But this cat demon with big pointed ears and sparkling Satu Kiba is a monster with dark attribute. This is the 4th generation of Raikage to hold the Thor armor. If you change someone else, you will have a bad luck, and it is very likely that you will not get better in your life. Raikage and the cat barked again and again. Gaara and Yue stared at them with big eyes and small eyes. Yue didn't attack, and Gaara didn't move. The crossed-art pupil met the panda's eye, and he didn't get stuck for a long time. Are you still alive? Shukaku stared strangely at his predecessor. Jinchuriki, column 4. Interesting Academy first release. Gaara nodded and said nothing. Shukaku was depressed. He aimed. How can we say that we have been together for so many years? Can you die if you say a few more words? Forcefully suppressing the feeling of vomiting blood, Shukaku said, Little love, let's discuss something. Gaara said that his name is not Xiao Ai. Shukaku grinned. What about Ronaldinho? Gaara said he is not called Ronaldinho either. Shukaku is annoying, so let's call you a personal head office. Right. Gaara looked at Shukaku and said something that made the civet cat almost change the print. I'm not called Xiao Ai, nor Xiao Luo, let alone Xiao Ai. My name is Gaara. Shukaku vomited blood after hearing that. Did I know that your name is Gaara? Okay, Gaara is Gaara. That Gaara. Shall we discuss something? Say, how about you let me out? Shukaku patted his big belly and sprayed yellow sand into the distance. Feeling the tailed beast control waning, Nagato, the cat in Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, knows he's running out of time. Uzumaki Naruto, who couldn't poop and slam the drum, turned into a Saiyan. 5 minutes, a full 5 minutes of preparation. With the help of EPUB, 9 tails, the person Jinchuriki, column 4, once again completed the so-called useless ninjutsu. Boss, I'm here. You big monsters, listen to the uncle. Your uncle, surnamed Uzumaki Naruto, is the son of Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato and Bloody Yuhi Pepper Uzumaki Kushina. The responsibility of protecting world peace is handed over to Mila. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where did this idiot come from? Are those horses painted on his face? There are 2 white strokes on the left, 2 black strokes on the right, and a slag ash in the middle. This face looks like a fool horizontally and a melon vertically. When combined, he looks like a fool. Uzumaki Naruto, will you have a serious time in your life? A staggering almost fell from the top of the blue dragon's head, and the Liyuman was completely helpless. It is unreasonable to be super invincible in such a world, and to become a child of destiny. Bah! You all see what I do. Do you all envy me? Do you all admire me? And then all fall in love with me? Love you. Liyuman glanced at the shameless man below, who filled his head with water to raise goldfish, wiped his nose and hurried away. People must not compete with mental illness, because they will first hold your IQ as low as theirs, and then use their rich experience to beat you. Naruto is such a thing. Turning the dragon's head and pounced on Shigeki Naneo, Liyuman raised his fist against hailed beast bomb. Come on, grandson, brother will give you a free surgical operation. See how inconvenient your 3 pairs of wings are. Can I reduce you to 1 pair? If you don't agree, I'll take it as your agreement. Grabbing the wings with both hands and tearing them apart, Naneo Shigeki, whose wings were pulled, danced the figure dance. Uzumaki Naruto stood under a awning and was thinking about how to get up, when Kong with only 4 tails fell in front of him. Wow, what a big monkey. It has 4 tails. Are you 4? Anything with 4 tails and 4 tails. I also have a name. Okay. The stinky brat heard it clearly. I am the Monkey King of Shuiliandong, the king of the Monkey King Sun Wukong, who was given the surname Sun by the Six Immortals. A series of bombardment-like names were sprayed in front of him. Uzumaki Naruto stupidly raised his fingers. Water curtain, monkey hair, fairy monkey, great sage, no spade. What's your name? What's my name? Don't I understand? Humans are really idiot, and they can't even remember a name. They're not as good as a stupid brat. You heard it clearly. My name is Sun Wukong, the great sage of the sky. Sun Wukong. This monkey is so long-winded. Naruto touched his head. This is Chi and Sun. What's his name? What a mouthful monkey. Not cute at all. Stinky brat. Did you listen to me? Ah, listen. Chi monkey. Monkey Chi. Isn't it right? The water monkey. Water monkey. Isn't that right? Naruto's eyes. Chi monkey is wrong, and water monkey is not right. Ah, I want to understand. Your name is Sun monkey. Sun monkey. Right. Not Chi monkey, nor water monkey. Is Sun monkey, referred to as Sun Tzu. Quote, roar. Stinky brat. Don't change other people's name. You idiot and retarded. Forget it. Anyway, humans are like this. Smart monkeys shouldn't care about idiot humans. Sun Wukong, you are still the same fart monkey. Who dares to tease your grandfather? Your grandfather has not farted for decades. It's me. In chapter 5, the cloud continues to work hard, and the next 2 chapters may be delayed, but there will be, believe in the cloud, credit guarantee, aim. Tech chapter 324_ Toad family meeting. Dead Fox, I knew that no one would be so boring except you. Hey168.com. The king of the ape, who claimed to be the Monkey King, plopped down and sat on the ground begging his ass. QB, Ninetails, opened his eyelids lightly and said, Fart monkey, don't say you don't know anything. If you didn't find this old man, would you come here? Dead Fox, call me old man in front of me. Do you have the qualification? I am used to farting monkeys. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Che, whoever wants to see you. A dead fox knows how to play tricks all day long. It's called IQ. It's impossible for you to catch up with me because of your innate nature. Dead fox, don't talk about those useless things. The king of the fairy ape groaned twice. Quickly think of a way to save the brothers. I can't help it. QB, Ninetails glanced at Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and flit through the Byakugan. You should know what that is. We're from there. And Hagoromo said, one day in the future, we will have to make a choice. Quote, do you want to be one again? The king of the eight roared angrily. QB, Ninetails, is still the same thing that doesn't matter to him and hangs up high. Fart monkey, what are you arguing about? My chakra is only half now, and this kid can't fully play. I want to help you naturally, there is no way. If you don't help me, I'll put you into cut up a fox claw and showing his middle finger. QB, Ninetails made no secret of his disdain. Can you beat me? Besides, the bull is not here. What's the use of that thing if it catches me? It's not afraid of blowing up when it is sealed inside. Got it. Damn dead fox. You say help or not? He's dying. QB, Ninetails pouted and said without looking up, you have to be in such a hurry. We won't be able to get out when he's dead. Only then will we have a chance. Dead fox, don't say you can't see it. So what? Hey, please stop arguing. Sun monkey, how should I help you? In extreme astonishment, he lowered his head and looked at Naruto's smiling face. The king of the apes was done. You said you wanted to help me. Yeah, aren't you and Kurama friend? Naruto said as a matter of course, if a friend is in trouble, of course we should give our all to help. You said you and this dead fox are friend. The king of the apes pointed at QB, Ninetails, with a frantic laugh. I never admit it. Kurama, hearing QB, Ninetails' disrespectful word, he jumped up and down. We are all friends. Why do you say so? I don't want to have an idiot friend like you. I'm afraid of being infected. Idiot, you think you're smart. Okay, you too. Stinky brat, are you really going to help me? Of course. Naruto patted his chest towards the four tails. Tell me what you want to do. For Kurama, I will definitely do it. Dead fox, The two big kiba protruded out of the lip, and the four tails glanced at EPUB, 9 tails, with some envy, and then looked down at Naruto. Stinky brat, listen carefully. We are all locked up in 10 tails now. In the shell. If you want to let us out, you have to weaken the binding force of this shell when he is about to die. Then what shall I do? Naruto glanced at the huge Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. I don't know. What? You said you didn't know. Yuhi with 4 tails and an old face said, I don't know if there is anything strange. I need to know that I still need to beg this dead fox. Kurama. Don't ask me. I don't know. This kind of troublesome thing be damned. Suddenly realizing that something was wrong, and suddenly stood up. The cubit 9 tails demon fox let out a terrifying roar. Kurama. It's the guy. Yes, I feel it. It's the guy. Who are you talking about? A nasty bastard. He. Dead boy. It looks like we're in big trouble this time. What are you talking about? Remember what your father told you. Cubit 9 tails reminded very earnestly. That was when you were born. You mean? Cubit 9 tails nodded gloomily. That's right. That guy. He's here again. I'm going to kill him. The old man also wanted to, but he couldn't. Why? The big enemy was right in front of him, and Naruto was anxious. Kurama, you are not too. Bastard. Are you an idiot? He was able to control me back then, so what's the use of letting me out? Then what should I do? Naruto's eyes flashed to Yuhi. Unite. Cubit 9 tails filled his chest with resentment and stretched out his claws. Fusing your chakra with this old man's chakra. The old man will help you wake up your bloodline. It should have allowed you to get used to it for a while, but now don't care about that either. Dead fox. Brat, what are you talking about? 4 tails roared twice angrily when Cubit 9 tails and Naruto were thrown aside. Cubit 9 tails rolled his eyes. Fart monkey. We don't have time to answer you now. Dead boy. Prepare to open the seal. Door that just opened. Cubit 9 tails, 2 front paws facing his chest, his pointed ears pointed upward, his big waving tail slammed on the ground, and his 2 vertical pupils gleamed coldly. No one wants to control the old man anymore. Remember, dead boy, you only have 5 minutes. Yang Tian let out a roar. Chakra twisted the cloud, and turned his head in astonishment with Neneo's life-threatening Liuman. That's Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto with 9 tails swaying behind him greatly changed. Senju Tsunade, Might Guy, Gaara, Terumi Mei. One by one, they all looked sideways, and the 4th generation Raikage Yaoi Haoshuan bit his tongue off. Bai, this is the same as Bai. No, it is a more powerful force than Bai. How did this guy from Konoha, Jinchuriki Column Force Kid, do it? Transformed. Cubit 9 tails chakra merged, and Uzumaki Naruto seemed to hear the mourning of all cells in his body. Dead boy, you are in a wrong state. Quickly vent chakra out. That Naruto was gradually collapsing. Cubit 9 tails quickly reminded him. Spiritualism. Bang 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 bang. Numerous bangs. Uzumaki Naruto, who almost summoned all the famous Toad from Mount Myoboku, held a festive concert around him. The 3 Toad brothers who have just been bandaged. The immortal Shima Fukasaku who is ready to eat. The Toad power who can't tell the gender of the lip boss. The Toad loyal with a necklace around his neck. And the best friend Toji. Seeing these Toad, Liamong's head turned into 2 big ones. Is this kid ready to do the magic horde? More sick. There are 4 chapters. The cloud continues to work hard. Tech chapter 325_ sudden change. Uzumaki Naruto. Quack 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 quack. Extremely angry. Toad's words were repeated. Toad Wentai, Toji and his son, Toji-en, Toad Hero, and Shima Fukazuo Toad and his wife, all looked at Naruto with fire in their eyes. Being stared at by these old Toad, Naruto, who laughed white, scratched his head. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I accidentally called too many. Accidentally summoned too many. Well, if you are not careful, I will let you be careless. Right. The children obey the orders. Go up and beat him up for Lao Su. Yes, boss. Naruto, who responded in unison like underworld gangsters and turned the fire, turned to look at Fukasaku, understood why Wenta was so virtuous. The 2 couples, Shima Fukasaku, are simply the reincarnation of a chartered public servant and a chartered wife too. He is not aiming at people. No, they were not human at all. It should be said that they are not Toad. Daddy, fuck the kid. How do you deal with this kid? The Toads roared in unison. Listen to the boss. Shenzuo waved his small paw. Put him. Let go back to the mountain after we're done. Yes, boss. Countless Toad legs descended from the sky, thumping and stomping on, and the army of Toads who finished stepping stood behind Shima Fukasaku and closed their shadows, coming and going in a hurry. Spartans Liamong grabbed a 7-tailed elytra in one hand, and really wanted to jump down and kill this kid. Don't be stunned. Get rid of these guys quickly. Senju Tsunade, who had untied the yin seal, was panting as he slammed the 5 tails into the air. With the cooperation of the tailed beast, the 4 shadows, who had done their best, gradually took the initiative. Hey168.com. Stinky brat, why don't you hurry up and help? Fart monkey, it's not that we won't help you, it's that we can't help now. Go of all attention and alertness. Cubit 9 tails, and Naruto suddenly turn around and head southeast. They seem to have spotted you. It doesn't matter, I'm about to go there anyway. The illusory body appeared above the head of the psychic golem with the swirling vortex, and the half-running QB, Ninetales dabbed and dragged 2 smoke dragon. Turning around slowly, murderous intent surged in Yuhi's eyes. It's that guy. Kill him. Is this the murderer who killed father and mother? Take your life. With his feet dashing forward, he dashed forward along the rigid outsider demon, and Uzumaki Naruto's sharp arrow rushed towards the top of the golem's head. Seeing Ah-Fei's appearance, Liamong tore off the last wing of Nanwei. Everyone turned their head. Ah-Fei lowered his head, and Naruto, who was running wildly, suddenly fell into the tiger's mouth. Did this idiot get his head kicked by a donkey? Quickly get rid of these tailed beasts, and take the opportunity to cut that thing. With several big moves in a row, the tailed beast that wanted to break free was not flying, and Lu Meng and others came to the foot of the golem. Looking at the golem that is shocking enough from a distance. Wait until the feet are good. Even the tallest 4th generation Hokage does not have a small toe. How to deal with this thing? Such a big guy. Even if he stood still and let him cut him, he didn't know when he had to cut him. What do you do when you talk so much? How can you know if you don't fight? Thunder abuse level Chio Dan. High with the handmade knife. The 4th generation Hokage snarled and chopped down the handmade knife, which seemed to be extremely lethal. But looking up, that's not the case. For such a huge monster, it makes no difference whether or not such a wound exists. Bastard. There's no way around this. I'll try it. Hokage didn't work. Mizukage appeared. Terumi gently opened Yuhi's lips and spat out a large amount of dark green mucus. Yoden, lava style, the art of dissolving monsters. The blood of the combination of the chakra of the earth and water continued to fall to the wound that was cut just now, and white smoke rose up. It looked fierce, but the actual effect is not obvious. Relying on this kind of corrosive power to kill the outer golem, it will take almost 100 years. What shall we do? Hokage can't do it. Mizukage can't do it either. I didn't try it because I liked it so much. What about Tsunade Haim? Looking up at the giant demon, and then looking down at his own little fist, the beautiful legendary fat sheep turned Byakugan. Who is coming? Chishishua's eyes fell on him, and Liuman was helpless. Why should you leave such troublesome things to me? One more time. Last time that thing. 4th Hokage pointed upwards at the broken arm of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and everyone's eyes lit up. Liamong looked left at this, right at that, and stretched out his right hand in front of Tsunade. Do you see that I'm still capable of launching an attack like that? No, this kind of injury takes at least 3 days. Tsunade double-checked and frowned. You can't either. 4th Hokage looked at the eye golem in annoyance, and slammed 2 more punches in annoyance. Losing the ability to kill with one hit, he shrugged his shoulders, and Liuman took a closer look curiously, and touched the juice overflowing from Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Some sticky, some cool, some ... Little friend, what's wrong with you? Asshole boy. Is this guy stupid? The dark base lit up with 2 candles from afar, and the flowing light in front of him blinked subconsciously. Where is this? Silently looked around, except for the candlelight in the distance. There was nothing. Nothing but black. Would you like to go take a look? The thought that suddenly arises can no longer be suppressed. Although I know that it may be a trap, compared with the darkness around me, those 2 points of light are undoubtedly more worth pursuing. 1 step, 2 step. The faster and faster footstep finally turned into running. Liamong kept running, and at the end only left running. Why run? I don't know. The only remaining thought: control the body to run wildly. Maybe one day, maybe 1 year. Liamong finally came to the candlelight. These are 2 very ordinary wooden candlesticks. What is unusual is the weird patterns all over the candlestick. The 4 rings are set together, one ring and the other occupying a 10-meter radius, which is exactly the brightest range that the candlelight can illuminate. Liamong took 2 steps forward curiously, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. What was the thing under his feet? Looking down with the help of candlelight, an image that shocked him came into his eyes. 7 and 3 chapters. The cloud will update the book first, then go back and update the volume. No matter what time it ends. Brothers and sisters who are interested in The Rise of the Infinite Manga Fat Man, come and have a look. Tech chapter 326_Fur Sealed Land. This is Tomo. The innermost hexagon of the 4 ring is hexagonal, and the 6 vacancies are filled with 4 Tomo, and there is a little gap in the middle of each Tomo. Baidu Interesting Academy. This damn place. This is the place of the original seal. The sudden sound came to his ears, and Liamong, who suddenly turned his head, saw 7 phantoms surrounding him. You're like this. It's so funny. Are you here to sell yin? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 little tailed bees playing with sweaters, and the big body outside has become so short here, which is shocking and speechless. Hey, stinky boy, what kind of eyes are you looking at? Okay, we don't have time to waste sighting. Turning his head and glancing at the 7-tailed Jinchuriki, column 4, Shukaku patted his big belly and said, human boy, how about we make a deal? Trade. Shukaku stared at Liamong and said, you let us out, and we forgive you for the mistakes you made earlier. Is there anything I need your forgiveness? Lu Meng scratched his ears casually. Was provoked. You bastard human stinky stinky boy. You scatter my 6 wings. How dare you say that you are not wrong? We were beaten a lot too. You have to make up for us. The 7-tailed beast repeatedly accused the 2-tailed cat. If we hadn't squeezed our chakra with all our strength, do you think you can still live to this day? Come on, you have to ask for something in court. The interesting academy said, what do you want to do? Liamong continued to pick up his ears one by one, and then he picked up the left side and the right side. Angry, bastard human stinky boy, what is your attitude? Why are you so angry? Liamong blew his fingers after picking out his ears. If you have something to say, you have to tell me where this place is. Didn't I just say, this is the place of the original seal? Shukaku rolled his eyes angrily, and the civet cat made of sand licked its big belly. Lu Meng frowned suspiciously, not quite understanding what it meant. The 2-tailed cat took over the words again. This is the spiritual sea of 10 tails, and the place we are staying now is the magic circle left by the old man when he divided the spiritual body. The old man you said was Otsutsuki Hagoromo. The cat stared at Liamong with playful eyes. Isn't it shocking that you call him the sick path fairy? I'm not a ninja. I'm shocked. What do you mean by these things? What a nasty human kid. I think we got it wrong. Compared to this guy, the one from the dead fox seems to be more reliable. Fart monkey. I don't have time to talk about this right now. Human boy, listen carefully. We'll only talk about it once. He lowered his head and stared at Liamong, and the 2-tailed cat glanced again. The old man stole the holy tree's holy tree. The fruit was born, and the old man was born, which is what you call sick path. The holy tree who was stole the fruit was angry and wanted to find the stolen child and turned into a monster, which is what we call 10 tails. Quote, Shukaku sighed. The old man defeated 10 tails with the power of the fruit and sealed it in his body, and later split 10 tails into us when he was about to die. That is, the 9-tailed beast. Now someone wants to reintegrate us back. You know what that means. I'll go to hell with those things. Lu Meng looked around impatiently. Tell me how to get out of this hellish place. You can't go unless you can help us. Threaten me. Liamong became angry, his eyes flashing ruthless. The 4-tailed fairy ape burst into flame. This is not a threat. Since you have entered the first place, you will naturally have to take on this mission. This is what the old man predicted earlier. 6 paths again. The old man said that no matter where we are scattered, we will eventually become one again. We didn't believe it at the time, and we fought often for this reason, and finally we simply walked away from the other side. It gone. The cat licked its paws again and squinted. The old man said that when something happens, someone will guide us. That person is me. Liamong felt that the world made a big joke with him. Why did such trouble fall on him? The 7-tailed beast was suddenly silent, and after a while, the 4-tailed opened the mouth and said, we don't know if you are that person, but we see hope in you. Let us go out, or you won't even think about playing 10 tails. Shukaku's eyes flashed a savage look. We are still merging against distance, and the dead fox and octopus haven't been caught. Once all the tailed beasts gather, the 10 tails will come back to life when someone comes here to gather us, and we must carry out that mission too. Quote, what are you going to do? Take back your own children and devour all the descendants of the Sikav's immortal. Then you can do it. The matter is already hanging high, and Liamong doesn't think that such a thing needs to be worried about. The 7-tailed beast was annoyed. Do you think things would be so simple? The things the old man did has completely angered the holy tree. After taking back his child, he will take revenge on the entire human race. In other words, destroy the world. We don't know if the people who want to integrate us have this power, but we know that if everyone really gives up self-selected integration, it will definitely be much stronger than before. Come out. 7-tailed beasts and sick people. Jinchuriki column. Except for the girl who spoke first. The girl with blue hair, green hair and tan skin, and 5 more came out. Liamong also saw an acquaintance inside. Yu Gao. And spitting out 2 bubbles as a chair. Jinchuriki column forcefully raised his eyelid. The human heart is very complicated, and our minds are even more complicated. The original 10 tails were very simple in purpose. Clear. But now it's different. After all these years of division, each tailed beast has its own mind, and with the rest of us, we can imagine what the fusion monster will become. Is it something to do with me? Yes and no. Shukaku glanced angrily. Say yes, and the 10 tails may kill you and all the people you hold dear. Say no, such a thing won't necessarily happen. After all, we can't be sure. How strong is the guy who plotted this thing? However, he is definitely not as good as the old man. Aha, what do you guys want to do with such a big nonsense? Tell me, I'm in a hurry. I woke up late in the morning. The cloud worked hard, and at the beginning of the month, it broke out and asked for support. Brothers and sisters, if you have a vote, please cast your vote. Thank you in advance. Tech Chapter 327_ Who Fooled the Beast's Entrustment. Conclude a psychic contract, and when the guy outside is dying, psychic us out in one breath. Puff. A mouthful of old blood spat out half a meter. Liamong took out 2 balls from his bag and threw them to Shukaku and Maoyu. Good boy, go home and play ball. Asshole. What do you mean? Please. First of all, I'm not a ninja, and the contract may not work. Second, do I have that much energy? Reach out and tap the 7-tailed beast bees one by one, and they are so happy. How do these guys have long heads? How much energy does it take to come up with such bizarre ideas and channel them out in one breath? You are tailed beast, although not the strongest, but the number is there. 7 spirits in one breath. He aimed. Do you think Lao Su is an immortal? You can. His claws. He rubbed the ball that rolled under his feet, and the Shukaku cat fell in love with it all at once. You roll, I roll, you roll again, I roll again. The heads of the 5-tailed beasts next to them saw black lines from sweat, as if 3,000 crows were croaking. Goo roll, goo roll, goo roll. You two fools really think of themselves as cat. Bang, bang. 2 muffled balls exploded in a row, and the cat, Shukaku, raised his head and looked at the 4 tails, who were stingy, and rushed towards him. Fart monkey, you rotten monkey, always so annoying. Flatten him, fuck him, beat him to death. You two stupid cats are really brain damaged, not even as good as 8. One paw held the other and cursed, and the 4 tails threw 1 and 2 out. The cat on all fours said angrily, we won't catch up with you, you dead monkey who liked to fart, who couldn't move his legs when he saw bananas. I'll see that bananas can't move their leg. That better than the 2 of you pissing and playing with mud. Hey168.com. Aim. Who do you mean to pee and play with mud? These 3 idiots. Cats and monkeys are really unreliable things. The cat is a traitor. The monkey is a slut. It better to be like me. Naneo Shigeki was lying on the ground, feeling good about himself. His answer was a row of raised middle fingers. Barton's livid stood beside him for a long time, running through thousands of grass and mud horses in his heart. Signed the contract. 7 claws slapped in front of him, and the 7-tailed animal hair that had been hit enough also stabbed, and his butt was pouted. Either his mouth was crooked, or his eyes were slanted. He looked at these big guys absent-mindedly, and there was a thundercloud and lightning in his head. Is it safe to sign a contract with them? Human boy, the above matters will be solved by a dead fox. After you go out for a while, be sure to check the time, and be sure to activate the psychic when the guy is the weakest. It won't work if it's too early. It won't work if it's too late. We won't be able to go out early. It will also cause the seal to bounce back and lose the chance. If it's too late, that guy dies and we'll go back to the moon. You understand? It's so long-winded. Just say something like this one. Raising his right hand and pressing the 7-tailed beast together, Liamong suddenly felt an unstoppable energy rushing in. Don't resist. This is our chakra. Human boy, don't forget to buy us 2 more balls in the future. Idiot silly cat. You all know balls. Bananas are the real good thing. The 4-tailed ape licked its monkey face and put it in front of Liamong. Can you buy me 2,000 bunches of bananas? Fart monkey. What do you want so many bananas for? Sway. Asshole. Okay you 3. Human boy, remember our name. 5 tails sang loudly and stopped the noise, looking at Liamong seriously. My name is King Mew. My name is Han. The tall man wearing a yuhi-colored hat, yuhi-colored armor, and a smoking reed on his back waved. 5 tails and his people Jinchuiki column force just finished introducing. Other tailed beasts also appeared. I'm the lucky number 7 Chongming. My sister's name is U. Feather High. Rhinoceros. Isota. Korea. What? Killed at such a young age. Boy, I sympathize with you. Hearing the introduction of the 4th generation of Mizuki, Liamong couldn't help but burst into laughter. This kid is so capable. Not only is he short, but he is also leaning on crutches. Damn, don't think I'm a child. I'm an adult. Well, you're an adult. He reached out and touched Mizuki's head, and glanced at the flowered walking stick behind Mizuki. If you say that you are an adult, who would believe it? Don't touch my head. The president is not tall. Do you still want to grow taller? Quack, quack, quack. Countless crows flew across the sky. Liamong and a group of beasts all turned over with laughter. Don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh. Well, we don't laugh, we don't laugh. Ha 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 ha. Patting his round belly, Shukaku sat on the ground with a smile. You know the name of this uncle. I won't say it. Aim. My name is Yulu. Ni Yugito. Go out and speak to Rakage for me. I will avenge him in my necklight. Chest that was beaten. The 2-tailed Jinchuriki column folded his arm. The only king of the apes who didn't express his position thought about it and said, my name is Sun Wukong, and the stubborn old man above his head is called Laozi. Without raising his head or opening his eyes, the old man who was sitting like a Buddha nodded his head, as if he didn't even bother to speak. Introducing their name, the 7-tailed beasts and sick people, Jinchuriki column, stood in a circle and signed the contract. How am I going to get out? After signing the contract, Lu Mang, who felt fooled, asked the most crucial question. Shukaku overturned him in one sentence. Extinguish those 2 waxes. It's that simple. Liamong opened his mouth in disbelief. Shukaku nodded with a smile. It's that simple. I rely on your sister, me, who said it was difficult to leave. Compared to snuffing out the candle with 2 middle fingers, the speechless Liuman left the original place with a big bag full of foreheads. Seeing Liamong leave, the 7-tailed beasts all fell silent. Will we succeed this time? Shukaku asked his companion in confusion, patting his big belly. It's better to fail than to do nothing at all. You're right, we always have to fight. Sanwei agreed with Erwei's words very much. See Liyue raised his head and looked overhead. I still think the dead fox's side is more reliable, but we don't have time and it's up to him now. Open your eyes. 7 should be updated today, and there will be an outbreak at the beginning of the month. Tech chapter 328_10 is a little more. 3 is a little less. When I opened my eyes, I saw heaven. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Little friend, what's wrong with you? Terumi Mei shouted nervously, and Senju Tsunade also came over. Seeing the concerned eyes of the two women, Liamong smiled happily, and the depression calculated by the tail beast was swept away. Two sisters, now is not the time to talk. Let's step back quickly. Have you found a way to deal with it? Fourth Rakage turned his head upon hearing this. Liamong smiled and shrugged. There is a way, but the main force of this way is not mine. Naruto, whether you can solve this thing depends on your mouth. Senior brother, you're dead. You can't live if you don't die. In Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, mouth. Uzumaki Naruto hugged Nagato with not and teared. Nagato was not happy when he heard this. Why do I have to die? Naruto said. Senior brother, 227. That's how the script was written. It's too late if this episode doesn't die. Nagato pushed Naruto angrily. Why do I have to die? I think I can persevere. Senior brother, you can't hold on any longer. Naruto cried and hugged Nagato's thigh. You look like this. How can you keep it going? Nagato patted Naruto's head with the back of the pole plugged into the wire. It is precisely because I am like this that I have to insist. Little junior brother, as a senior brother, let me tell you, in this life, if you can't live forever, you will also stink eternal. Otherwise he will be dead. Naruto was excited after hearing this. Senior brother, do you still want to live forever? For world peace? Naruto cried, rushing. Senior brother, you don't want to play like this. Let's discuss it. You can die quickly. Nagato shook his head resolutely and said, no, I can't help it. Naruto collapsed. Senior brother, you can't die if you don't die. If you don't die, how will the director see you? The audience will see you, the readers will see you, and the big guys will see you. At this time, you must die. Baidu Interesting Academy. Have to die? Nagato asked, leaning over his head. I must die. Naruto nodded fiercely. Nagato's mouth crooked. Then you will die for me one. I'll die for you one. Naruto pointed to himself. Nagato graciously said, you die for me one. Is there a substitute for death? Naruto suddenly raised the tone. Nagato said, don't you want to be so excited? I'm not excited. It's okay not to get excited. Naruto, senior brother, if you have something to say, as long as you don't let me die for you, you can do anything. Do anything. Nagato confirmed. Naruto nodded. You can do anything. Nagato leaned over and said, look, our surname is Uzumaki. Yes. Naruto nodded. Our last name is Uzumaki. Nagato added, we both have no father or mother since we were young. Naruto continued to nod. Well, yes, we both grew up with no father or mother. Nagato then said, we are both Jiraiya's apprentices. Naruto said, yes, we are both apprentices taught by that scumbag. Nagato sighed and turned back his word. You see that we are so similar. You can't die for senior brother one. Death one. Naruto looked up at Nagato, who was hugging him. Senior brother, this can't be done. Why can't you do it? You see that we have the same experience. You let your senior brother enjoy it, and you die for senior brother one. Naruto shook his head. This can't be done. This can be done. It really doesn't work. Really not. Not really. Nagato's anger surged up and pressed Naruto's shoulder. I said, little brother, why are you so stubborn? Our two brothers are both Uzumaki, and you even die for your brother one. Can't you? Naruto was about to be tortured by Nagato and cried, senior brother, it's not that I won't do it for you. He really can't do it for you. No, 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 no. Nagato's face darkened after a series of incomprehensible words. Little junior brother, are you looking down on senior brother or what? If you feel that you will suffer by dying for senior brother gave you the Akatsuki leader, leading the leader of Akatsuki to me. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Nagato nodded. Yes, Chief Akatsuki will give it to you. Is this true, brother? Naruto was excited. It's true, as long as you die for me one. Die for you. Naruto hesitated. Yes, die for me one. Naruto hesitated for a moment. Why? Come, you sit here. Yes, this is it. Nagato said as he pulled Naruto onto the chair. The bottom of his butt was cold, and Naruto twisted uncomfortably. Nagato said, don't move. It's not over yet. You wait for senior brother to process it for you. And processing. Naruto was surprised. Nagato said, don't be nervous. Just plug in 2 wires. Plug in the wire. Naruto jumped up at once. Plug in the wire. Can't plug in the wire. Plug in the wire on the head so it's not a lightning rod. If a lightning strike, it won't be all bad. Nagato said that you won't be struck by lightning when you plug in the wire. You see, my brother plugged in so much, and he didn't get struck by lightning, right? If you feel pain, plug in less plug, less interruption. Then can you see one? Naruto raised a finger with difficulty. Nagato looked at him. 1 is a little short. Those 2. Naruto raised another one. 2 will do. 2 is not enough. Those 3 are enough. Naruto gestured for 3. Wait, Nagato's face. Wait, I'm not telling you, little junior brother. You can't add one by one, at least 10. No. Naruto looked at the wires in Nagato's hands and shook his head. 10 is too many. The 8. Nagato dropped 2. Naruto still quit. 8 more. Then how many did you say? Nagato was annoyed. Naruto thought about making a gesture of 5. 5, brother. 5, split in half. Not 3 or 4. No 3 or 4. Let's make a 5. Okay, you sit down. Senior brother will plug it in for you. Put it in. Don't shiver. I'm not shivering. Why are you shaking when you're not shaking? I'm shaking. I'm not shaking. Naruto swayed left and right. Nagato said angrily, why are you shaking without shaking? I'm shaking. I'm shaking. Sit down. Nagato pressed Naruto onto the chair, and before Naruto could react, he stabbed him with a wire. Ah, brother, you stabbed too much. Third, continue to work hard in the cloud. Brothers and sisters, come on. May Mother Earth rule you. Tech chapter 329_ God opened his eyes. A wire stabbed in the back so that the sky was overturned. Hey168.com. The furious Naruto looked at Nagato sadly. His face twitched and his eyes slanted. Senior brother, you are really my brother. Come on, try to control 6-path. Nagato said as he summoned 6-path. Naruto's eyes lit up. Control 6-path. How to control it? You put your hand in that tube first, and then put your leg under it. Senior brother, there won't be any danger, right? Naruto sat on the chair and looked at this weird thing. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't feel safe. Nagato clicked his tongue. Can senior brother still cheat on you? You have been pitting me a lot. It's definitely not a pit this time. It's really not a pit. Hurry up. With both hands and feet in place, he shook the stick, and when Naruto was seated, Nagato explained to him, you have to do this, do this again. Senior brother can't do it. Naruto called out Nagato after 2 attempts didn't work. Nagato looked at him and said that your eyes are wrong, so you have to buckle it down and change it. When Naruto heard this, he quit. Change your eyes. Don't change them. You can't change your eyes at will. Nagato was annoyed. If someone wants to change me, why don't I change it with him? Then you can find someone else to change it. I won't change it anyway. Really not. I won't change if you kill me. Don't change it. Don't change it. You try to control this. This is different from those. Nagato said and pushed Shira Road. This guy was a puppet in his lifetime. He didn't need eyes very much. Try it. Hey, this can move. This thing can move. Is it fun? Nagato asked when he saw Naruto driving the Shira Road. Naruto said, fun. Can you play? We'll play. Have you never played before? Ah, senior brother, what did you say? Naruto was embarrassed by Nagato. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.hey168.com. Don't say anything. Just die for me now. Is this going to die for you? Naruto glanced at Nagato. Yes, right away. I will hand seal. What the matter? You can die. Why? Naruto was unhappy when he heard that his death was so happy. Nagato said, this means that your brother is in the interest of you. Are you interested? Yes, I'm interested. You're ready. We'll start right away. Wait. After Nagato said he was about to start, Naruto-kun smiled and wiped his nose. Is there no line or something? Line. Do you want line? Naruto didn't want to. I'm going to die for you. You can't let me say 2 line. Nagato said okay. What lines you want to say? You can say it. Naruto excitedly said. Then senior. Wait, I'll make 2 poses first. Do you want to pose? Nagato was completely speechless. Naruto raised his neck. That's right. We can't die in vain. We have to show up anyway. Are you still showing up like this? It's hard to get on the pit, but it's still appearing. Senior brother, I'm lit. You're bright. As soon as I light up, you go up. Good. I see it. This little brother is really ink. It darted. Go away quickly. I made a first appearance. Folded my chest. Raised my head. Raised my arm. Since you asked the question sincerely, I will tell you with great compassion. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the world, to carry out love and real evil, cute and charming villain, I am the boss of Akatsuki who is active in the ninja world. Beidong, white tomorrow is waiting for us. That's it. Senior brother, come on stage. Are these all god horses? Hey, senior brother, you ran back. Here, come on. Naruto beckoned to Nagato who wanted to run away. Nagato looked back. Okay, up, I'm up. Senior brother, is it you who brought me here? Seeing Nagato play, Naruto asked a question that he wanted to ask a long time ago but never had a chance to ask. Nagato's waist is straight. For the peace of the world and the well-being of the suffering people, the organization needs your dedication. What does the organization need from me? Your life. Nagato spit out 3 words coldly. Naruto was shocked. You want my life? When you die, the world is at peace. Senior brother, are you deceiving ghosts? If I die, will the world be at peace? You're almost dead. Nagato said, Naruto, you have to believe. One Uzumaki Naruto fell, and thousands of Uzumaki Naruto stood up. Naruto was extremely speechless. Senior brother, are you sure it's me you're talking about? It's you. Naruto ready. I want the hand seal. As soon as I end, you will die. Okay, brother, let's tie it up. I'm done. Snap. Nagato made a handprint as he spoke, and Naruto fell down. Sudden pass. Half a second has elapsed. Nagato said it was wrong. What wrong? Naruto, who fell down, got got up again. Nagato looked at him and said, "Junior brother, you are acting like this. Do you know how to do Rinne Tensai Samsara of Heavenly Light? First time hearing this name. Do you want to learn? It's in the old interest. Naruto CC Kiba. What is the law of interest?" Nagato said mysteriously. "This technique is unusual. He can resurrect the dead." "Really? If you don't believe me, you can try it out. If you don't know it, you'll know." "Senior brother, can you revive 3 generations of old men with this technique?" "What did he do to resurrect him?" Nagato was very strange. Naruto folded his hands and slammed his head twice. "I have a question to ask him." "What the problem?" "The old guy took our master's hand before he died and said, 'Jiraiya, after I die, Konoha will be handed over to you.' Our master told him, 'You can rest assured to die. I can't worry about it. I'm afraid that if I die, my old brothers won't listen to you.' Our master said, 'Don't worry, old man. If they don't listen to me, I will let them go with you.' Now that our master is dead, and 2 of those old guys are still alive, I just want to ask if I can let them die together." "Okay, then I'll teach you." "Brother, you are so kind." The art of Rinne Tensai Samsara of Heavenly Life. It looked like this. Nagato talked for a long time, and Naruto fainted for a long time. "Senior brother, can you repeat it? I don't understand it." Nagato looked at Naruto. "Okay, I'll say it again. Once again. 3 times. 5 times. 50 times. Naruto was very embarrassed when he looked at Nagato's broken mouth. "Senior brother, I'm a stupid person, or you can demonstrate it to me, and I'll be able to demonstrate it." Nagato, who was tortured and mad by Naruto, sat back in the chair and slapped his fingerprint. The art of Rinne Tensai Samsara of Heavenly Light. God, open your eyes. Chapter 4. Continue to work hard. Tech Chapter 330 _ God is blind again. Grandpa. Konkuro. It's now. Ha ha ha. This uncle is out again. Aim. It feels so good to see the sunshine again. Hey168.com. You 2 dead cat, stay away from me. The Monkey King of Shuiliandong is here. Cats and monkeys are really unreliable things. 7 bangs in a row. 7 giant bees in a row. Watching Liamong's summoning technique. All the ninjas were Spartans. Senju Tsunade. Terumi Mei. The 4th generation Raikage. Might Guy. Together with the newly resurrected 3rd generation Tsuchikage 2 days Gale Onoki all launched the stay. Gaara turned the corner of her eyes to look at Yitai, and turned her gaze to Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. King Yama opened his eyes, and from his huge mouth countless balls of light flew towards the court. No matter how broken the court was, the court stood up anew in the violent collapse. 327 opened his eyes, and the world became more beautiful. Little junior brother, the piece of the world will be handed over to you. Thousands of paper cranes fluttering, one by one, year after year. Nagato, let go home. The hula flying paper wraps his body, and Conan sheds blood and tears in sadness. Just as he was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Nagato, lend your friend to use it. The Uzumaki-shaped mask disappeared in the eddy current, and Uzumaki Nagato was also missing. Brothers, get rid of this thing. Tailed Beast Bomb 7. The sand-shaped raccoon, the big black cat with pointed ears, the 3-tailed turtle, the 4-tailed ape, the 5-tailed red deer, the 6-tailed slug, and the 7-tailed giant insect all opened their mouths. Interesting academy. In the roar, the 7-tailed beast bombs joined together as if kneading dough, forming an incomparably huge ball of light. Blast it. Even if it can't be destroyed, let it be restored in a short time, so we don't want to become 10-tailed. God, what the hell is that? One of the newly resurrected ninjas lost his jaw in shock, and his eyes were all over the floor. Such a battle, why should we pull a selling high? I'm just an ordinary ninja. I was only promoted to Jonin in my 20s. I'm not a genius, and I'm not an elite. I'm just an ordinary man, an insignificant existence. I should wash and sleep. Countless grass and mud horses rushed to my heart. Endless crows hovered above their heads, and the ninja warriors swallowed their saliva and stepped back. Sudden, the X7-tailed beast bomb has launched. Will it work? The giant light Jinchuriki column shot out with a rumble, slammed straight into the chest of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Just when the big guy opened his eyes wide and wanted to observe the result, the monster that foiled Joss suddenly disappeared. Aim. It's all your fault. You shot too slowly. Tailed beast bomb failed. Shukaku took the lead in attacking his comrade. The tailed beast, who were also in a bad mood, looked at him, and all roared, "Bitch cat, don't just talk about us. How can you be better? That's right, this bitch just needs to be beaten." Brothers Latin him. When he was born, this guy liked to lift other people's tails, and this time we will lift him too. The farce from his childhood appeared in front of his eyes, and the king of fairy 8 stared at the tail with bad intention. Shukaku was horrified. Mao, what do you want to do to this uncle? Don't bully the cat. Mei, Changming, grab it. Don't let it run away. The tailed beasts that rushed over, one after another, were stacked on top of each other, and were pressed against the bottom tail. Crying father and mother slapped with both palms. Boom, boom, bang, bang, bang. Bully the cat. You all bully the cat. Do you still dare? Don't dare. Aren't you still being rude? No more. Then you say you need to clean up. No, I don't Don't late. Brothers beat him. Fanway, I'll take my right leg. 4 tails, I lift my tail. 5 tails, then I will come to the one on the left. 2 tails and 7 tails, I left it to us. Stretching arms, legs and tails, and making twists with big cheek. Are they doing magic horses? I don't know either. Hearing Senju Tsunade's question, a black line appeared on Liamong's forehead. After a violent beating to vent his grievances, the 7-tailed beasts aimed their eyes at the crowd. The ninja warriors are all nervous. These 7 monsters are not easy to deal with. Don't look at them now that they are recovering as before, and even the dark wounds on their bodies are fully recovered. But if they want to fight these 7 monsters, they are also going to the toilet to fight. Lantern, there is no discussion about courting death. Who got them out? What the hell is going on here? That's the tailed beast of our village. Didn't it defect? Countless questions and shocks came to mind, and just when the ninja warriors didn't know what to do, Lu Meng walked out of the crowd. Human boy, thank you this time, but it best not to call us in the future. Staring at him with big eyes one after another, Shukaku with a blooming face said viciously, although we have a contract, don't try to control us. We've been tired all these years. It's time to find a place to rest. Don't come again. Ferris, or you know the consequences. Che, do you think I despise you? Hearing Shukaku's unfriendly threat, Liamong pressed his middle finger. If you have to go, go quickly. Don't let anyone catch you. They are all big, and they are still here in a day. Being chased all over the world at night. You are not ashamed. I am still ashamed. Quote, damn human boy. The middle fingers were raised one by one, and the king of the fairy ape was compared to 4, and even his feet were raised. What are you looking at? I made gestures for the brothers. Didn't you see that many of them have no hand? After gesturing and patting his butt with his middle finger, the king of ape finally glanced at Liamong and turned to go. In the sky, Conan excitedly put Naruto down. Watch out Madara, he took Nagato away. What? Nagato was taken away. The shocking news hit his heart, and Liamong's head instantly grew bigger. Things are big, and things are going to be big now. Why Afei took Nagato? The fool knows. Rinnegan, how long does it take for him to transfer Rinnegan? Thinking of Ospervert's ability, Liuman suddenly felt a thunderous explosion above his head. 7-tailed beast, you look at me, I look at you, and you want to run away when you throw a duck. The sky was snowing, and a figure came out of the large snowflake. The first update, brothers and sisters, come on together and make the list tonight. There will be more updates after midnight, and those who have tickets hope to support them. Tech Chapter 331 _ the longer you live, the more insane the better. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. The drama that rumbled to the ground again opened its mouth wide, and before the 7-tailed beast woke up from the shock, it was bound by the chain that was shot out of its neck. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Damn, what have you done to us? Chakra, which is difficult to mobilize, stagnates as the chains become tighter and tighter, and the tailed beasts roar with tears in their eyes. Stop him. There is no need for Liamong to shout, and everyone who wakes up also knows what the result of letting the tailed beast be mastered by the other party again at this time. Jintan particle style, but detachment of the primitive world technique. After the wounds of old age were fully healed in Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly light, the 2-day scale Onoki was old and strong, without back pain. Who can stop my terrifying Onoki? Let you see the interests of this old man. Big Yuhi raised his nose, his round eyes protruded, and the boxy enchantment covered his whole body. The guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Let the old man die. Ting! With a crisp sound, the barrier collapsed, and before everyone was happy, Onoki was kicked and flew out. The high raised feet slowly dropped, and the Sharingan, who was exposed outside, spun rapidly. Something is not right. Be able to channel Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, must have Rinnegan. Is it hidden under the mask? The narrowed eyes flashed a trace of doubt, and the chaotic flow of the plot was also unclear. What the hell is this guy doing on behalf of the soil? Hey, that guy above, what about you? What do you do? Little face thinks and raises his head. Uzumaki Naruto asks Afei strangely. Deku didn't pay any attention to this idiot. Today I just want to take back these prey. You'd better not get in my way. Baidu Interesting Academy. Bastard, you can't take the tailed beast away again, and cut off those chains. Thunder abuse level Chio Dan. The whole body turned into lightning and raised his right arm. Reikage's eyes widened suddenly. Pass through. Actually pass through. Who are you? What are these chains? I am Uchiha Madara. The name like Judian Shinlei shocked all direction, except for Liamong, who had already known it. Everyone else was horrified. Uchiha Madara. Are you Uchiha Madara? Don't make futile attack. Your abilities can't hurt those chains. I accept the 7-tailed beast. The humanoid drama with a height of hundreds of meters bent down on the pole, and 2 big palms caught the tailed beast like a rabbit. 1 tail, 2 tails, 5 tails, 7 tails, 1-tailed beast after another just stuffed it into the mouth in public. The 4th generation of Reikage did not move. 3 generations of Tsuchikage did not move. The rest didn't move. It's not that I don't want to, but it's meaningless. The biggest threat right now is not that giant, but this little guy in front of me. He really Uchiha Madara. Madara. It's unimaginable that an old monster like you can still be alive. What do you want to do? The old man Tsuchikage slapped his hands behind his back. Jinten particle style failed. He had lost his one-hit ultimate move, the Eye of the Moon project. The illusory figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared next to the rocks not far away, and the counterfeit cargo came down on its knee. Don't be impulsive. First listen to what he has to say. Out of the corner of his eyes, he stopped the 4th generation Hokage who wanted to do it, and the 3rd generation Tsuchikage turned his attention to the rock. Liamong yawned boredly, took out the banknotes and counted them. Sleep until you wake up naturally. Count money until your hands cramp. Without these dying mental illnesses, he should be able to live this kind of life, right? 151, 2520, 3530. Look at this money. How could my brother have the opportunity to get this old money before? Money, it's a good thing. This idiot, he's more brainless than Naruto. What is the Eye of the Moon? With your strength, you shouldn't need such trouble, right? Onoki glanced at Liamong, and turned his eyes to the masked man who claimed to be Madara. If it is really Uchiha Madara, one person is enough to sweep the entire ninja world. This is not a joke, but the truth. I was badly wounded in the battle with Hashirama. My strength was weakened to the bottom, and now it's just an empty shell. You want to regain your strength? Onoki's old eyes froze and seized the center of gravity. Uchiha Madara smiled. Well, that's one of them, but it's not all. My main purpose is to end this troubled world. What do you want to do? Hokage of the 4th generation asked, biting the big Hiba. And now what he hates most is hearing such seemingly great ideals, because those who have them are mentally ill. Uchiha Madara raised a finger and shook it. Do what Hashirama didn't do back then. You want to rule the entire ninja world. Onoki's face twitched. Senju Hashirama did have such an opportunity back then, but he finally chose to give up. Does the man in front of him want to bring up the old thing again? Crazy people are really crazy. The longer they live, the more crazy they become. No, unifying the entire ninja world is completely meaningless for Pete. Even if the ninjas die, the world will not go to Pete. What I want to do is to seek the true Eye of Pete. Asshole. Then what is it? Uchiha Madara slowly got up and threw off the sleeves of his robe. At this moment, he seemed to be taller than ever before. I merge all things in the world with me, and become a complete body of the unity of heaven and man. Shock. Can't be more shocked. The people who were shocked were puzzled again, and the heaven and man were united and merged into one. Although I don't know what kind of fusion method, but thinking about it, I know that it is not a good thing. Terumi Mei, Gaara, Onoki, Might Guy, Yayui, and the shadows of the 5 kingdoms of wind, fire, water, earth and thunder all narrowed their eyes. What is the unity of heaven and man? And what is the unity of man? What exactly are you talking about? Don't worry, we can talk slowly. Raising his finger again and shaking his head, Uchiha Madara explained to the crowd, the Uchiha family has a stone tablet passed down through the ages, which is still hidden in the ground of Konoha. The secrets written by the 6 ages, but they cannot be read without pupil power. In the order of Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, the content will keep increasing. Quote, what are you talking about? 6 age. Why don't you just say God of creation? He did exist. Uchiha Madara glanced at Onoki contemptuously. That stone tablet is the best proof. What kind of steel is not a steel? What does this have to do with your plan? Rumble smashed the rubble with his fist, and the 4th generation Hokage roared angrily. Uchiha Madara put up his hands indifferently, and asked condescendingly, do you know why the 6 immortal is called the god of ninjas and is worshipped by the world? That's what I want to do. Hateful. You made it clear. The second update. Brothers and sisters, come on. There are votes to support after the midnight. The cloud will thank you first. Tech chapter 332 _ the 1000-year-old account has been lifted. Don't be arrogant, Lord Hokage. Heihei168.com. Terumi Mei waved her hand to stop the roar of the 4th generation Hokage, and turned back to the imposter and said, Uchiha Madara, you have Mangekyo, and the one just now has Rinnegan. It seems that you do know everything. Quote, hehe, there is still a reasonable person. Yes, I do know everything. The reason why the 6 immortal is a god and is worshipped by the world is because he once saved the whole world from a monster. Fuck it. It sounds like listening to a fairy tale. Not necessarily. Such legendary guys have come out, and it is not impossible for Myth to appear in the world. Are we going to fight this guy? Jiro, I want to retire. I want to go back now. They exchanged glances with cold sweat on their faces. Ordinary people don't care who saved the world. What they think about is how to save their lives. I've already died once, so I don't want to die a second time. What is that monster? Uchiha Madara looked at Gaara playfully. Look at your appearance. You seem to have guessed something, but as the carrier of this monster's seal, it's not surprising. The monster you're talking about is Shukaku. The 4th Hokage sneered. A tailed beast is still the last tailed beast. If you can defeat such a guy and you can be conferred a god, then there are too many gods in this world. Uchiha Madara shook his head condescendingly. Of course I'm not talking about one tail, but 10 tails. 10 tails. Isn't there only 9-tailed beasts? Where Where did the 10 tails come from? The old face of the third generation Tsuchikage floated off the ground with a gloomy look, and the robes rattled in the cold wind. Baidu Interesting Academy. Uchiha Madara smiled under the mask. Together with all the tailed beasts as 10 tails, 1 tail to Kyubi, 9 tails, is nothing but chakra separated from it. He was rescued from the claws of Hiba, so he was revered as a god, but he is immortal, and he will die one day. In order to prevent the evil 10 tails from breaking through the seal and causing harm to the world after their own death, the 6-path sage divided the power of 10 tails into 9 types and sent them all over the world before dying. This is the 9-tailed beast. He also banished the 10-tailed chakras remaining husk into the sky that no one can reach. That is the moon. Are we listening to the scripture? This sounds too unreliable. Looking up at the dim silver plate in the snow, the ninja warriors swallowed involuntarily. Don't take things that you can't accept as impossible. As a 10 tails Jinchuriki, column 4, 6 paths immortals have long since become beyond human beings, and that's what he does. What a terrible script. Is that why Akatsuki is collecting tailed beasts? Kankuro touched his chest, which seemed to be still throbbing, and stared at Uchiha Madara. 6 paths immortals once developed a kind of ninjutsu in order to save the world from the claws of 10 tails. This is the Jinchuriki, column 4 seal technique that has been secretly inherited and passed down to this day, and the 6 paths immortals themselves are 10 tails. People Jinchuriki, column 4. Quote, quack quack. Enough. Stop talking about these useless things. Senju Tsunade looked at the quartet with sullen eyes, and finally cast his resentful eyes to the shadows of the 5 great powers. Uchiha Madara smiled scornfully. Hashirama's last bloodline in the world. What are you angry about? Are you angry about the ingratitude of these people? What do you mean by that? Gaara turned her eyes suspiciously, not understanding why Senju Tsunade suddenly burst out. 3rd generation Tsuchikage's old face is ugly and the eyebrows are twitched, and the 4th generation Raikage's expression is also very unnatural. The sealing method of the human Jinchuriki column forces what Hashirama asked from the country of Vortex to give to the 5 countries, and he wants to seek world peace. He believes that under the deterrence of the powerful force of the tail beast, the countries will never start war again. But the fact is, in the past, the major countries that got the tailed beast did not become what he hoped, but instead used the tailed beast as a weapon of war, and the country of the Vortex was destroyed because of this. Quote, Uchiha Madara said here and turned his attention to Onoki, the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage, the annihilation of the country of the Vortex that triggered the 3rd Ninja War. You have contributed a lot to it, right? There are 4 generations of Raikage. You should also have a foot in it. What? The 1,000-year-old account was open, and Gaara Terumime was completely shocked. Uchiha Madara looked at them playfully. Don't be surprised. Your village also participated in that battle, and the 3 generations of Mizukage, who were rarely recorded, died there. Shocked. Puzzled. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, Senju Tsunade's pretty face was completely cold below freezing. I don't care about your business. Princess Tsunadeheim. The green coat with the word gamble on the back was lifted high, and Senju Tsunade walked into the wind and snow with his head down. Liamong shoved the banknotes lid in his arms into his arms and quickly followed. My good sister, why didn't you call me when you left? Well, it's not worth getting angry with those idiots. If you want revenge, tell me whoever you want to kill. I'll kill whoever you want. He smiled and glanced back at the ninjas of the 5 kingdoms. The strange eyes before Liamong left were deeply imprinted in their heart. Uzumaki Naruto stood sluggishly in the snow, as if the world had left him at once. The master craftsman of the Iron Kingdom, Mifune, looked around and asked in a deep voice, we have no control over how to seal tailed beast. I just want to know what you are going to do to collect tailed beast. According to what you just said, what do you mean? To gain that power beyond mortals. That's right. I plan to resurrect the 10 tails and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki column power. Use that power beyond mortals to strengthen my pupil power and activate a spell. Launch a technique. Launch what technique? What do you want to do? Uchiha Madara glanced at Onoki with contempt, and looked up at the moon. I will project my pupil power into the moon, thus casting an unprecedented super demonic illusion, infinite Tsukuyomi, including everyone in the world and me. To be one is to unite the whole world into one. Quote, from now on, there will be no barriers or disputes in the world, and everything will be integrated with me to achieve the ultimate oneness. This is my Moon Eye plan. In the 3rd update, brothers and sisters will update and ask for tickets at 0-100. Please support those who have tickets in hand, and the cloud will thank you first here. The beginning of each month is very important to the author. I didn't understand it before, but this time I count on everyone. Tech Chapter 333_ Feng Shui's declaration of war. What a joke. How can you put the world in your hands like this? Raikage of the 4th generation roared and pursed his beard, his mouth full of excitement. Hey168.com. Demonic illusion is an illusion after all, and it only makes sense if it is realized in the real world. Gaara folded her hand, obviously disagreeing. That's just escaping. Terumime exclaimed excitedly. What's the meaning of existence in such a world? There is no dream, no hope, all existence is fate. You lunatic, do you want to play with everyone? The third generation of Tsuchikage explained the essence of the matter. Manipulate everyone under demonic illusion. Use your will to influence them, even if the world is peaceful. That's just it in the world of puppet. This old man will not let you succeed. Youth should be accustomed to the will of the self. If you lose yourself, you are no longer a human being. Might Guy finally spoke, clenching his right fist and looking at Madara, betting on the name of the sixth generation of Hokage. Even if you spell this, I want to stop you with my life. His mask. He raised his head and laughed violently. Uchiha Madara laughed enough to look at Wying and sneered. What are you doing so excited? In fact, you know in your heart that this world is long overdue. Hope and giving up are gone. Any difference? It's just a perfunctory statement. Hand over Kyuubi, Nine Tails, and Yao, and let me complete the Moon Eye project. Otherwise, war will come. War. What does this lunatic mean by that? Is he going to start a war? Crazy. Crazy. Is this world crazy or are we crazy? Uzumaki Naruto, are you going with me by yourself, or do you want me to take you by force? Slowly withdrawing his eyes from the ground and raising his eyelid, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Madara with a silent expression. What Moon Eye plans or what war has nothing to do with me now. I just want to ask you a question. A few years ago, did you lead the Kyuubi, Nine Tails, attack on the village? Who else was involved? You already know and ask. Interesting academy. Uchiha Madara rolled his eyes at Naruto in disdain. Uzumaki Naruto got angry. You did it, you bastard. Don't be impulsive. The five figures circled around. Terumi Mei, Gaara, the fourth generation Raikage, Might Guy, and the third generation Tsuchikage together to protect Naruto in the center. Kid, calm down. You can't beat him. Shadow of the Five Kingdoms, do you want to protect this kid? Uchiha Madara smiled and looked at the coalition forces, where the tall Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, stood like an ancient god. Do it. The five shadows that have been experienced once are not even 30% sure. Uchiha Madara looked at the fearful eyes of the ninja warriors, and became more and more disdainful. What's the point of you doing this? Even if I am not strong now, but with the seven-tailed beast in hand, you have no chance of winning. Give it up. Put it. He handed it over to me, and the world will go to peace. Quote, you are right, the world will move towards peace, but it is not the peace you said, and we will not give up hope. Gaara's eye stood firmly in front of Naruto, and there was a decisive decision in his words. Cage Kid is not afraid. Of course I am not afraid of the old man. The 2-day scale Onoki wiped Yuhi's nose with force. Fight and fight. Kumogakure never fears any challenge. Fourth generation Raikage furiously pouted his mustache. You must be punished for what you did to the village of Kurigakure. Terumi Mei took a step forward with a sullen expression. The will of fire burns my youth, and the blue beast of Konoha is willing to die. Might Guy said and opened the 8th inner gate. Fire, water, earth and thunder. The shadows of the five kingdoms expressed their positions one after another, and the general of the neutral country, Mifune Chu, took out his sword and shouted, Samurai, draw your sword. For our belief, willingness to get used to peace, war, fight to the death. The high aura penetrated the freezing cold wind, and the ninjas looked at the samurai standing in front, bit Kiba and drew their weapon. Die or die. Not bad this time anyway. Rather than being toyed with as a puppet, it's better to fight one another. I don't want to be someone else's toy. That must be a terrible feeling. Yuian, forgive me, I may not be able to go back this time. Daughter, I will marry a good man in the future. Mom, take care of yourself. The last words and the entrustment of the last word. The ninjas are undoubtedly much worse than the firm will and belief of the samurai, but they are also not lacking in the heart to pay for death. When they are on a dead end, even the ants dare to swing a knife at the elephant. Let fight. Fight to the death. Either he died or I died. Fuck him. The murderous intent rushing straight to Shaohan is like a raging wave in the deep ocean. Uchiha Madara bowed down with his hands on his back, and the one eye behind the Uzumaki-shaped mask showed a look of contempt. If that's the case, then, in the name of my Uchiha Madara, I announce the beginning of the Fourth Ninja World War. Are you serious? The fourth generation Raikage took 2 steps forward, a heavy pressure on everyone's heart. Uchiha Madara didn't answer directly, leaving a message in the wind. I'm not a fool to joke about this kind of thing. Next time, we'll see you on the battlefield. Kyuubi, Nine Tails, will be with you first. Wait for me. Find Yao and pick it up. The frigid wind howled through the dilapidated ruins, and the ninja warriors looked down at the open space in front of them. It seems that there is really no room for recovery. The old man showed helplessness on his face, and the third generation Tsuchikage suddenly felt a little disappointed. What a life full of gunpowder smoke. Born in World War I, grew up in World War II, became famous in World War III, and finally faced 4 world wars. In this life of this old man, he alone has a predestined relationship with the war. He was born in World War I as a child, worked hard in World War II when he was older, dominated the Third World War as an adult, and was about to die and rushed the last train to the Fourth World War. 4 battles, deadly battles. Maybe it's not bad to die here. Hands on his back and looking at at the sky and snow. The 3-generation Tsuchikage 2-day scale Onoki suddenly gave birth to boundless pride. This old man's life should be regarded as a legendary life. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you can't compare to me in the end. What's next? Long silent, Terumi May asked the most important question. In the endless snowstorm, Liamong opened his arms and rushed towards Hinata, picked up the little secretary and made several circles. Circle by circle, year by year. Stinky boy, Fu-kun. Tears of excitement slid down his cheek, bursting joy filling his chest. Are we going home? Yes, let's go home. It's time to bring out the previously hidden thing. This time we want to let the world know that the days of ninjas are over. Chapter 4. Brothers and sisters, today is the last day of the month. The cloud will be updated at 0-100, and I hope capable friends will give more support. Thank you for the cloud first. The beginning of the month is very important to the author. Your support is the biggest driving force for the cloud. Aiming. Tech Chapter 334 Arguing and Resolving Guide. SIQ. The Three-Wolf Mountain, where the cold wind is raging. Yayui, Terumi May, Gaara, and Might Guy sit in the earthen fort temporarily built by the 2-day scale Onoki. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Mifune sat in the middle and asked, what do you guys suggest about the war coalition? Gaara's words are always so simple. If you want to deal with the seven-tailed beast, you can only form a ninja coalition. I agree. When Gaara's voice fell, Yayui expressed her stand. Lord Rakage, Terumi May asked very strangely, didn't you always oppose the coalition forces before? Why this time? It was before, now is now. Yayui hugged her arms and snorted. Thinking about Killer Bee, you bastard, waiting for Lao Su to find you, an iron fist that wants you to eat love. Seeing that the 4th generation of Rakage was unwilling to explain more, the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage coughed and looked at Naruto. I want to stop Madara's eye of the moon. The moon doesn't care whether he has the moon eye or the sun eye. In short, to stop his plan, he must protect Kyubi, 9-tails, and 8-tails. Now that 8-tails is not here, this kid must be optimistic. Otherwise, if 10-tails really wants to, I'm afraid we'll be resurrected. Onoki looked around as he spoke. Although he didn't finish his sentence, everyone understood what he meant. The resurrection of 10-tails also means that the war is lost, and that kind of guy is no longer capable of manpower. I'll tell you to go down to find Killer Bee immediately. Kumogakur needs your help in this matter. Yayui looked one by one and lowered her body for the first time. Then let's start with our country of iron. Mifune squinted his eyes and swept behind him. Zu Chainsho, you are responsible for this matter yourself. Green Terracotta Konkuro, send a signal to the village and try to find Killer Bee. Jinchuriki, Column 4. Interesting Academy first release. What? Guy wanted to send a letter after seeing Feng Shui Tuying's statement one after another, but he looked left and right but couldn't find anyone. Rakage glanced at him angrily. Looking for Killer Bee is an important thing, and I hope you can do more. Please. Kid Rakage, we don't need you to tell us about this. We will do it with our heart. The 3rd generation Tsuchikage gave Yayui a hard glance, and then changed the topic. However, Madara has the power of 7-tailed beasts together, and it is not to be taken lightly. He must have the ninjutsu or trump card to control the tailed beast. Otherwise, he would not be so arrogant. The old man suggested that this kid be involved in the battle. This is not possible. Gaara looked up at Naruto. The reason why Madara used the collected 7-tailed beast to start a war is most likely because with his current weak strength and the remaining Akatsuki members, he was unable to capture the 8-tailed beast and Kyubi, 9-tailed. That's why he wants to consume through war, which is evident from his retreat when he has the upper hand. Quote, what Mr. Kasuke said makes sense. Now that I think about it, Madara's previous actions are indeed problematic. Terumi May frowned and crossed her long fingers. If you choose to retreat when you have an absolute advantage, there must be something in Madara that we don't know. Weakness. Quote, is it the Colossus, or is it the 7-tailed beast? Rakage of the 4th generation also found something strange. I have fought with Erway several times before, and I found that its power was not complete during the battle, probably only less than half of the usual. Quote, the tailed beast is out of control. That good news? Not necessarily. Terumi May answered in a deep voice. After all, the tailed beast thinking is different from ours. Who knows what they are thinking? Little human girl, in front of the old man, say this and that. Do you want to die? Of the fire Yuhi that appeared suddenly shrouded the round table of the top, and the shadows of the 5 kingdoms froze instantly. Kyubi, 9-tailed. This fuck has come out again. One. The old man and this dead boy have an account to deal with. That guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Also, let me remind you that he is not some Uchiha Madara. What? You said he wasn't Uchiha Madara. Of course he won't be Madara. Kyubi, 9-tails, bit Kiba angrily. There are only 2 people who signed a psychic blood contract with the old man. One is Uchiha Madara, and the other is the one who attacked Konoha 16 years ago. Black Hand, that guy is the latter. The induction between contract will not go wrong, and the old man will not recognize the wrong person. After the call, the crowd was terrified, and the shadows of the 5 major countries were all gone. A long time. Onoki said sternly. Since he's not Madara, why did he play this name? Is it simply pulling the flag and pulling the tiger's skin? Or, it better not to be. Terumi Mei's pretty face was livid and she spread her hand. If Madara is really controlling all of this behind the scene, we will have two top players to deal with. Third generation Tsuchikage squinted at the big beauty, Mizukage little girl. War must be considered in the worst way. Since this possibility exists, we must be prepared. Lord Tsuchikage is right, but we don't have to worry too much. Since they didn't choose to attack from the front, it means that they still have consideration. Guy's two big round eyes puffed out excitedly. If they dare not attack, they must have weaknesses. As long as we find them out, it's easy to say how to find it. Onoki snorted twice, making no secret of his contempt. Might Guy jumped onto the round table. Of course we use our fiery youth. Youth is not allowed to retreat. Youth is about discovery. Let's work hard towards youth together. Night Moon Eye, Terumi Mei, Gaara, Onoki. This is Honoha, Sixth generation Hokage. I suddenly felt that there was something wrong with this coalition. Me too. With such a brain-dead guy, can we really win? Hey, what kind of eyes do you guys have? Am I right? Guy looked around and lit up the big kiba. Don't lose confidence, big guy. We're the best. This guy, feeling that the depressing and dull atmosphere in the venue was dissipated, Onoki faced Might Guy for the first time, and it was not easy for this sixth generation Hokage to be able to use this method to boost morale. Idiot people use idiot tricks. Such a man is not handsome at all. Tell me what to do next. Do you want to let this kid go to the battlefield? It still won't work. Gaara completely ignored the gazes of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, and Naruto. This war is a battle to protect Kyuubi, Nine Tails, and the Eight Tails. They must not participate in the war easily. Why don't you let me fight? Just because we are the shadows of the five great nations. Happy New Year's Day to everyone. The beginning of the month is very important for writers. The clouds are rolling around and asking for a monthly pass. Brothers and sisters, ask for your support. Tech Chapter 335_ who said he was not qualified. I order that the country of Snow will enter a state of war immediately. Interesting Academy. I ordered that the sealed arsenal be fully unlocked. I order that all ministers will be dispatched immediately around the movement aid order. If there is a delay, kill them. Liamong stood beside Kazuhana Koyuki and issued 3 orders in a row. 3 Teifu stood at the front of the group of ministers and handed over. Master Kuchiki, I don't know why you gave such an order. Liamong let out a sullen breath. The 4 wars have begun. What? With a blast of thunder hitting their forehead, the ministers of the Snow Country all stunned their eyes, and even the nobles who felt that their behavior was more than dissatisfied were not in the mood to be angry. Master Kuchiki, can you say it again? The Minister of Finance was wiping cold sweat with a fluke, and his whole body was shivering. Liamong's words made them die. You heard right. The 4th Ninja World War has begun. The war has really begun. Kai. After getting Liamong's affirmative answer, the crowd became a mess. This time there is no need to explain. Everyone understands the importance of the problem. Santeifu hurriedly asked, which country is at war with which country? Not a war between the 5 great powers. Ga. Not the 5 major countries. Not the 5 major countries. What is the 4 wars? Deadwood Master. Have you heard of Uchiha Madara? Lu Meng let out a long sigh and explained the matter slowly. With his introduction, the faces of the ministers became worse and worse, and finally all turned into rigid stone statues. Baidu Interesting Academy. Ridiculous. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? Master Kuchiki, are you sure you're not mistaken? The minister who asked aloud had an old face with Yuhi. Not so much a question as it was difficult to accept the reality. Liamong didn't even look at him, and continued with his fingertip. Right now, the 5 countries have formed a coalition to discuss the issue of dealing with Akatsuki. This war will change the pattern of the world. As ministers of the Snow Country, you must have this. Whoever did not speak up immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless at that time. Whoever dares to delay the fighter plane and delay the work, I will take their head. Quote, the extremely cold eyes swept across the crowd one by one, and the ministers of the Snow Country were horrified. Kazuhana Koyuki stood up and spread out his long sleeves and said loudly, officially announced in the name of the Lord of the Snow Country, from now on, Master Kuchiki will officially take over as the general, and he will take care of everything during the war. Wait, hearing Kazuhana Koyuki's order, the ministers were anxious. Your Majesty Koyuki, after all, Master Kuchiki is not from our Snow Country. How can you entrust such an important task to him? Do you have an opinion? Do and dare. The ministers secretly glanced at Kazuhana Koyuki, then turned their eyes back to Kazuhana Koyuki. Sir, we naturally dare not disobey your orders. However, if the position of general is given to outsiders, it is bound to fail to convince the public. Even if we agree, we will be resisted by our subordinate. What happens at that time? We will be small if we turn around, and if the country's affairs are broken, it will be bad. I didn't see it. You are still some loyal ministers. Kazuhana Koyuki narrowed his eyes coldly, and the minister who spoke below trembled. No matter matter how beautiful the words are, they can't change their selfishness. They still don't want Lu Meng to take the throne. My lord, we are all for the good of the country. For the good of the country. A good one is for the good of the country. Kazuhana Koyuki sneered 3 times and stared at the ministers who refuted these rebuttals. What if Ben Gong insists on insisting? Your Majesty Koyuki, if you insist, please allow the old minister to resign. I am also willing to resign. The nobles who stood up hula knelt down. Liamong looked at these guys, raised his hand and wiped his nose. Kazuhana Koyuki looked at each other in silence, and didn't speak for a long time. The atmosphere in the palace became more and more depressing, and the howling cold wind was no less dull than the one in the room. Kazuhana Koyuki's head hurts a lot. If it was normal, she would have done these guys with a cruel heart, and there is no trouble in the country of snow. But right now, it is absolutely impossible. Without these guys, many things will be paralyzed. If newcomers want to get familiar with their work, they will not even think about it for a year and a half. Are you going to kill them? The sudden rise of murderous intent shot downward through both eyes, and the nobles, big and small, shuddered. Having had previous experience of chaos, the above is not a little girl who doesn't understand anything. On the contrary, her wrist is more ruthless than anyone else, and she is never soft when it comes to killing people. But it is impossible to ask them to obey the liar. This is the bottom line of the nobles. Long stalemate. Kazuhana Koyuki suddenly laughed. You said that Master Kuchiki is not from the snow country. Yes, Your Majesty Koyuki. No matter what Master Kuchiki is, he is not a person from the snow country. The position of the great general has never fallen into the hands of outsiders since ancient time. It is not because of lack of ability, but because of tradition. Aloud, the minister raised his eyelid carefully, and wisely pushed the responsibility to tradition. Kazuhana Koyuki smiled, and the smile was gone. Who told you that Master Kuchiki is not from the snow country? As the husband-kun of this palace, what's wrong with him being a general? What, is he your husband-kun? Your Majesty Koyuki, such a joke is not allowed. When did you hear that this palace would joke? Kazuhana Koyuki stared silently below. The ministers were Spartan. This is not right. Liamong turned his head, and Kazuhana Koyuki had pleading in his eyes. After half a day, the ministers who could not find any other reason to refute bowed down and retired. In the empty hall, only Koyuki and Liamong were left. I need an explanation. For a long time, Lu Meng spoke first. Kazuhana Koyuki looked at him mournfully, looking at a girdle that had torn off his waistband. The flying silk sash floated into the air, and the robe symbolizing power fell to his feet. Koyuki didn't wear shoes today, and her smooth jade feet were very eye-catching. What was even more eye-catching than her jade feet was her snow-white and transparent skin. Liamong was dumbfounded. In his dull eyes, Kazuhana Koyuki came over like an elf in the snow. Master, will you give me a child? Happy New Year. Rolling in the clouds and snow for support. Brothers and sisters all rely on you. Upstairs, the old lady of the Xi'an ethnic group made a cake to celebrate the New Year's Day. Tech chapter 336_ninjas have to endure fools. You sang wrong again. When a woman, a naked beautiful woman leans in her arms and tells you that she wants a child, 3 options pop up in Liamong's head. 1. Get on her. 2. On her. 3. Still on her. Well, Liamong really misses her. But, Your Majesty Koyuki, can you tell me why? No reason. I just want a child. Kazuhana Koyuki leaned on his chest with a smile, and drew a circle on his chest with his fleck fingers. Liamong felt that his head was getting bigger. The cold wind blew white snowflakes and sprinkled the world, and a touch of fresh yuhi overflowed in the cold palace. Do you regret it? Liamong caressed Koyuki's eyebrows lovingly. The beauty tightened in pain even more charming. The choice of the king has no regret. 837. Koyuki spit out a little fragrance from the charming cherry lip. I have waited for this day for 3 years and 18 days. Love me. Little bit of sweat mixed with the breath of silver fans drifting around, and the 3 beauties by the fire were silent. She should have succeeded. Anko gripped the teacup angrily and didn't take a sip for a long time. It feels really bad to watch your man cheating. We promised her. Tamari raised her beautiful big eyes and sighed. That position is destined to be lonely. We don't need to care too much. Small. Koyuki's sister is actually really bitter. Hinata, you're too kind. Anko angrily glanced at the little secretary who was speaking for outsiders. You'll only spoil that brat like this. It's easier to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com. Brother, my brother won't. Hinata lowered his head weakly, and the milky white pupils were filled with the sweetness of happiness. Anko is speechless. Tamari smiled smugly. Maybe it was the little secretary that made her get along with Anko peacefully. After this war, they can be together forever. War is a fucking shit. A fist slammed on the table and made a muffled sound. Hearing that the 5 shadows would not let him participate in the battle, Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fist angrily. I am in charge of my own affairs. That guy killed my father and mother. I have to ask him for an explanation myself. Naruto, Might Guy exclaimed in a deep voice. You have to keep calm. The village of the 4th generation of Hokage will decide for you, and now is not the time to act with anger. Shut up. Naruto turned his head with cold eyes. You will decide for me about my father. What a big joke. Naruto, it's been years. In the past year, I, who bear the name of the demon fox alone, have suffered from your Byakugan and cold treatment. Is this how you take care of the hero's son? Naruto's voice was very cold. I'm not my father. I can't love the village like he does. I have tried my best for this more than once, but how did you do it? Naruto, Might Guy opened his mouth with a livid face, not knowing what to do. The village also has concerns of the village. This is their protection for you. Ha ha ha. Protection. Naruto raised his hand and stroked his golden hair, and laughed angrily in public. Protection? What protection? The protection of imprisonment. Might Guy's face turned blue. Naruto pointed to his nose and asked loudly. Eugenian's resentment burst out. My father, my mother, all died in a conspiracy. Remember the surname Uzumaki? He ripped off his coat, and Naruto slapped it on the table. Look at this sign. Look at this pattern. I've never felt so disgusted in the village as I do now. Enough. Guy stood up, breathing heavily. Let him pass the path. Now we should be talking about war. You can go there, but I can't. Naruto sneered as he put on his shirt, turned his head and wanted to go out. Gaara stepped back and pressed his shoulder. Don't be impulsive. You can't fight that guy with your own strength. If you can, how about a guest at our Sunagaku? Cage kid. That's a good calculation. The 3rd generation Tsuchikage slapped twice. This has nothing to do with calculation. Gaara glanced sideways at Onoki. As a former one-tailed Jinchuriki, column force, I can understand his mood. Naruto, stay here. We will all help you. That right, yellow-haired boy. Kankuro also expressed his stand. That guy is Uchiha Madara. Even though he is a fake, you should also know his interest. Gestures and gestures of the huge Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. The Sunagaku puppet master lived in vain, and the atmosphere in the earthen fort was condensed again. Naruto, if you think our Sunagaku village is not good enough, you can go to other villages. Gaara turned her eyes sincerely. The 4th generation of Raikage, the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage, and the 5th generation of Mizukage were all startled, and they were overjoyed at first but immediately frowned. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to the battlefield. This can't be done. Gaara looked at Naruto resolutely. As a high-end power and the enemy's first choice, you must act together with everyone. The war is not a one-on-one battle between two people, and the individual's combat power will become weak in the war. Although you are strong, you are not strong enough to lead victory by yourself. For your safety and the safety of the coalition forces, don't be impulsive. Quote, the dead boy listens to him. Although the old man also wants to take revenge, the old man does not want to die in vain. Kurama, why even you? I have participated in more wars than you know, so I won't suffer from listening to this old man. Kyubi, Ninetails, opened his eyes in the sea of spirit and said seriously, what's next? 3 generations of Tsuchikage looked at the silent Naruto and brought the topic back. Be careful, you must not let Yaoi and Kyubi, Ninetails, be exposed to the enemy casually. And, Raikage of the 4th generation paused. My brother Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column Killer Bee is not the same as fighting. Even ordinary people can't understand his thought. If you really let him go to the battlefield, it will only make a mess. You will never imagine how nasty that guy can be. Stupid, you sang wrong again. Standing on the big bear's head and waving his fist, his uncle Doubting, who was not tall enough, taught Killer Bee a lesson. The essence of rap is not to speak, nor to sing, but to emotional outbursts and releases. Quote, learn from me and do it again. Ninja, hold back your tears. Killer Bee looked at his uncle Doubting and raised the grass mud horse gesture high. Ninja, you have to endure. Yay, death is delayed. Oh yeah. Idiot, you're wrong again. Is grateful for the support of the brothers who can't afford to hurt. There will be 5 chapters in the main tech today. Aim. Tech chapter 337 _ preparation under the undercurrent of tenderness like water. If you want to rap and sing well, you need to practice. Pay attention to the tail sound of the nose, and the abdominal tremor should not be left. Bye. What's the matter with you? Someone with a braid on the top of his head and a pair of smelly insoles under his feet. Killer Bee's rap teacher tilted his head. Medicine, check out. You can't have a shark head. Medicine, check out. It's not good to be 8 feet tall. I'm Asan. Who are you? You'd better stay on your side. Shivering old man. I'm here to find him. Kisame Hoshigaki pointed at Killer Bee with a terrifying smile. I've been looking for you for a long time. Yaoi. Yo, looking for me. Killer Bee was very strange. It's not good. It's not good to be found out. Oh yeah, Mr. Asan, you step back. This guy is not wonderful. B, is he dangerous? It's not dangerous. It's not dangerous in general. Oh yeah. Killer Bee's face dignified thinking of the ghost shark, and their eyes collided for an instant. Pick him. The first 8 knives bees flying and picking peony. Yaoi, you're still so irritable. The phantom stabbing attacked in front of him, and Ganshi blocked it with a large knife, but it doesn't Doesn't matter, I'll deal with you right away. Tweeted, water style, water colliding wave. Teacher Asan, let go. Seeing Kisame Hoshigaki zooming in, Killer Bee immediately made a retreat gesture to Asan. The rumbling water wave spewed out from the mouth that opened to the limit, and the ghost shark stood on the top of the wave and raised the big knife. Killer Bee's face darkened. How does it feel to be a lord of a kingdom? There is no spring in the snow country, and Liamong stayed at the door as soon as he returned home. Interesting academy. Anko shook the cup of hot tea in his hand. I am very happy to have the love of the lord of a country. That what? Fu-kun, we didn't blame you. Tamari smiled and blinked her big eyes, her long eyelashes flickering like a goblin. His Majesty Koyuki is very lonely. I will spend more time with her in the future. A muffled thunder struck his forehead, straying into Sparta. Before coming back, he thought about many possibilities, but he didn't think of this one. Did Anko Tamari take the wrong medicine? Fu-kun, what are you doing? You don't have a fever. Liamong's forehead touched Tamari's forehead, very puzzled. Anko's face twisted strangely, and he sprayed tea water in the little secretary's low lap. It's dazzling. They are. His Majesty Koyuki has already told us the conditions, so you don't need to worry. When it comes to you, you are not allowed to run around in the future. Anko put one hand on Liamong's broad shoulder and bit down. No longer allowed. Leave us. Big drops of tears soaked the placket of his clothes, and his heart was broken. I will never leave you again. Pull hook. Anko curled his little finger boyishly, looked down at her with Liamong, leaned over and kissed Zhaoyan. Don't do anything wrong. Anko gave a slight push. They're still watching. Liamong laughed. Then come together. Brother, Fu-kun. Haha, here I come. In the turbulent night, the moon covered half, and the stars shone on the face. Brother, Hinata likes you very much. The little secretary whispered and hugged the pillow tightly. In the village, my father always scolded me, and my mother seldom took care of me. They always said that the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family needs to be strong. But Hinata really can't stand up. Until I met you. The body curled up in his arms raised his head slightly, and the little secretary looked at Liamong fascinated. Ly. My brother's chest is very warm and solid, and it is very reassuring to lean on it. Promise Hinata. Please, brother. Never leave Hinata's side in the future. Hinata really needs you very much. Little fool. Liamong bowed his head and kissed the little secretary lightly, pulling her into his arms with both hands. Tamari Anko pretending to be sleeping looks at each other and smiled. The stinky boy is so cute. Unexpectedly, husband Kun also has such a tender side. Quick, load these weapons into the car. Don't move those over there. They will be transported away on the next shift. Asshole, who told you to mess around with things? That's the equipment of the 3rd Regiment. In a country that snows all year round, tension is spreading. In fact, the whole continent is like this. Kurama, what do you mean by being alive? Naruto sat in the pool and looked at Kyubi, Ninetales, with his chin up. Yuji Furfa, who folded his hands as a pillow, yawned. How old are you? You bastard. Just think about things that only old men like this need to think about. I suddenly became confused. Naruto stared at the front, his blue eyes lost focus. When I was young, I wanted to be a Hokage, thinking that as long as I sat in that position, I would be supported by the villagers. Gradually growing up, this belief has gradually shaken. Jiraiya teacher, father, mother, they all want me to protect the village. I also worked hard for this, but let go, Naruto. The icy words shot at the heart again like a sharp arrow, and Naruto lowered his eyes. They all hate me. They are afraid of me. They hate me. They think that I am the source of disaster. Even my comrades think so. Kurama, isn't this very funny? Naruto hummed twice and buried his head in the crook of his knee. Kyubi, Ninetales, the fox's closed eyes slightly opened to slit, and the boy outside the cell raised the corners of his mouth. Pursue power. As long as you have strong power, you will no longer be manipulated by others. If you can beat Uchiha Madara, who else will despise you? If you can become a Six-Abs immortal, who will dare to spurn you? Hate, fear, disgust, it's all the actions of the weak. You are weak, dead boy. What? I'm not. No. Kyubi, Ninetales, looked at Naruto sneeringly. You said you weren't, but your current performance is not as good as the weak. The strong will only challenge difficulty, and no matter how big the difficulties will be, they are knocked down, and they will not choose to escape. What are you doing here? Do you want the old man to comfort you? I am Kyubi, Ninetales, the most powerful tailed beast in the world. Neither your father nor your mother. No kung fu wasting time with you. Kurama, infuriated. Kyubi, Ninetales, raised his eyelid. It's better to think about how to become stronger if you have this skill. What should I do? Naruto clenched his fists and approached the cell door. Kyubi, Ninetales, laughed. Isn't this dead boy worthless? Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, I really want to see the faces of you who dare to play with the old man when you see this kid. Want more power? Open the door. Also has 1 chapter and 2 new volumes. Happy New Year's, brothers and sisters. I don't know when the firecrackers will stop outside all afternoon. How are you doing? 4. I love you forever. Tech Chapter 338_5 Shadows 5 Famous 5 Kingdom. Who is the leader of the coalition? Raikage the 4th generation roared and left his seat, his his hand slammed. Boom. Knocked hard on the table twice. I have no patience for arguing with you. Hurry up and choose a leader. Baidu Interesting Academy. Who to choose? Do you choose? The third generation Tsuchikage gave Yi a sideways glance. Choose me. Choose me. Reikage continued to roar. It's better to let Lao Su do it than to give it to you, asshole. Kid Reikage, make it clear. What's wrong with this old man? Your predecessor, Tsuchikage, is a calamity. You are the apprentice he handed over by himself. Where else can the light go? Yi overturned the old man and hugged her arm. 2 days. Onoki was annoyed. I want to slander other people's teachers. Is this how you Kumogakur do? Okay, stop arguing. I propose Lord Reikage to be the leader of the coalition forces. Mifune stood up to stop the noise and said his decision. Onoki glanced at him. You proposed Tsunadeheim before, and now you are proposing this guy again. I highly doubt your level of resolution. Old man Tsuchikage. Yi roared angrily. No matter how loud you shout, how can you make people trust you with your irritable temper? Onoki stroked his beard and put his hands behind his back. The leaders of the coalition forces must always keep calm. Too much emotion will only make everyone fall into the enemy's set snares. Then who did you say come from? Yi stared at Onoki. Don't tell me. Do you want to do it yourself? What's wrong with the old man being the leader? Has anyone here fought against Madara? It's only me who weighs Onoki for 2 days. I need to say whether that guy is Madara or not, but QB, Nine Tails, the fox himself said that it is a fake. Hey168.com. Can you believe the words of the tailed beast? Onoki looked at Yi sarcastically. The annual ring people are just inexperienced, and such a big event, only the old man can withstand it. Now is not the time to argue. I choose Reikage, Gaara said suddenly. Onoki was annoyed when he heard this. Cage boy, what do you mean? Isn't this old man more reliable than this grumpy guy? Lord Tsuchikage, there is a reason why I chose this. Gaara put his hands on his chin. Now the only tailed beasts left are Yatai and QB. Nine Tails, the Naruto guy fell out with Konoha. It is not easy to stabilize. According to the information, the rest of the 8 tails only listen to Reikage-sama himself. Since this war is mainly about protecting the two of them, Reikage-sama is undoubtedly more suitable than you, just because they have tailed beasts. Although I don't want to say that, but Tsuchikage-sama, Kumogakur village is the only one that has nothing to do with Akatsuki. Terumi May squinted Onoki to Yayoi. I also support Reikage-sama. So, what about Konoha? Mifune struck the ball while the iron was hot to Might Guy, who had been silent. Guy's heart is like an overturned grocery store, and he has all kinds of taste. Since Cage and Mizukage-sama jointly recommended Reikage, Konoha is fine. Lord Tsuchikage. Mifune heard Guy's agreement and turned to look at Onoki. Fog. Konoha has made a statement. What do you mean? I mean, come and help me. Yi suddenly spit out soft word. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me, but if this goes on, the entire ninja world will disappear. Now, we must put aside personal likes and dislikes, sincerity and do. Kid Reikage, you still like to speak in such a commanding tone. It's really disgusting to hear it. 2 days of balance, Onoki said suddenly, but forget it. Compared to the entire ninja world, the disappearance wheel is a plaything in the hands of others. It's nothing to help you one, or you won't even have a chance to fight in the future. Remember, just this one. Ha ha ha. Stubborn old man. Do you want another time? After a little joke, everyone got up. Mifune looked at Lang from left to right and said, since everyone has made a decision, then I will announce as the general of a neutral country that the Ninja World Alliance is officially established. The leader of the alliance is the 4th generation of Reikage Yayoi. Take office, and officially notify the names of the countries later. Quote, definitely. It seems that this time is really going to be together. Nagajiro stood behind Mizukage and smiled, looking at Aonao and wanted to kick him. Kankuro cut his voice, who might become a companion in the future. One by one, the troublesome script, and the mess was terrible. Kurathashi, maybe I should prepare a bigger bomb. Go back to the village and send out the sunny post. Gululu's liquid battery turned on the waves and sent electricity to the screen. In the Phantom of Zizi Lala, the 5 kingdoms of Feng Shui, fire, earth and thunder appeared. After listening to Tizong Daimyo's brief explanation, the Water Kingdom Daimyo sweated. Akatsuki has such a large number of tailed beasts that he can't let them go. But what if they form a ninja alliance? What if they are out of control in the future? Daimyo of the Land of Water, you don't trust your country's ninjas so much. The name of the country of Wind, how can you be better than me? Do you trust you not to give them money? That's because our country's finances are tight. My lord, called twice. The ninja responsible for the communication wiped away his whole sweat. After all, it's a long-distance communication. Please make a decision as soon as possible. The batteries are running out of power. Quote, the Kingdom of Lei agreed. The leader of the country's hidden village was appointed as the leader, and there was no reason why the name of the Kingdom of Lei would disagree. The Land of Earth also agreed, just like the Land of Thunder. The old eye wiped his forehead twice, and the great name of the Land of Earth made a statement. The country of the Wind is the same. It's not bad. The country of Fire also agreed. Then, Lord of the Land of Water. Drops of cold sweat slid down his cheek, and the daimyo of the Land of Water nodded with great difficulty. When it comes to doubts about ninjas, he is the one who has been assassinated several times by Kurigakure missing nin. Ninja gods and horses are all unreliable things. The recorded image flickered twice, and the ninja in charge of manipulating the machine came to stand in front of the camera. Since everyone has agreed, the news of the establishment of the Ninja Alliance will soon be spread to the mainland. I am Tianhua, as the video recorder of the meeting. Testify here. Okay, hurry up. It's time to go home for New Year's Day. The 5th update of the main detective. I will give you 2 new chapters in the New Year's special chapter later. If you have a ticket, please give one. Thank you from the cloud. Happy New Year. Happy Yo. Tech Chapter 339_ An increasingly turbulent world. The 5th group is to raise food. The 7th group manages weapons. The 8th group monitors ammunition. And the 9th group and 10th group will prepare the marching tent, which must be completed within 3 days. Interesting Academy is the first release. Yes, Tsunade-sama. A series of orders were issued. Senju Tsunade sat on the main seat, put down the document and stretched his weight. With golden hair draped behind her back, she is indescribably lazy and embroidered. Liamong yawned and poured her a cup of hot tea. Thank you so much, my good sister. Without you, I really can't handle these things. I didn't expect the war to be so troublesome. You bastard, what do you think war is? Do children play at home? Senju Tsunade took the teacup angrily and blew on the green leaf, a little fragrance to relieve his exhaustion. War is different from personal battles, and all aspects must be carefully considered. Otherwise one place can't handle 043, which will lead to serious consequences. With your age and experience, it is impossible to preside over such a major war. Those nobles in the country of snow are abandoned. In this case nothing was wrong. Isn't this still you? Liamong scratched his head speechlessly. My good sister, I'll leave everything to you. Is it good? Senju Tsunade took 2 sips of incense. Let the legendary Sani, the medical ninja creator, the great Princess Lug serve you. Should you give something? My good sister. Liamong pulled over a chair with a bitter face. Which one of us is with whom? If you think it is, what else do you want? Sit away, son of a bitch. Senju Tsunade pushed Liamong, who brought his hilarious face closer. We're not that familiar with each other, but it's not that raw. My good sister, you are too raw. Liamong leaned forward without any skin, and just sat side by side with Tsunade Heim. The howling cold wind blows the forest outside the window, and the snow in the snow country never seems to be enough. You really decided to take part in this war. Senju Tsunade was silent for a moment, putting down the teacup. Liamong looked at Fei Shui outside the window and sighed. This is impossible. There has been a major deviation in the historical line. I must actively participate in it. Otherwise, the devil knows what will happen, and those guys are difficult to deal with. You bastard. Senju Tsunade turned his head seriously. What do you know? Aha, my good sister. Liamong looked back at Tsunade. I've never told anyone about these things. It's just your word, so there's no need to hide it. After drinking 3 pots of hot tea in a row, listening to the story like a book from heaven, Senju Tsunade's beautiful big eyes flashed with a strong shock and strange color. Tell me about such a thing, and you won't be afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. I believe in you. Liamong smiled and stopped Tsunade from saying what he wanted to say. He thought that it was already like this anyway. Instead of fooling around on his own, it's better to find a smarter and more experienced help. Senju Tsunade crossed his fingers for a long time. Things have deviated significantly from what you said, but fortunately, a lot of information can still be used. Speaking of which, I really don't know whether to call you stupid or crazy. What? Even though I have such information, I don't know how to make good use of it. Instead, I almost put myself in it. If it were any of us, it wouldn't be what it is now. Quote, you mean Orochimaru and Jiraiya? Senju Tsunade sighed faintly and didn't answer, and the room fell silent again. Kui-kun, it's time to go home for dinner. Master Tsunade, too. The drenching rain Kabuto poured over the border of Shikoku, and the Takian village, which had stood in the crack for hundreds of years, sounded a piercing alarm. There is an enemy invasion. Go to the southwest to support. Call Kenjiro on. Bastard, who would it be at a time like this? The anxious ninja rushed into the fog with underwater breathing, leaning less, and the terrified screams cut through the sky. Really weak and humble existence, not even worth collecting. The fleeting figure disappeared under Yuhi's hooded Kabuto robe, and the already chaotic ninja world became even more turbulent. 3 Wolf Mountains. The 5 shadows who are about to separate turned their attention to the center. Have you made up your mind? Naruto nodded expressionlessly. I want to go back to Mount Myoboku. I can find me through the contact frog I left. Be careful to hide well. That place is not unbreakable. Gaara stepped forward and patted Naruto on the shoulder, turned around and left with Kankuro. Might Guy, who was standing opposite, wanted to say something, but in the end it turned into a helpless sigh. Konoha owes this son so much that it's superfluous to say anything at this time. The 4th generation of Raikage and the 3rd third generation of Tsuchikage left one after another with a few snorts, and the beauty who stayed at the last wiped his finger across Naruto's cheek. QB, Ninetales, listen carefully. Your boss asked me to tell you, when you are confused, go to the ruins of the Kingdom of Vortex, where you will get the answers you want. Quote, the country of Vortex. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned when he heard Terumi Mei's word, and when he looked up to ask something, the person had disappeared from sight. Returning to the village of Iwagakure carrying two large suitcases, Kurathashi looked at Onoki like a gas bag. Grandpa, why don't you just kill them? You're too impulsive. My granddaughter, kill those guys and face Uchiha Madara alone, without thinking about your little brain. Grandpa, don't keep pushing people's forehead. It's all Yuhi. Kuratsuchi touched the forehead that Onoki tapped in dissatisfaction. People just look at those guys unhappy. Reikage looks like an uncivilized gorilla. Hokage seems to be only still evolving the beast. Case Cage 1010 is a stinky fart that doesn't have anything to do with other things. The most annoying thing is Mizuka, and I want to kill her with a bomb. Kuratsuchi, you are jealous. Shut up, brother, or I'll set your house on fire if you don't turn around. The fat, hill-like terracotta slapped him twice, with a grinning face like a meat bun, making Kuratsuchi mad enough to order your house when he goes back. Bang. Lord Reikage has news from Lord Killer Bee. Where is he? Did you all have a happy New Year's Eve? The cloud was almost killed by firecrackers, and it was just a crackling sound. I feel a lot older, and time has passed in a blink of an eye. I hope you all have fun year after year, day by day. Hey, this day goes by so fast. Tech chapter 340 _ when will these days end? Shark, idiot, this time it won't be the same as last time. It's easier to read on mobile m.heihei168.com. Killer Bee raps and sings and prepares Kisame Hoshigaki with his two index fingers. Kurigakure ghost shoulders against a large knife with a pointed kiba. Yow, it's useless to talk big. Really? Killer Bee looked back at Asan, who was riding a little raccoon and ran away, covered in dark Yuhi's chakra coat. Although it would be very disappointing to destroy this place, but to defeat this guy is the only way, that's it. Little E. The bull that swept up from the ground covered the sky and shook its head. Asan, who was riding on a good little raccoon, turned his head and sighed. He was going to change houses again. I haven't met this guy since he was accepted as his apprentice. Have a good time. Hurry up, Mrs. Ben. I don't want to be hit by them. The big fluffy tail swung away like a wolf kiba's dick, and the little raccoon scratched its claws. You don't need to say that. The bear also knows that if you don't run, you will hang up. Complete A tails. It's really troublesome to fight this kind of thing. Lord Reikage, look. While running, he suddenly stopped and pointed forward. He was very sensitive to chakra and pointed forward. After swiping a few times and jumping onto the treetop, Yui's old face weighed to the ground. Better than this bastard. What are you doing by releasing tailed bees in such a place? Act 2 bull hole. Idiot. Fool. I'll fry you to char today. The soaring bullhead spit out a large black light, and Kisame Hoshigaki, who fled with a big knife, narrowed his mung-bean eyes. This level of chakra cannot be absorbed by the shark muscle. Where are you going? Killer Bee, standing on top of the bull's head, danced and sang a song. Seeing the sweat on the forehead of the eight-tailed ox, waving its claws, he vented his deep resentment on the fleeing ghost shark. Interesting Academy first release. With such a rambunctious person, Jinchuriki, column. Damn, why am I waking up to such a hapless neighbor? Another tailed beast bomb failed, and the bull slapped down its octopus-like claws, roaring impatiently. Tailed beast bomb, who almost missed the passenger car, brushed past him. The fourth generation Reikage's face was black, as if he had wiped the bottom of a pot. Bye, you bastard. This time when you go back, you will definitely repay the iron fist of your love. Xiaoba, hurry up. I suddenly have a bad premonition. Killer Bee put away the songbook with a shudder all over his body, and looked around. You have to run away in a while. Such a loud voice will definitely attract attention, and it will be bad if you are caught back. The fiery face of Brother Fui in front of him. Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column subconsciously tightened his neck. I don't care what that terrifying guy is doing. They say I'm terrifying, and I think he's terrifying. How many tables has that guy smashed so far? Poor Mabui, poor treasurer. I am so sorry for you. Maybe I should write a song for them. The name of the song is No Spring in Shidemu. Medicine, medicine, check the trouble. Smash the table and drink poison. Medicine, medicine, check the urine. Who is that? Who did I see? Set up the west wind and step on the mine. Xiaoba, hurry up and run. Big brother is here. Compare. The roar that penetrated Yun Xiao stopped the escaping figure. Yui charged with boiling flame. Big brother. Killer Bee took 2 steps back in fear, and Yui smashed him into the ground with a fist. You bastard. Brother, don't do this. There is an enemy over there. Enemy. The big foot that was about to be kicked in the butt was slowly retracted, and Yui finally found Kisame Hoshigaki with a blue face. Well, we must admit that his face was originally blue. Fool, you're going to be screwed if you go on like this. A flat combination. Kisame Hoshigaki looked at Killer Bee and then at Moonlight Eye. I didn't think Kurigakure would have such a big fate. Be enlightened. Yuyai shook her shoulders and raised her right arm. Seeing such a familiar gesture, Killer Bee also raised his arm. Kisame Hoshigaki looked left and right and ripped off his coat. Very good. It's not a waste of life to have a good fight. Let me see the benefits of the legendary ab combination. You will see it. Use your light. Ju Niu lay plow hot knife. The high-flying head sprinkled the sweetness that dyed Yuhi's eye, and Kisame Hoshigaki, who moved his head, smiled and said, what a fast speed. Ha ha ha, I can rest my eyes. Stupid fool, still crap when he's dead. Bye. What are you running around for? Ha, big brother, I didn't run. I was studying the art of rap. Do you understand rap? Stupid, you are one. What am I? Yayui Egwa clenched his fist with an old face, and beat Killer Bee unconscious with a violent hammer. Tarui, take him back to the village. Ah, yes, Lord Rakid. Touching his white-haired head, he resisted Killer Bee with no energy, and the Kumogakure village team set out on their way home. Not long after they left their forefoot, a grass appeared beside the ghost shark who lost his head. The plan is successful, we just need to destroy this one. It was really dangerous just now. Fortunately, the perceptive ninja didn't pay too much attention. White Zetsu, stop talking nonsense, it's mealtime. Black Zetsu, you're always so gluttonous. The pitcher plants that were joined together lay on the ground and spattered with blood, and the distant snow country was covered in silver white. Asshole, don't eat the head first, save the best for last. I still prefer to eat the best first. Go away and keep half of it for me. Anyway, it will enter a belly. Does it make a difference who eats it? We have two heads. Of course there are differences. Coral, devour, clean, and there is one less body in the world. Liamong picked up the seal extremely irritably and covered the document with bang 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 bang. It's really boring work. When will it end? You bastard. Senju Tsunade slapped the table with a slap. You can't stand it if you stamp it. What about the princess? Look at all the shit you've done. And don't be angry my good sister. I'll hammer your back. I'll make your tea. Hinata, bring me the cup. Chi-Chi Jiao smiled and put down the folder. The little secretary turned around and picked up the tea set. Liamong glanced at random twice and suddenly opened his eyes. This is Happy New Year, everyone. Hokage Hatake Glory. Chapter 341 to 360. Tech Chapter 341 to death to the pit. We have to go to Kumogakure. Heihei168.com. The Hula-La's propeller rose from slow to fast into the air. Liamong sat by the window and looked at the clouds outside. The little girl in her arms leaned against her chest, and the world seemed to be quiet. When this matter is completed, shall we go to the secret realm to hide? Brother, Hinata listens to you. Gently slapped the pink back twice and took a deep breath. Liamong slowly closed his eyes. Let the war gods die. The land of thunder Kumogakure. Seeing a familiar figure coming from afar, the villagers of Kumogakure boiled over. Hooray! Long live Lord Rakid. Long live the Killer Bee. Oh yeah. The great rapper, Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column 4. The tough guy in the world, Master Killer Bee is back. Cheers guys. Hooray. Oh yeah, that's the rhythm. Killer Bee, who raised the grass and mud horse with his right hand, rubbed his nose hard, and saw the three apprentices from the corner of his eyes. Aren't you welcome to come back for the master? Welcome to die. Yuhi, flat-chested Karui waved his fist and roared. Samui with yellow hair, blue eyes and big breast lips the Byakugan hard. Omoy, who is suspected of being a Taliban refugee in Afghanistan, wiped away tears. Master, why did you come back? We have even prepared a morning hall for you. We have spent the old nose money and borrowed money from Silverbank. Interesting Academy's first release. Isn't your coming back all in vain? These things are taken out and sold, and no one wants them. Pit, you are really a pit, a big pit. Wind Country Sunagakure. Have you received the letter from Feimaru? Konkuro patted his shoulder and asked the ninja who was welcoming him. Received. How's the news from daimyo's side? Water Country Kurigakure. Just received a message from the daiming house. Terumi May waved her hand casually. Just say it here. Land of the Earth Iwagakure. The speed is so fast, and the result is so fast. The ninja who greeted the 2-day scale pushed his glasses. Because it's about the tail beast and Madara, the daimyo made a decision so quickly. Che, that guy's name is really useful. The old man Tsuchikage stroked his beard with admiration and contempt. Let go, let's talk about it later. Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Rakage will hold a general meeting of the allied ninja army in 7 days. You see, that kid still can't change his impatience, but this time it's over. Onoki took a deep breath. Madara is not so easy to deal with. The old man has to work hard when he is old, which is really annoying. Tsuchikage-sama will leave everything to you. The Hula-La's propeller landed from the sky into the land of thunder and lightning. Liamong hugged Hinata and got off the airship, followed by Enko on the left and Tamari on the right. Senju Tsunade, who appeared in the pressure field, shook off his hair. Master Kuchiki, Princess Tsunade, the guild hall has prepared everything. Azabuye opened his big talking eyes and parted his body. Originally, Lord Rakage wanted to greet him in person, but just now, Cubit Ninetails, Jinchuriki, column force, there is news and I have to deal with it. Quote, the news from Naruto. Liamong paused for a while. What news did he send? Azabuye looked left and right. This matter is too important. Please ask the two of you to ask Lord Reikage in person. This is Akatsuki's information. In the 4th generation Reikage office, Yayui pushed the information across the table. Lu Meng took it over and looked at it with wide eyes. He handed it over to Tsunade and asked, where did it come from? Naruto said it was given by a female ninja named Konan, with her introduction on it. Miss Nan, are Konan and Naruto connected? Back on what happened that day, Liamong felt his head grow again, and he and Omegakure had a deep feud. But now, how will the woman with the gloomy eyes choose? How powerful is fate? Challenged several times and caught in a critical situation several times, Liamong suddenly discovered that history seems to have the meaning of moving closer to the origin. What is Lord Reikage going to do? Tsunade read the information and pushed back the information, folded his hands together. Yayui handed over the information to Ma Bui, turned her eyes back and said, the specific method will have to wait 4 days before the meeting is over before making a decision. Princess Lug, are you here to represent an individual, or? I represent the country of Snow and that kid. Yayui squinted her eyes and looked back at Tsunade. At a time like this, is the Snow country also going to step in? Uncle I, one more person gives more strength. Although the Snow country is small, it does not produce cowardly seed. Drink. It's the first time I've heard that there will be men in that country. 2 pairs of eyes, one big and one small, were in the air, and Liamong Yayui's eyes collided. One strong, the other calm. Strong like fire, calm without weight. Uncle I, Akatsuki is not only threatening the 5 major countries but also the entire continent. Before coming here, His Majesty Kazuhana Koyuki has sent letters to the other small country, including the Lord of the Bear Kingdom, the Lord of the Kingdom of Tien, and the Lord of the Kingdom of Sichuan. The Lord of the Kingdom of Grass has agreed to the participation of his Xian village, that is to say, Yin Yin, Taki Yin, Cao Yin, Xing Yin, and Jieshi will send the leader of the hidden village to attend the meeting. Quote, where's Shui Yin? Yayui stared at Liamong angrily. Other small countries have hidden villages to participate. As the host, doesn't the country of Shuiji send ninjas to attend? I am enough in the land of snow. Liamong clasped his arms arrogantly, making Reikage half dead. 4 days passed in a flash, and the village of Kumogakure was densely populated by ninjas. Takian village didn't answer anyone he saw, and 3 slap couldn't make a fart. The grass hidden village will talk to everyone, not like a ninja but a businessman. Hey, hello, have you eaten today? He stretched out his hand to hold the passers-by, and the ninja from Kusakan smiled and leaned forward. Our village specialty costs you 3,000. Do you want 2? 1 for 2. Look how cheap it is, and it also comes with an antidote. Hey, don't go. 2 free time is expensive. We can discuss it. 2 can't be less. Hey, if you think it's too much, the 2 head office. Brother, I said don't run away. Thousands of poisoned copies can't be sold, and the old-haired grass is hiding and selling Grand Fireball. Walk through, pass by, don't miss. The famous ninja from the Uchiha family. What are you waiting for? Wanliang, as long as 10,000 yuan too. These idiot. Lord Reikage, please rest your anger. Their village has always been like this. Damn, these mice in the ninja world dare to act like this. What did they think of the conference? The head of Yinyan village is here. The Chinese New Year is approaching. Everyone wears more clothes, and it's not good to catch a cold. Hey, Tenten is happy. Aim. Tech chapter 342 _ the tears of the old friend's persistence at the scene. Yinyan village. The head of Yinyan village is here. Hearing the doorman's high-pitched registration sound, Liamong let go of the hand that held Hanada's waist. The young man in white clothes, white hair, green eyes, and crystal eyes came from a distance with a handsome face, and the girls on both sides of the road who saw him were all stunned. Mine, he's mine, he must be mine. Kurui, don't be crazy, didn't you hear his identity? I don't care what his identity is or not, the big deal is to marry him. Do you know what you said? Samui hugged Karui's waist tightly. Yuhi got angry at the airport. Okay captain, you tried so hard to stop me, do you want to come by yourself? I tell you, there is no way. That man and old lady have taken his fancy. I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect it to be you. Liamong smiled and got up and greeted the person who came. The atmosphere in the venue was a little depressing, and the vicious-eyed leaders of the hidden villages felt threatened. This young Yin leader is not simple. He should be strong. Be wary in the future. Is there such a powerful ninja in Tianjiguo? Hello, my name is Hagaya Kimamaro, and I am attending this time on behalf of Yinyan village. Aren't you the head of your village? In a word, the leaders of the hidden villages sat up straight. Kimamaro sat indifferently facing the burning eyes. The leader of Yinyan village will always be one person. Baidu Interesting Academy. Okay, now that everyone is here, Uncle you should start too. Liamong Gag diverted the conversation, stopping the possible questions from the hidden villages. Yayui's old face was slightly sullen and stood up. Then, in the name of the 4th generation Reikage, it is announced that the first coalition meeting of the ninja world has officially begun. This meeting is mainly to solve Akatsuki. Do you have any suggestions to speak? I think Fire Country Konoha. Yamanaka Ino's suggestion. The Shaokings got together at the village gate. Inuzuka Kiba brought Akamaru on the top of the pile of wood, and raised his lips condescendingly. What is the matter to call the big guys together? There is no time to waste now. That's why it's like this. Ino looked up at Kiba and pulled Haruno Sakura from behind him to the front. Liamong, Sasuke, and Naruto left one after another. Kakashi, Sensei and Jiraiya-sama were killed one after another, and now there is nothing left. There aren't many left, and Sakura needs everyone's help. What help? Get them back. Hyuga Neji, who was unexpectedly present, leaned back against the big tree and tilted his head. Those three guys, one is more troublesome than the other. What do you want us to do? You can come if you don't want to. Ino snorted angrily. Hyuga Neji looked around, got up and left. Lerock Tenten saw it. Not following. Che, the stinky master of the big family. What's so crazy? Okay, Kiba, don't say a word that no one thinks you're dumb. Shikamaru raised his toes with a troubled face, turned his head to look at Haruno Sakura. Tell me, since it was proposed by Ino, what do you want to do? I want to get them back. Who to look for? Sasuke or Naruto? Shikamaru scratched his head and leaned to the side. Inuzuka Kiba, Lerock, Tenten, Ino and a bunch of Shaoking all looked away. Haruno Sakura cried. Her eyes dropped. I want to get them all back. It's impossible. Shikamaru spit out the weeds in his mouth and shook his head. If we could find it, we would have found it long ago. If the boss Liamong doesn't mention it, he will definitely not come back. I don't need to tell that guy's second assistant. You know. As for Naruto, speaking of the idiot in the eyes of the last big guy, the Shaokings present were all silent. That guy is stupid, but when it comes to persistence, no one can compare to him. But because of this, it is more troublesome. Sakura, you have to understand that wanting that kid back is not something you can just talk about. I know. Harunoye wiped his tears from crying Yuhi's eyes. I know that I broke his heart last time, so this time I will personally find him home. Konoha is his home. Don't be stupid. Inuzuka Kiba sat on the top of the pile of wood and patted Akamaru's head. In the past, you wanted to find Sasuke, and everyone helped you, but until now you haven't found it. Now you are looking for Naruto. That guy. More trouble than Sasuke. No, they are not the same. Sakura. Shikamaru called out his name solemnly. Want to know what those three people look like in our eyes? Let's talk about Mr. Liamong first. From the first contact, I knew that it was a trouble. He has no belonging in his heart. He only does things according to his preferences, and the family village is just a meaningless symbol to him. So he left. No one was dissuading him or thinking of calling him back. Besides Urzuzi, apart from you, most of us have no deep friendship with him, and he is not a particularly attractive guy. The reason why I agreed to your request before was because that guy is just like us. It's the ninja of Konoha Hidden Village, and it's our Konoha style to save him. Even if you lose your life, you won't regret it. Shikamaru, listen to me. He raised his hand to stop Sakura's excited shouting, and Shikamaru continued. Sasuke's case failed, and Naruto chose to leave again. Seriously, comparing the two of them, we like it more. There is a little boy in the spectrum, although he is a little idiot, a little mentally handicapped, and often does some brain-dead things. But to be honest, without him, he really lost something. You agree? No, Shikamaru said, looking at Sakura seriously. I refuse. Why? Didn't you say that you both like him? Why are you unwilling to help me, earlier? This moment, that moment. Shikamaru sighed with a serious look. Naruto is different from Sasuke. Nisukako is purely a mentally abnormal guy. He doesn't care what others think of him. Naruto, the difference is that although he looks carefree, he is actually a guy who is more easily injured than anyone else, and he is very concerned about what others think of him. Once such a person is deeply injured, there is no way to save him. Shikamaru said and walked towards the village, sighing as he walked. As much love as possible, hate as much as possible. Forgive me, I cannot agree to this matter. I can say sorry to him. I can. Sakura, it wasn't you who really hurt Naruto. It was Konoha. Shikamaru turned his head solemnly. You can't represent the village. That guy won't come back. No, it won't be like this. I'm going to find him. I must get him back. There will be updates in the future. Everyone eat well, play well, have fun, and everything will be good for 4 years. I love you forever. This situation will not change. Tech Chapter 343_ Who is behind that board? Shikamaru. Don't we really help Sakura? Ino chased Shikamaru as he watched his friend who was crying and left. Interesting academy. Ino, you have to understand that this is not a question of helping or not. Whenever there is a slight chance, I will not choose to stand by. Although I am afraid of trouble, I will not ignore my friend. Naruto is a friend I recognize. I also very much hope that he can come back. But this time, I am afraid he will not come back. Mount Myoboku, the floating Shirakumo swept across the river. Uzumaki Naruto, who was lying on the big leaf, stared straight at Shirakumo and stared blankly. He was in a daze outside, and a group of toads were stupid in the house. The big toad fairy with a black wire-brimmed doctor's hat on his head sat on the treasure seat, dumbfounded like a big pumpkin. Swollen eyes, wide chin, white belly without pants. A small toad spread out his hands and said, "Master, Jiraiya once said before that he asked me to be transferred into Naruto's body, but now, thinking about the state of Uzumaki Naruto now." The toads in the room were speechless. Little Kid didn't know whether he was depressed or helpless and stood in the middle. He was originally the key to control the seal of the 4-elephant. It's better to call Naruto in and ask about it. It just so happens that I have something to tell him. "Sir, what did you dream about?" The snow-white fossils rustled with dust, and the passing breeze told the sorrow of time. Two figures, one up and one down, confronted each other for a long time. "Long time no see, Afe." The figure standing above greeted him condescendingly, and then corrected himself as if thinking of something. "I'm sorry, I should call you Uchiha Madara. Now, how could you find this place?" "Yakushi Kabuto. Interesting academy." Madara's voice was cold, and there was an unstoppable murderous intent in his eyes. Kabuto, who showed a half-faced smile, "As a spy, I have traveled between countries on the continent and stayed in Akatsuki for a long time. Don't underestimate the amount of information I have. You have to believe in professionalism." "Do you believe in professionalism? Do you believe in your professional liar's professionalism?" Madara's words became colder and colder. "You, who used to be a spy under Sasori, dared to come back after betrayal. Then let me solve you here. Anyone who betrays Akatsuki must die." Kunai, Shuriken, Sharingan. A series of attacks shot in front of him, and Yakushi Kabuto, who was wearing a hooded Yuhi-colored cloak, took 2 steps in a row and pressed his hand. "Really impatient temperament, but unfortunately, I am no longer a trash fish at the mercy of others. Watch out." Spiritualism. Boom, 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 boom. 5 coffins in a row were thrown from left to right, and all the kunai shurikens were nailed to them. Uchiha Madara was done. "As this impure world reincarnation?" Yakushi Kabuto smirked twice. "Without the means to save my life, how could I come to see a dangerous person like you and say hello to your old subordinate? You were able to find them." Uchiha Madara squinted at the familiar figure in the coffin. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and smiled. "I've been in contact with people anyway. It's not too much trouble for me to get something. What do you want to do?" Uchiha Madara looked at the dead body that Yakushi Kabuto channeled from left to right, and gave up the plan to continue. "Nagato, Kakuzu, Deidara, Sasori, Itachi, with these 5 guys teaming up, even he can't plead." Yakushi Kabuto said coldly, "I want to be with you, and work." "What do you want?" Uchiha Madara stared at Kabuto. "There is never a free lunch." Yakushi Kabuto opened his arms and embraced the sky. "I want to continue the journey that Orochimaru-sama has not finished, and search for the truth of the world. For this, I need a young and lively Uchiha tribe." "You want Sasuke?" Uchiha Madara's voice went cold. Yakushi Kabuto laughed, as expected of someone who survived from that era. "He's smart." "That's right, what I want is Sasuke Uchiha." "What if I don't agree?" Madara's voice was freezing. Yakushi Kabuto laughed. Evil smile. "Spiritism, impure world reincarnation." Boom. Another coffin jumped out of the ground, and seeing the figure inside the coffin, Uchiha Madara froze. "This is... Do you think I will come to you unprepared? You will never take my word, no matter if your name is Afe or Uchiha Madara." "Good boy." Madara was irritated by Yakushi Kabuto's wild look. "Where did you get that thing?" "Don't worry about that, but don't worry, it's still a secret at the moment." "Ha ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at?" Yakushi Kabuto stared at Madara with a cold face. "I used to underestimate you. I really didn't expect a salted fish to turn over. Now entanglement with you will only drain the strength of both of us. You really know how to pick your time, so to speak." "I agree," Uchiha Madara said, looking at Kabuto viciously. "But Sasuke's business has to be put later, and I can't control that kid." "You won't be able to control him. Don't underestimate that junior. If you give him time, he won't be able to surpass the sages." Uchiha Madara glanced at Yakushi Kabuto coldly, finally glanced at the coffin and turned away. "Put it away. I don't want to see it again, until you desecrate its soul. Also, even Kazusaku, I will watch you from now on. It doesn't matter." Yakushi Kabuto lifted the spiritism and jumped off the fossil, exclaiming to Madara with admiration, "As expected of Uchiha, he thinks so well about everything, but it's different. Put away your yin-yang tone. Uchiha can't be judged by someone like you. Pride of the family. You have that too." Yakushi Kabuto. "The forward." Madara paused and turned back slowly. Yuhi's Ritomo turned into a circle. "Don't think that if you seize my weakness, I won't turn against you. Next time, I would never choose to be patient." Quote, "I went to update the book, The Rise of the Infinite Comprehensive Fat Man. Brothers and sisters, come and take a look at it when you have time. Give your opinions and spread the flowers, and collect them by the way. The cloud will bless you. 4. I love you forever. Find your she or him, send him or her a flower, and harvest a pair of fat dolls next year." Tech Chapter 344 _ Child Fuck Old Man. Son of Destiny, there are differences in your path path forward. I foresee the future in my dream. You will encounter extremely difficult choices in the first game of the interesting academy. If there is a slight error, the world will go dark. It's all about god horses and god horses, right? Naruto raised his head with a forehead and saw the big toad immortal being stupid. The old bastard Fukusuo looked at this 205 and jumped up with a kick. Listen carefully to what the eldest man has to say. Immortal big toad, child of destiny. Yo, where did I just say? Deep work. Shima, master, you just said. Oh, yes, destiny child. You need to go to an island off the beaten track with countless historical sites. There are huge Uzumaki, galloping wind, and many small animals are very lively. In my eyes, it is a rare paradise on earth, a unique holiday destination in the world. Quote, immortal big toad, what are you talking about? Naruto's head raised when he heard it. Can you always make it clearer? Idiot. The Lord prophecies were all seen in dreams. So what's the name? Shenzuo Shanran. How can I find it without a name? Son of destiny. Someone has already told Yumingzi there. She is a very enchanting woman. Very enchanting. Naruto scratched his head and thought for a long time, and suddenly his eyes brightened. Remember. Well, I know where to go. Fukusaku nodded his head while holding Toad Claw. Very good. Since you know the place, hurry up. But before that, I have something to tell you. Toad. The whole body was black and there were twill lines on the face, and the toad with a scroll-like belly jumped into the middle. Interesting academy. This is the key your father left you. Although it is no longer used, I think it's better to explain it to you. My father left it for me. Naruto pointed to little Toad. That right. Fukusaku glanced at Toad Ming with a sad expression. At that time, little Minato divided EPUB, 9 tails, chakra into 2, and sealed the positive side with the seal of 4 elephants in your body. I hope that one day you will use this power correctly. Toad is the key to control the seal. Father has already planned. Naruto glanced at the little toad in surprise and disappointment, and Namikaze Minato's bright smile appeared in front of him. Sighed with a long sigh with his hands on his back. The plan can't always keep up with the changes, but then again, although you and EPUB, 9 tails, made an agreement, but if you don't forcibly break it with the key, the seal will always break one day. Will be completely broken into pieces. So, the best way now is to hand this key to you. Give it to me. Naruto looked at the scroll toad dazedly. Shenzuo coughed twice. Since you don't object, then we can start. Toad. The scroll opened by Ziyu revealed a secret tadpole rune, and the Uzumaki pattern wrapped in a black hexagonal ring was very eye-catching. Press your hand here to sign the contract. Fukusaku jumped to the side and pointed to the blank. Naruto pressed his hand as instructed, but there was no response for a long time. Fukusaku's eyes straightened. Chakra. You idiot. Don't you even understand how to release chakra? Ah, to release chakra. If you want to let it go, let it go. What are you talking about? You idiot. Don't be angry. I'll let it go. I'll let it go. Puff. Whirlpool. Vortex. Naruto. Human. Ah, immortal Fukusaku. I didn't mean to. A strong reincarnation of grain spurted out forcefully, and the toad immortal, who had turned somersault, went berserk. Looking at Fukusaku's increasingly dark face, Naruto waved his hand to accompany him. Listen to me. Listen to my explanation. I'm here. I really didn't mean it. I don't care if you do it on purpose or not. Immortal Shenzuo copied out a ring ruler and slapped his palm twice. Stop for me. Stop. Can this stand? Boy, don't run. Immortal Shenzuo. If I don't run, I'll just go out for a walk. Naruto waved his hand and stepped back. Don't worry. I'll be back in a while. I'll be back in a while. Fuck you. Blow the trumpet to call people. With a cloud-piercing arrow, thousands of troops meet. Uzumaki Naruto, who ran out of the gate, was dumbfounded. He saw that the outside of the main hall was full of toad, big and small, Yuhi's green, purple and black, blue and white, tall and short, full of toad. Gave him a mess. He aimed at it. Didn't I just fart? What about you? This is too unhuman. Boys, let Lao Su catch him. 10,000 toads lifted their feet, and Naruto Uzumaki became Sparta. Radar, all up. Out of anger, Fukusaku dragged Naruto back, holding hands in the blank face. Chakra surged, and the running water like runes spread to the right arm. Very well, the first step is done. It's time to move on to the second step. What? There's a second step. In the first step, I was beaten to death by a fart. If I put another one in the second step, is there any way to survive? Immortal Shenzuo, can I have this key? Don't. Naruto graciously said, I don't really need it anyway, so I don't want it. It's up to you. You open your mouth to Lao Su. Open your mouth. What are you doing with your mouth open? Naruto looked at Fukusaku's malicious eyes, and suddenly had a bad premonition. Fukusaku smiled at him. Of course it's a ceremony to enter Tibet. Don't worry. If you want to get this key, there are 2 steps. One is to leave chakra on the scroll, and the other is. What are the 2? It's easy. You just swallow it. To swallow. Naruto glanced at the scroll toad on the ground, and he was good at gestures. Can this thing be swallowed? Can it be swallowed? Come on. Open your mouth. I'm not open. With such a big toad stuffed into his stomach, he couldn't even run. Are you open? Hearing Naruto's unwillingness to open his mouth, Shenzuo's old face froze. Naruto Naruto shook his head into two big pieces. I won't open it, and I won't open it if I kill it. Fuck the kid. Come on, old man. Are you going to be a god horse? Let's work hard in the cloud. Brothers and sisters, let's work together. It's been 4 years. Hurry up and find a daughter-in-law. Tech chapter 345_Hoshitaki Otokusuki proposes. I don't want to swallow toad. I don't want to swallow frog. Why do you have to go in here? It's disgusting to death. Hey, do you really want to let me in? Toad Ming was half outside and half was fluttering inside. Open your mouth a little more. Big, this is already the biggest. Naruto Uzumaki raised his head and turned the Byakugan wildly. How could anyone tell a living person to swallow a toad? Fukusaku looked around to see where this was going. Fuck you. Come on, old man. When Shima heard the call of the child's father, she picked up her small apron and jumped into the air. Frantically flipped Byakugan, went silent. Old Toad's big feet. How is the old man? Shima clapped her hands and kicked the toad into Naruto's belly with one foot. Fukusaku raised a big thumb at the bottom. The boy did a great job. Then it's up to the boy himself. We'll help everything we can. The Kingdom of Thunder. Kumogakure. The noisy talks have finally come to an end. In fact, there is nothing to talk about. It is said that the coalition forces are essentially each family managing their own affairs. The most important thing is to share information to prevent Akatsuki from exploiting loophole. Of course, the coalition also has to look a bit coalition. Proposal of the 4th generation Reikage. The 3rd generation Reikage added. The 5th generation Mizukage. The 5th generation Kazekage and the 6th generation Hokage agreed, and the other small hidden villages watched the play, and decided to divide all the troops into the combat group, the reconnaissance group, the intelligence group, the support group and the 4th army, respectively, to the command of the other 4 shadows except Reikage. Gaara is young and strong, as the head of the combat team. The reconnaissance team is the most outstanding because of Konoha, and Might Guy serves as the leader. The analysis work of the intelligence team was handed over to Terumi Mei, and women are always more careful than men. Baidu Interesting Academy. The last support group was handed over to the reluctant grandfather of 2 days. Well, this name was called by Senju Tsunade first, who made this old guy feel uncomfortable for himself. The chattering slug princess. It's amazing that you've survived until now. It seems like you're the only one left in the Sani. You have to take it easy. 2 days old grandfather. You should take care of yourself first. By the way, is your back pain really cured? The old man's weight. Of course the old man's weight. Gah, my weight. I thought it could be fully repaired by Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Light, but as I got older, my bones became brittle. Seeing how he was sweating before he finished speaking for 2 days, Senju Tsunade spread his hands innocently. Look, everyone, I said he has to be careful. There are a lot of old people who are not lying at home. This is a problem. Alright, okay, now is not the time to quarrel. We should discuss how to hide Yahweh and Kyubi, Nine-Tailed. Gaara crossed his hands to stop the noise, and the little panda liked this action very much. Tsunade, Lu Meng suddenly interjected. Naruto and Killer Bee's combat effectiveness is obvious to all. Last time I was able to win by luck. Uzumaki Naruto contributed a lot. Hid the 2 of them, right? I thought so too. Anamu blinked, but this war is all because of the 2 of them. Just in case, they can't be allowed to fight easily. This is the consensus reached at the last meeting. And said, Senju Tsunade bang. The slap of the table. What we have to face is the old monster like Uchiha Madara. If we miss the opportunity because of the fighting ability, there will be no next time. For this, we should bet everything. Not timid. Princess Lug, this is a war to protect the 2 of them, and you can't be on your own. Boy, you. Senju Tsunade got even more angry when he heard Gaara say this. I know him very well. Gaara said flatly. He will do anything for the sake of his comrade. That's the problem. That kid is too impulsive. As for the 8-tailed, don't mention my unremarkable brother. He is more troublesome than Kyubi, Nine-tailed. When it comes to Killer Bee, the 4th generation of Reikage feels a pain in the head. Mifune looked at Tsunade and said, Princess Lug, you are not a member of the 5 kingdoms. Please maintain a certain degree of customization and respect the opinions of the 5 shadows. Bastard, are you looking down on this princess? Ha, we're not here for the play. Yes, we have a voice too. Senju Tsunade burst out. Shingen and Kusakayan jumped out immediately. Kimimaro, who had always kept his eyes closed, also opened his eyes. Since it is an alliance of the ninja world, it is not the business of the 5 major countries. We, the small country, have selected Princess Lug as a representative. He is the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama and the only one of the Senju clan. In the battle against Uchiha Madara, we in the village of Otonan believe that it is necessary for you to listen to his opinion. Quote, second by Takian village. The 4 generations of Reikage looked at each other, and banged the table. You, Lord Reikage, we are not the Chinese cabbage on the street, let alone the decorations on the counter. The leader of Cao Yin laughed, but the words he said were piercing. Don't despise us, we take it out alone. What to do, but if you really want to join forces, it's no worse than either of you. Is this your confidence? Yin, Kusao, Taki, Xing, Shui. The 5 small countries against the 5 big countries. The 4th generation Hokage was provoked, but as the leader of the village of Gracian said, although the 5 small countries are not comparable to the 5 big countries, they are really not afraid of joining together. Who, at least, like today's Konoha and Kurigakure can't be, and Sunagakure village can't be good alone. The rest of Kumogakure will not work, only the crushed portion. But then again, it is enough to be able to compare to the other 3. It's not enough, and it's more than enough. This is Liamong's courage to contact other countries. Now that the cards are shuffled, let's just shuffle more cleanly. Mifune looked at the vaguely opposing parties and coughed. Since you are so insistent, Princess Lug will be the representative of the sick party, but in exchange, you will lose your right to speak. It doesn't matter. Chief Cao Yin smiled and spread his hand. Anyway, no one will listen if we talk. These bastards. Lord Hokage, let's discuss the hidden matter of Yahweh Kyubi, 9 Tails, where to hide it. Last time we owed Kyubi, 9 Tails, a lot of favors. Onoki graciously said, the old man owes him his life. Why don't you hide it in our Iwagakure? Hiding the power of the Jinchuriki column from Kumogakure village to you Iwagakure. Old man Tsuchikage, do you think this is reliable? Kid Hokage, what do you mean? I just can't trust you. Don't forget Deidara. The 4th generation Hokage bit Kiba and stared at Onoki. Deidara was raised as the 4th generation Tsuchikage, and even got nominated by Tsuchikage before defecting, which is why he fought Tsuchikage to death. 2 days. Onoki stopped talking. Then where are you hiding? Kyubi, 9 Tails, Jinchuriki column forces in Mount Myoboku, which is very safe, but if you change it to Uchiha Madara, you can't tell. So I have to choose another place. I have already thought about the place, and I will contact the Frog General after the meeting. He recalled and set off with Killer Bee. Wait, Liamong interrupted suddenly. I need to say something about Killer Bee. Cloud will continue to work hard. Strive for more today. Everyone pay attention to keep warm and have fun. Tech chapter 346_ if you can't run, fight happily. Idiot bastard, don't try to catch me stupid. Interesting academy. Killer Bee looked back at the crowd chasing after him, screamed and threw off his leg. Hokage who were chasing behind were going crazy. Bye. Stop for me. Can you hear me? There's no way to do it. Lord Hokage. The plan that was foolproof had already set an ambush location. Who would have thought that Killer Bee would mistakenly think that everyone was going to destroy him? What is he aiming at? Brother, I have always believed in you, and this time is the same. Killer Bee, who was running, clenched his fist. However, I won't believe those guys. They didn't even want to grab my door. Catch him. The shadows of the 5 big countries and the leaders of the hidden villages of the 5 small countries joined forces to let the target run away. Is this still reasonable? Be sure to catch him. You, give me strength. Onoki, what do you want to do? The 4th generation of Hokage's eyes narrowed, interrupting the old man Tsuchikage. As barrier, do you want to kill them together? Idiot. The old man is trying to trap him. Jinten particle style, as undead if it doesn't go through the 2nd stage. Onoki glared at Yuyai angrily, but he had lost the chance if he thought about it. Liamong looked at the crowd that had drawn into the line. Killer Bee is a ninja of both wind and thunder, and he is extremely outstanding in speed, not to mention that he is Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column 4. If you can catch up, and if you can't catch up, return. You, it's not allowed to back down. I'll go first. The old man won't participate in the peace with you. The 3rd generation Tsuchikage glanced at Yuyai and turned back. Seeing the old man Tsuchikage leave, Taki and Kusakage, who didn't want to chase after him, stopped immediately, and Hoshian, who had fallen behind early, disappeared. Kimimaro, 4 generations of Hokage, Might Guy, plus Gaara and Terumi Mei who are flying in the sand. Hulula chased behind Killer Bee. Hey, how did you provoke these guys? Consciousness Hyri Yao F. I don't know either. Hey168.com. Killer Bee looked back and wondered, did they really want to kill you? I don't feel like it, but it's definitely not going to be good. Killer Bee touched his head, beating up his run, pulling his 8 tails into a straight line. Liamong and the others who were chasing behind were all gasping for breath. You didn't say anything, and even called the tailed beast out to help. Immoral. So immoral. You were really called bare-ass riding a motorcycle. Immoral, smoke and turn around. Bye, you stoppers. 4th Hokage put on his Thor armor and shouted loudly. If it wasn't for the fear of people running away, why would it be so troublesome as it is now? Killer Bee looked back after hearing the shouting behind him. Brother, I'm not an idiot. It's impossible to catch me. You idiot. 1 call and 2 calls. The chasing team hurriedly climbed the hillside from Kumogakure, ran from the hillside to the wasteland, and ran to the seaside in a blink of an eye. Seeing the water, Killer Bee is excited. Wait until my cat goes in to see how you guys can find it. Xiaoba, this time it's all up to you. I'm not an octopus. You idiot. I'm a fool. You're a fool. You're not an octopus. You're a cowfish with 8 claws. Compare. The 4th Hokage saw that Killer Bee was about to go into the sea, and couldn't do anything more in anger. Cage, throw me over there. I'm coming too. Youth must be brave to challenge. The hand of sand that rose from the ground turned for 2 weeks, and the 4th generation of Hokage Rakage Might Guy played Feifei Xian. Guy, who was thrown into the air, was excited. Ah, the blue sky, the sea, the psychic. Bang! The four short legs of the tortoise that appeared suddenly opened their mung bean eyes wide, and the soul flew away when they looked down. Guy, borrow your back. Woot, are you going to go too? Gaara glanced at the shrunken tortoise that fell in the air, and looked at Liamong and Terumi Mei. Do you think I look like an idiot? Brother Keisuke, older sister doesn't do that kind of unladylike thing. What about you? Liamong Terumi Mei refused, and Gaara looked at Kimimaro again. To sound, the crowd fell to the ground, and Might Guy and Yayui stopped by the beach. Bye. Put down the big knife behind you. Knife? Are you here for this knife? Killer Bee looked at the fourth generation Rakage suspiciously, touched the shark muscle with his backhand, and realized that something was wrong as soon as his hand grasped the hilt. Chakra. This guy is devouring chakra again. GGGGGG. Idiot. Throw the knife away. Of the 8 tails that were exposed outside, only one remained in the blink of an eye, and the fourth Rakage kicked Killer Bee on the head. How did you find me? The gloomy voice sounded, and Killer Bee looked at the talking sword in astonishment. It can talk. Idiot. Is that the enemy? Zazazazazaza. Dozens of bite peer through the bandage, and Kisame Hoshigaki exposed his head from the shark wide open mouth. Might Guy is not calm. Is this a god horse? A rare insect, and it also has horn. I'm not a bug, you rare beast. Kisame Hoshigaki bit Kiba viciously, and being said to be a bug made him angry. Guy listened with a suspicious look on his face. Isn't it a bug? Ah, I see, you are a puffer fish. Right, big puffer fish. I heard that it tastes good. Well done. I make you feel good. Sweetened, water style, water shark bomb jutsu. The chakra shark rising from the waves opened its teeth and jumped into the air, and the fourth generation Rakage Might Guy waved their fists in unison. However, compared to the strength of the fourth generation Rakage Thunder Chakra, Guy was a bit unlucky, and he played a split with his feet against the shark's mouth. Taking this opportunity, the ghost shark who saw Liamong and others rushed to the sea stabbed himself into the sea. Don't let him run away. Don't worry, this guy can't run. The thunder type chakra ignited all over his body, burst into the water, and the Kurigakure free turned into a twist in the violent wave. Catch him. Kisame Hoshigaki, who had no way to enter the sky, smiled. Sweetened, water style, water colliding wave. Kabuto's head fell like a fly swatter, and the edge of the beach was full of ridicule from the strange Kurigakure. Fighting sweetened, water style, ninjas by the sea. You are killing yourself. Sweetened, water style, 1000 food shark. Become food in the mouths of sharks and devour them. With the power of one person, the madness of Kisame Hoshigaki is beyond word. The overwhelming wave poured down, and the stray Gaara Terumi Mei floated in the air and widened her eyes. As soon as the expert makes a move, he will know if there is any, and the strength of the Kurigakure monster is simply extremely strong. Looking at Kisame Hoshigaki's arrogant aura, the big beauty's beautiful eyes were stained with blood. People who betrayed the village, I declare you to be executed in the name of Mizukage, the 5th generation of eyes. It going to be night. What programs are brothers and sisters having? Have fun. Tech Chapter 347 _ A false path has no meaning of existence. The ambition of the ninja. There is death but not life. What does the name Mizukage mean to me? Standing on the top of the waves dozens of meters high, the strange Kurigakure known as the tailless beast tore off the forehead that symbolized missing nin. Interesting Academy first release. Terumi Mei's chest exploded with anger as she looked at the sign that was thrown at the beach. Kisame Hoshigaki. Damn you. Hehe. I didn't plan to live today. By so many cage level masters and cut off by 4 generations of Rakage, the ghost shark is very aware of his situation. I'm afraid I'm going to die now. 5 generations of Keisuke, 5 generations of Mizukage, Liamong, Kimimaro, Might Guy. How can there be one to be provoked? Not to mention that there is a Yayui at the back. Are you going to capture it yourself, or do you want us to take you back? Haha, trying to catch me. It's not that easy. Ghost shark glanced coldly at Liamong, who was talking, crooked his neck and narrowed his mung bean eyes. The salty sea breeze brushed over the onion-shaped head in the rushing wave, and the weirdest Kurigakure smile appeared on his face. In a trance, it seems to have returned to the past. Listen to the ghost. You have to protect the safety of those guys and ensure the transmission of information. However, the members of the Secret Service must not fall into the hands of the enemy. No matter what happens, you must keep the intelligence, and this is the task I give you. Do you know what to do if something goes wrong midway? How to do? Mr. Kaki, come and eat with us. The female ninja who was traveling with her saw the ghost shark sitting alone under the tree, and called out very enthusiastically. She is very beautiful and has the gentleness unique to the land of water. The hair is like water and the long eyelashes, but the more this is, the more uncomfortable the ghost shark is. Don't be so polite to me. Hey, leave him alone. They're all like that. A ninja called back to his companion. He's different from us members of the code department who use their head. One works with brain, the other works with physical strength, and everyone doesn't speculate. Interesting school, but we are carrying out the same task. It has nothing to do with the division of labor. The female ninja looked at her companion suspiciously. Her pouting mouth was indescribable. indescribably cute. The young Kurigakure eccentric was stunned for a moment, and his thoughts were interrupted by the sudden attack of the violent talisman. Enemy attack. The roaring fire splashed a large amount of scorched sand, and the Kurigakure eccentric held a knife in front of his companion. The attackers appeared. Konoha's ninjas, many times as many as they were. Surrender. You are surrounded. I know you. The young Kurigakure eccentric squinted at the talking leader. Konoha Anbu, torture specialist. You did a good job this time. It's a pity. Ghost shark, what are you doing? The blade that suddenly slashed towards his companion slashed across his neck without any hesitation. The surrounding Konoha ninjas were stunned. What is he doing? He's actually killing his comrade. With a knife, he stabbed to death the last ninja of the village who wanted to run away, and the ghost shark silently dropped the blood drop. This is my exclusive mission. As a hostile country, you should understand that intelligence is sometimes more important than life. If they fall into your hand, they will soon confess and have to kill them all. Catch him. The rumbling waves were pounding against the reef all the time, and the siege suddenly began. The fist of the flamboyant guy Reikage, the ubiquitous Wheaton, water style, Kaden, fire style, of Terumi Mei, and Kimimaro Gara are facing north and south to guard both sides, not giving the chance to escape at all. Kill him. The 5 small colorless crystals turned into powder, and Liuman's elbows, shoulders, and knees slammed into the ghost shark. Take my trick. Lucian rises to the dragon tyrant, shameless to steal the ultimate move of Saint Seiya Shaoqiang, and hit the air from the sea. When the blue-white energy vortex hit his chest, Kisame Hoshigaki vomited blood and laughed wildly. What is he laughing at? No one knows, only that he is laughing all the time. There is a flaw. Catch him. Take my final blow. Sweden, water style, shark bullet. Resisting Might Guy's iron fist, the ghost shark who coughed up blood and flew into the air suddenly clasped his hands together. 4 generations of Reikage came up, and 4 generations of Reikage went down again. All the chakra lifted by the swinging fist was absorbed by the shark water bomb. The shark-shaped water bomb, which was originally only a few meters in size, swelled up like a balloon in the blink of an eye. Don't use chakra. That thing absorbed. I know now. It's too late. Shark shells. Lawn. Kabuto's head slammed down like a giant water bomb that went straight down from Kabuto's head, and Gara, who was at the seaside, shot sand, countless sand, but faster than sand is a touch of gold. 100 Blossoms ultimate chi mask. The golden enchantment, which is more than 10 times larger than the ordinary chanting mask, contained everyone. The big shark smashed down, and the roar filled the eardrum. It's now. Everything is paving the way for this moment, and the severely injured ghost shark plunged into the sea. A ninja. A ninja. What can't be called a ninja? Creating possibilities out of the impossible, the Kurigakure eccentric who resisted dozens of heavy blows finally found a chance. Unfortunately, what greeted him was not heaven, but hell. Where do you want to run? Liamong, Kimimaro, 2 young people, one left and one right, crossed each other like death. The coastline was windy, and the squeaking robes were clinging to the body and pulled to the side. Several tidal crabs waving iron tongues climbed out of their hiding places and ran rampantly across the beach. The rumbling waves rolled up the colorful shells, and the 7.5 cage level lowered his eyes. Terumi Mei Liamong, Killer B Yaui, Might Guy Gara. Kimimaro pulled out 2 bone spurs and nailed the legs and feet. This guy is tough to deal with. The half-dead ghost shark was dragged to the beach, and Liamong kicked the muscle of the shark that flew over. Keep an eye on your pet. Come over and cook and eat it. GGG. You treat you like a rooster. Return a chicken. Killer B slapped the big knife head with a slap, and Yuhi's tongue licked out of the shark muscle, and his face was covered in seawater. Liuman turned his head to look at the 4th generation of Reikage. You are the leader of the coalition army. How should this guy deal with it? Call the people from the intelligence department to come over, and leave professional things to professional people. The cloud went to update the book, The Rise of the Infinite Comprehensive Fat Man. Work hard for a while to see if you can code another chapter. These 2 days are really tiring, but we will persevere. Brothers and sisters, come on, have fun, go to bed early at night. Tech chapter 348 _ We are humans, not fish. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was maimed to death, knelt on the ground wearing a heavy shackle on his head, and Aoba, who was summoned from nearby, slapped his forehead with a single palm. Although a lot of information has been obtained from Conan, Madara's true identity is still unknown, and that guy has been hiding all the time. Who is he? The 4th generation of Reikage, the 5th generation of Keisuke, the 5th generation of Mizukage, the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage, and the 6th generation of Hokage, together with the head of the 5 villages of Shinyan-Taki Grass No, all surrounded the quartet by so many cage-level powerhouses. Yamashiro Aoba explained nervously, if it goes well, you should be able to learn about Akatsuki's plans and information, as well as the true face of their leader. Although I have less interest than Mr. Inoichi, I will do my best to pay. Don't put too much pressure on yourself and start. Might Guy nodded encouragingly and turned his attention to Kisame Hoshigaki. Hoshigaki. A few whiffs of light wind blew his hair and swayed slightly, and Shancheng Qingye suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "I'm in. But it will be a little more troublesome next time." Spiritual body connection. Past memory exploration. This guy. 427. This guy. It's hard work. Ghost shark. This guy is fornicating with foreign enemy. From now on, you are the new owner of the big sword shark muscle and my subordinate. Until I get killed by you too. The fourth generation of Mizuki. Tsukazan pufferfish, who glanced lightly sideways on the ground. Kurigakure eccentricity put the shark muscle behind him. With a slanted gaze, the child with scars in the shadows revealed half of his face. Is he the fourth generation Mizuki? Ghost shark, I trust a guy like you. For the peace of the village and the stability of the country, you have been doing unknown deeds in the dark. It is because of this that you understand the falsehood of the world better. Don't tell me such nonsense. The strange Kurigakure who tied the sword looked back at Kuruya. I already understood this kind of thing when I killed my comrade for the first time, but as a Kurigakure ninja, I have to attack my compatriot. What am I like this? An enemy or a friend? Where is my position? Where should I go? And where should I feel at ease? I can only feel that I am a false existence. Quote, born unknown, dead unknown Matsuri. Being a ninja is miserable enough. However, becoming an Anbu ninja is even more miserable within misery. Kurigakure finished speaking and finally glanced at the fourth generation of Mizuki. Just as he was about to leave, he found a dark shadow appeared behind him. Yamashiro Aoba is excited. You are confused. Then let me free you from confusion and create a home for you. Starting from this country, you have been dealing with the confusion of your companions. Then you will be my companion. Underscore. Who are you? Underscore. In the dark shadow, a pair of Yuhi's eyes lighted slightly. A long time. Kisame Hoshigaki looked at the fourth generation of Mizukage and sneered. It turned out to be like this. The fourth generation of Mizukage in my eyes is actually you. You used Sharingan to control the real fourth generation. This world is really a fake thing. You can control the fourth generation of Mizukage Kureya, who is a three-tailed Jinchukage. Column power with your pupil power. Who are you? I am Uchiha Madara. A thunderbolt hit his forehead with a click, and Kisame Hoshigaki's Mungbean eyes glared. Impossible. That person is already dead. Who are you? If you want me to work for you, take off your mask. To see. The fluttering heart is like a speeding car, and the mysterious man in the shadow slowly took off the mask. Yamashiro Aoba's eyes are wide open, wishing to stick his head in. Out. Soon. Immediately. Click. The abruptly stopped picture shattered just as it was about to reveal its true fate, and the mountain city Chingye, who suddenly woke up, was done. Kisame Hoshigaki, whose mouth was full of blood Yuhi, laughed wildly and raised his head, and the cage-level powerhouse's onlookers turned pale. He bit his tongue, in order to restore his consciousness and keep the information. You're crazy. No one wants to get news from my mouth. That world is my best destination. When the true is false, the false is true, and the false is true, and the true is false. Where in the world can the truth come from? Where is the fate? The eyes of the moon. That is a pure world without deception, and the world that Kisame Hoshigaki yearns for in this life. Pity. I can't wait for that day. Crazy, struggling to raise his head, under too much force. The whole neck, chest and abdomen sounded the whine of bone, but the ghost don't care. All his potential to get back up to the sound of the shackles cracking. The Kurigakure eccentric opened his mouth and spat out the blisters that encased him. All the ninjas around were stunned. This is a water prison technique. Terumi Mei's jade palm ignited chakra and walked out of the crowd, and Lingli's light flashed in her beautiful big eyes. Leave it to me. This is a family affair in our Kurigakure village. Mizukage caught it alive. Old Tsuchikage shook his beard with his hands on his back. There won't be another chance like this. He can't get away with us. Don't worry, Grandpa Tianli. How can I say that I'm also Mizukage of the fifth generation? It's very important to catch him. It was very difficult to say two sentences, and the self-confidence of the big beauty was turned into filth in the blood-colored madness. Want to get information from my mouth? Neck light. Kisame Hoshigaki floated in the center of the water cell and looked around, somehow remembering what his teammate said. Lakeside, wooden bridge, fire clouds on black background. I'm the one who will team up with you in the future. You are Uchiha Itachi from Konoha, right? I've heard about you. I heard that you washed your own clan. The original Kurigakure 7 people, one of them, Kisame Hoshigaki, is here. Please take care of me in the future. Quote, not talking. Looking at the silent man sitting by the bridge, Kurigakure bowed his head against his shoulders and bowed his head. I know very well about you, so I chose you as my teammate. Killing my compatriots is an indescribable feeling, right? Uchiha Ferret. Quote, you talk too much nonsense. Itachi glanced back. You said you know about me, but what about your own? A poor bastard who got lost in the fog and can't even find his way back. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's sarcastic words, Kisame Hoshigaki coldly forced down the sword. Let me tell you something interesting. Sharks are said to be ovoviviparous. It's just by letting the eggs hatch in the mother's belly, and some sharks have hatched as many babies as the original mother shark produced. truth. Not the same. Do you know why? The colder and colder the words are, the colder the air is, and the wind is blowing by the lake. Because of cannibalism, the larvae devour each other in the mother's womb from the moment they hatch, and as soon as they are born, they cannibalize each other. Except for themselves, everything is food, and everything can be eaten. From today, you and I are Akatsuki, my companion. You must be careful with me. Quote, to each other, to each other. Uchiha Itachi looked back and stood up and stared at the windmill Mangekyo. Ghost Shark looked at it for a while. Of course, we'd better get along peacefully, hoping not to become each other's final opponent. Itachi glanced at the Ghost Shark coldly. Those who attack your companions won't have good results in the end. You better have this consciousness. The Ghost Shark snorted angrily. According to you, we are all evil people. No, we are not fish. We are people. No matter who you are, you won't know what kind of person you really are until the last moment. Only when you die can you see yourself clearly. This is death, isn't it? Mizukage chick, get him out quickly. The old man has a bad premonition. Memories of the past were interrupted by Onoki's urging, and Kisame Hoshigaki, who bit his tongue, laughed and clapped his hand. Itachi, it seems that I'm not a very evil person. Psychic, the cloud has worked hard, and it does what it says. Although it was a little late, it still came out. It's really annoying as the Chinese New Year is approaching. Drinking and dancing at night, old Mrs. Jaley went to his house, and was completely speechless. Tech chapter 349 _ the wound that will never heal. What is he going to do? This lunatic. An exclamation point resounded above his head, and the green-skinned and white-bellied big shark summoned from the water prison technique madly bit into the laughing Kurigaka weirdo, and even his head and slippers nibbled cleanly. Baidu Interesting Academy. Kisame Hoshigaki died. He died extremely proudly and tragically. To the death. This guy did not forget to laugh at the enemy who caught him. The ninjas surrounding him were all shocked, and even Lu Meng was shocked. Although I knew for a long time that this might be the case, I only understood what real shock was when I actually saw Tsuchikage's old man Yuhi's Lee's nose was dripping with oil and sweat, and he said he actually used the shark he summoned to eat himself. The lunatic from Kurigaka really isn't normal. What do you mean? Terumi May turned her eyes when she heard the sound. Mizukage girl, don't you understand what I mean? Onoki tilted his old face provocatively, and his two sharp eyes met fiercely. Second generation Tsuchikage and the second generation Mizukage have a blood feud, which is a feud that will never be resolved. Ching, who also survived from that era, lowered his eyes, sighed in disappointment and shook his head. I didn't expect dried persimmons to die like this in the end. Is he really dead? Gaara asked the crowd uncertainly. This guy has played the trick of coming back from the dead several times, and he has to guard against it. It should be really dead. Killer Bee patted Gigi's weeping knight. It's sad. Crying like a child. That guy really went. Knowingly escaping and ending his own life brazenly. This guy must have his own perseverance. It seems that Akatsuki also has things or companions that he values. This is really bullshit. Baidu Interesting Academy. The old face twitched for 2 days, swallowing his beard. Akatsuki's people also have friends. It's a normal thing. There's nothing good or bad in the world. It's just people's subjective judgment. Keisuke kid, don't talk about yourself like a saint. 2 days of Gales snorted unhappily. Even if the world is not really good or bad, we have our own position. What hurts us is bad, and vice versa is good. However, the guy is truly amazing. Quote, he chose to commit suicide in order to preserve information. He is a worthy opponent. Might Guy took 2 steps forward and stared at the pool of blood on the ground. He is like a real ninja before and after life. As colleague, we should keep this name in mind. Let's gather the body for him. Even if you can't find anything, it's better to make an empty grave. Wait a minute. Yamashiro Aoba suddenly realized something was wrong. What do you think that is? The ground was full of filth, and the blood scroll was slightly exposed, and the leaders of the hidden villages all frowned upon hearing the sound. The nearest Might Guy leaned over, picked it up and wiped it. The scroll with black borders and moire and white surface was no more than the size of a palm. What will be in there? Fool. Idiot. How can the enemy's things move around? The scroll that was opened without any rush to stop it suddenly appeared more than 10 blisters and wrapped everyone in, and the big shark hidden in the blisters opened its mouth and bit. People in crisis are not calm. Guy, you idiot. The 6th generation of Hokage is too unreliable. Is it really possible to make an alliance with such a guy? Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse, broken fist, weighted rock. Various secret techniques and ninjutsu appeared, and the heavy water prison technique did not cause too much trouble for everyone. Spit out the first time he broke free. You don't forget the hand of the yin even after death. You are so good at Kurigaka. Is everyone alright? Gaara looked left and right, and everyone who came out of the water shook their heads and shrugged their shoulders. Kisame Hoshigaki's trick is a bad one, but it doesn't make much sense for cage-level powerhouses. But it's really disgusting, like a child who can't open his mouth and spit in a fight. I'm going to take care of his body myself. Out stopped Kumogakure with a serious expression, and took the shovel to dig the blood-stained Yuhi mud on the ground. Terumi May closed his eyes and sighed. Take it back to Kurigaka. Kurigakure for burial. That's his home. It would be too sad if a ninja died without a place to return. Mizukage chick, he's the enemy. I know. Terumi May turned her head and stared at Onoki, but he is also a miserable man. When it comes to hatred with Akatsuki, who can compare to our Kurigakure? The 4 generations of Mizukage were secretly controlled by Sharingan, and countless ancestors died in misfortune. They finally got out of control, and the 6 tails and 3 tails were taken away one after another. That was bad enough, but Akatsuki still didn't let Kurigakure go. Heavenly Path Pain is right with Shinra Tensei, Almighty pushing the hatred between the 2 sides into the abyss. Tsuchikage, who knew about these things, snorted and kept his mouth shut. Ching, seal things up. The soil wrapped in cloth was sealed in the scroll and hidden in his arm, and Ching, who survived the blood mist, sighed faintly, and there was an indescribable loneliness and desolation in his complicated eyes. Changjiro stared blankly at the ground, and subconsciously touched the flat-eye butterfly. With the name of the tailless beast, the most special existence among the 7 knives was just gone. Is this the fate of ninjas? Killing and being killed. When will there be an end? The Kingdom of Rivers, the ruins of Omegakure. An angel descended from the sky blocking the ruined gate. The rushing wave crashed against the icy shore, and Uchiha Madara, who stepped out of the shadows, stopped. I know you will come to me sooner or later, but I didn't expect you to chase here. Do you want to do something to your companion? Give Nagato back to me. Conan looked at Madara with a somber look, and his voice was calm without any weight. But is it really like this? Uchiha Madara was silent for a moment. Sharingan turned around twice. Before I start, I want to ask a question. Why did you betray me? Betraying you? Conan opened his arms to face the never-ending rain. You have been betraying us. Hanzo of the Salamander was the first, and you, the second. Nagato, Miyoshi, Yan is wrong, and we shouldn't choose to make peace with others. For this reason, Mian is dead, and Nagato is dead, and I will correct this mistake. You want to kill me? Uchiha Madara sneered in Yuhi's pupil. Conan didn't smile. She was still calm without any expression, only the wound in her eyes that could never be healed. Omegakure Village. The wind is blowing. The cloud is working hard today. Everyone should be happy. The first update. For during the first weekend, brothers and sisters didn't go out to pick up girls. Well, it doesn't seem right to describe it like that, but that's what it means. The marriage that should be married, the love that should be in love, and the cucumber dishes will be cold after waiting. Aim. Tech Chapter 350_Death is never the end. Here, let's eat. It's easier to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com. The vague memory gradually became clear in the rain. It was the first time I met Nagato. He was so stupid back then. When he took the bread, it was like a small airbag, but he had to give half of it to the dog in his arm, and then took him home by himself. Conan, who is he? Mian asked in a dissatisfied tone, looking back at the child Conan brought back. I think he's starving to death. Wong. And dog, did you make a mistake, even picking up the dog? Mian glanced at the ground speechlessly, then looked up at Nagato. What's his name? Call, little one. Little guy. What a strange name. Who named it for you? Mian looked at Nagato strangely. Is there anyone else with this name? Nagato waved his hands repeatedly and said, it's not me. I don't call Xiaobudian. Xiaobudian is this dog. Then you. My name is Nagato. Uzumaki Nagato. Okay, Uzumaki Nagato. My name is Mian. Her name is Conan. You are welcome to join our family. Come on, shake hand. We will be friends from now on. And get ready for dinner after eating. Prepare dinner. Of course, what else do we eat? But it's up to the two of you. You do this way. I'll do this again. Please give us a little bit. Please, just a little bit. Go away. I don't have anything extra to give to you. You little beggars are so annoying. Please, just a little. Hurry up. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Conan, Nagato, retreat. Bastard, you thief. Put down Lao Su's fish. Uncle, it's just a fish. Don't chase it so fiercely. Be careful that the rest will also be stolen. Wait for me, you thief. Don't let me see you again. Nagato, do you have a dream? Dream? How can I have no dreams as a man? I have a big dream. I don't want to live like this all my life. I want to conquer the whole world. Hey, what are your expressions? Conan, doesn't matter. What are you doing to Nagato? Men, you have to have the ambition of a man. Conquer the world. Yeah, if we can stand on the top of the world, we won't have to suffer from this crime again. We can't keep dealing like this, or our parents won't rest. Can conquering the world end the war? Nagato asked hopefully. Of course, it's like a god. Mian said very confidently. They were like two fools, and then the little one died. Konoha and Omegakure got into a fight, and a kunai with a detonating talisman dropped at his feet, and the little guy picked it up and ran away. That was the first and last dog we adopted. Nagato cried for a long time, and Mian swore to Xiaodian's body that he would become the god of this world, thus ending this troubled world. For this hope, we bowed to the master, and then the master left. That lecherous man left us the power to realize our dream. Now, I will use this power to end our dream, because everyone with this dream is already dead. Uchiha Madara, I saw juju in your eyes. Since you have already made up your mind to die, why do you still wear this this robe. Akatsuki is an organization founded by Mian, and the Yuhi cloud on this robe symbolizes the war that rained blood on a megakure. Although Akatsuki fell into your hand, this robe represents our dream, not yours also. Rinnegan is the eye opened by the ninja Nagato of a megakure village. It also does not belong to you. It belongs to this country. It belongs to the treasure of this village. Quote, I think you may be mistaken. Uchiha Madara explained while dodging the hexagonal plum blossom paper shuriken. You won't live long anyway. It's nothing to tell you. Behind the back push me in to create Akatsuki. It was me, and it was I who gave Nagato Rinnegan. Akatsuki was never yours. He always belonged to me. My, Uchiha Madara. Quote, in my eyes, you're just a little girl who doesn't know anything, just like your ridiculous dream. Shut your damned mouth, you conspirator. Conan suppressed the deep shock in his heart, his melancholy eyes overflowing with unstoppable sadness. Is everything this man's calculation? Do not. At least Mian and Nagato's hopes are not, nor are our dreams. Yo, the little girl is angry. Uchiha Madara smiled and turned his body into nothingness, letting the snow-like pieces of paper pass by. Are you trying to win by numbers? It seems that you have done a good job of preparation. It is very difficult to think that it is very difficult to seize the materialized gap and launch an attack. Simple. Sadly, it's useless. Whether it's useful, you'll know right away. Go to another world with me. These are the detonators. Nagato, Mian, I'm here to find you. Blast me. Rumbling snowball-like flames blasted through the watery rain curtain, and Conan suddenly found himself back in the past. Is it memory? It turns out that people remember the past before they die. Conan, take care of Nagato. He is the heart of this organization, the man who has the power to change this country and the world. Going forward, you have to put all your thoughts on him. Mian, I know what you're going to say, but I'm different from him. People gathered around me because they believed in me, but to really realize the dream, he had to. Nagato is the bridge to peace, and my mission is to be the bridge Jinchuriki column that support this bridge. This country is still crying as always. The pain is spreading all the time. I used to hate this country so much, but now, I want to save it. Quote, actually, I'm very similar to him. We both cry the same way, so I can't leave him alone. Mian, have you become a Jinchuriki column? Nagato, have you become a bridge? Without the Jinchuriki column, the bridge will collapse, and without the bridge, the Jinchuriki column has no meaning. A bridge can't have just one Jinchuriki column. Let me be another. May we meet again in another world and build this bridge of hope to peace successfully. Die. By no means the end. This chapter has been revised several times, and I am finally satisfied. It's hard to express one's heart. Hope you all enjoy watching it. Take a look. Tech Chapter 351, The Elegy of the Angel of Akatsuki. A roar like an angel lit up in the ruins of a megakure village. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. The Hula Law's paper made up a small half of his body, showing most of his face. Conan, who wanted to be buried in search of his best friend, stared at Madara, who had lost his entire right arm. It's my fault for underestimating you. After all, you are also the elder of Akatsuki. Uchiha Madara covered her broken arm mockingly. Sharingan Fishy Yuhi under the mask that shattered a small half. Do you want to self-destruct and get rid of me the moment I inhale it? Your plan was good, but it failed. All the explosions were sucked away by me, and I was one step ahead of you, only slightly injured, and even saved you. So, should you thank me? Madara, I have a question. Conan's voice was still calm, as cold as a still lake. Uchiha Madara grabbed his broken arm and got up. Innocent little girl, what do you want to ask? Have you ever had friends and dream? Dream. Conan stared blankly at Madara, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corners of his mouth, a smile comparable to that of a rainbow. What are you laughing at? I am laughing at the most ridiculous person in the world. From your expression, I can feel that you are sadder than us. We have friends and dream. Even if we fail, we have been persistent, happy, and hardworking. And you will never understand this. Quote, you finished. Uchiha Madara. The Sharingan exposed outside was unusually cold. Conan is still laughing. Even more beautiful than flowers. Have you finally started to kill? Madara, in fact, I never thought it would be so easy to get rid of you, so I prepared a second-hand funeral here, in this ever-crying country, in this ever-mourning village, for us, for those innocent, for all those whom you have deceived and played with. Uchiha Madara, you must die. The ocean that slammed into the two sides was divided into two sides by countless pieces of paper, and it seemed to be straight to the sky. Interesting Academy. Madara, who looked left and right, narrowed her one eye and moved from the village to the sea. She didn't expect to step into such a trap. Catch him for me. The detonating charm sticking to the body bang 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 continuously exploded. Conan stared at the bursting firelight and fixed his bright eyes. The time and space transfer failed. Don't you think I stayed by your side for so long? When you inhale your body, you must materialize, which is slower than inhaling other things. Madara, you are dead. The detonating talisman that exploded continuously without stopping. Uchiha Madara jumped back and forth in embarrassment, and at the same time, he was also glad that the choice just now was to let the explosion pass pass through, otherwise it would be really dangerous. Surrounded by such a large number of detonating talismans, the time and space transfer is almost equivalent to abolition. It is unexpected that this naive little girl will grow to such a degree. Madara, opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. You can only last for 5 minutes at a time. For this reason, I specially prepared 600 billion detonators, enough to explode continuously for 10 minutes. Go to hell, you fellow living in intrigue and betrayal. Konan complained loudly with anger and anger. You said that you encouraged Mian to create Akatsuki, and you said that you gave Nagato Rinnegan. I don't know if this is true. Even if it is, Mian Nagato is based on actions of their own will. They are not puppets in your hands, and they are not playthings in your hand. No matter what the situation is, they fought for their dreams to the last moment. Because of this, we can understand and support each other. Quote, I, the white tiger of Akatsuki, the angel Konan, will never let you desecrate this lofty ideal and hope, and let me die in this boundless explosion. 600 billion. A full 600 billion. The explosion of a full 600 billion detonators. From the beginning of the day, it has brought a different shock to this weeping country. The waves are roaring, the rain curtain is screaming, and the messy raindrops are mixed with the salty seawater. Between the sky and the earth, between the wind and the rain, compose a dirge called funeral. Uchiha Madara, your fate is death. Shinra Tensei, almighty push, is right. A louder muffled sound suddenly sounded from the depth of the constantly roaring paper sea, and countless pieces of detonating talisman paper were rolled upside down and turned to both sides. The rumbling sound of the explosion came to an abrupt end, and the boundless seawater poured down. Looking at the slowly emerging shadow, Konan was done. Madara, you desecrated Nagato's eyes. Innocent little girl, I remember I said earlier that this was originally mine. Now, it's just taking it back. Since you want to see them so much, I'll give you a ride. The iron rods that Pukai pierced from behind were familiar, and Konan slowly lowered his head, feeling the tingling in his heart. Stupid betrayer, you actually listened to the mad words of a little devil and went to find some peace. There has never been peace in this world, let alone hope. Nagato did that because he was aware of this, and he should have responded before he died. What did you say? Stop clinging to your dreams. We hope you can live a good life more than those. Nagato, have you really given up? Listening to Madara's malicious reminder, Konan couldn't help thinking of the promise left by his best friend before he died. Will not. That is our hope. How can we give up when we say we give up? Will not. Certainly not. Jinchuriki column that support this bridge. Mian is the bridge to peace, and it is his will that influences us. The words the two friends had said echoed in their ears, and Konan raised his eyes with lowered eyes. A beam of skylight fell diagonally, and Uchiha Madara was done. Mian, Nagato, are you here to pick me up? Konan raised his smiling face happily, looking at the rainbow with a smile. The sun will also fall in the Omegakure village, which has never stopped raining. Madara, have you seen it? Our will is like the morning sun after this rain. Even if it is blocked by the rain curtain, it will not die. Even if it is death, it will keep it going. Uzumaki Naruto, or anyone else, peace and hope will always remain in people's heart, and those of us who died will be the bridge's Jinchuriki column, supporting this dream to continue until it finally succeeds that day. Quote, Nagato, forgive me, I can't keep my promise with you. For our hope, I have our dream. For our perseverance, it doesn't matter if my flower withers here. I must end the bastards who play with us, betray us, and hurt us. Come with me in the funeral, Madara. Let's start here and end here. Innocent little girl, I thought you made progress, but I didn't expect you to be so innocent. Naive. The iron rod that was pulled away from his chest dropped drops of fresh yuhi, and Konan fell down slowly. Life is as splendid as summer flowers, and death is as quiet and beautiful as autumn leaves. Madara, I'll be waiting for you below. Mian, Nagato, here I come. Brothers and sisters, ask for support. Union feels good. Everyone is having fun and watching. Keep working hard. Tech Chapter 352_ a flap for memory. Friend, dream. Sitting on the lonely broken wall, looking at the woman who passed by with his arms crossed, Uchiha Madara's eyes are complicated and incomprehensible. Heihei168.com. The sparse rain fell in a continuous line, and the clear sky was covered by the rain screen again as Konan passed away, and the raindrops that fell from the sky seemed to be 3 points colder than before. Raising his hand and slowly taking off his mask, Uchiha Obito silently burst into tears as he silently stared at his familiar and unfamiliar self amid the wave. I have tears too. Is this your mockery of me? Turning to look at Konan's dead smile on his lip, Madara put on the mask again and hugged the body in his arms. The white cemetery, like a wedding hall, is covered with a sea of paper flowers. This is a holy flower that never dies and a smile that never changes. Lonely Mian lay in the middle of the sea of flowers with her hands folded on her chest. Uchiha Madara watched silently for a moment, put Konan on the right, and then put Nagato on the left after thinking about it. Since this is where you choose to go, it will keep you here forever. Ridiculous and innocent dream. Even the iconic Yuhi hair of the Uzumaki clan has turned pale. What are you still holding on to? Your so-called attachment parents are just like the strands of hair, so pale and powerless. Dream, hope, friend, what do these mean to me? Farewell, naive children. Even though you are grown up, you are still children. Conan is on the right, Mian is in the middle, and Nagato is on the left. What this? Looking at the lecherous uncle in a frog suit, the three curious babies raise their heads. It's called a frog board. Frog board. Uncle Pervert nodded. It's Yuhi colored on the front and white on the back, so you can turn it over like this. Snap. Turn it over to the Yuhi side when you're squatting, and flip it to the white side when you're out. By the way, this frog smiley face means coming back right away. What are you doing? The young Mian asked with a small mouth and looked at the flamboyant uncle. Even if you are a totem mortal, you don't need to do everything like a frog control, right? Look at our family has become what's it like. Frog suit, frog hat, frog pillows to learn how to jump. Can you not make these disgusting things? Idiot, there is a reason for doing this. Uncle Lecher raised a finger angrily. The area we are in is not safe now, and we may be targeted at some time. Once exposed, it is likely to be attacked. Sneak attack. So, if someone is absent and the board is Yuhi colored, they have been kidnapped. Conversely, if someone is present and the board is white, the enemy may have turned into a fake. With these board, weakened abnormalities were discovered at the first time. Quote, aha, Conan is just smart, not like Mian. Actually, I know it well. Mian raised her arms quizzically, and Yuhi's impetuous face caused laughter from her companion. The uncle of the Lecher laughed white, and clapped the board seriously. Anyway, this is a secret code that only the four of us know. We must always pay attention to and confirm each other's existence. That is to say, even if we are standing on the spot, we can't take it lightly. In addition, just in case, I dug up the secret room and passage here, and if something happens, you escape from here. Also, the board on the opposite side of the wall is mine. Quote, why don't you put the boards together? Mian looked around, feeling the distance. Uncle of the pervert snorted. Am I a master? What does it look like to stay together? Let go. It's time to train and not care. To cultivate the endurance like a frog, you can be indifferent to anything. Okay, let go. Look at you. You just said you have to be patient, and then you get excited like this again. It's alright, master. We're happy, and you will grow old. Mian, you're still so unlovable. Snap, snap, snap. Ellipsis. Conan, Nagato, Jiraiya. Mian, do you really understand the meaning of this board? After waiting, and waiting, Conan looked at Mian in confusion. Mian, who finally woke up, was excited. Of course I know, I just didn't remember it. I will become very strong and change the country. Idiot, go and turn the frog board over before you change the country. Flip, flip, flip. Snap, my teacher is leaving. Master Jiraiya, I am different from you after all. I firmly believe in my dream, and it is time to go back as a teacher. The distant figure left a lonely flap, and the child standing in the rain suddenly understood why the frog board was so far away. Grow, fight, until the same chooses to leave. We are going to say goodbye to here today. We are here to change and grow, and everything start here. Now, we set out for our dream, and in the future. Snap, Conan, you're always so fast. You are too slow. Do you want me to attack? Ellipsis, 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 ellipsis. The detonating talisman shot suddenly bang, boom. The explosion sounded, and the attacker charged in with kunai in hand. What about people? Where have people gone? I didn't expect this secret room to come in handy in the end. Mian sighed out of the tree hole. It's an embarrassing way to leave, but it's also like the feeling of this country. Nagato, Conan, let go bar. Finally, I glanced at the hut full of memories, and the grown-up child embarked on the journey. We set out from here for our dream. In the future, if our dreams come true, even if everyone is scattered, one day, we will definitely come back here. Then the three of us will celebrate together. Don't forget to call Jiraiya then. Conan turned his head with a smile, and the paper flowers on his temples seemed to be laughing too. That's it. Mian slammed her fist hard. There will be no less toad. You say yes, Nagato. Well, definitely, surely. Snap. As the last lip turns dark, Yuhi, Uchiha Madara, headband that came out of the secret room with Sikav's Samsara 3 Tomo black and white mask, holding the Uchiha family symbol Sharingan fan. 2 black belt floated high behind him. All the troubles settled. The war is next. Brothers and sisters, how do you see it? What are the shortcomings? Give advice. Newcomers and new book. Union hopes to become better with everyone. Tech chapter 353_ departing to Dewangba Turtle Island. Ah, it's so boring. It's getting hairy. Lu Meng stretched his waist and looked out the window. The little secretary smiled and handed the teacup. Brother, if you're bored, you can go out for a walk. Still shopping. Liamong shivered and shook his head. He didn't do anything else for the past few days. Just went shopping. How about we go play with Killer Bee? Stinky boy, do you want to act with Killer Bee? Jinchuriki, column 4. Enko pushed the door open while holding to Kushimaru. I heard that this is a secret. No one except Reikage knows the exact location. They don't know I know. That place is very nice. Let go. Let's discuss it with Uncle I. Liamong wanted to play with Killer Bee, and the 4th generation Reikage responded after a moment of hesitation. Senju Tsunade got the news. That pretty face with black face is about to become a dead end. Damn, 277, bastard. Tell me, Me. Are you the representative of the snow country or am I the representative of the snow country? You are. Me. I want a share. 50%. Tsunade gestured for 5, and stars appeared in his brown gold pupils. This princess has done so many things for you, so half is not much. My good sister, half is not more than that. Liamong coughed white, his eyes bubbling with air. It's only that little money in total. You need half of it when you say it. You are too dark. I'm black. Am I black? Senju Tsunade folded his chest pretending to be serious. Shizune, Karen, is this princess black? Master Tsunade is not black at all. Master is old. Look. Senju Tsunade shrugged. They all say I'm not black. Interesting academy debut. My good sister, you are you. What's wrong with me? You're fine. Liamong wiped his nose silently. He couldn't hide from me if he couldn't offend me. 50%. Tsunade grabbed the Liuman who wanted to escape and gestured for 5. Give me 50% or you won't even want to go anywhere. At most 20%. Liamong reluctantly compares to 2. At most 20% for you. 20% is already a lot. 40%. Tsunade have. Her beautiful big eyes widen. If you lose 40%, don't do it. 25. Liamong stretched out 3 fingers and bent halfway down. Shizune, Karen, Anko, Tamari were all speechless. Can they change the game? Every time I'm arguing about it. Oh my god, did the master and the big bad guy lose their money? Pulling his fingers and arguing with each other for a long time, Liamong finally spit out helplessly and agreed to share 3. Tsunade is very happy to get a share. It's over if it's like this. You kid is really ing. My ing. Lu Meng made a gesture of vomiting blood and turned around and left. Fu-kun, you're so out of position. Anko glanced back at Senju Tsunade, who was almost blurry, and pouted his lips angrily. Liamong laughed. His stomach was about to explode. If she wants it, give it to her. Now let's not say 3. It's 8. What's the point of giving it to her? Fu-kun, don't you have a fever? Tamari reached out and touched Liamong's forehead, blinking his eyes in confusion. Liamong shriveled. I can't be generous in your eyes. Are you generous? Anko raised his voice suddenly. If you want to be generous, there will be no deductions in the world. Last time, you gave Inuzuka Kiba little dog food. You clearly said that you had to lose half a caddy, and you even asked the boss for a rebate. Last time, you gave Shino some bug. They want to sell you a little more. You don't want to live or die. Great last time. Sister Anko. Liamong pinched his waist and shouted, can you not get rid of the old bottom? Do you understand that I know how to live? If I'm not so diligent and thrifty, what do you eat? If I'm not so economical, you wear what? We have no food and clothing, so what are we going to do? So, money is a penny less if you can spend a penny. Things that can be solved with 50 cents should never be spent on $1. Things that can be solved with $1, never spend $2. $2. Hurry up and stop. Anko raised his hand and paused. Don't spend $1 or 2. If you don't leave, you'll be wasting time. Obediently, I sat on the cruise ship Silly Bamboo and headed to the little island of Turtle. Before leaving, the 4th generation Raked slapped Killerby on the shoulder. Okay, big brother, I promise not to come back. Killerby agreed very happily, longing for freedom, unlimited freedom, no limit to my chicken feelings. Oh yeah, be serious. This time eldest brother is telling the truth. Stupid fool, don't be so loud. Boom. Bye. 4th generation Rakage punched Killerby heavily. Don't play tricks with me. Look me in the eyes, and promise me. Big brother. Killerby slowly climbed up from the ground and pinned his aching head to the side. Look at me. 4th Rakage raised his voice. Okay, I'm not coming back. Killerby snapped Yi-Yi's hand that was moving to the head. If you have nothing to do, I won't come back. You're not allowed to leave that place, whether or not I have something to do. Big brother. Killerby paused as he walked towards the cruise ship. Are we brothers? Of course we have always been brothers, from the day we met. Then you shouldn't say that. The steam-powered oil tanker rides the wind and wave to the deep sea. The observation room on the 2nd floor is surrounded by transparent glass windows. If you look around, you can see nothing but water. Liamong shivered with his leg, opened and closed his mouth, and held a piece of squid mouth in his hand. Are you sure this thing can be eaten raw? Of course. Kumogakure, who was blind in one right eye, nodded and stuffed the squid that was still squid into his mouth. Dip some mustard. It will have a very fresh taste when you swallow it, and it will move when you enter it. Don't talk about it. Liamong picked up the napkin and wiped his hand, his stomach filled with sour water frantically. Hinata, Tamari, and Anko sat next to each other, each with a bruised face. Don't you like it? This, you should eat it yourself. Liamong gently pushed the plate in front of him, and the squidgugo, who was still squirming, made his whole body feel numb. Blind Kumogakure shrugged. I won't enjoy it. You can't eat this outside. That Yamato Tianzang, who was traveling with him, saw that Liamong didn't speak, and quickly took over the topic. When can we arrive? Don't worry. Soon, Lord Killerby will ask friends for help. Ask a friend to help. What friend? Go to the cloud to update the new book. Come back and update this book. There should be 2 chapters. Check out The Rise of the Infinite Manga Fat Man. Tech Chapter 354_brother. Can you tune in a sentence? This is the friend you were talking about. Liamong stood by the front cord window and looked at the big squid outside, feeling his his head lacking oxygen for a while. Interesting academy. This is too big for him. Although there are many animals in the Hokage world, like some tailed beast, toad, poisonous snake, just come out. They are all like a mountain, but most of those things are on the road. Now this guy in the water is really turning the river into a sea. Yamato Tenzo looked at the squid, swallowed his saliva, turned his head and asked Kumogakure, "Are you sure this is a helper, not a sea monster attack?" "Don't worry." Kumogakure, who was blind in his right eye, smiled teasingly. "Master Killer Bee is the king of this sea area, and any creature will obey him. Is there such an interest in that rambunctious fellow?" "Idiot, fool, head to Turtle Island for fish egg. The good wind breaks the wave. I am watching from the boat." "Oh yeah, this guy." Liamong's face was twitching and his ears were shaking, and he shivered unbearably. "It really corresponds to what Uncle Benshin said. Others sing for money, you sing to death. Can you sing a sentence on the tune?" "Go ahead. I'm seaman. Depend on." "Why don't you say you are Ultraman?" With the help of the strange giant squid, the steamship simply turned off the propeller, and was completely resisted by free labor. "You don't need to say. This bigwit is not ordinary. That brain gate, that big eye blisters, that big claws, the thief is bright. It's the first time I've heard of anyone sailing in this way." Yamato Tianzang sighed and shook his head, and Aoba, the mountain city next to him, was speechless. Looking out at Yulun, who was resisted by the squid on his head, who would have thought that this time he would go out to sea in this way. The eight claws swiped and pulled hard, and they rubbed out for hundreds of meters, and with another swipe, it was several kilometers, and the big squid shot into the ocean like a missile. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Arrogant, domineering, and arrogant. It looked like a thief, but in fact it killed the entire ship. The big squid doesn't know what it means to move at a constant speed. The entire sailing process is variable speed. It will be fast and slow. When it is fast, its stomach can spit out, and when it is slow, its intestines have to be rolled. Even if the ninja in Kumogakure village was blind in his right eye, he lost his previous smile, and his face was bitter, like a bitter gourd. Brother, I feel uncomfortable." Kanata's pale face leaned against Liamong's arms, and Anko Tamari was not much better. "I can't take it anymore." Yamato Tianzang hurried to the door with a wow, and vomited endlessly. The sour breath floated into the nostrils along the open hatch, and several people covered their mouths. "We're in the sky. We can't stay in this damn place." Spirituality Morning Dew summoned Beast West Wind, the beautiful and holy swan girl. The king of beasts with golden hair and black stripe left the boat and hugged Hinata, finally feeling a lot more comfortable. What he aimed at, he would never be a squid again in his life. This is really terrible. Shake it again, shake it 3 times, shake it 4 times. When the little island of the 8 turtles came into view, one of the ninjas on the cruise ship vomited. Bandit Aoba's little face is green, just like that green cabbage leaf, and Yamato Tianzang's face is white, just like bleaching G. The rest of the Kumogakure ninjas aren't much better either, with green Yuhi, purple, white, and black, just like opening a grocery store. "You deserve it. You deserve it." Lying on Zaifeng's head, he slapped 2 yellow hairs vigorously, causing the tiger to squeak twice, and Liamong turned his attention to the little island of the turtle. Said to be a small island. In fact, this island is not small at all. The island is covered with spikes that protrude outward, like spears and sword pointing to the sky. Killer Bee jumped up excitedly when he saw it. "Oh yeah. The uncle is back. He's back. 3 distant calls spread out, and I saw that on the small island. Those with long arms, long hooves, long claws, hairy, shelled, and bladed, all ran away like death. No shadow. Killer Bee is back. Brothers, run. That mental illness is on the island again. Oh yeah. The uncle is still so popular. You can go home, squid, and you can save it from now on." Holding the gesture of drafting a mud horse high, Killer Bee turned somersaults and jumped to the island, and when he was about to fall, a few octopus-shaped claws became his leverage tool. "This uncle goes first. Idiot, take your time." "Oh yeah. How do we get up?" Shancheng Qingye glanced at the back of the brain-dead child leaving, turned and asked the captain. Before the Kumogakure ninja could answer, a deadly howl came from Kojima. "My grandpa's concert is officially starting now. Open your eyes and take a good look." Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column 4. Killer Bee S rap art. "Oh yeah. Aiming for musician, tiptoe. Ninja is a profession. Fate is tied all over the world, with 8 on its back, head to head. As soon as you go out, you will meet this uncle. Hop, dance, jump, perseverance, benevolence and righteousness. This uncle will stand up. Uncle, I am a ninja genius from Kumogakure village. Lord, I'm crazy like a natural disaster. Potted plants learned from Mr. Asan. Although I tried it, it was still mediocre. Oh yeah. Farewell." Liamong covered his stomach with one eye and 2. "I'm going to die anymore." 9 lines of lyric, 18 lines are out of tune. What level is required to sing such a life-threatening song? It too deadly, it bloody. Lord Killer Bee seems to be very happy. "Hello, I'm G." The figure who suddenly jumped out brushed the head of the Saiyan and waved. "Hello, I will be in charge of this reception, and please follow me to the camp to rest." "Have you finally arrived at the place?" Yamato Tianzang staggered and straightened his weight, turning his head to look at his companion. How are you, Shancheng? Captain Yamato. I'm okay. How about you? I can do it too. That is, the legs and feet are not very good. They stumbled and supported each other and climbed to the island, and when they saw the people in the boat landed, Liamong also landed with his woman. As soon as the big guys got together, a black shadow appeared on the top of the head, with a pointed head, a wide forehead, a slate-like chest, and iron Jinchuriki column-like arm. When it fell, it was a big pit. Yamashiro Aoba looked at this thing with a green face, and pulled out the shuriken, but didn't dare to throw it out. Stinky boy, let bake him. Fukun, Sister Enko's proposal is good. Can such a big orangutan eat it all? There is another chapter. The cloud gets up in the morning, and strives to be before 9 o'clock. It's too late. The more you code, the more chaotic your head will become. The state of staying up late is so bad, and Meow Meow is sleepy to death. Tech Chapter 355 People Without Gold. Listening to the words discussed by the three human girls of Enko Tamari Hanada, the gorilla who fell from the sky was angry, and two iron fists slammed into the chest. Baidu Interesting Academy. Roar. Lord Liamong, please don't be impulsive. Kumogakure, who called himself he, stepped in and stopped in the middle, waving to the gorilla and explaining, the animals on the island have been trained by the killer bee, and it's here to welcome you. Quote, welcome. Roar. Are you really here to welcome? The gorilla held his fist in front of Liamong with a fierce look, and raised his middle finger abruptly. That middle finger is taller and bigger than Liamong's whole person. Brother, my brother is despised by gorillas. Hanada's face turned to Yuhi, her surprise turned upside down. Ha ha ha, stinky boy, you actually laughed at me to death. Enko squatted on the ground clutching his belly, tears streaming out of his eyes. Is it really that funny? Fukun seems to be very fond of animal. Tamari winked mischievously. Don't talk about the three of you. This is also called liking. The three girls looked even happier as they looked at the gorilla with grief and indignation. Its name is King Kong. Kumogakure glanced at the gorilla, waved for everyone to follow, and explained as he walked, Master Killer Bee has trained all the bees on the island, and is the well-deserved king here. As long as he is around, it is absolutely safe. In addition, the Master Kumogakure has also set up a barrier around the island, and if there is a foreign invasion, you will know it immediately. Quote, sounds good. Yamato Tianzangshan Castle Aoba looked at each other. We will use the contact frog to notify Naruto, and then call him over to stay with the killer bees, and the island's vigilance work will be left to you. Baidu Interesting Academy. Don't be so polite. This is what I should do. And Kumogakure, whose head was combed into a Super Saiyan, paused for a while. It is a great honor and joy to be on duty for the superheroes in the village. Superhero? Liuman asked strangely. Yes, Lord Killer Bee is the superhero of Kumogakure village. Kumogakure Ninja said with admiration. Not only bees, Lord Killer Bee can even control the 8 tails. It's a complete control. Just like Naruto. Yamato Tianzang frowned. Although he had already received the news, the Jinchuriki column power of the person who can completely control the tailed beast is still very surprising. They were astonished, as was Kumogakure, who called himself he. You guys from Konoha, Jinchuriki column force, can also completely control the tailed beast. It's hard to say what kind of state he is in. Yamato pondered for a moment, but couldn't find an exact adjective. Did Naruto control the tail beast, or did the tail beast control Naruto? In the eyes of outsiders, the Jinchuriki column force of the Kyubi, 9 tails people at this moment is very dangerous. Of fire, Konoha, Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado sat in the dark basement and looked at the 2 rows of ninjas stationed. They wore uniform hooded cloaks and various animal masks. We need a new leader. The 2 advisors, and please accept our allegiance. The number of people here doesn't match what you said earlier. Kaharu Udatane frowned as he sat on the stone chair. The ninja who spoke below looked up and said, because of the death of Lord Danzo, we are divided. A small number of people decided to go into seclusion, and some people took refuge in the daimyo. So, are the rest of us here? No, there are still some people who choose revenge. The basic words of his words have always been very calm, as if they will never have feeling. Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado met his eyes white. Take off your mask. You will be Anbu directly under the elder. Yes, my lord. Pair after pair of Anbu masks were taken off, and the root ninja knelt down to express surrender. Into the sunlight, Homura Mitokado looked back at the basement and asked, is it really good to take them in? Will this make some people in the village uneasy? After all, they were once under Danzo's men, and Danzo was once a servant. These are just bad people. Kaharu Udatane interrupted his friend with a shake of his head. The ninja trained at the root is a tool with the ultimate goal of cutting off all emotional fetters. The ninja trained in this way can no longer be called ordinary people, but only know how to obey orders. It was no surprise that they would come back, because they had nowhere else to go. Without leaders, these machines can't even see the way forward. Menyon, they need us. We need them as well. And now Konoha must cherish every strength. You are not afraid. What are you afraid of? Kaharu Udatane suddenly increased his tone. When did you become timid too. It's not like you. I'm not afraid, but worried. The current village can no longer withstand any unrest. If something happens again, we are likely to become the sinners of the village. Aren't you afraid? Kaharu Udatane glanced at his friend with contempt. We are the village's advisors. We have given everything for the village. Even if they don't understand, our achievements cannot be denied. We are just some root ninjas. Well, forgive those guys who didn't dare to say anything. Besides, with these people, we can also take action against the Kyubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column. What do you want to do? Homura Mitokado suddenly felt so friendly and strange in front of him. I'm taking it back, and Kyubi, Nine-Tails, can only, and must, be owned by Konoha. You're crazy. I'm not crazy. It's you who are crazy. You guys have released the most important fighting force of the village at such a time. That because, Madara, Kaharu, other people don't know the interests of that man, don't you know? We are the ones who survived that era. Kaharu Udatane snorted coldly, because he knows how strong he is. He can't let Kyubi, Nine-Tails, go. In front of that man, what role does the tailed beast have? He can only be a thug. Column force defecting regardless. This battle is nothing, but after this battle, Menyan, you and I have cooperated for so many years. Can't you even understand this kind of thing? Quote, Kaharu, whether this battle is won or lost, we at Konoha will be in danger. Kumogakure is ambitious, Iwagakure is not giving in vain, and Sunagakure has a precedent for betrayal. Once the war is over, it's time for everyone to share the fruits of victory. Don't think about it. You know, we Konoha don't get much, so you can guarantee they don't care. What do you want to do? Brothers and sisters are happy to watch. The cloud is full of code, and all the efforts are made. Tech chapter 356 Tears in the Sun. What do I want to do? I want to. On the beach where the wind was howling, a few fiddler crabs waving iron tongs into the mud and sand, and Naruto Uzumaki sat on the top of the reef and launched a foolish act. Is this the country where my mother grew up? Really? What did the boss ask me to do in such a ghost lake? It's been days and I haven't found the so-called answer. The dull sea breeze, the whirling eddy, the dilapidated houses. Ah, what a boring place. The answer. What is the answer? The answer is always in your heart. Who is speaking? Uzumaki Naruto stood up in astonishment, and he didn't find a figure even after turning around twice. Front, behind, left, right, overhead, underfoot. Giggle giggle. It's so cute. Who are you? Where are you? Uzumaki Naruto shook his head back and forth, and fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. The female voice who spoke laughed even more happily. Didn't you say it just now, little idiot? Just now. Suddenly awakened and immersed in the sea of consciousness, Naruto opened his eyes and suddenly found that he did not reach the place where Kyubi, Nine-Tails, was sealed, but came to a place full of sunlight. Naruto, what going on? How could someone exist in a place like this and know my name? Uzumaki Naruto stared at the woman standing pretty in the sunlight, his eyes widened in shock. Yuhi's hair like a waterfall draped behind her. One look at it will last a lifetime. Guess who I am? There is a reward for guessing right. Naruto listened to the woman's words and blinked, and suddenly showed an expression of sudden realization. You are. Guess it. The pretty woman was very relieved, but this relief was immediately shattered. I said, Kurama, when will you play this trick too? Even if you want to learn from me, please learn it a little bit. How can you wear clothes with embroidery? Bastard, what are you saying, you bastard? The pretty woman heard such hateful words and rushed over to hit Naruto's head with a fist. Naruto, who was beaten, was stunned for a moment, then got up and pointed at the woman and roared, okay, Kurama, how dare you hit me? Do you think I won't recognize you if you change into a vest? Bastard, I'm not that stinky fox. Boom. Aren't you Kyubi, Nine-Tails? Naruto, who was punched again, touched the bag's forehead strangely. You said you weren't Kyubi, Nine-Tails, so who are you, savage woman? A savage. Am I savage? The pretty woman touched her hair awkwardly. The speechless Naruto pointed to the two big bags on top of his head, and the woman was even more embarrassed. I'm so sorry. I've been like this since I was a child, and I haven't changed much after getting married. But you look fine, more like your father, and as handsome as him. Married, father. The two words struck each other like thunder, and Naruto's astonished eyes gradually stained with ripples, and Yuhi's hair, looking at the woman, shed a scorching stream of joy or bitterness. Looks like you guessed it. You are your mother. You are my mother. Mother. Crystal tears splashed and wet the front of her clothes, and Kushina hugged Naruto, who threw herself into her arms, overflowing with a happy smile. Only a mother is good in the world. A child with a mother is like a treasure. When thrown into the arms of the mother, happiness cannot be enjoyed. Only a mother is good in the world. A child without a mother is like a grass. If you leave the arms of your mother, where can you find happiness? Naruto cried, whimpered, and trembled as he plunged into Kushina's arms with all his strength. The dark and distant place, Kyubi, Nine-Tails, flashed inexplicably in the eye. Is this the greatest maternal love of mankind? Che, this old man has no mother. But the old man should be. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, in a blink of an eye. It's been so many years. How are you? What is the other world like? Mom, I've always wanted to see your mother. Don't leave leave me. Okay, don't leave me. What a silly boy. Kushina lightly patted Naruto's back twice. How could mom leave you? Mom is always in your heart. As long as you remember mom, mom will never leave. I don't want you to go. Stay, okay. Naruto wiped his tears excitedly. I know you will disappear. Tell me how. I don't want you to go. Have you met your father? Naruto cried and nodded, but he refused to let go of his grasping hand for fear that once he let go, he would never be able to find it again. What a silly child. My mother won't leave. At least not now. Kushina gently wiped Naruto's tears. This chakra was originally intended to help you control Kyuubi, Nine Tails, but now it is not needed. Quote, snort from a distant and unknown place breaks the warm picture, and the Kyuubi, Nine Tails, hawk declares its existence with its dissatisfaction. Naruto wasn't happy anymore. Kurama, what are you doing here? As a friend, you should disappear automatically. Okay, don't be too arrogant. The old man just promised to make peace with you. When will I promise to be your friend? Little idiot, it seems that you have a good relationship. Kushina clucked her lip while listening to the quarrel between Kyuubi, Nine Tails, and Naruto. Kyuubi, Nine Tails, the fa turned black. Uzumaki Kushina, your good son. The words of anger or admiration gradually dissipated, and the mother and son under the sun burst into laughter in unison. I didn't expect you to use this method to get the approval of the stinky fox. Speaking of which, you are better than your mother. Of course, am I your son? Naruto patted his head proudly, but immediately showed a disappointed expression. Don't do this. Kushina rubbed Naruto's head comfortingly. As long as mom's leftover chakra is not consumed, it can still exist for a long time. Really? Of course, I don't want to leave you so soon. Kushina pinched her waist in a funny way, and she didn't look like a mother at all. Uzumaki Naruto was excited for a long time, then suddenly he rubbed his hands in front of him. Mom is such a beautiful woman. Ha, thanks for complimenting the little idiot, but don't make that funny face. It's ugly. What's so funny? It's curiosity. Is it okay? Besides, I'm very handsome. Handsome. Ha 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 ha. Little idiot, your hair looks like your father, but your face looks like your mother. Aren't you very disappointed? Your father is a handsome guy. No, I feel like I'm very handsome now. Uzumaki raised his chin stoutly. If I can have my mother's dazzling yuhi-colored straight hair again, I'll definitely be able to kill that idiot Ursukuko in seconds. Little idiot, don't talk about Sasuke like that. Kushina raised his hand and tapped Naruto's head again. But I am very happy to be a mother when I hear your son's praise. You are the second to praise your mother for her beautiful hair. The second. I'm the second. The first. You are so stupid. Little idiot. Of course, the first one is your father. Otherwise, my mother would not have married him. Aha, is that so? I remembered it. Naruto slammed his palm hard. Kushina blinked strangely. Remembered? Yeah. Naruto nodded vigorously. I remembered a question that I had to ask no matter what when I saw my mother. That mother. How did you get on with your father? The cloud continued to work hard, and the brothers and sisters were happy to watch. Tech Chapter 357_ Find the answer of the mind. This is so embarrassing. Baidu Interesting Academy. Kushina lowered her head in embarrassment, her hair covering her pretty face. Tell me, Naruto urged curiously. Kushina gave the curious son a stern look, and then put on a happy smile. Mom moved to Konoha from another village. At that time, my mother was a genin and didn't know much about Konoha. When I met your father, everyone there's still kids. Your dad, Minato, gave me the first impression of being a girl, not reliable at all, like a kid. Shou, did dad really look like a girl when he was young? Naruto blinked in surprise, and the image of Namikaze Minato dressed in women's clothes appeared in his mind. It seems, does look like a woman. Kushina smiled and nodded. Your father looked very gentle and quiet back then, quieter than most girls. He was still very beautiful, and had a weak air, much worse than your mother. Then you, just listen to me. Kushina glared angrily. The day I moved in, the teacher asked everyone to talk about their dream. Mom didn't want to be underestimated by others, so I said it. What did you say? I said I was going to be the first female Hokage. Mom is going to be a female Hokage. Naruto hammered his thighs when he heard Kushina clenching his fist. As expected of my mother, she really looks like me. Little idiot, you got it the other way around. You should be like me. Kushina slapped Naruto with a hand. Then what? Then, a new girl who dared to claim to be a Hokage as soon as she entered the class is too arrogant. It's so arrogant. Since I started playing at the school, my mother was always bullied by the boys in the class, and she was given the title of Nishi Yuhi for this. Quote, Naruto looked at Kushina suspiciously. Nishi Yuhiki. Why? With a big round face and hot Yuhi-colored hair. It looks like a Yuhi persimmon when tied with a headband. Kushina said very helplessly. Actually, my mother wanted to accept her fate, and Yuhi persimmon was just a persimmon. Yuhi, but those guys don't give in. Naruto's eyes lit up. According to the plot in the novel, at this time, Dad will definitely come out as a hero to save the beauty, and then you guys. No, not at all. Kushina shook her head and raised her fist proudly. Your mother taught those male classmates who called me Nishi Yuhi persimmons, and beat them all into Nishi Nishi Yuhi persimmons. So she danced with Yuhi color, embroidering hair, beating boys to half dead. Your mother and me have a new nickname, Blood Yuhi Pepper. Sounds great, doesn't it? Great is great. No wonder Shikamaru, Inuzuka, Kiba and the others said that their mothers are a kind of terrifying creature, and mothers are really terrifying. Hey, little idiot, what's your expression like? Isn't mom's nickname funny? Pull the wind, pull the wind. Naruto shrank his neck and quickly changed the subject. Then what did dad say? You mean Minato? Kushina smiled happily. He said he wanted to be a great Hokage recognized by the villagers. Are you recognized by the villagers? Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head lonely. Kushina shrugged off Cassie and said, Mom heard this and thought, how could someone as unreliable as your dad be a Hokage? Your dad is so stupid. What, isn't dad very strong? Little idiot, your dad was still very young at that time. How could he be strong or not? Kushina mumbled angrily, suddenly showing a complicated and happy look. I looked down on him at that time. Until that happened. That matter. My mother used to hate her Yuhi hair very much because of her nickname. But after that incident, my mother changed. It was your father who made your mother like your hair color. What is it? Kushina's voice suddenly turned serious. Mom's chakra is very special, and the village of Kumogakure kidnapped me for coveting my mother's chakra. It's them again. Kushina sighed in a trance. On the way to being taken away, in order to leave a traceable signal, my mother tore off her hair when they were not paying attention. Although Konoha quickly organized a search team to find, but I couldn't find it. When I was about to reach the border, and my mother didn't have any hope of her own. Father is catching up, Naruto said with certainty. It must be so, right? Kushina graciously said, your father is the only one who came to save mother, and he was the only one who found Yuhi's hair left by mother. He told mother that mother's Yuhi hair is very beautiful, and you can see it at once. So romantic, Naruto shouted. Yes, at that moment, my mother felt that your father is really a great ninja. He will definitely realize his dream. The most important thing is that he also changed me. Kushina dragged her chin happily and said, it is because of your father that my mother fell in love with her Yuhi hair, which originally hated my mother, but brought the most important person in my mother's life to her side, and it became my mother's karmic line. Quote, that's how mom fell in love with dad. Ellipsis. Kushina nodded happily. Since this incident, my mother has fallen in love with her Yuhi hair, and she has fallen in love with your father. Listen, Naruto, I will only say my own to the man who praises my hair. From my heart, I love you. The gentle Yuhi lip kissed the cold forehead. Uzumaki Naruto breathed the sweetness that was close at hand, and suddenly felt warm in his heart. Konoha yellow flash and Yuhi colored pepper will give birth to the best son. Naruto, you have to believe in yourself. Mom and dad are watching you. We will always be by your side. Don't be confused anymore. Mom. Naruto stared blankly at Kushina, who was encouraging him. It took him a long time to show a smile, but the smile was very reluctant. My father was recognized by the villagers as the 4th generation of Hokage. I never knew about this. I am proud of it when it happened, and I firmly want to be like him, to be the hope that Hokage will continue to guard. But this is not possible. Uzumaki Naruto sighed and lowered his head, burying his sunshine-like hair into the darkness between his legs. They don't agree with me at all. For me, they only fear, hate, complain, and they even want to kill me. How can I protect such people? Mom, can you tell me? Aim, continue squinting and continue to code. In the future, I won't be able to stay up late at night. My state is not good, and there are still few yards. It's better to save enough energy and have a good time. Aiming. Tech Chapter 358_See Your True Self. Master Liamong. This is the real waterfall where Master Killer Bee practiced. Hey168.com. The rumbling water jumped down from the top of the rock dozens of meters high, and the splashing snow mist reflected the surrounding hazy, like the hair hanging down from the ancient goddess, and like the mirror lake embedded on the towering mountain wall. This is a very strange waterfall. If you don't look at the waves that are turning up at the bottom, and don't listen to the roar in your ears, it is like a transparent mirror. The branches on the edge of the rock, the grass on the shore of the lake, and even the birds in the sky can all find their own images in it. The most amazing thing is that in the center of the lake there is a small circular island with a radius of 2 meters. Kumogakure ninja Kiji Kojima, who came along, said, if you want to see your real self, just sit there and close your eyes. It's fun to listen to. July 20 inches. Anko blinked curiously, his expression moving. Kumogakure Ninjaji sternly reminded, although talking with the real self can help you understand yourself more clearly, sometimes it is not a good thing. Many ninjas will change their temperament after coming here. Some become murderous, some it has become rare, and some have no fighting spirit at all. Therefore, a long time ago, this place became a forbidden place for Kumogakure. Only those with the strongest will and recognized by modern Reikage are qualified to set foot here. Is there anything else that needs attention? Liamong looked at the square inch in the middle of the lake and tilted his head, obviously making up his mind. He shook his head seriously and finally said, let me tell you the origin of this lake. Before the 6 Paths Age invented ninjutsu, ninjutsu and spread him. This is the secret place of Shangsilyu, which is the predecessor of our Kumogakure. Quote, your predecessors were samurai. Liamong was surprised when he heard this, but it wasn't surprising when he thought about it. Yes, the predecessor of our Kumogakure was indeed a samurai, and it was still a very big school at the time. It was an interesting academy, so the swordsmanship of Kumogakure was the first of the 5 kingdoms, and it was generally more inclined to physique. What does this have to do with this late? Tamari picked up a stone and tossed it up and down board, because this is the place where the warriors of the Shengshui River were quiet and enlightened. Ji pointed to the waterfall proudly and said, as a famous school in the whole continent at that time, anyone who wants to join must understand themselves here. It is because of this where there is. Can Shengshui Lu have that kind of strength? Quote, then why don't you Kumogakure pass on this tradition? Ki's eyes flashed with complicated light, looked at the waterfall and said, ninjas and samurai are different after all. The era of samurai has passed, and there is no point in sticking to those things. Okay, let's discuss what those old antiques are doing. Who will try it first? Liamong said, looking at Yamato Tianzang and Shancheng Qingye, full of bad water and bewildered. You don't want to see the true knowledge. This is a very rare opportunity. Quote, I'll forget it. Yamato Tianzang turned his head to look at the waterfall, and shrank his neck in fear. Ninja from Anbu, it's best not to touch this kind of thing, and, thinking about his origins and the secrets buried in his heart, Yamato felt that this waterfall was very dangerous. Yamashiro Aoba also declined the good intention. Since it is a secret place bred in Kumogakure village, it's better for us Konoha not to contact, so as not to bring unnecessary trouble. Timid is timid, and what excuse is there? Although Ji, whose brain is combed into a Saiyan, is contemptuous in his heart, he does not show it on the surface. He turns his head and looks at Liamong, wanting to see how the VIP that Mr. Kumogakure has specially explained to him will choose. I'll try it. Brother, don't be impulsive, brat. Anko grabbed the sleeve of his robe and shook his head. It's better not to touch this unknown thing. Who knows if anyone is making trouble inside. This lady must be on her guard. What I said was not a lie. Who knows? Tamari shot the stone in his hand at the waterfall and thumped through it. Kay was stunned, woke up and hurriedly defended. There is indeed a secret room behind the waterfall, but there is a major secret of our Kumogakure village. Please forgive me and can't explain it until I get the order of Lord Reikage. But about this waterfall, you can do it below. Guaranteed your life. Absolutely did not deceive you. Quote, okay, Enko's sister Tamari, you take care of Hinata. I know what's behind that. You know. Ji looked at Liamong in astonishment, not knowing whether this was true or not. I'm going to try. Maybe this place is the only place that can solve my doubt. Are you really going? Liamong nodded seriously. Then I'll be with you. Enko stood beside him without questioning. And me. Tamari also stood up. I'm going too. Hinata gently pulled at the hem. He, Yamato, and Yamashiro, looking at the 3 girls, felt a flutter of gold stars in their heads. As expected of a well-known scourge in the ninja world, it can make women so determined. 3, not 1, not 2. How on earth did he do it? Is this the reason why Reikage-sama is special? Hinata, Enko, Tamari, don't say Fukun. We believe in you, and please believe in us. Okay, then let go together. Stepping on the ripples, he walked towards the small island 2 meters in diameter in the middle of the lake, and Liuman slowly sat down. What is the real me? Silently recalling the bits and pieces that came to this world, a deep confusion filled my heart. Inadvertently, a greeting from Lai Yangyang suddenly sounded in his ear. You're here. Who is talking? Little by little, the figure came out of the waterfall, wearing familiar and unfamiliar blue jeans, white basketball shoes covered with sand nets, small broken hair, flat mirrors, and yawning 2-step. Look carefully. Okay, how lazy is this person? The 2 shoelaces were tied 1.5, and the crotch of the open door bulged twice. This he is aiming at the real me, and the real me is this bird. The cloud continues. Brothers and sisters are happy to watch. Please feel free to speak if you have any opinion. In addition, I have the cheek to learn from everyone. Because I am a newcomer, I hope you can give your opinion on the new book, The Rise of the Infinite Manga Fat Man. Please. Tech Chapter 359_Forgive me mom. The rushing tide kept lapping the reef, and the splashing waves leapt into the air with joy. The fishy sea breeze of Baidu Yui Academy blew through, and the teenager sitting cross-legged seemed to have passed through eternal. Naruto, don't let the darkness in your heart affect your will. Mom understands your feelings very well. You understand. You don't understand anything. Uzumaki Naruto glanced up at Kushina a little, then lowered himself immediately. Father also said something similar to me, but he doesn't understand anything at all. Of course he is different from us after all. Naruto was taken aback by Kushina's words. How can you understand the pain of human Jinchuriki power without becoming a human Jinchuriki force? My silly boy. Mom is your previous Kyuubi, 9-tails person. Jinchuriki force. Kushina stroked Naruto's cheek pitifully. Uzumaki Naruto was shocked. Mom, is it the former Kyuubi, 9-tails, man Jinchuriki force? Kushina Kushina said helplessly or painfully. It's really complicated to say. My mother was chosen to be the Nikubi, Nine-Tails person Jinchuriki column lean. More precisely, my mother is precisely because she wants to become Kyubi. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column 4 was brought from the country of Vortex to the country of fire. Quote, why is this happening? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Kushina with extreme excitement, and he felt how hard it was to become a Jinchuriki column. Why does a mother from another country have to become a Kyubi? Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column 4. Shouldn't this kind of thing be found in this village? Who can't choose? Why choose mother? They and them. Silly boy. Kushina took Naruto into his arms with relief and remorse. This is also impossible, although it is a different country and a different village. But the country of fire and the country of vortex, Konoha, but they have a very deep relationship with Uzushiogakure village. Heihei168.com. Konoha, Senju clan and Uzushiogakure village's Uzumaki clan are blood relatives from afar and have always been inseparable. Quote, Kushina sighed while patting Naruto's back. Because the lives of the clansmen are very long, my mother's village is also known as the longevity village. We, who are good at sealing, live in it, although everyone's temper is violent. The seal of the 4 elephants on your stomach is the art of our village, and Minato, your father's seal art was also taught by your mother. And the sign behind you is actually the family emblem of the village of Uzushiogakure. As a friendly witness, Konoha, it is still in use to this day. Quote, is that right? Naruto's head was low, and Kushina didn't notice his abnormality. Now my mother's country no longer exists. In that era of war, the seal technique was regarded as a threat, and my mother's village was attacked and eventually disappeared. Even those who survived were incognito, scattered all over the world. Quote, if that's the case, why is mom doing this? Naruto asked in a low voice, his voice cold. Kushina's expression also looked a little lonely. It's because of fate. In Uzushiogakure village, my mother seems to be born with a powerful chakra that can control Kyubi, Nine-Tails. And my predecessor, Jinchuriki column 4, is also a female ninja from the village of Uzushiogakure, which seems to have become the norm. Quote, who is she? Her name is Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage. And my mother, the wife of the 4th Hokage. Isn't it amazing? Naruto raised his head blankly. His eyes were complicated like a hem. You know the battle between the original Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. In that battle, in order to help Senju Hashirama defeat Madara with the Kyubi, Nine-Tails psychic beast, Uzumaki Mito sealed Kyubi, Nine-Tails, into his body and became a human Jinchuriki column 4. After that, Konoha having Kyubi, Nine-Tails, forever. When Mrs. Mito was dying, mom was brought to Konoha as a container for Kyubi, Nine-Tails. Quote, how can they do this? Naruto stood up abruptly after listening to Kushina's words. Silly boy, it's all over. Mom didn't know it when she was brought to Konoha, and she was really shocked when she found out. They didn't tell you. This matter is classified, except for the 3rd generation and several high-level executives. Even Sanin does not know. Old man, Master Jiraiya. Kushina sighed faintly. The pressure and loneliness of becoming a human Jinchuriki column force made my mother suffer a lot, but Mrs. Mito told my mother that we were brought here as containers, but before that we fill it with love. That way, even if you want to live as a Kyubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column 4, you will be happy. Quote, Naruto stared blankly at Kushina. Is my mother happy even if she becomes a Jinchuriki column 4? Kushina nodded vigorously, and Uzumaki Naruto was speechless. The sun-filled space suddenly split into two, and an invisible line divided the mother and son into 2 worlds. Kushina stood up in horror, not understanding what was going on. Naruto Uzumaki looked at his mother in the sun, wiped his tears, pulled off his shirt, touched the seal on his belly and choked. Is this seal technique from my mother's clan? So what the boss said is true. Now, silly boy, what are you talking about? Mom turns out to be a fool too, just like my father. Naruto, you. Kushina looked at her child in astonishment, not understanding what Naruto said in chain. The darkness, the Kyubi, Nine-Tails, fought at through the void. Stinky fox, are you the one who influenced my child? Don't push the old man when something happens. Little girl, what you are doing now is no different from those idiots in Konoha. The only difference is that you are wronging the old man, and those guys are wronging your children. Singer, Mom, Kurama, it's true. Years, I've grown up and I'm not a kid who doesn't know anything. And, I know a lot more than you guys. The right hand that emerged from the key pressed against the seal and turned. The metal swiping sound of clack clatter. Kyubi, Nine-Tails, real body appeared behind. This way it saves a lot of effort. Little girl, you not as good as your son. What the hell are you talking about? Don't come here. Naruto stretched out his hand to stop Kushina in the sun. I don't want my mother to be stained with sadness and hatred, and my mother will live in the light forever. My son will come to see you when he has time. Can see mom's happy smile. Really happy. So happy. Naruto, Kurama, let go. No. Kushina cried out sadly, looking at her son who disappeared with Kyubi, Nine-Tails, into the darkness, a sigh that shattered her heart. Forgive me, mother. Brothers and sisters are happy to see, and Union continues to work hard hard and take aim. Tech chapter 360_ as a father. Damn boy, do you really give up that little girl? QB. Ninetales flung his tail and glanced at Naruto, who was sitting down. Although I don't understand your human feeling, I can see that the girl cares about you very much. Interesting academy. I know. Naruto didn't raise his head, but he still didn't have an answer in his heart. Kushina's cry is always in my ears, but I don't know how to face it. Father, mother, master. Taking off the forehead guard above his head and holding it in his hand, Naruto trembled and took out the kunai. To draw, or not to draw. The fishy sea breeze and the rushing wave flashed on his body. He was cold in his heart. Uzumaki Naruto became more and more confused, and he was stunned, with one hand protecting his forehead and the other with kunai. When a person dies alone, everything disappears. His past, present, and future will all be reduced to nothingness. Many people will die in war or on duty, and very easily. Some of those who died also had dreams. Everyone has the things they cherish the most: parent, brothers, sisters, friends, lovers, mates in the village, and others who are very important to them. Living with people who trust and help each other, and who have always felt important from the moment they were born, will form a bond, and this bond will become stronger and stronger as time goes on. This is not a big reason, but people who have this kind of tie will do so because they feel cherished. Mr. Uruka, I cherish you very, very much, but have you ever cherished me? The short-lived memory crossed the apex of his heart, and Naruto closed his eyes tightly, trying to stop the tears from flowing out of his eyes, but big drops of tears still overflowed from the corners of his eyes and splashed on the forehead guard. On the sign that symbolizes the hidden village of Konoha, a song called Bitterness is sung. Mom, what should I do? Uzumaki Naruto raised his head blankly, looking up at the quietly rising moonlight biting the corner of his lip. The anguish in his heart was comparable to the endless ocean. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. I have been working hard, persevering, and looking forward, hoping that they can look at me and open their heart to accept me. However, I have tried so much. Why is it still not accepted by them? Is this the fate of the human Jinchuiki? Column 4. No, that's not the case with Mom, and neither is the original QB. Ninetales Jinchuriki. Column 4. Uzumaki Mito found Senju Hashirama, who loved her, and her mother found her father, who cherished her. But what about me? Who did I find? Who will take care of me again? Sakura, Sasuke, or the elusive boss? Familiar figures appeared one after another before breaking into pieces, and Naruto Uzumaki faced the starry sky and the night with a desolate howl that was comparable to the silent night sky. Is it hatred or loneliness? Naruto doesn't know. Naruto only knows that his heart is empty. The mother is calling again, but what will I do to face her? With this full of hatred. Mom is the light, but I can't see the light. Heavy step towards the hazy ruins in the dark night. Uzumaki Naruto absent-mindedly stroked the traces left by Uzushiobukuro village. He touched very carefully, from every sign, to every inch of doors and windows, to every stone Jinchuriki column. The sun rose and set, the moon came and went, and when the night fell, the child who was tortured by hunger and exhaustion finally fell. Before falling into a coma, a golden flash became the last picture. Little guy, didn't you say you didn't plan to see him? I changed my mind. Okay, uncle. Should you be called senior, or grandpa? Uncle. Are you that old? It's just a title anyway. Don't care so much. Little guy, you can't ignore it. It makes you older. How can I bully you in the future? That's what you're doing. Of course. What do you think? The crimson armor clattered out of the shadows, and the black-haired man came to the fire. Is he your son? Yeah. Look good. Considering my seniority, it should be my grandson's grandson. Haha, I can also be an ancestor. It feels so good. Brother, when can you be serious? Brother, why am I not serious? The man in crimson armor turned his head, and the man in watercolored armor in the shadow pouted. Would you like to be the ancestor and go to Xiaoging and let her have one? Wouldn't it be better? That's right. The man in the crimson armor nodded, but immediately lost his mind again. Is Xiaoging in his 50s this year? It's 54 years old. You're still her grandfather, and you can't even remember the age of her granddaughter. It's so big. The man in the crimson armor sighed in amazement, turning his head and grimacing again. Brother, can you still have a child at such a young age? It feels very unreliable. Besides, Xiaoging doesn't seem to have a boyfriend yet. When she gets married, she will not be 60. By then, it will be too late. You're an idiot, brother. I mean it. Brother, treat your family with respect. The man in crimson armor turned around, with a look of anger on his face. The younger brother in the blue armor simply ignored him. You are the head of the family, and I am also the head of the family. It's really interesting to talk about this status. I'm your brother. I don't have a big brother like you. Bastard, I think you need to clean up. Too, can you both be quiet? Naruto. The noisy voice pierced into his mind like a scratched old gramophone disc, and the yellow-haired boy who faintly woke up was startled. You, little devil, don't look at us with those strange eyes. Be careful, this old man beats you. Shodai, Fursama. Little guy, you have fouled again. Don't mention these two words in front of me again. Yours, understand? I see. The boundless murderous intent just said that he would leave, and the man in the Yuhi helmet stepped into the shadows again. Let go, brother. The father and son are reunited. We don't need to be a light cannon here anymore. Singer, I have something I want to ask you. Do you regret it? Uzumaki Naruto barely propped himself up and looked weakly at the bonfire. The blurred man scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing how to answer for a moment. They killed you, killed your wife, and even took care of your children. You really have no regret. Naruto suddenly raised the tone of the questioning. Tell me, as a father, tell me, do you, Namikaze Minato, have any regret? Brothers and sisters are happy to watch. It's night. I updated the new book in the cloud, and I came back to update this one again. I found that my mental state was worse, and I don't know why. But since today is Sunday, I have to stick to it, and sleep well tomorrow to make up for it. Everyone pay attention to rest. Don't study like the cloud. This is a bad habit. It's really not easy to take aim. Hokage Hatake Glory. Chapter 361 to 380. Tech Chapter 361_something underestimated. The face of his son's questioning. The fourth generation of Hokage was extremely embarrassed. Even in the state of impure world reincarnation, the Yuhi color on his face could be clearly seen. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Namikaze Minato without blinking. The father and son's eyes met, and the fourth generation of Hokage was silent. This is the symbol representing the Konoha ninja, and it's also a graduation gift from Iruka-sensei. Naruto raised the forehead in front of Minato, and said with a self-deprecating tone, "It's strange. Why would Iruka put the forehead in front of Minato? His forehead was given to me when I was young. I didn't understand anything, but now I know. It was actually a play that put me to the test." Naruto raised his head as he spoke. Mizuki-sensei is an idiot, and I'm not much better than him. And Iruka, that bad guy, has also become an immortal pawn for 3 generations. You can't say that 3 generations of adult. He is all. It's all for the village. Naruto looked at Minato and said, "Are you trying to say this? I remember the boss once said such a paragraph. The most disgusting thing the superiors do is to disguise their shamelessness and selfishness with righteousness. Use the dirty things of disgusting people in the name of righteousness. You died at a young age. Don't you understand this? Son, you can't think like this." Namikaze Minato pressed Naruto's shoulders with both hands to persuade him. "It's too dark for you to think like this. We must turn our heart to the light and believe in the beauty of this world. My heart is bright, but there is only darkness left in front of me." Naruto snapped Minato's hand on his shoulder. "You still know that I am your son, so do you know how I came here all these years? You gave everything for the village, not only for yourself but also for your wife, my mother, and finally you brought your son and me in." Namikaze Minato, Naruto said, raising his voice abruptly, "Do you think I'm very rare to be your son? My name is Uzumaki. Have you heard Uzumaki? They won't even tell me your name. It's easier to read on a cell phone. m.heihei168.com is such a group of guys, but you want me to protect them. Naruto, what are you doing? Why did I suddenly change?" Uzumaki looked at Minato with complicated eyes and said, "Last time you advised me to forgive others with tolerance, to fill the village with love, and to drive out the darkness with your own sunshine. I believe following your word. I followed Master Jiraiya back to the village and worked hard. But what was the result? Do you know? They don't need me. They drive me away. They say I'm a disaster star, the source of the scourge, and the demon fox who should have been killed long ago." Naruto, let go. Sakura's words resounded in his ears again, and Uzumaki Naruto growled hysterically, the face of his son's frantic and angry venting in resentment. Namikaze Minato stretched out his hand stiffly, wanting to touch, but couldn't use the strength. In the darkness, 2 men sitting side by side on the ruined stone Jinchuriki column showed different expressions. "I didn't expect that the village would become like this after our brother left. It seems that your will, brother, is completely over. What's the point of talking about it now? We are dead. Okay, don't worry about the living. Are you running away?" Senju Hashirama held her cheeks in both hands and tugged at her feet like a child. Senju Tobirama was disgusted. "Can you not do this mentally retarded gesture? I'm thinking. During this time, I've been thinking about why things turned out like this." Senju Hashirama tilted his head and glanced at his brother. "We've all been leaders of the village. Compared to me, you, a great inventor, have contributed to the village much more than my brother." From the mouth of the little guy, "I learned that the ninja school and various ninjutsu systems you invented have made indelible contributions to the development of the village. It's rare that you really praise me once." Am I that bad as a big brother?" Senju Hashirama gave Tobirama, who was sitting beside him, a hard look. "But then again, you do a lot of things right, but you also do a lot of things wrong. Chief among them is that the wrong leader was chosen. Quote, don't put the blame on others. I'm different from you. If you die, you can leave the blame on me. Who can I put the blame on? There were only 8 people at the time." Danzo, Senju Hashirama said, a person who took Senju Tobirama by surprise. "Brother, this is not like you. We have collected a lot of information during this time. among the 8 people who were with you at the time. After careful consideration for my brother, I am afraid that the one who is really suitable to take the position is that guy. Why? Senju Tobirama knew his brother wouldn't joke about something like this. Senju Hashirama sighed deeply, because he is ruthless. The superior can lack everything, but the determination cannot be lacking. Everything else can be made up by subordinate. As long as he can listen to others, he is a good leader. Monkey is too weak at this point. He's a soft-hearted guy, and Konoha has an inescapable responsibility for what he has become. Ellipsis. Senju Hashirama turned his head very seriously and said to Tobirama, repeated compromises, repeated concessions, will only fuel other people's ambitions and become out of control. Little monkey sucks at this point. Advisors, root, it's all beyond Hokage's control. Ninja, a village is not a country. It does not need to act like a country at all. It only needs a strong leader. I am like this, you are like this, but your chosen heir is not like this. Senju Tobirama looked at Hashirama fixedly, and did not speak for a long time, until a gust of wind blew. Let Shimura take the throne. Our family will also disappear. You're right, Senju Hashirama said with a wry smile. Power is something that can easily degenerate, especially when people's strength can't match power. They will think about weakening what they can't control. At this point, you and I both ignore it, because we are both standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world and looking down on everything around us. Brother, you and I both underestimate people's heart. The next chapter of the Cloud Code will be sent in the morning, and the state is still not good at night. Tomorrow, make up sleep well and continue to make progress with everyone. There is no room for sloppy work as a writer, and Union is going to take this as a profession, so it will naturally take it seriously. I sincerely hope that you can give more opinions here. Tech Chapter 362_ Happy times are about to fight. How powerful is the human heart? Senju Hashirama does not know, neither does Senju Tobirama. Interesting Academy. This is a very empty, large, and difficult to explain topic. However, it is difficult to explain and difficult to explain. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama have experienced it personally, and the praise not only accompanied them but also accompanied their family, and even distant relatives were wiped out. Senju Tsunade, who is still alone, and the Uzumaki clan, who are still alive. There are no traces of the two clans in the world. With the passage of time, it doesn't take too long. After more than 10 or 20 years, what Senju and what Uzumaki will become legend. After 100 years, even the legend may not be left. Have you ever regretted it? The words of Uzumaki Naruto's question to Minato came to his ears, and the two strong men who stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world were speechless. 230. For a long time, Senju Tobirama said, this is the matter, let go. There is nothing to miss in this world. He doesn't belong to us anymore. Senju Hashirama shrugged her shoulders. Her drooping legs waved. I have to make arrangements for Shaoging. That girl is really worrying. She's about to become an old woman and she doesn't know how to get married. Quote, Senju Hashirama's voice seemed to be complaining, but it wasn't the case if you listened carefully. I'm afraid it's him who is really complaining. Eat fish. I'm not hungry. Naruto Uzumaki stared at the fire without raising his head or opening his eyes. His stomach was rumbling, but he didn't pick up Minato's grilled sea fish. Are you gassing? Namikaze Minato didn't say anything, just shoved the fish into his son's hand. Naruto cried. He has been crying a lot lately, and the tears flowed down when they said they were flowing. Baidu Interesting Academy. The father and son sat next to the fire next to each other. The jumping flames reflected Yuhi all over their body, and their golden hair was like two little suns. I've seen senior brother. Well, his name is Uzumaki Nagato. Naruto briefly explained the matter, and the more he said it, the more bitter he felt. Dad and master are both liars. Hope was delivered to me and I didn't know how to do it. Quote, son, you have to be strong. What is being strong? Uzumaki raised his head with blurry eyes. Am I not strong enough? If I wasn't strong enough, I would have died. But what's the use of being strong? Big drops of tears slid down the small face full of sadness. Namikaze Minato's heart pumped together, and he wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know where to start. A cold sea breeze blew past, and the father and son slapped one on the head. Boom, boom. You two idiot. Kushina. Mom, aren't you happy to see me? To show such an expression. What wrong with you, Mom? Naruto stretched out his hand in a daze, fearful that he wanted to touch it but didn't dare, for fear that his mother would be lost if he touched it. Kushina looked at the two men with a funny look. It's the help of the Stinky Fox gang. With their support, I can come out and beat you guys. Kurama, don't be so strange. Your mother is a former Kyuubi. Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, call 'em force anyway. Chakra is born with it, and borrowing from each other is not a troublesome thing. Little idiot, your mother is very interested. Oh, you say so, Minato. Of course you are very interested. Fourth Hokage scratched his head and smiled twice. In front of Kushina, he would never be able to put on airs. Uzumaki Naruto looked at his father speechlessly, then turned to look at his mother. The genders of the two were definitely reversed. Hulala is not a bang bang flame, reflecting a happy family. Minato of impure world reincarnation. transformation. Chakra materialized Kushina plus Uzumaki Naruto. This fool. My daddy, our child seems to be in trouble. Kushina took Minato's grilled fish, threw it to the side, and put on a new one to bake. It's been so many years that I haven't gotten any better. It's a shame my son can eat. It's also impossible. I can't compare with you. Son, your mother's cooking skills are very good. Stop talking about it's useless. Hurry up and appease our son. It's all your fault. Kushina glanced at Namikaze Minato angrily. If you listen to my words and took Kyubi, Nine Tails, away, it wouldn't be right. There will be trouble now. Little girl, you'd better be careful what you say. If you offend the old man, don't blame the old man for letting go. Stinky fox, can't you come out and make trouble? Kushina angrily gave Naruto a fist. Do you know that disturbing family reunion is a very hateful behavior? Little girl, will the old man be afraid of being hated? But forget it. This time the old man won't tell you it's useless. Fourth Hokage, let the old man's other half out. The old man has something to tell him. The chakras of yin and yang meet in midair, and Yuhi makes a fire. Kyubi, Nine Tails, talks on it, and Naruto Minato is speechless below, until Kushina rebaked the fragrant sea fish, and the two of them didn't say a word. Little idiot, eat your stomach first. Your dad doesn't need it. He's in such an ugly state now. The roasted golden sea fish took it in his hand, and Naruto, who was belly gurgling and beating a drum, bit his mouth hard, and his hot tongue was blistered. So hot, so fragrant, so delicious. Little idiot, you can't be careful. You're all stupid with your father. Kushina couldn't help but smile as he remembered the first time Minato ate his own food. Minato looked at his wife's happy smile and couldn't help but hug her into his arms. After many years, the couple who got together again cuddled with each other. Naruto, who was eating grilled fish, was silent and raised his head to look at Kyubi, Nine Tails, in midair. Two Kurama's real brothers. Damn boy, stop thinking about it. Young, is this your host? Don't be so yin and yang. Yin, your temper is really bad. Where do you think you can get better? Naruto's head hurts and he looks left and right. Two foxes in the sea of consciousness are desperately pinching each other. The yellowish on the left, the dark Yuhi on the right. They can't bite and roar. Their tails are like street gangsters. They were drawn together like a gang fight. Dingguang is a violent hammer. Uzumaki Naruto sparred out. Are they two doing magic? I went to bed and finished the code at 3:30. The brothers and sisters were happy. Tech chapter 363_cowardly and rationally madly intertwined heart. This is the real me, and the real me is this bird. Liamong exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at the birdman sitting on the opposite side with his legs stretched. Liamong in blue jeans yawned and took off his flat mirror. Whatever you say, you or me, I am you. Don't talk to brother about the only son. No matter how bad brother is, he won't be reduced to your level. Look at you, like you haven't slept in 800 years. Your melancholy eyes, that decadent temperament. How do you look at you? Like pick up rags on the street. Jeans Rowden pinned the flat mirror to his chest, raised his chin and made a joke. Recognize yourself. In fact, we are slackers. Can lie down or not sit. Can sit if you don't stand. You have to find something to lean on when you are standing, and the matter is already hanging up high. Isn't this the most realistic portrayal of you and me? Quote, look like, probably, like, maybe, like this. Liamong nodded his head several times, and suddenly hugged his true self. Do you like money? Of course. Do you like pretty girls? Certainly. Then what else do you like? Of course I'm sleeping. Real Liamong yawned again. The breeze blows across Pengu Bay, and the white waves stand on the beach. Do you still remember this tune? Ha ha ha, how can I forget this? The breeze blows across Pengu Bay, the white waves stand on the beach, and in the days when there is no little girl, I am lonely and lonely. We are not alone now. Brother, I have something I want to ask you. Tears dripping from her milky white eyes, Hinata stared at herself crying in surprise. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Are you the real me? Crying and shedding tears all the time. Hinata, who came out of the real waterfall, has a small face covered with tears. I don't believe it. I'm crying all the time. I'm hesitating all the time. It's you and me who can't find the real support. No, it won't. Hinata shook her head vigorously. I still have a brother. But apart from him, what else do you have? And what do I have? Our Hyuga family doesn't need a waste like her. Just look at your heart. Just like these tears. You have never hated them. The crying Hinata suddenly raised her face, and a flame of anger ignited under Iwa's rainy face. The little secretary Hinata was frightened. How are you? Look, you are weak again. Can't you even recognize yourself? We have hatred in our heart. No, it's enough for me to have my brother. How long do you want to hide? Have you ever looked into your heart? The crying Hinata choked and cried, bloodshot in her milky white pupil. The little secretary Hinata was startled. You, forever fragile heart, forever sad soul. It is because of you that I can never let go of these endless years. Now, you are running away again. Don't you dare to admit your true self. Hyuga Hinata. Me, Hinata's little secretary uneasily pulled at the front of her shirt, looked at herself who was questioning loudly, and stumbled back 2 steps. Hate. Do I have hate in my heart? Who do you hate? Your father, or those who have bullied you? No need. I just need my brother. What are you laughing at? What's your posture? You want to beat me? me, or kill me. Hinata of Real Waterfall looked at the little secretary who spread his hands and got angry. This move is my own decision. Standing here is my own will. Before, I could only cry, and I would give up many times in the early days. You should know that too, right? Hinata stroked the perfect circle with both hands, until it swayed to both sides like a swan. My brother is always striving to move forward for us, and I also want to stand by my brother's side forever. So whenever I have to take even one step forward. Quote, the suddenly opened Byakugan shot out two firm determinations, and Hinata launched a challenge in a tender voice. The real me, or the cowardly me. Can you understand this, Will? I have never run away from my heart. I put all my hopes on my brother. Let's fight. The two golden-faced and black-boned iron fans slammed back and forth, colliding with each other, and the soldiers crashed into each other, flashing a large amount of spark. Tamari to Tamari, Tamari to Tamari. You say you are the real me, but I don't believe it. What this waterfall really reflects is not the so-called truth, but the other side of the heart. People always have various impulses, but it may people distinguish which impulses can be moved and which impulses cannot. You should be the thoughts that I suppress in my heart. It's a very smart and rational analysis, but can you really stay rational all the time? I don't like him. You should understand the meaning of this with your IQ. That is to say, you don't actually like that man in your heart, and you don't like him. Rotten wood shimmers. What does that matter? Tamari waved the Samsung fan indifferently, fighting with the so-called true self. I don't like him, but I love him. You are not me, so you don't understand. We are all one. What am I not understanding? The 3-star fan collided with 2 clang, and the 3-star fan unfolded, and the lilac robe fluttered as the hula Lakama Itachi fluttered. Tamari looked at the opposite and smiled. Although we are one, we are actually two minds. This waterfall will be originally one. My heart, showing both positive and negative side. You are me and not me. Forget it. This battle is really boring. Let's end you here. Quote, futon, wind style, wind killing array. Fate, or a suppressed heart. You have been suppressed by me all the time. What ability do you have to resist me? The icy hurricane shattered the false reality, and before it dissipated, Tamari let out a roar of resentment. I'll be back. I'm in the depths of our hearts and you'll never be able to destroy me. The 3-star fan that clattered and slammed into the ground. Tamari stroked her hair charmingly. The existence of the negative side. It is impossible for people to destroy themselves. I just need to keep suppressing you. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. The golden white fireballs and the jet black shuriken collided with each other under the interweaving flame. Enko looked at himself with the curse marks all over his body, and pursed his thin lips charmingly. This is the so-called truth. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a crazy woman. Isn't it the same as calling me a mad woman? Our lives are full of betrayal and conspiracy. Why don't we take revenge? Why don't we go with the master? Brothers and sisters are happy to see, and Union continues to work hard and take aim. Tech chapter 364_ dreams are like moths to fire. I thought you were me. Now it seems you are not me. Enko held back the kunai to block the attack, and raised his cuff to release the poisonous snake. More than a dozen flower Madara pythons bit together, entangled, and strangled, unspeakably disgusting and strange. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Enko, who came out of the real waterfall, was swimming with purple-black curse marks all over his body, and his almost black pupils were full of resentment. Enko sneered at her, unmoved by the other's provocation. I have my perseverance. I have my consciousness. What's the use of you saying this? I am you. You are me. Why choose to forget? No. Enko snorted coldly after flying the shuriken again. I have never forgotten, and it is because I have not forgotten that I can see more clearly. The jingling shuriken collided with each other and kept falling. The splashing water, the broken green grass, and the small island 2 meters in diameter in the middle of the lake were all tied into hedgehogs in the blink of an eye. Orochimaru is important to me, but the village is more important than him. Then why did you choose to leave? Because I know the truth of the matter and the falsehood of the past. Enko's silver kiba clenched and stared at the other self. Don't try to reverse the order. Maybe knowing this in advance, I will choose to go with Orochimaru, but at that time I didn't clear. Are you guys trying to break my mind? I am you. How can you say that you can't break through? Idiot, we don't have any secret. Why do you have to hide it? Enko sneered and shot out the kunai in his hand, his hands forming fingerprints like flowers and butterflies. Noonway has Chen Sun Ugly Yin. Kaden, fire style, fire dragon, fire bullet. The collision, the explosion, the addition of fists and feet. The two similar figures hit the spark, and the lake water splashed. Interesting Academy first release. There is light and darkness in people's heart. Either the light overwhelms the darkness, or the darkness overwhelms the light. As the dark side of your heart, do you also want to have a bright future? Go and dream. Since you know it all, why do you still choose? Enko, who walked out of the real waterfall, filled his chest with resentment and pulled out the ninja sword. Enko, who was also pulling the knife, slightly raised his mouth and sighed, because I have love in my heart. How can you, who are driven by resentment, understand this? A trigrams 64 palm. The hands that collided continued continuously, burst out the chakra-like patterns visible to the naked eye. Hinata to Hinata, Byakugan to Byakugan. Two little girls stared at each other and fought together, one with a smile, the other with tears, one confident and strong, the other weak and sad. You or me, I am you. A trigrams palm revolving heaven. The two groups of azure eddy currents that collided violently, collided with the rubbing tone of the tire and the ground when breaking suddenly. The two girls with the same appearance but completely different temperament spun and collided, until their hands met and their eyes met. I'm sorry. Hinata smiled and burst into tears. I'm really sorry to make you carry this, but for my brother, I have to win. Is he that important to you? Another Hinata opened his eyes angrily. The little secretary smiled. He's everything to me. Slowly Lin Feng brushed across the flat ground in the middle of the lakeshore. Yamato Tianzang frowned at the time. Don't be nervous, Kumogakure explained, folding his arm. They're talking to the other selves in their mind. We'll just wait here. Is there really no problem with this waterfall? Yamato Tianzang asked again. The war is imminent, and every combat power cannot be lost, in case there is any accident. Kumogakure shook his head. It's not the waterfall that has the problem, it's the human heart. People's minds are always complicated and changeable, and different people come here and get different answers, because everyone's heart is different. In the same way, many people don't know what their true self looks like for a lifetime. Quote, have you practiced here? Yamashiro Aoba pushed the small black sunglasses. Ji was stunned for a while. Naturally, I have practiced, but I have never been successful. You failed. Yes, he sighed in disappointment. I have never defeated another self. My heart has long been incomplete. Don't ask. Yamato stretched out his hand to stop Shancheng, who still wanted to talk, and slowly shook his head. It's better not to do this kind of inquiring about other people. That's right, he asked suddenly, as if remembering something. What about your QB, Nine Tails Jinchuriki, column 4? According to the agreement, this time should be. I'm sorry, although I have contacted Mount Myoboku through contact frogs many times, those frogs always saying that it is not time. This is not in line with our previous agreement. I will report this matter to Lord Rakage, and please forgive me. Ji carefully looked at Yamato Yamashiro and made a blunt reminder. Yamato Tenzo smiled awkwardly. It's our fault, but the toads at Mount Myoboku are really difficult to get along with. Don't bother us again. The little devil will go back when it's time to go back. Why are you annoying when you are old? Why are you more irritable than our toad? What happened to Naruto over there? Daddy, Mommy. The warm dinner came to an end with the last grilled fish stuffed into his belly, and Uzumaki Naruto burped contentedly. Kushina smiled happily and Namikaze Minato folded his hands together. Son, we must have a good talk. What are you talking about? Naruto threw the leftover fish bones into the fire. Namikaze Minato looked at Kushina in his arms, took a deep breath and said, about the village and your future. My future? What future do I have? Do I still have a future? Naruto looked at the fire with lost eye. The fish bones thrown in earlier had turned into charcoal. I have worked hard. I have tried. I have struggled. Then try again. If you don't try, you will definitely fail. But as long as you strengthen your belief, you will surely succeed. Did you succeed? Naruto turned his head with complicated eyes and looked at his father who was hugging his mother. Kushina smiled softly. Of course it did. Your father is the 4th Hokage. But how long have you been a father? Naruto looked at the burnt fish bones in the fire, and felt that his dream was flying towards the moth to the fire. Go to sleep and continue. Brothers and sisters watching happily. The cloud worked hard, but it didn't last night, so I got a good night's sleep. Tech chapter 365 _ break the confused heart. My surname is Uzumaki, not Namikaze, and I have an inseparable relationship with this withered country. The first boss of the interesting academy asked me to come here to find the answer. I thought the answer was under the ruin, but after listening to my mother, I found myself unable to love the country either. Quote, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the fire with a bitter look on his face. Dad, Mother, son has been searching for the meaning of his existence. I thought I found it, but now I find that it's all false. I'm like that rootless loaf. Ting will never find her own root. Quote, the picture scrolls of the past continue to flow through my heart, and they are broken into bubbles. Everyone has a meaning of existence. What about me? What is the meaning of my Uzumaki Naruto existence? Kushina opened her mouth and turned to look at Namikaze Minato, at a loss for her son asking such a profound question. Little son, can you understand what he is saying? They are so interesting. No, I can't take it anymore. Senju Hashirama looked at the family of 3 beside the fire, banging his head into the ground, his leg swaying like a bastard for a long time, and finally pulled himself out. Senju Tobarama sat on the stone Jinchuriki column and covered his face, not knowing whether it was shameful or helpless. Hashirama, who pulled his head out, laughed loudly and patted his belly, thumping and thumping. Your family is so interesting. The son is not like the son. The father is not like the father. The mother is not like the mother. Brother, can you be more serious? Am I not serious? I'm Senju Hashirama. Uncle. Namikaze Minato turned his head and shouted, and after contacting him in a short 10th time. He also felt a headache for this powerful senior. This guy always came up with something inexplicable. Little devil, can't you find the meaning of your existence? The old man can tell you. Shodai, first Sama. Don't mention these two words. Senju Hashirama raised his hand to correct like a traffic policeman. I want to call my ancestor, or grandpa. That old, too grandpa. It's oh good. Senju Hashirama nodded with satisfaction, and put his arms around Naruto's shoulders. Come on, let the ancestors tell you how to solve your confusion. I was also confused by your ancestors, so I established a relationship with Madara. Konoha, do you have someone you cherish? Uzumaki. Naruto blinked blankly, first nodded, then shook his head. Senju Hashirama wondered, is it there or not? Yes, but they. Sakura, Shikamaru, Ino, Teacher Uruka, Uncle Ichiraku. Familiar names came to mind. Naruto bowed his head bitterly. I have people I cherish, but those I cherish don't cherish me. That's like they prove. Senju Hashirama patted Naruto on the shoulder vigorously. Little devil, you are not accepted because you are not strong enough. Learn from us. Only the strong will be convinced and thus accepted by others. Respect. They stay away from you and avoid you because you are in trouble, and you must understand these. Since you cherish them, you cannot hurt them, and it is the most correct choice not to meet until you have the power to protect them. Senju Hashirama said to Naruto seriously. This way, it's good for you and them. As that's so. Uzumaki. Naruto stared blankly at Hashirama, and these words seemed familiar, as if his friends had also said. Is it really because I'm not strong enough? Little devil, in this world, only the strong can dominate everything. This is the lesson that my ancestors learned with blood. You can't repeat our old ways. As a descendant of the Uzumaki family, you are obliged to revive this country. You want me to revive the kingdom of Vortex? Naruto looked at Hashirama in astonishment, not expecting to get such an important task out of thin air. Senju Hashirama said affirmatively. Yes, since you are confused, why don't you bravely fight the thorn? The people who have fled to all parts of the world are waiting for your call. They need your help, need your protection. Be strong, little devil. Only then can you use your power to protect everything you hold dear. Protect everything I hold dear. Naruto stared blankly at Hashirama for a long time, looking at this man known as the god of ninjas, and gradually there was a hint of enlightenment in his heart. Seeing that Naruto didn't speak for a long time, Kushina wanted to say something, but was stopped by Minato. Little son, the son has grown up. Let him choose for himself. Choose what? All kinds of thoughts, all kinds of bitter or sweet memories, good, bad, bitter, sweet, sour, beautiful, one after another, one by one, passing through my heart like running water. The confused teenager gradually found a glimmer of light. Little devil, do you understand? Senju Hashirama stood in the wind with his arms crossed, and the bonfire reflected Yuhi's already Philippine armor. Uzumaki. Naruto smiled brightly. Grandpa, I want to become stronger. Ha ha ha, the old man really did not see you wrong. You are more worthy of support than your father. A slap to the forehead one after another. The heroic laughter cut through the night. Senju Hashirama had had enough, and suddenly said to Naruto very seriously. Being stronger is not something you can talk about, but for you, it is very simple. There are four of us, four of ghosts, four of grace, Allah. There are four of us who don't know what it is. Minato, Kushina, Tobirama. The senior is talking nonsense again. What do you mean by not knowing what it is? Dude, he's such an idiot. Hey, what are you looking at me for with those weird eyes? Am I wrong? We're people. No ghost. No thing. Big brother. Senior. Minato, don't pull me. I'm going to fuck him. Kushina, don't be impulsive. Namikaze. Minato hugged his wife who was punching and kicking, looking at the fire with a bitter face. Senju Hashirama was startled and made an ek. It's been a long time since I saw the ninja in Uzushiogakure village get angry. Little girl, you are very similar to Mito. Ms. Mito. Ha ha ha, Mito was just like you when he was young. Senju Hashirama looked at Kushina, who had regained her tenderness, and warm memories flashed in her eyes. It's time to find her now. Little devil, my brother and I are both strong men standing at the peak of the ninja world. Of course, your ancestor I am the strongest. Tobirama is worse than me. Your father the strength is not bad, and in the end your mother is also not easy. With the help of the four of us, even an idiot will become stronger. Now, I need to ask you one last thing. Have you become stronger? There are still at least 3 chapters today. Brothers and sisters are happy to read. Tech chapter 366_ have to make them obedient. Brother, you are my brother. Can you not bother me? In front of the real waterfall, another Liuman covered his forehead speechlessly. Baidu Interesting Academy. Liamong stepped up and gave him a kick. Don't play dead crabs there. Get up and work quickly. I need your help. Brother, you are my eldest brother. I can't even be your uncle. Lu Meng urged impatiently. I am a diligent man. How can you have such a lazy heart? Please, you don't have time to be lazy now. Okay, if you have time, you have to be more lazy than me. Don't talk nonsense. Liamong was at a loss. Hurry up and start the fight. It's rare to have a guy like you to accompany you, so you don't have to take care of many things. My eldest brother, how many times have you done this? Do you count count the lines yourself. I'm getting bored to death by you. Can you spare me? I said, why are you so ing? We were originally one, and if you don't do anything at this time, who will contribute? Brother, my eldest brother. It's fine without you. Why do you have to pull me? I beg you, hurry up and leave. Another Liuman said as he was about to return to the waterfall. Liamong standing on the island raised 2 fingers. I count 3. 1, 2. The fist that was suddenly swung collided with the raised knee when it was about to reach the chest, and the slacker burst into tears. Didn't you say 3? Why did you start the fight with 1 more point? Didn't you hear it? Liamong grinned. That's right. I counted it in my heart. You are so shameless, you. Stop talking nonsense and get to work quickly. In the morning, shot through the window towards the head of the bed. Enko pushed open the door, looked at the kitchen and asked. The stinky boy went to find another him. The little secretary stood by the pot and wiped his hand. Brother said to hurry up and practice. Interesting academy is the first release. What the hell is there to practice? Enko pouted with his back to the door, and somehow remembered Orochimaru. Is that guy really dead? Thunder, Kumogakure, and 2 Anbu Bangdang pushed open the door. Lord Rakage, discover the Akatsuki base. Send the information to the Mizukage chick. What does this information tell me? Ah yes. Looking at the 2 men who disappeared and left, the 4th generation Rakage slammed the table with a headache. The coalition still does not trust each other, not only in our village, but also in other villages. This is impossible. Azubuye rolled his eyes and smashed the cracked tabletop. There is a deep hatred between the hidden villages belonging to the 5 great powers. We in Konoha, Sunagakure and Iwagakure and Kurigakure and Ez really want in terms of relationship. I am afraid that there is no better relationship between the 2. Even Sunagakure and Konoha, who were allied before, didn't have a war during the Chunin exam. Quote, these old masters all know. I flipped through the 2 documents in annoyance and threw them back. The coalition forces are not in harmony, so the combat power cannot be integrated. This time, we are facing old monsters like Uchiha Madara. Gotta figure something out. In the dark limestone cave, 2 figures walked in front of each other, and the crystal water droplets slipped down from time to time. Suddenly, the figure walking behind said, wait, leave Yubi, Nine Tails, to me. What do you want to do? The figure walking in front paused lightly. The shadowy figure behind him laughed bitterly, and the whole cave was chilling. We just cooperated, and the way we reached the cooperation was not very friendly. In order to enhance the cooperative relationship between us and strengthen trust, this is the best opportunity. And next to Kyubi, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki column, there is a 1st generation replica named Yamato Tenzo, which is also the test object I want. If it really doesn't work, the one here can also divide the body. Give me some. I think you won't be too stingy. You know quite a bit. That Orochimaru guy secretly investigated. No way. Adults have to guard against people like you, don't you think? With a cold snort, the figure walking in front lowered his gaze, looking at each other for a long time. The figure behind said, according to the intelligence that the ghost shark has exchanged for his life, this coalition can be roughly divided into 5 major, 5 small, 10 countries, and march from 8 directions at the same time. Compared with ours, our combat effectiveness is serious. Not enough, but since you dare to declare war in public, you must have certainty, and this certainty should be absolute. Quote, sometimes it's not a good thing to know too much. Haha, don't scare me. Relying on the information of the master in my hand, plus the research results inherited from Master Orochimaru, I can add more strength to your combat power. I dare not say that my strength is double, but more than 30% to 50% is no problem. Quote, condition. The conditions will wait for you to show me the content. Taking a deep look at the partner who was holding the winning ticket, the shadow in front turned and continued to walk deep into the cave. The time was not long. The 2 entered the depths of the underground one after the other, pushed open the secret door, and the figure walking behind was shocked. This is Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, sitting cross-legged on a huge flower-shaped platform, bites the horizontal wooden hand with shackles, and the fork that protrudes down from the belly. The iron rod does not know where it leads. Follow me. What you're looking for is below. Looking back at the shock partner, the figure walking in front walked towards the edge of the giant flower-shaped platform. Ellipsis. Leaning over and looking down, a shocking name came to mind. This is Senju Hashirama. Yes, it's impossible. Don't be too surprised. It's just the product of the guy's cell that he got from that battle after being nurtured. It's not conscious. In fact, what I'm going to show you is still below. Still. Ha ha ha. As expected of a legendary figure, I am very looking forward to the surprise you bring to me. Tell me, what should I do? In the Kumogakure conference room, Yuyai glanced around for a week with her arms in her arms. The eyes of the sick people who were invited here exchanged a few times, and the old man Tsuchikage spoke first. Forming a coalition is not an easy thing to do. With the relationship between us, it is not easy to integrate reluctantly. If we want to work together, it is impossible. Quote, 2-day-old man, can you stop talking nonsense? Kid Rakage, this old man is telling the truth. How can the hatred between villages be resolved so easily, even if the enemy is present? present. It is impossible to just let it go. I didn't let them go. After this war, I can't control their head. But now, they have to obey me. Must understand. The cloud will update the book first, then come back and update 2 chapters. The last chapter may be late, so you can read it in the morning. The next chapter is estimated to be before the point. Adjusting the time is very tiring, physically and mentally exhausted. Tech chapter 367 _ an unresolved blood feud. Lord Hokage, please don't get angry. Getting angry at this time won't solve any problem. Interesting academy. Then what do you say? I roared angrily. The general of the Iron Kingdom, Mifune, who stopped him by speaking out, lowered his gaze and looked at the other leaders in the meeting. Onoki, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage, for 2 days, was speechless. The 6th generation Hokage Might Guy sat there with Kiba. The 5th generation Kazekage slightly wrinkled his panda eyes and didn't know what to think. The 5th generation Mizukage Terumi may simply yawn there, and the rest of Senju Tsunade posed a pair of vices. It doesn't matter to me. I can anger someone alive. Everyone, the matter of the coalition is very important. If you have any opinions, don't hide it. General Mifune, it's not that we are hiding this matter, but there is no way to solve it. Terumi May sighed faintly. The hatred between our hidden villages can be traced back to before the establishment of the village. The blood feud that has been passed down from generation to generation. How can it be ignored? If nothing else, the feud between the 2nd generation Tsuchikage of Iwagakure village and the 2nd generation Mizukage of Kurigakure village cannot be resolved. This is still high level, and there are more ninjas at the bottom. Mizukage chick, what are you doing? Why don't you say Konoha and Sunagakure? Our village did something inappropriate in the Chunin exam, but we have already compensated Konoha. Gaara glanced at the 3rd generation Tsuchikage lightly. So don't mention these things, and the integration of combat power is the most important thing right now. Kazekage kid, you want to unify your combat power without breaking things down. Do you think it possible? Gaara chokes a few words, and Onoki's stubborn temper reappeared. When it comes to feuding, Sunagakure and Iwagakure are equally many, and even 3 points more than Kurigakure. The head of the general of the country of Iron heard again. Everyone, calm down. Please keep calm. Business matters. Let me give an opinion. Senju Tsunade looked around and bit his fingertips and said, break up all the squads and reorganize them so that they can run in for a while. No way. The old man Tsuchikage blew his beard furiously and said, don't even think about it. Princess Slug from the interesting college, break up the village teams and regroup. You can think of it. You want them to stab each other in the back. Asshole. Senju Tsunade slapped the table angrily. If you don't even have that bit of trust, and you're still forming a coalition, why don't you just let the fire go away? You don't have to spend the whole day in this ink, and you don't do anything serious and talk about it. I think it's a good proposal. Terumi May glanced at Tsunade, who was angry. Integrating the coalition will help ninjas in each village build initial trust. Although it can't completely eliminate hatred, it can be effectively prevented. I agree, too. Gaara thought about opening her mouth in support. In that case, we at Konoha also voted for it. What about you? Mifune watched Mizukage Kazekage Hokage's statement one after another, and turned his attention to the remaining 2. The 4th generation of Reikage Yayui, the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage 2-day scale Onoki. One was stubborn, the other was irritable, and the 2 nodded their heads in thought. Since there is no other good way, this is the only way. How about you, Lord Tsuchikage? Do you have anything to add? 2 days later, Onoki blew his beard and squinted at Reikage for the 4th generation. I have no other opinion. I just hope that some people will restrain their subordinates so as to avoid unnecessary conflict. Better look after your own people first. 2. Mifune stretched out his hand again, depressed and vomiting blood. Since everyone agreed, please hurry up to integrate, form an organizational system as soon as possible, and improve your combat power as soon as possible. I hope you all give up your heart. We Konoha definitely have no problem. Might Guy showed the big board. Kiba took the lead. Neither does Sunagakure. Gaara nodded. Kurigakure too. Terumi May smiled. I will restrain my subordinate. Yayui glanced at Onoki. As long as others don't do it first, we at Iwagakure will be fine. Then, the matter is settled like this, and the notice will be issued immediately. After the announcement that the Union Army was going to break up the squad and reorganize was posted, the teams in the hidden villages were all in an uproar. A ninja from the village of Iwagakure gave up at that time. What? Let's work with those water rats instead of killing me. What did you say? What's wrong with me saying your water might? Iwagakure rolled up his sleeves when he saw Kurigakure yelling at himself. Seeing that the 2 of them wanted to do something, the 2 village ninja Hula gathered together. Sunagakure ninja, who found something wrong next to him, quickly dissuaded him. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. We are a coalition now. Go to the coalition forces that he has. They killed Lao Su's father by their Kurigakure. It is impossible for Lao Su to form a team with them in the next life. If you call your father when you die, what about my mother when I die? My brother and my sister are also dead. Kill these guys. Yes, fuck them. The gunpowder cartridge is lit at one point, and in the hostile villages, which family has no blood debt, it's okay not to mention it, and the nest will explode as soon as it is brought up. Shuriken, kunai, and shinobi, although they did not dare to say hello to death, they still saw blood in the blink of an eye. What are you all doing? The yellow sand that suddenly appeared poured into the crowd, and all the ninjas who were tearing up stopped their hand, and those who didn't want to stop were also held in place by the sand. Lord Kage is the doll leader of Sunagakur village. Che, such a small shadow, look unreliable. Hearing that he is also the leader of the fighting force, being commanded by such a person really made people lack confidence. Young and inexperienced, the battlefield is not like a child playing a house. If you follow such a person, you will die. That is. Quiet. Gaara raised his chakra to amplify his voice, suppressing the discussions of the ninjas in the hidden villages. I know how much you are dissatisfied with me being the leader of the battle force, and I also know that there is blood hatred between you. However, on this occasion in times of crisis, please put down your hatred and focus on the overall situation. Quote, it's easy to say, you haven't died of your parents and wife, and hatred can be forgotten by opening your mouth. Children, hurry home and get some milk. The battlefield is not something you can play at your age. Why do you want us to give up our hatred? Why? Just because I'm a human. Jinchuriki, column 4. Gaara blurted out a word, and the bottom genin fell silent. There is another chapter. Everyone, let's get up tomorrow morning. The cloud code is set at 6 o'clock. I overslept this afternoon, so sorry. Should be back tomorrow. Tech chapter 368. Gaara's appeal. Human Jinchuriki, column 4. Is this young shadow the force of Jinchuiki, column? Gaara blurted out a word, and all the ninjas below were shocked. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. One present does not know what the Jinchuriki, column force is. If they feel sad because of the loss of their parents and relatives, then the human force itself is the sadness of sadness, and their sadness is still understood by others, but the sadness of human force can only be compensated by themselves. Loneliness, fear, hatred, all bad words can be found in Jinchuriki, column 4. Gaara stood on the high platform and waved away the yellow sand, looked at everyone and said, for our own country, for our own village, the ninja world has gone through 3 wars. We hurt each other, hate each other, and these hatreds make human beings fight against each other. Strength was admired and ultimately led to my birth. Quote, I used to be a person driven by the hatred of power. Jinchuriki, column power. I hate this world, and everyone in this world. The biggest wish is to destroy it all, just like Akatsuki now. However, there was a great being who saved me. Maybe the word great is not the right word for him, but please forgive me for not being able to find other words to describe it. Cut, that guy can also be called great. Kankuro looked at his younger brother who was giving a speech on the high platform, and the image of a dazzling fuck could not help but emerge in his mind. Great, come on. Gaara's speech continued. This great existence did not despise me because of my identity as a Jinchuriki, column 4, nor did he get rid of me because I had murderous intentions towards him. He told me that people must be tolerant and know how to cherish and care for yourself and the people who care for yourself. It was him who made me get out of the curse of Jinchuriki, column 4. Now, I also hope that everyone can be like me, Gaara said with a sudden increase in tone. Akatsuki's purpose is to destroy the whole world, and their success means our death. Heihei168.com. There are no enemies here now, because everyone is suffering from Akatsuki's pain, and now there should be no more Konoha, Kumogakure, Kurigakure, or Sunagakure, Iwagakure. There are only us ninjas. If you still can't forgive Sunagakure, then take my head after the war. I am willing to use my body to resolve this blood feud that is getting deeper and deeper. The crowd below was shocked. As ninjas, we should not only remember hatred for each other, but we should also remember hope. Akatsuki is the enemy of the whole world, and they try to subvert everything. I am young and have little experience. I can't resist Akatsuki's attack at all. So, I need everyone's strength, and I want everyone's help. As long as we are united, nothing can defeat us. Akatsuki will be the past, and we must welcome the good tomorrow. That kid said it well. Are we underestimating him? Mr. Gaara, helping him is also helping ourselves. If the world is gone, what kind of hatred is there? Everyone's expressions are changing. Has my brother succeeded? Kankuro looked at Gaara, who was calling loudly on the high platform, and raised his arms abruptly. Destroy Akatsuki and we'll meet tomorrow. Destroy Akatsuki. Kill those bastards. We are invincible. Now, please raise your right hand, raise your fist, and say no to Akatsuki who is destroying the world. Do not. Gaara, you are amazing. Kankuro waved his arms in relief, feeling deeply proud of his younger brother. Senju Tsunade, who was standing by the window, yawned at the shouting crowd outside. It's over. I'll leave it to you next. The slug princess. It's better to thank the kid outside. Senju Tsunade turned his head and looked out the window again. I'm just making an idea. It's that kid who really benefits. He's a lot stronger than you guys. If I change the old man, I will definitely do better than him. 2-day-old man. How shameless are you? Reikage of the 4th generation pouted and sneered. Just stand outside with your old arms and leg. Those ninjas will listen to you. Kid Hokage, they don't listen to the old man. Can they listen to you? Two, please stop arguing. The three boats and one head and Gwazi and the two stopped again. Since Lord Hokage has successfully integrated the coalition, then we must study the problem of regrouping. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Please be careful. And be careful. Don't destroy the hard-won result. Kurigakure agrees to open the database. Terumi May rolled her eyes at Mifune and took the lead in taking the initiative to retreat. Might Guy lit up and Kiba tinkled. Konoha agrees too. These two bastards. Onoki's old face twitched and his cheek twitched, and he immediately guessed what Terumi May and Might Guy were fighting. Kurigakure and Konoha were badly injured due to Pain's attack, and their strength was drastically reduced. At this time, the database is open, and the good ones are based on the overall situation, and the bad ones are just trying to get a bargain. Anyway, we are all like that. It is better to change the data for data. At that time, it will only be the Iwagakure Kumogakure too who will keep you all intact, and you will not be pitted. Trying to understand the joint, old man Tsuchikage's forehead is about to explode, but the words of refusal can't be said. The righteousness is there, and at this time, no matter how disgusting it is, I have to swallow it. We Iwagakure agreed too. Hokage boy, how about you? I'm fine. Who are you? Lao Su. On a large pot of black thread, the general of the Kingdom of Iron had the urge to slash people with his sword. Can these two guys have a day without quarreling? Since the establishment of the coalition, there has been a big quarrel for 3 days and a small quarrel a day, and there is never a time when they are not quarreling. God, let's kill them with a thunderbolt. Gaara's speech successfully led to the mixed reorganization of the allied forces of the ninja world. The leaders of the hidden villages, who knew that the matter was urgent, did not dare to delay, and they brought information as quickly as possible. This group is not good. Kumogakure's father died at the hands of Kurigakure, so there will be conflict in this group. Then take him out and come in with a non-contradictory one. Damn, why are these guys either dead father or dead mother? Look at this. The whole family, young and old, from the grandfather's generation to death in battle, until the grandchildren's generation. He's got it. And if I were him, I'd never finish with Sunagakure. Okay, don't talk anymore. Hurry up. Point. I'll give you a duck egg. Are there any points for these things? Cloud went to sleep, so sleepy, and Meow Meow had to make up for 2 more hours during the day. Tech Chapter 369_Pursuit or Death Squad. The whole house was filled with piles of materials, and there was not even a place to stay in the house. The ninjas buried in the pile of materials were grouped with pain in their heads. Interesting academy, but these 2 generations of ninjas and 3 generations of subordinate, which family has no blood feud, and trying to find a balance in this complex relationship is not better than finding a needle in a haystack. Captain, I can't distinguish this Sunagakure. The middle-aged ninja with a man on his head pushed the information to the chief in charge, and the blue veins floating on his forehead collapsed. The person in charge took a look at it and was dumbfounded. Grandpa died in the hands of Konoha. Grandma died in the hands of Kurigakure. The youngest son was beheaded by Iwagakure, and his wife disappeared in Kumogakure. Transfer him to the logistics department, or throw him into the support force. The older ninja glanced lightly. Such a person is not stable anywhere. It is better to leave the front line, but the rear troops are also very important, in case nothing is wrong, and there is no other way to solve it now. It's important to finish the division. I heard that the Akatsuki base was found above, and an assault team should be organized to observe. Discovering Akatsuki so soon, the older ninja stroked his beard and sighed worriedly. If you find out, you will find it true and false. And even if it's true, it's not necessarily a good thing. Always have a fight. Bell. The older ninja glanced at the person in charge, thinking that it was right to take human life to fill it. But this is really impossible. War always kills people. Since it's an assault force, we must do a good job in reconnaissance. Pick someone from Konoha, Hyuga, Aburame, and Inazuka, and then find a perception ninja from Kurigakure to cooperate. Finally, leave the attacking force to the other 3, and Sunagakure pick a puppet master. Be stronger. Interesting academy. How is Konkuro? The ninja sitting on the left flipped through the puppet troop information and found the unlucky one at a glance. He's the older brother of 5 generations of Keisuke. Choose him. Let Lord Konkuro go. The Sunagakure ninja in the room replied. At this time, no matter who you are or not, the ninjas in our village believe in their brothers. Lord Konkuro is very strong. Well, then Kumogakure should send Omoi there. He is the apprentice of Killer Bee Jinchuriki, Column 4. Although he is a bit of a snarky, he is very powerful. It is good for attacking or defending. Where's Iwagakure? The person in charge looked up to the opposite side. Our village dispatched flying ninjas, and the pursuit troops lack talents in this area, so we just complimented them. Well, since everyone has proposed candidates, please sort out the name information and send it to Lord Hokage later. Omoi, be careful. Why would I do such a thing? According to the laws of science, people will die. Brother, take care. Don't underestimate me. Gaara, be careful. Don't worry, we're not as weak as as you think. Standing at the entrance of the village and saying goodbye to their acquaintances, the assault team headed by Konkuro embarked on the journey. The fourth generation of Hokage squinted Gaara slightly, and his heart couldn't help but burst into admiration. Hokage kid, aren't you afraid of something wrong with your brother? I trust him. Gaara turned to Onoki, a confident smile brighter than the sun. The old man Tsuchikage coughed white, his twitching old face turning Yuhi. Deep in the underground cave, Yakushi Kabuto looked at the giant square filled with milky white figures and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too profitable. When did you do it? It's also risky." The Madara, with a full coverage mask on his head, said solemnly, "Just making these almost exhausted the chakra of the tailed beast in Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. I think reserve as much as possible. After all, if the resurrection of 10 tails is delayed, it means that my plan will be delayed." Quote, "How many of these things are there?" Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses, an unstoppable excitement rushing to his chest. Uchiha Madara waved his hand calmly. "Probably 100,000. 100,000. Yakushi Kabuto was stunned, then laughed and said, "Is this your trump card? Complete the conditions you promised earlier." Uchiha Madara did not answer, and turned his eyes extremely cold. "Besides, tell me the secrets of the impure world reincarnation technique, including how to cast and disarm." "What if I refuse?" Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses again, and their eyes collided. "Then not only will you not get what you want, but you will have to post it backward. For example." Uchiha Madara's cold voice paused slightly, then continued with murderous intent. "For example, your life. Ha ha ha. It seems that we really lack trust between us. Today's friends may become enemies tomorrow, and what is good for you may threaten me. But I promise you." Yakushi Kabuto hides his face in the Kabuto hat gloomily. "And it is not time to fight Rinnegan. Let him be happy first. And it is not too late to play the game of Wang Jian Wang after collecting enough information. Say the conditions of the spell and perform it here." "One. Here. Is there a problem?" Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. "There are no living people here." Yakushi Kabuto looked at Madara with a smile. "You should know that impure world reincarnation needs living people to make Matsuri product." "Wait a minute." Uchiha Madara's expression didn't change and slowly disappeared, and after a while he grabbed 2 living people in return. Yakushi Kabuto glanced at him and tutted twice. "It's really ruthless. My subordinate give up when they say they give up, although they are only outsiders. But if you go on like this, you won't be afraid of them. These people are useless." Uchiha Madara bent down coldly and twisted the neck of the person on the left. "The conditions should be satisfied. Use your technique to kill this person I just killed." "Call back. You're really cautious." Yakushi Kabuto raised his lips mockingly, took out a scroll from his cuff and opened it. "Let me explain in advance that this technique is actually a kind of psychic technique. Accelerate. It coming soon." Konkuro opened the map in midair and compared it twice. In the distance, an underground cave like a monster's mouth came into view. "Let go down. I woke up a little late this morning. Brothers and sisters, please forgive me. Recommend the book EPUB 9 Tales Naruto of Hokage, a veteran author with guaranteed credibility and trustworthiness. Tech Chapter 370 _ The greatest invention in the world. Impure world reincarnation is a technique for summoning the souls of the dead from the pure world after death and returning them to the present world through the filth. Therefore, it requires a part of the body of the resurrected person, that is, a certain amount of flesh and blood." As Yakushi Kabuto spoke, he took out his kunai and stabbed the dead unfortunate in the chest. Uchiha Madara stood silently watching. Yakushi Kabuto pressed the removed flesh and blood in the middle of the unfolded scroll. "This is to obtain the DNA information of the resurrected, otherwise impure world reincarnation will not be possible. In addition, the soul is not there. The Pure Land world, that is, sealed in other places, also cannot be reincarnated." Quote, Kabuto paused slightly when he said this. "Master Orochimaru once summoned the first and second generations of Hokage during the Chunin exam. At that time, the soul of the fourth generation of Hokage was taken away by the god of death. In order to successfully resurrect the fourth generation, the Lord spent a lot of time cutting the belly of the god of death. Guarantee the success of the surgery." Quote, "That guy beat Reaper?" Uchiha Madara asked suspiciously. Yakushi Kabuto smiled. "This is another piece of information. Let's talk about impure world reincarnation now. Because of the second generation Hokage and some other reasons, the impure world reincarnation of Orochimaru-sama was unlocked at that time. I tried it before, and the 3 summoned can't be called." 2. "You mean the first generation, the second generation, and the fourth generation? This is very bad news, isn't it?" Yakushi Kabuto looked at Madara sadly, and Uchiha Madara's face darkened. "None of those 3 guys are easy to deal with. In case HMPA, even if they were there, as long as the plan was successful, it wouldn't be a problem." "Who else did you reincarnate?" "None of them are very important characters compared to the previous 4. You have to know that collecting their flesh and blood is a lot of trouble, because many people's corpses are badly decomposed, or just useless bone." "Interesting. interesting. So, there are a lot of failed work. Look good. I'm going to start. The scroll placed on the ground surged with the chakra, and released a pattern like a bird's wings forward, and the dark ground in the center happened to enclose the Matsuri product. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly. One writing wheel and one reincarnation. Is this the spell of impure world reincarnation? Open your eyes and take a good look at the world greatest invention. Wailing resounded through the sky with the launch of the Yakushi Kabuto forbidden technique, and countless filth spread over Matsuri's body like a glass heap. Struggling, screaming, wailing, dying, reincarnating. By the time the dust settled, Matsuri had already turned into the appearance of the resurrected. Yakushi Kabuto took out a kunai with a spell in his arms and walked over, explaining as he walked, "This technique is definitely the most powerful technique in the ninja world today. It was originally created by the second generation Hokage and completed by Master Orochimaru, the greatest heritage in this world. Use this charm to restrain the personality and give orders so that the reincarnated will regain their former abilities and become undead." Quote, Yakushi Kabuto buried himself in pain and looked back and smiled. Even Sharingan, Rinnegan, such a rare Kekkei Genkai, will be preserved as is. But unfortunately, Uchiha Shisui's body cannot be found anyway. Although that guy Danzo has a right eye, it is a pity that the number of DNA too few. It will not meet the requirements of the surgery, otherwise. Don't be too greedy, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Inexplicable flashes flashed in Yakushi Kabuto's eyes. Yeah, anyway, I have enough chess pieces in my hand, and one less of him doesn't have much impact. What's the price for such a useful technique? Uchiha Madara asked the most wanted question. The more powerful the technique, the stronger the restriction. This is almost the truth of the ninja world. Someone is humming from outside. Yakushi Kabuto suddenly turned his head to look at the way he came from. Madara, who also found it, snorted, "Just a few little bug. Little bug, just let you see my collection, and let you appreciate impure world reincarnation more intuitively. Come out, my collection." Bang, 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 bang. Several coffins emerged from the ground, and several swaying figures came out. Seeing the faces of these people, Uchiha Madara's eyes shrank to the extreme. This is the 7 ninja blade. Well, it should be the 6 ninja blade. You should have seen them, right? Of course I have. Former owner of the big sword Shark Muscle, Tsukazan Fubuki. Former holder of long knife needle, Kuriarare Kushimaru. Dull knife Kabuto cut. Former holder, Akebi no Jinin. Ek blast knife dropper, Munashi Jinpachi. Former holder of thunder blade Raikiba, Ringo Amayuri. The former holder of the double sword Flat Current Fist, the ghost lamp Full Moon. There are only 6 knives here. Why don't you cut the peach land again? That guy is probably still alive. I haven't been able to find specific information. He once appeared in the snow country, and then disappeared. If you can't find it, you can't find it. It's just a small character. Where are their knives? Since you can find the body, there's no reason why you can't find the weapon. I'm sorry. Yakushi Kabuto shrugged helplessly. The only ninja knives I can find are long knives, suspicious needles, dull knives Kabuto cut, and blasting knife droplet. Only 3. The big sword should be in Zaibushin's hand. The thunder sword is said to be owned by Kurosuke Leikiba, and he and Zaibushin have both disappeared. The double sword Harami disc is in the hands of Mizukage, guard Chengjuro. As for the big sword and Shark Muscle, you know it even if you don't say it. Let me see the strength of these people. Uchiha didn't bother too much about this matter, and narrowed his eyes to look at the 6 reincarnators. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and waved them out of the cave. Kankuro, who was slowly touching the door, was covered in cold sweat, and the Hyuga tribesmen who came over said uneasy, "Captain, let's retreat. That number of enemies is not something we can defeat. Everyone has come. You have to find out. And you said they are not active, so they are not necessarily living creatures. But in case," thinking of the terrifying images they had observed earlier, the Hyuga people who followed them couldn't help but numb their claws. "How much is that? 90,000 or 100,000? If they watch out, someone's coming out." Swish swish, silhouettes of 6 abs jumped into the air in a row. The assault team's eyes widened in astonishment, and the Kurigakure ninja almost scared the soul away. They brothers and sisters are happy to see. He took a look. He was hit a little today, and he opened a new book. Tech chapter 371 broken flower pot. Ominous omen. What happened to them? They are the 7 ninja swordsmen. Baidu interesting academy. The ninja who followed Kurigakure swallowed and looked around with indescribable fear. Being surrounded by such guys is a big problem this time. Why don't the 7 people who can't bear the sword of 7 people can't bear the sword of the 7 people? Won't it be over if you kill them? Shut up, you idiot. Although I don't think Kurigakure is happy, their reputation for 7 knives is real. Are they famous? Little devil, you are too young. The 7 knives of Kurigakure are quite terrifying in World War I, World War II, and World War III. Besides, also, these 6 are the strongest among the 7 knives. The Kurigakure ninja shivered and stepped back, and Kankuro pressed his shoulders. Don't panic. Be timid before you fight. This battle will end. No need to fight. 807. But take your courage and don't forget the promise before departure. Mizukage-sama, I will definitely not disappoint you. No matter what happens, I will bravely face it. 7 Knives. Mizukage 7 Knives. Captain, I'm sorry. Come on, work hard. Don't embarrass the Ninja Alliance. Kankuro patted the Kurigakure ninja on the shoulder again with encouragement. Tell me, since you are so afraid of them, you must know their information. The Kurigakure ninja gave a gracious voice and raised his voice to shout. Listen, everyone, these 6 people are not easy. Time is critical. I will start with the one with a knife in his hand, with long yellow thorn-like hair on the left side, wearing the guy with slender limbs in Anbu's mask is named Kuriarare Kushimaru. He holds a long knife, needle, in his hand and has the ability to pierce everything. When fighting with him, be careful with your feet. Besides, this guy is indistinguishable between us and enemy. What? The enemy is indistinguishable? Kurigakure's face was ashen and he continued to remind. The guy whose head is covered with bandages, one-eyed, hair and beard bundled in bundles is called Munashi Jinpachi. Be careful of the explosive droplets in his hand. That guy is the same enemy, known as the Ruthless Duo. Quote, another enemy and I do not distinguish. Hey, I said Kurigakure, are there any normal ninjas in your village? I want to know that too. The Kurigakure ninja tugged at the collar and pointed to the third one. This guy's name is Akabe no Jinin. He is holding a blunt knife kabuto cut. Don't think about blocking his attack. The double cut of the knife can break all defenses. The rest, the 3 of you should be easier to deal with. The 7 ninja swordsmen who don't have big swords in their hand, that is, the slightly stronger elite Jonin. Really, boy, do you despise me so much? The figure that suddenly appeared behind him raised an index finger to his heart. Kurigakure, who turned his eyes to the back, was horrified. Ghost lamp full moon. Since you know me, you should know how stupid your words are. No, the art of water and iron cannon. The index finger on the back of the heart shot out a little fishy yuhi, and the assault team headed by Kankuro was done. What was that just now? It's definitely not an instant body technique. The instant body technique can't be so fast. Everyone, be careful. If I remember correctly, that guy used the hydration technique, the blood descendant born in the Ghost Lamp clan. Be careful of his fingers. It will also be fatal if you get hit. Yo, here's someone who knows the news that our Kurigakure information has been lost so badly. What a group of unsatisfactory juniors. Akabe no Jinin had a big axe in one hand and a hammer in the other, and his eyes stared at Iwagakure who was speaking with murderous intent. Things don't seem to be going well. The land of thunder. Kumogakure Ninja Village. Gaara stared at the flower pot that suddenly shattered and froze in place. This ominous sign. Come on, inform Lord Rakage that I'm going to hold a meeting. 7 chairs formed a circle. Terumi May shook off her wet hair and raised her chin. Brother Casecage, why are you calling my sister up so late? Everyone is going to bed. Everyone, I have an ominous premonition. Gaara spoke in a hoarse voice. Lord Kankuro, take the rest of you and go first, and I'll stay behind. No, when we come together, when we go. Sir. Kumogakure took a deep breath after asking for his life. We had 28 when we came, and now there are not even 8 left. The information here is very important. You hurry up. I still have a trick to contain they. You, let go. Don't let me sacrifice in vain. Kumogakure waved his hand with lightning flashes all over his body, then turned around as if thinking of something and said, tell my brother, be my brother and love him. At the conference table, the old man Tsuchikage stroked his beard and asked, Casecage boy, what did you find? The house pot is broken. Gaara crossed her hands and looked at Onoki. The old man Tsuchikage froze for a moment, and then everyone fell silent. The flower pot is broken, and this matter may be funny if it is changed to an ordinary person, but to the point where they know more or less that this kind of thing is abnormal. Very bad omen. Which troops have been dispatched recently? Senju Tsunade glanced at Terumi May, who was in charge of intelligence. Because of the reconnaissance of Akatsuki's information, a lot of troops were dispatched. However, according to Casecage's younger brother's performance, the problem is most likely the assault team. Is that base real? I'm afraid it is. Terumi May looked back and forth in a low voice. Send someone to support you. I want to go in person. Gaara raised her panda eyes and said, since it's a problem I found, it's up to me to solve it. No, you can't go. The old man Tsuchikage grabbed his beard and shook his head. The ninja coalition has just been disbanded and reorganized, and they all trust you. If you leave, there may be trouble. What about the assault troop? The old man can go. The old man Tsuchikage glanced at Terumi May. Don't always think of the old man as an old man. I am very scary. Grandpa Lillian, are you really okay? Senju Tsunade yawned and turned towards his old waist with extreme suspicion. Third generation Tsuchikage's face darkened. The little girl who plays with slug. Your mouth is still so unforgiving. If you can't trust this old man, you can go by yourself. Me. Senju Tsunade stretched his waist lazily. I don't care. This princess is not interested in participating in this matter. You should play by yourself. The The old man will let you know the horror of the old man. I am a Onoki for 2 days. Look at it. You are so tired after a sleep. The brothers and sisters are happy, and the cloud continues to work hard. Tech chapter 372_brother. You are my brother. You are my brother. Grandpa, are you sure this will improve your strength? Uzumaki Naruto hung upside down from the tree, his head dizzy full of mosquito coils. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Senju Hashirama's wooden doppelganger sat next to him, and whenever he meant to fall asleep, it was a stick. The stick was as thick as a child's arm. In order to prevent Naruto from blowing up, the one who practiced here was not a shadow clone but an entity. Little devil, you should be honored to be taught by the old man himself. I would rather not have the honor. How many days, a week or a month? How many stick has this crazy man beat him? Boom. Don't sleep. Continue to comprehend. How can someone as smart as me have a younger generation like you? Although the blood relationship is a little weaker, and they are distant relative. But, you shouldn't be so stupid. Positive chakra. Make you feel positive chakra using senpo, sage art, not make you sleep in the sun. Quote, Grandpa, I really can't feel it. Uzumaki Naruto's small face sinks into a deathly grin, and when he hears the positive chakra head of this Lao Shizi, his head grows big. Senju Hashirama went berserk. Little devil, let me tell you, this old man has grown up and has not met someone as stupid as you. Obviously there is EPUB, 9-tailed, to help, but he can't understand it. Ready-made things are in front of you. You paint like a cat the fox should be drawn to. But look at you. After all these days, you can't even realize the slightest positive chakra. How stupid do you think you are? My grandfather, I really can't understand it. If you can't feel it, then continue to feel it. Hurry up, hurry up. From morning to night, from dawn to dark, for 18 hours a day, Uzumaki Naruto never slept well. Interesting Academy first relief. Most importantly, this exercise is not one-on-one, but N. Remind by Liamong, the shadow clone training method, which has been frequently used since he learned, has become the source of Uzumaki Naruto's suffering. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina. One person led a large number of Naruto to accompany training there. If such a luxurious training group were to speak out, it would be enough to make all the ninjas in the entire ninja world stare out of envy. But, as a classmate of Naruto, I don't think this is a good thing at all. Senju Tobarama said that you have to strengthen the actual combat experience. Naruto's shadow clone died 800 times a day. Namikaze Minato said that you need to keep improving Rasengan and take full control, so Naruto died 800 times in one day. Kushina loves her son very much. She told Naruto, Mom doesn't force you, you just need to learn seal art from your mother. Back then, your father was also taught by your mother. As his son, you should also learn these things. OMG. Sealing. You ask a super idiot who is born with a brain without a root ring and can't understand hand seal to study this kind of esoteric thing. Isn't it like teaching monkeys to talk? Uzumaki Naruto was suffering, but at first Kushina was able to remain gentle, and tried to teach carefully and repeatedly. But over time, the fiery temper gradually revealed. A frying pan in one hand and a large spoon in the other. Is this the rhythm of beating Big Wolf? Well, let's pay tribute to Uzumaki Naruto. May the great Hokage world #1 brain damage live forever. Flowers, applause, salute. Boom. Immediately give the old man insight. Snap. Key training. Tom, can you be smarter? Naruto, are you really born by me? Your mother is not as stupid as you. Help, who can help me? Brother, you are my brother. You are my ancestor. You are my ancestor. Can you, I beg you, let me go? Brother, ancestor, it's no use calling you father. Hurry up and practice. I can't do it anymore. Please forgive me. Liamong in the real waterfall, lying on the ground with a shameless face, refused to get up when he said anything. Liamong glanced at the guy who was half dead. You can't get up. Count 3. 1, 2, 3. I've counted it for you. The man who came out of the real waterfall pouted his ass. The big deal is to be beaten by you. Anyway, you will be beaten sooner or later. It's better if you beat him now. I said, why are you so lazy? I'm lazy. The man in the real waterfall jumped up, pointed at his nose and scolded. I'm lazy. I'm lazy. You're too diligent. Okay. How many times a day do you say you come? There are not 10 times, but there are 8 times, and each time I have to pester me for an hour or two. God damn it. It's only a few o'clock a day. Isn't it bad for you to go home with your wife and have children? Why do you have to bother me? The more he talked, the more angry, the more he said, the more grief-stricken the man jumped his feet, his mouth full of spittle. I'm a man. I'm a normal man, not a beautiful woman. If you say you keep chasing me and don't let go, just do it. It's like that mad dog biting. I've had enough. I can't take it anymore, or you'll just kill me. To kill you. Liamong rolled up his cuff with a smile. Where can I find a sparring partner if I kill you? Hurry up. There are still 4 hours today. Let's study dazzling 100 flowers. Why your sister? Why don't you die? Don't worry. Even if you die, I won't die. Liamong walked over with a grim smile on his face, grabbed the other himself and slammed the hammer. Kumogakur Ninja Ki stood straight in the distance, and Aoba Yamashiro was also very surprised. Don't you say that this waterfall is used to defeat the real self? What about that guy? I don't know. Ji shook his head into two big pieces. He has never happened before. In front of the real waterfall, he is either defeated by his real self or defeated by his real self. But no matter what, the time spent no more than 3 days. Quote, then I don't know what's going on. Maybe Lord Killerbee will know. Yamashiro Aoba put his glasses and raised his eyebrows. Sir Liamong is very important to the coalition. Can you contact the Killerbee? I'm afraid this won't work. Looking at the doubts in Yamashiro Aoba's eyes, Kumogakure Ninja Ki, whose head was combed into a Saiyan, sighed, I don't have that qualification. Encountered a troublesome incident. The new book had a problem. The great god instructed the cloud to stranded first and then start a new one. Hey, the mood is so complicated, but think about what people said is very correct. It is better to choose the popular Hokage in the initial world. Everyone thinks that starting from World War III or World War II, there is unlimited flow, and it's the kind of wear that goes back and forth. If you have any comment, please leave a message. Please, the cloud needs everyone's help. It is really difficult to write this book. Tech Chapter 373_Confessions of an Ordinary Ninja. Since Liamong hasn't finished his training yet, he, who has enough time, tells Yamashiro Aoba a story about the power of Jinchuriki column. Heihei168.com may have been in the bottom of his heart for a long time and couldn't find anyone to talk to. Hei said very detailed and serious, and also mixed with many of his own insight. Ji is an ordinary ninja, just like many of his peers in the ninja world. He is not an outstanding talent, nor does he have any special blood, but his experience is enough to make everyone pay attention. He took a serious look at the mountain city, then looked at the water pool and told the story slowly. Powerful power can make people feel terrified and uneasy. After the Killerbee became a human Jinchuriki column power, the villagers were very repelled and disgusted by him, and he became completely different from the original. This may be the sad fate of the Jinchuriki column force. Ji let out a long sigh, but Lord Killerbee did not choose to bow his head to fate, nor did he become depressed or complain about it. He always used his cheerful personality to make the people around him feel relaxed and happy. Most importantly, he never shies away from his identity as a Jinchuriki column force, but is proud of it. Be proud of being a Jinchuriki column force. Yamashiro Aoba was very shocked and puzzled. He nodded affirmatively. Yes, Lord Killerbee is very proud of his identity, and he often writes songs to express himself. Although it was difficult for everyone to accept at first, but then gradually got used to it, and even thought it sounded good. Yamashiro Aoba turned dark and glanced at Ji, who was sitting beside him. What is this called? Since you can't resist, should you learn to enjoy it? Speaking of which, the fact that Lord Killerbee can accept the identity of Jinchuriki column force so calmly is probably inseparable from his elder brother, Lord Rakage, 4th generation Rakage. Of Ki's eyes slanted back down the mountain city, in order to prevent the defection of the human Jinchuriki column force. For a long time, the brothers, wives, and other people who are very close or related by blood have been chosen to become the human Jinchuriki column force. Heihei 168. The Jinchuriki column power of .com people is the power to protect the 5 shadows, the leader of the village, and it is also the presence that shows the strength of the 5 shadows to the outside world. The reason why the Killerbee-sama is determined to become a great person is the power of the 5 shadows, probably because of Rakage, sir. How did Jinchuriki column force of Kumogakure village choose this way? Yamashiro Aoba looked at Ji in shock, and Naruto's figure could not help but appear in his mind. Ji looked up at the flowing light under the waterfall, and then turned to the waterfall again. It is said that when Lord Killerbee accompanies Lord Rakage to practice here, he succeeded one. I admire such Lord Killerbee from the bottom of my heart. Hero of Kumogakure village. Quote, since you know so much about Jinchuriki column power, and you admire Killerbee so much, I think you must have a good relationship with him. Why? Do you want to ask me why I said what I said earlier? Ji Luo glanced at Shancheng lonely. I'm not qualified because I once wanted to kill Mr. Killerbee. Yamashiro Aoba looked at Ji in shock, and after a long time he pushed his glasses and said, can you tell me if you don't want to? He stared at the ground and sighed. I don't want to. Just tell me if you want to listen to me. People have to face the mistakes they make bravely. Speaking of which, that was more than 30 years ago. 30 years ago. In the past, the people of our village, Jinchuriki column, could not fully control the 8 tails. It has repeatedly harassed the village, and the previous 3rd generation Rakage and the village elites also subdued it many times. It was returned to the seal pot, but our village also suffered heavy losses. Quote, Yamashiro pushed his glasses and looked at Ji, who smiled bitterly. This is the bitter fruit of blindly pursuing power, but we have to do it again. There is a potential threat to the power of other hidden villagers Jinchuriki column, and we know it is very dangerous, so we have to continue the experiment. Come to think of it, everyone is like this. Every experiment will kill people, and every experiment will bring grief. As the number of experiments increases, the number of death gradually increases, and the village's hatred for Yao also grows, and finally all transferred to the person Jinchuriki. Column 4. Quote, Ji raised his eyes with a complicated expression, and there was regret and loss in his eyes, as well as a trace of hatred that could not be dissolved. One of the dead and wounded was my father. Did he put your father so you wanted to kill him? Nope. ________. Then why are you the man who killed my father? Jinchuriki. Column 4 died when the 8 tails were stripped from him. He was a previous generation, and shortly after his death, Lord Killerbee was chosen as the new successor. Since you are friend, then you. Yamashiro looked at Ji with a very puzzled look, and it was difficult to understand this intricate relationship. Ji's eyes became even more lonely. At that time, I felt that it was impossible to control Yao, and continuing to do so would only increase casualty. Because of this, my hatred for Yao grew day by day. Although I was still young at that time, but I feel like I should avenge my father. Quote, have you attacked the killer bee? Yamashiro's eyes widened in shock. He didn't raise his head, and gave the answer in silence. It took a long time before he continued. After being chosen to become a human Jinchuriki. Column 4. The killer bee-sama hasn't changed much. He is still laughing and laughing all day long. I started to hate him. With that indifferent smile, I transferred all my hatred for Yao to him as a Jinchuriki. Column 4. I thought that if I killed him, Yao would also die. You said, am I stupid? Yamashiro opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer. He sighed again. He'd sighed many times today, but it certainly wasn't the last. I once tried to sneak up on Mr. Killerbee from behind, but I failed. I was so scared that I ran home. Although I covered my face at that time, I knew that Mr. Killerbee would definitely know that it was me. After that, I would never dare to speak to him. Yamashiro looked at Ji in amazement. Since such a thing has happened, then you are now. Hate doesn't mean that you can't have it without it. After that, I've been following behind Mr. Killerbee and monitoring him. It's not just me. Many people in the village are doing this. Although everyone knows in their hearts that it's not Lord Killerbee himself, but reason can't replace reality. The village wants to accompany the supporters of Jinchuriki. Column, and we also want to take revenge. However, this revenge cannot be avenged because of the village's reason. Under everyone's grievances, they naturally reject and hate the killer bee-sama. He took a deep breath and let it out again. Master Killerbee has always been isolated by the villagers. Ordinary people can't bear such a life at all. In fact, what he has to bear is far more than the rest of us. We can vent our hatred on him, but he has to bear everything. These words I originally wanted to tell him personally, but I haven't been able to summon the courage until now. Lord Liamong is about to wake up. Thank you for listening to me. No, it's me who should say thank you. Yamashiro pushed his sunglasses and stood up. It's you who made me understand the existence of human Jinchuriki. Column 4. Maybe we should change our attitude towards Naruto. There is another chapter the brothers and sisters are happy to read, and another chapter at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The cloud has adjusted its date and faced everyone with new vitality. It is really difficult to live a life of meow meow. Tech chapter 374 _ please let me go. Look, it's that kid. Interesting academy. A parent pointed. Don't go near him. You know. Another parent instructed the child. Go away. The big guy yelled. We all believe in you. You are a hero. I, who have been nearly killed by my biological father's assassination, have become a thorn in their side that they desperately want to get rid of. Speaking of which, why should my legacy exist and why should I live? Gaara is Keisuke. Be careful with your word, you little brothers. He's quiet, cold, tough, handsome, and elite. What are you thinking? Keisuke's brother. The 5th generation Mizukage looked at Gaara standing by the window and greeted curiously. Terumi Mei. Ha, it's not you. Hearing Gaara calling her name, Zhao Dame raised her glass and raised it. Don't worry, they're all right. I'm not worried about Konkuro. I have confidence in him. So sure. Terumi Mei was taken aback. If he dies, I will give him revenge. Gaara said plainly, like Emil. Zhao Dame was really stunned. What was growing in this kid's head? How could he not understand? Hey, I said brother Keisuke, since you don't worry about them, did you just now? I'm thinking about the meaning of my existence. Gaara looked at the night without looking back. I've been thinking about this question for a long time, and I've been thinking about it for as long as I can remember, and I haven't found a specific answer until now. The responsibility of the shadow, and carry this responsibility forward. But in fact, I still have confusion in my heart, unable to find the meaning of my existence. Hey168.com. Don't you have a village? Terumi Mei took a glass of wine and sipped yuhi. We are all shadows of the village, and the meaning of our existence lies in the village. No. Gaara shook her head. It may be true for you, but it is different for me. The village, Keisuke, means nothing to me but a responsibility. I am willing to carry him because the village people need me, and it has nothing to do with finding meaning in existence. Quote, how old are you? What do you think about these old men? I'm different from you. Gaara turned her head bit by bit, her panda eyes exuding confusion in the night, as a Jinchuriki. Column maximum force. I have asked myself this matter more than once. Why is it with you? Saying this, I want to inquire about the next 4 generations of Mizukage. I am very similar to him, so I want to get the answer from you. Do you want to ask Furia for information? Gaara nodded and looked out the window again. Terumi held the wine glass and thought for a long time. I don't have much information to give you about the 4th generation of Mizukage. He is controlled by Akatsuki most of the time, and the Age of Blood Mist is his masterpiece. It wasn't intentional, but that dwarf was really unpleasant. By the way, it was your sister and me who ousted the 4th generation of Mizukage. Gaara looked at Terumi with a sluggish expression, and then drank her yuhi wine with a sly smile. Go to bed early. My sister is going back. Actually, you are so cute. Gaara's face twitched, and the corners of her mouth suddenly rose a bit. Although I haven't found the answer, my mood is much better. Is the meaning of my existence a responsibility? How long are you going to bother me? In front of the real waterfall, the slacker roared hysterically. It's night. It's already night. Do you understand? Can't you stop it? One more time. Go back to sleep after playing. Wow. Go. You mentally ill. Perhaps it was the nervousness of the imminent war, or perhaps because of his own lack of strength. Liamong started a special training that was neither black nor white. The real waterfall, a magical place that can reflect the heart, was used to the maximum by him. Fighting 8 times a day, each time for 2 hours, the almost continuous fighting made the other one miserable. Liamong in the real waterfall has gone crazy, begged, mad, and gave up, but no matter what, it can't change the heart of Liamong going on. While Lu Meng made up his mind to practice hard to the death, there was a kid who was also being practiced badly. He is the child of destiny in this world, a collection of thousands of fortunes, and the owner of the world's strongest ninjutsu mouth escape, Uzumaki Naruto. Look at who trains him. Senju Hashirama, known as the god of ninja, and Senju Tobarama, known as the god of water. His dad Namikaze Minato, his mom Uzumaki Kushina. Aha, is there anyone happier than him in the world? Practice until death, and keep practicing as long as you don't die. There is no free lunch in the world, and there is no such thing as sitting at home and paying RMB. If you want to repay, you must pay. The tormented other self, Hashirama Tobarama and Minato Kushina, are also training Naruto to death. Different attitude, similar situation. Yamato Tianzang looked at the frog in front of him and was about to vomit blood. When will Naruto come over? I don't know. How long will Naruto stay at Mount Myoboku? I don't know. Then where is he now? You should know. I don't know. I said, can you have something to know? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. Asked 4 questions, and gave 4 sentences of, I don't know. Yamato Tianzang swallowed the frog in front of him. You'd say you don't know, right? The green frog raised his eyes and looked at Yamato, who was mad, and quacked 3 times. Yamato Tianzang fainted after hearing it, and he didn't know how it sounded. I don't know. I don't know. What do you know? The morning sun shines through the fog and shines on the island of the turtles. Killer Bee Jinchuriki column knocked down the opposite panda with a bang. Oh yeah. On this island, the uncle didn't do anything. Putting you down is like eating and taking a bath. This idiot. Can we not accompany him? Crazy. God, who can save us? Wen Xiaojin, you were still too weak. The 2 pandas looked at Killer Bee helplessly, and the panda with the pointed hair on its forehead pretended to be a dead dog. The black and blind people surrounding them raised their big palms and dragged their faces. Black, white, except helpless or helpless. Their faces were full of XYZ. God, just kill him quickly. Master Killer Bee, Master Rakage urgently. Just now, there was a fight in the family of Chinwei, and I accompanied my mother to persuade them to fight. Hey, it's not easy to get married these days, and it's even more difficult after marriage. I'm about to get a divorce. What about the children? Tech Chapter 375_Konkuro's Way of Ninja. Brother's letter. Killer Bee reached for the rolled note, flipped it twice, and cut it. Interesting Academy first release. Bored. Thought it was something important. No, this letter. Lord Konkuro, let me do it this time. No, I will stay if I want to stay. The exhausted assault team had less than 5 fingers left. It has been a day and a night since he was about to enter the cave and was discovered. The team that was chased as a dead dog did not dare to find local news. You can't go where there is water, and no one knows if an arm will suddenly emerge from the water and snap your neck. The ground also can't stay for a long time, and it is not clear when the feet will be broken into. Are they playing us? Just like a cat chasing a mouse before actually killing the prey. He always likes to play with 087. The group of 7 and 6 of the ninja knife obviously regards them as mice under the cat claws and claws, randomly teasing, chasing, killing one from time to time. Konkuro knew that his team members had reached their limit. Escape for life is different from rushing on the road. Under normal circumstances, ninjas have no problem rushing without sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, but escaping for life is different. The mental consumption is far greater than the physical strength, even if there are drugs. Inuzuka tribe, who provided the ration pills, never came back during the 10-10 black hunt yesterday. When everyone rushed over, they only saw the ninja dog lying in a pool of blood. The Inuzuka clan will never give up their fighting partners under any circumstances, even if they die. There are very few examples of ninja dogs dying in battle and their master still alive. One person and one dog will accompany most of them for a lifetime. Interesting academy sometime. The relationship between a man and a dog is even greater than that between a wife and a child. The ninja dog died in battle, and the owner disappeared. Just think about it and you will know that it is more fortunate than for luck. With a keen sense of smell, the members of the Hyuga clan also left one after another. Byakugan for a long time to observe, and the gap during the shift change at dawn cost him his life. That two steel threads from a broadsword needle. The sudden burst of steel wire hung the members of the Hyuga clan who cancelled Byakugan on the treetop, and before dying, they stared at the ground with angry eyes. Kankuro fled with the team, and he didn't even dare to take back the body. How long can we hold on? Turning to look at Omoi, who was paralyzed by the tree, and then looking sideways at the members of the Aburame clan, Master Sunagakur's heart was cold to the bottom, and big drops of cold sweat kept sliding down his oiled face. You two go first. Captain, let me stay. Kankuro looked at the members of the Aburame clan who asked for orders again, and shook his head firmly. Your skills are of little use to impure world reincarnation, so let me stay. Captain, your puppet technique doesn't work either. It's up to me to keep it. Forget it. You two don't fight. This time I'll stay. Omoi pulled out a lollipop and stuffed it into his mouth, without raising his head and arguing over the topic. I am a member of the attack team. This kind of thing should have been left to me. You two leave. I will break. No, you are the fastest among the three of us, and that's why we have kept you until now. If you want to escape, you are more likely to survive than us. There is no hope anymore. Captain. Omoi raised his eyes decisively. The sick guys are obviously playing with us. If they really want to do something, we can't live to the present. So, it is the same for whoever stays behind. The result. Leave you. You die. Leave me. I die. Leave the bug. And the bugs die. Since they are all dead, I will come first. At least I can delay for a longer time. When it comes to procrastination, who can compare to a puppet master? Captain, you are in a normal situation, and the current situation is abnormal. Omoi always insisted on his decision. Puppet dolls are better than weird, hard to guard against, and they are coated with poison, so they can be good. But there is a predicament. The problem is that we must deal with living people. Unfortunately, what we are dealing with now is a group of dead people, or a group of dead people that can be continuously resurrected. Quote, from 28 players, only 3 were left. Among them, there are many players who have exchanged their lives for their lives, but in the end, the group of 7 of the ninja swordsmen and the group of 6 were still chasing behind them like dead dogs. Drawing lot. Who's next? Shueyu Manu Song flicked the water droplets with his fingers and sucked it into Kiba's mouth full of sharp point. With a pale face and Yuhi-colored lines grunted, let's solve it together. Sukazan, you don't want to be fat like a ghost. You really think of yourself as a gluttonous ghost. There are only 3 left in total. What else would you play if you died? We are doing this now. Is it considered to be an enemy? Akabi no Jinin raised the blunt knife Kabuto and said suddenly. The other 5 knives who heard this were all stunned. Enemy. Ghost lamp full moon chirp. What kind of enemy is Z? It seems that many people here have defected. The village seems meaningless to us. I just want to kill people. It doesn't matter if the enemy is himself. Kuriarer Kushimaru coldly stroked the long knife and stitches, and the slender eyes on the mask showed cold light. Munashi Jinpachi, who is as famous as him, slammed the explosive knife to the ground, revealing countless detonating charms. What kind of village is not a village? Since it can be revived, how can it be hidden without flashing everywhere? Isn't it bad to kill someone casually? What wrong? It's already dead anyway. We don't treat people as people before we die, and we can manage those after death. After I die, even if there is a flood. Ha ha ha. What we're saying is that the meaning of our existence is to kill people. Let's draw lots and kill these 3 little mice first, so that we can participate in the war. Choose one out of 6. The only woman among the 6, Ringo Amayuri, who had double flowers and long temples, threw away the dead branches. Don't say it anymore. This time I'm here. Kankuro couldn't refuse and took out the scroll. The 2 black ants I brought have seals painted on their stomach, and they should be able to control them. What about the rest? The survivor of the Aburame family pushed his glasses. There are 6 of them. Take a gamble. Kankuro firmly grasped the scroll that was turned out. There were only 1 person in each of the previous attacks. I can make some fuss about this matter. As long as the first one is solved, I can give it to you. Take your chances. If you can solve both, your chances of escaping will increase greatly. What if you can't solve it alone? Omoi pulled out a lollipop. Kanjuro raised his eyes and looked at him, with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. My ninja, even if I die, I have to pull people to bed. Cloud went to sleep, really sleepy. Mind you, life is full of surprises. Tech Chapter 376 _ the battle belonging to the puppet master. Karakalla's puppet doll was deliberately exposed as a bait, and the Kankuro cat showed 2 eyes in the tree hole where it was only curled up, and the hole covered with leaves well blocked the enemy's sight. Baidu Interesting Academy. Only one chance. Gaara, brother is a hero this time. It's really bloody. I didn't expect that one day I would stand up for others, or for the enemy ninjas. While thinking about it, Kankuro touched the scroll that sealed the puppet doll. Most of the puppet master's power was on the puppet doll, and the production of puppet dolls is very troublesome. In order to maintain the mystery, most puppet masters will do their own research. For them, secrecy is everything. A secret that two people know cannot be called a secret. Because of the particularity of puppet dolls, puppet masters can install mechanisms on their bodies and launch surprise attacks from all kinds of unexpected places. Hidden knives in elbows and needles in mouths are trivial. The clever puppet master can transform the whole body of the puppet doll into a weapon. In this transformation, the puppet masters are divided into two factions. One is called White Secret Guild. The representative character is the old lady Chio, and the other is called Black Secret Guild. The representative character is Sasori of the Red Sand. Kankuro is the heir to these two factions, first inheriting the White Secret Guilds from Chio, and then taking over the puppet body of Sasori of the Red Sand. This time, let me use it to decide the outcome. The scroll in his hand tightened and tightened, and under the afterglow from the corner of his eyes, a figure came over. The long double-flowered brown temples floated by his ears, and his hair flew behind him like water, and his two silver-white pupils could freeze his heart with just a glance. Woman. Kankuro's pupils shrank, and instead of being contemptuous because of the gender of the enemy, he was more cautious. Due to birth defect, female ninjas are mostly inferior to males. However, the forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. I don't know Sanin's fat sheet Senju Tsunade. 5 generations of Mizukage Terumi-me, a woman who can make a name in the ninja world. No one is good. Kankuro will not forget the information given by the previous Kurigakur ninja. These 6 are the strongest among the 7 swords in history. In other words, the woman outside is very strong, not just ordinary. Why don't you get a man? 2 ninja knives. 2 ninja knives are at best top-grade ninja knife. Just one interlace. The puppet doll outside becomes tattered. Kankuro, whose cat was in the tree hole, was sweating. What happened at that moment just now made him lose another 3 points from his lack of confidence. 1%, 1% none. Impure world reincarnation is simply the natural enemy of the puppet master. Because it is already dead, the poison is naturally ineffective against the reincarnated. The infinite recovery brought about by it also dissolves the strange mechanism into invisible. Without these two things, what is left of the puppet master? Right and left. 2 ninja knives lashed the crow into 8 petals, and Ringo Amayuri Silver's white pupils looked at the tree hole like sharp arrows. Not good. Been discovered. A cold wave rushed to the top of his head, and Kanjiro decisively chose to retreat first. Just as he jumped out of the cave, his hiding place was pierced by lightning. If Liamong is here, he will definitely scream, and his aim is too much like the 4th White Thunder. After a single blow failed, Ringo Amayuri unhurriedly swung his 2 knives, and in the blink of an eye came behind Kankuro. What a great beat! Sunagaku's puppet master's forehead was sweating wildly, and the pursuer, whose body was covered with lightning, was expressionless. No matter what he looked at, his silver-white pupils seemed to be looking at a dead person, cold, silent, and piercing. Is she really a woman? Kankuro's heart tightened. What he didn't know was that Ringo Amayuri was a true Raiden, Thunder-style, genius, capable of manipulating Thunderbolt to attack at a very young age. If he hadn't suffered from an incurable disease and died, he would definitely be famous in the ninja world. However, even if he died young, he had gained a lot of fame. Gotta find a way to deal with her. Quietly looking at the trap prepared in front of him, Kankuro quickened his speed. He is faster. Ringo Amayuri is faster. Faster than Ringo Amayuri is the current Shishu. The thickness of the thumb is half a foot long, and the attack swish hole formed by the thunder chakra wears everything. The tree pole that the two of them hugged, the rock that was more than half a person high, and everything it attacked, all made the scalp tingling through the front and back. Kankuro was running for his life. Kankuro was running. Dozens of electric currents shot through the open space, and Kankuro won the lottery. It was a thunderlight that passed through the 2 tree poles, and shot obliquely from under the feet to the vest. Injury is not a good thing. The electric light pierced through the shoulder not only hurt the body, but also ruined the right arm. The puppet master's method of controlling the puppet is all on 10 fingers. Now half of his body is paralyzed and one arm is weak. How can he grab the enemy? Attack early. Kankuro was extremely unwilling to glance at the ambush point that was about to arrive, if there were not so many ifs in the world. Fight. The 5 fingers of the left hand, which are still active, can be pulled, lifted, and retracted, and countless kunai shurikens are shot down. There is information that the previous companions have exchanged their lives for their lives. Hundreds of detonating symbols are mixed in these attacks. Just resist it a little bit. With his mouth, he bit off the string tied to the reel and unfolded, and in the white smoke that exploded, a young man came out. Yuhi-colored shattered hair fluttering, and a pale side in the distance. Who else could it be if it wasn't Sasori of the Red Sand? Red secret technique fire bullet. The black iron pipe protruding from the center of both hands spewed out out the flames of molten gold iron. Kankuro ran away after putting off his skills, not observing his own record at all, because that doesn't make any sense. Amayuri, whose legs were smashed and half of his body was burnt to charcoal, recovered as before in the filthy earth floating in the hulula, and caught up again after a short delay. Kankuro is suffering, although the early attack saved his life temporarily, but at the same time it also disrupted his original plan and lost the restraint of those ninja tools. Can he still catch this woman? 10% sure. Half of it is gone now. Trying to move the injured left arm, Sunagaku puppet master gave a wry smile. How to mobilize 2 black ants with only one hand. I am not Chio mother-in-law. 10-finger technique. If you know the 10-finger technique. Banpei's sunshine shot through the gap in the forest to the black-clothed youth stationed in the station. Ringo Amayuri walked over with a pair of knives. The wind is blowing in the open space. Fishy wind. Black secret. Raiden, Thunder style. Union is conceiving a new book, and is temporarily preparing to write from the Third War, with unlimited flow. One story every dozens of chapters. Aim. Tech chapter 377 _ chasing the undercurrent behind. 2 ninja knives. 2 ninja knives held, one forward and one reverse. 2 ninja knives held by Ringo Amayuri. Heihei168.com. The world knows that the Kumogakure village, the country of thunder, has the highest swordsmanship in the contemporary era, but this refers to the overall strength. In terms of individual inheritance, the village of Kurigakure deserves to be the first. Of course, there is no moisture in it, because Kurigakure's swordsmanship is not a sword but a big sword. It's not that their swordsmanship is not harmful, but their big sword is too famous. This also creates a false image to the outside world. When the big sword user loses the big sword, the strength will be reduced a lot. Although this is true, there are always exceptions. Example, the full moon of Ghost Light, and another example, Ringo Amayuri. The shackles of the big sword on them were not as strong as they had imagined. What can 2 knives do? 2 knives can push Kankuro into a corner. Sasori of the Red Sand's head flew out and never came back, and the bomb loaded in it didn't work at all. 2 black ants. Well, it should be said that there are 2 big-bellied black ants in tandem, occupying the right time and place to carry out sneak attack. Not just a joke in the lightning sword slash. Kankuro hid behind a tree and glanced at the tattered woodland. His throat twitched hard. He touched the scroll on his back with his backhand, but reluctantly put it down. It was useless. The only black ant with the ability to seal was broken, and although the Sanjiao fish could also be sealed, it wouldn't last long when sent. That woman is so fast. Is this the power of the Thunder Blade user? This is still the case that Lei Kiba has not been obtained. If she is allowed to get the weapon in hand, how far will pervert be? Kankuro thought gloomily and bitterly, with unwillingness and resentment. If he was facing a living person, things would never have turned into this field. Impure world reincarnation. It's not human. Where will he hide? Ringo Amayuri Silver's white pupils glanced back and forth, identifying the hiding place bit by bit. For ninjas, many places that ordinary people can't hide have become their first choice. Therefore, it is very troublesome for ordinary people to find out, but it is much simpler for the peers. The places are just those places, and it is good to include them one by one. Up tree, under tree, tree left, tree right, grass, rock. Kankuro leaned back against the tree pole and shrunk his body with all his strength, for fear of revealing the slightest flaw. His sharp gaze swept across the hidden tree pole and moved away slightly. Did you make it? Wrong. Is found. He kicked up his feet with force and scurried forward, and the figure that jumped into the air filled with the aroma of meat, like a roast duck on a sizzling iron. I still have a chance. Using the last puppet to activate the body transformation, Kankuro covered the burning wound and ran forward, unable to hide his figure any longer. 3 or 5 times. Every time I hide, I can't escape the pursuit, and now I can only choose to run. If they can't escape, they have to run. As long as they live 1 more second, they will have 1 more second to escape. He jumped on the tree pole and stepped on the branches and jumped high. The chakra line released by the 5 fingers shot at the branches in front, paused for a while and jumped over. Relying on the chakra line to change direction, Kankuro seems to have transformed into Spider-Man. Ringo Amayuri was chasing him silently, and the 2 ninja swords emitted blue and white electric currents from time to time, reminding the enemy to hurry up and run away. The sun gradually rose into the sky, and Kankuro stopped panting. In front of the empty woodland, the rushing river was roaring with waves. An obstacle that usually only take 2 vertical jumps to pass has now become a life-threatening thing. Kankuro understood that as long as he dared to jump, the woman who came after him would kill him. Is it going to end here? Gara Tamari, his hand to touch his constantly heaving chest. Sunagaku puppet master showed a relieved smile. Brother, sister, I'm going to be a hero too. Ha ha ha, that bastard Liamong is right. Heroes always like to die early. The last scroll was pulled out and unfolded, and the desperate puppet master looked at the woods when he came. A soothing river wind blew through, and Ringo Amayuri stepped through the darkness with a pair of knives in hand. Since the meeting, she hasn't said a word, and even her expression has not changed at all, as if she is not a human at all, but a cold machine. In fact, fact, the 7 knives of Kurigakure were kept as killing machine. Never underestimate the consciousness of a ninja. My name is Konkuro, the captain of the puppet army of Sunagakure village in the land of wind. The scroll spread on the ground showed Denseal. This was Konkuro's final means for preparing for this war, and it was also a tomb for himself. Don't think about it if I die. The upper and lower Kiba snapped their thumbs and swiped to the scroll, and Ringo Amayuri launched a bold charge, and bloodthirsty madness appeared in the eyes of the Sunagakure puppet master. The river wind blew the rattling clothes, and the crackling thunder light spread on the raised blade. Die. Jinten particle style, split detachment of the primitive world technique. Ping. The suddenly appearing square transparent block wrapped the rushing figure, and the old man Tsuchikage flew down from the sky with a crooked mouth. Konkuro looked up in astonishment, and then collapsed tiredly. This is the second generation Hokage technique. Is it Orochimaru's work? Lord Tsuchikage. Konkuro weakly took out a scroll. Quickly send a report to the coalition forces. We have found important information. The records in triplicate were taken away by 3 people, and the puppet master of the old man Tsuchikage finally felt relieved. 2 days. Onoki opened the scale and looked at it. Big Yuhi's nose and eyeballs were all drawn together. Boy, hold on. This old man will take you back. Grabbed his shoulders with one hand and flew into the air. Not long after the old man Tsuchikage left, Ringo Amayuri, who had turned into an ion, gradually recovered. Tell me what the price of this technique is and how to remove it. He. You still don't trust me. Yakushi Kabuto stepped out of the shadows and glanced at Madara, then turned to Ringo Amayuri, who was recovering slowly. Also came out. Uchiha Madara said solemnly, do you think you are trustworthy? It's a bad feeling to be threatened. However, since you want to know, it's fine to tell you. The method to relieve impure world reincarnation is very simple. Seal the soul inside, or control me to bear a child ugly Shinyan Chen Haiyan and say, solution, it's easy for you. It pray. Ha ha ha. The biggest price of impure world reincarnation is that there is no price. This is a true art of perfection, and perfection should be worshipped by the world. Go to sleep and continue. Brothers and sisters are happy to see. Take aim. Tech chapter 378_ Is it war or conspiracy? You say it's the perfection. That's right. Interesting academy. Yakushi Kabuto said beyond doubt. Impure world reincarnation doesn't have any risk. If I have to pick one, it's that this technique is too powerful. The caster will become famous because of it, and I'm not sure when it will be. I will become a ninja more famous than you. Then, Uchiha Madara. But for me, who is not interested in this, I don't want things to be like this. Don't be too arrogant. Madara looked at Kabuto with stern eyes. Everything has 2 sides. You can do it yourself. Thank you for your advice. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and raised the corners of his mouth. When it comes to risk, telling you all of this is the biggest risk. I should go, and it's better for those who work hard to find a safe place to hide. In the end, I asked a little more. Why didn't you leave the old man Tsuchikage behind? You and I teamed up to attack. The old man couldn't get away. I need him to bring the information back to make it easier to do things. Didn't you say that the QB 9 tails belong to you? Take this scroll and it will tell you where they are. Yo, you are really powerful. Where did this news come from? Yakushi Kabuto took the scroll and glanced at it, and looked at Madara in amazement. You don't need to know about this. You just need to bring Yahweh back to me. I originally wanted to bring QB 9 tails with me, but that kid doesn't know where to go. No problem. Yakushi Kabuto took the scroll he read into his arm. This is the first time we have officially joined forces after we cooperated. You are holding back, and I will launch a surprise attack from behind. Come back earlier. Uchiha Madara turned around and warned, if you can't catch the 8 tails, you can crush it from the front. Your undead army should come in handy. Yakushi Kabuto nodded sullenly, and the two of them crossed each other with a gloomy smile. As long as I have impure world reincarnation and that art, I am invincible. Waiting for the first release of the interesting academy. One day I will unlock all the secrets of the EPUB's immortals, realize the unfinished wishes of adults on me, and become the ultimate individual in the world. Did you put White Zetsu's spores on him? Uchiha Madara asked, listening to the sound of footsteps walking away behind him, tilting his head into the shadows. The pitcher plant that emerged from the ground nodded. Don't worry, things like this can't go wrong. Very well, Black Zetsu. Act according to the plan. Yakushi Kabuto, whatever you're calculating can only be the cannon fodder for me to complete the plan. Captain of the 3 ships. There was news from the base camp just now that the enemy army is likely to advance towards us from the ground. Underground. The general of the Kingdom of Iron took over the information and flipped through it. His eyes shrank to the extreme. It was possible to hide from the perception personnel ahead. It seems that the enemy is not an ordinary human, so bring the map here. Old man Tsuchikage, the information you sent back this time is very important. Rakage, the 4th generation of the Allied Army headquarters, rarely said a good word to Onoki. 3rd generation Tsuchikage stinks and strokes his beard. Of course, this old man goes out in person. There is no reason to fail. However, there is a user of impure pure world reincarnation among the enemy troop is that Orochimaru guy, the 6th generation Hokage. I hope at this point Konoha can explain. Quote, Might Guy turned his head and glanced at Onoki. According to previous information, Orochimaru has been beheaded by Uchiha Sasuke. It should not be him. Then who else can do this rogue ninjutsu? Onoki was very angry for 2 days. After impure world reincarnation was developed, their Iwagakure was the first unlucky person to suffer. Might Guy scratched his watermelon head awkwardly, and suddenly turned his eyes to Senju Tsunade. Tien Jiguo Yinyan should have news, right? Even though Orochimaru created the village of Sound Hidden, he is already dead. Among the remaining people, there is only one suspect who can use this technique. Who? Looking at his eyes, Senju Tsunade pointed out his name in a playful language. Yakushi Kabuto, a super spy from Konoha. It's him. Grandpa Lillian for 2 days. This guy is not an ordinary person. Senju Tsunade emphasized the word grandpa heavily. The 3rd generation of Tsuchikage was so angry that this little girl who played with slugs held a lot of vengeance. Didn't she just run on her before? Even if you grab it, you won't let it go, and you don't know how to respect the elderly at all. The 4th generation Raikage's mustache is raised. About the information about Yakushi Kabuto, please explain carefully to Princess Tsunade. The name Kabuto was given by the director Yakushi Nono when he was at the Konoha orphanage, and the surname of Yakushi was also inherited from Nono's surname. As for the specific information, it is very interesting. It's very troublesome to say. The involvement is also very broad, and everyone should not have the intention to listen carefully, as long as they know that this guy is a work that Shimura Danzo raised and defected. Shimura Danzo, isn't he Orochimaru's subordinate? Why is Shimura Danzo involved again? Cough. Might Guy coughed dryly after listening to the question of the 4th generation of Raikage. The detailed information about Yakushi Kabuto will be sent to everyone later by Konoha. Now we should discuss how to use the blood of youth to solve the enemy. There seems to be something wrong here. We're all mature guys who can't hear what Might Guy is hiding, but as he said, now is not the time to turn to old account. The number of enemy troops exceeds 100,000, and impure world reincarnation's undead are involved. How are we going to defend? 4th Raikage raised his elbow and pressed it against the table. Terumi May raised her eyebrows and pointed to the map. The 5 generations of Kazekage Gaara and the General Mifune have already rushed to the front line, so there should be no problem in a short time. According to the intelligence of the assault team brought back by Grandpa Tsuchikage, the enemy is not an ordinary human, and the strange marching method forced we have to stop it as soon as possible, and only by preempting can we get the first chance. Quote, choose here. Senju Tsunade clicked on the map and said narrowly, no matter how weird they are, they can't move from the bottom of the sea. It's just right to choose here. Choose here. The 4th generation of Raikage stared at it for a long time, and finally decided, that's okay, just do as you said. First call the surprise troop, and then send the assembled coalition to the designated location to determine the formation. Similarly, be responsible for the rear. Supporting medical units should also prepare ninja gear. Quote, no problem, leave the medical team to me. Senju Tsunade took over the task with great confidence. 4 generations of Raikage turned their attention to Terumi May again. We will do a good job of intelligence work, Ching, and inform the induction force. It's Mizukage-sama. Then, everyone. 4th Raikage stood up and said, the war has begun. Continue to work hard on the cloud, take aim, and start studying the new book tomorrow. Tired. Tech Chapter 379_Naruto said my mother said I was handsome. Naruto, work hard. We will go to help at the critical moment. The interesting academy will start. Senju Hashirama stood in front of Naruto and patted him on the shoulder. Namikaze Minato looked at his wife gently. Kushina, the son will be handed over to you. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. Let go. Senju Tobirama waved his hand, skimming Naruto like a fly. Wiped the cat urine, showed a big smile and was channeled back by Mount Myoboku. Looking at the empty beach, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato were speechless for a moment. Minato sighed. 2 seniors, do we have to wait until the last minute to make a move? Now is not the time to be zealous. If you want to promote world peace, this is the best chance. We go out too early, and we will only destroy the rare opportunity. Senju Tobirama crossed his arms and walked towards the ruin. The great chaos can only be managed after the chaos. I want to. It is impossible to accomplish unification without going through a major war. Quote, brother, you are still so ruthless. Are you sentient? Senju Tobirama glanced back at Senju Hashirama. You are sentient, and the world has not been truly peaceful in your opinion. This time, it has to be according to my plan. Okay. It's my fault. It's my fault. By the way, you are a dead person. Why do you worry so much? This is what we owe this country. Senju Tobirama touched the Uzumaki symbol on the stone art beside him. You who miscalculated people's hearts led the disaster to our distant relative. Now that we know all this, we must make up for it. This mistake, I'm atoning for you and wiping your ass. Hey, Tobirama, am I the big brother or are you the big brother? Hashirama, if you want to be a big brother, you have to look like a big brother. Baidu Interesting Academy. Why don't I look like a big brother? Senju Hashirama opened his mouth angrily. His cheek twisted and ashes fell. Senju Tobarama glanced at him as if looking at an idiot, then turned and left without saying a word. Boy, do you think I really did something wrong? Seeing his brother leave, Senju Hashirama asked Minato with a smile. I thought that if the tailed beasts were distributed to various countries, they would stop the war. In today's situation, a distant relative country has been destroyed. You say, what is the reason for this? Namikaze Minato was stunned for a while, but instead of answering the question, he asked, why didn't seniors unify the continent in the first place? If you join forces with Uchiha Madara, it should be enough to wipe out the nation. You are still too young. The war has reached that point, and everyone has no intention of continuing to fight. No matter how strong Madara and I are, we can't match the general trend. I just didn't expect peace to be so short-lived. Maybe Madara's original idea was right. It's a pity that now he has gone astray. When do we act? Wait until the coalition forces are fully integrated. Going too early will only make the rest of the 4 countries take precautions, and there may be a situation of fragmentation in Jieshi. Senju Hashirama looked at the beach and sighed softly. If he and his younger brother were on the battlefield, the riots would definitely be no worse than Madara's. Too much strength will inevitably break the hard-won balance, so they can only wait. No matter how urgent they are, they have to wait. Then again, does it have anything to do with how many people died in the coalition? Looking back, looking into the depth of the ruins, Senju Hashirama's heart couldn't help but burst into self-blame wound. Mito, I'm sorry for you. People who are not of me will have different hearts. I overestimated their character. People like this are really terrifying to be selfish. Captain Yamato, where is this? Uzumaki Naruto jumped into the well and drilled his head out, turning Gululu into a goldfish. Yamato Tianzang said with a sweat on his forehead, this is the secret realm of Humogakure village, and it is also the place to protect you and Killer Bee Jinchuriki column. You and Yao must stay here until you are allowed. Aren't we going to fight? Uzumaki Naruto shook his shoulders in confusion. I'm very interested now. Naruto, this battle is not a joke. You need to consider not only yourself but everyone. What are you talking about so serious? Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback by Yamato Tenzo's serious tone, and then he thought of something and jumped up. You said there is Killer Bee Jinchuriki column power here. Can I summon him? Say hello to him. Yamato Tianzang's face twitched, and he covered his forehead speechlessly. As you wish. As long as you don't get out of this small island, do what you like. Besides, Lord Liamong is also on the island. Lord Liamong? Which one is Lord Liamong? Deadwood Liamong. Yamato Tianzang was defeated and reported his full name. Uzumaki Naruto was excited. Boss, is the boss here? Tell me, where is the boss? Sister Anko, send this information out. Tamari, Hinata, prepare. It's time for us to collect the fruit. Fukun wants to start the plan. Liamong nodded. This war is not only an opportunity for the ninja world, it is also an opportunity for the mainland, and it is also an opportunity for us. If we play the chicken and egg thing well, it will have unexpected results. Keep an eye on it. News from the daimyo and dignitaries of various countries. When the war begins, our troops will go to the battlefield. Quote, Understood. All go. Boss, where are you? Boss. The sudden call came from far away, and Liamong was stunned for a moment. This idiot is back. Boss, look at how I am. Am I handsome again? Uzumaki Naruto stood at the door and pointed at his nose. My mother said I was a handsome guy. What your mother said? What my mother said. Naruto. Liamong grabbed his younger brother's shoulders. You have to understand that there is no mother in the world who would call her son ugly, so you can't take your mother's words too seriously. But my mom said it. Naruto struggled twice. My mom said it. I know what your mother said. My mom said it. Shut up. Liamong squeezed Naruto's neck. Now you listen to my mother. Boss, what did your mother say? The cloud continues to work hard, and the new book has probably been completed. I hope friends can help me to come up with ideas. As a newcomer, Union is very eager to get everyone's advice and support. Please wait. Tech Chapter 380 _ It's a great mission. My mother said you were a big head. Naruto said that he was dizzy and smooth and gave him a stern shot, and asked casually, what did those 3 guys on the island teach you? Listen to you, meaning, you have met your mother. What is the Baidu Interesting Academy? I can't figure it out now. I figured it out. Uzumaki pursed his chest with burning eyes. I want to be king. Huh, what did you say you wanted to do? Liamong coughed twice, staring at Naruto in astonishment. Uzumaki Naruto patted his chest and shouted, I said, I want to be king. Are you the king? My mother, my 2 great-grandfathers have told me that I must shoulder the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the country of Vortex, and I can't bear my name alone. Uzumaki Naruto shouted his goal impassively, and said embarrassedly, in addition, they also gave me a task. What mission. 527. They call me, they call. What's it called? What are you talking about? They call me. Are you going to tell me? They asked me to marry Tsunade. A mouthful of old blood birded 800 meters. Liamong's chin shattered and asked, what did they ask you to do? They asked me to marry Grandma Tsunade as my wife. Naruto rubbed his hands embarrassedly. Boss, don't tell anyone about this. That woman is too old. Brother, I sympathize with you. Really? Lu Meng patted Naruto on the shoulder hard. What kind of head can come up with such a brainless idea? But it seems that someone seems to have forgotten, and he himself has no good intention. Uzumaki Naruto grinned, obviously not wanting to carry out the order. Eyes turned to his mind. Otherwise, you can go after Uzumaki Karen. Look, your surname is Uzumaki, and her surname is Uzumaki. How good are you? And compared to Senju Tsunade, Karen is about the same age as you. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Really, boss? Of course it's true. Liamong patted Naruto on the shoulder to encourage him. Naturally, he didn't really intend to marry Karen as his wife, but ran towards the disgusting person. I really want to see the image of that little girl being pursued by this idiot. It must be so handsome and cool, and the intern doesn't have to sweep the floor. I said, Naruto, you have to seize this opportunity, or if you pass this village, you won't have this or. Then what? Boss, does she have big boob? Big. In order to harm people. Liamong can't say that it's not big. Is it that big? Naruto gestured with an apple. Liamong shook his head. It's bigger than this. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he made another pair gesture. Mang slap. He slapped him. Can't you make your gestures bigger? How big is that? You're talking about basketball, not breast. I said how stupid you are. You bastard. Her place is so big. It's really that big. It's so big. Boss, is this right? What the matter with you? I can't do it. Ming shrank his neck. Liamong became angry. Why can't I do it? Sakura. Naruto spit out a name Lonely, and the movement was not much stronger than the buzzing of mosquitoes. Liamong looked at his lost expression and sighed. Are you still thinking of her? Naruto sighed, and his expression was very lost. The fishy sea breeze swept across his cheeks like bitter tears, and Liamong patted Naruto on the shoulder. Man, chase after him if you want. How can you be so caring? But she doesn't like me. How do you know she doesn't like you if you don't chase? Naruto looked up at Liamong. She likes Sasuke. Stupid. Stand up and look at me. Look me in the eyes. Do you really like Haruno Sakura? Yes, but. Yes, it's fine. There is no but. Liamong straightened Naruto's head and said, if you like her, chase after her to save you from regretting it later. Boss, I like Sakura, but I don't want her to be sad. He aimed. This is still a lover. Hey, boss, where are you going? Go out and say hi to Killer Bee. Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column 4. Liamong waved his hand and walked into the wood, and Naruto quickly chased after him. In the depth of the dark jungle, the muffled sound of rumbling sounded again after a while. It's effortless to beat you all. This uncle is invincible. That uncle, the boss, is the Eight-Tails you said. Naruto opened his mouth, pointing at Killer Bee, who was holding the grass mud horse gesture. Yo, here's a newcomer. How about my new song? Forget about your new song. Come and see this kid. He's the same breed as you. What do you mean? Killer Bee bowed his head as he stood in the treetop. Liamong dragged Naruto in front of him. Let me introduce you formally. This kid is called Uzumaki Naruto. You should have heard about him. This yellow-haired boy is the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, column 4. Roar. A sudden roar. The leaves fluttered all over the floor, and the phantom of the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Fox emerged from behind Naruto. Killer Bee's face changed. How did you manage to completely control the tailed beast? Uncle Gabby, I never wanted to control Kurama. We are friends. Naruto smiled and raised his right hand, scratching Kyuubi, Nine-Tails' chin. Liamong was watching from the side with black lines all over his head, and Yamato Tianzang, who was watching from behind a tree, simply came for a dog to grab shit. This, honey, old friends are here. Why don't you come out and say hello? Stinky Fox, it's not good to see you. Two giant beasts appeared in the air. Yuhi's ears were red, and Naruto Killer Bee's big eyes narrowed. When Lu Meng was bored, he licked his ears, casually glanced at it, and suddenly narrowed his eyes. No, things seem to be wrong. Naruto, didn't you learn positive chakra with brother Shueishu on the way? Feel the body of the guy opposite. I hope my guess is wrong. What did you find? Boss, stop talking nonsense. Let you feel it, and you will feel it. Uzumaki Naruto, who turned on positive chakra, scratched his head. This weak breath. Hey, Uncle Gao, how can you have the breath of Grandpa Hashirama? What are you two talking about? Killer Bee blinked strangely, looking around. Liamong tilted his head. Naruto, force him out and kill him. Hey, are you guys trying to challenge this uncle? This uncle chops people like cutting vegetables, and this uncle's singing is very exciting. Depend on. Are you serious? There is another chapter. Code out at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The cloud will conceive a new book, ready to publish. Hokage Hatake Glory, chapter 381 to 400. Tech chapter 381 _ I'll do it again without noticing. What is this thing? White Zetsu forced out by Senpo. Sage Art Chakra chakra was knocked down as soon as he appeared. Interesting Academy first release. QB, 9 tails, 8 tails, plus 2 Jinchuriki column power, and the super scourge of Liamong is present. Poor white Zetsu classmate, like a cup full of cups on the coffee table. However, no matter how tragic, his task has been completed. Report to Kumogakure immediately. We need to transfer. The calculations, it didn't count that Killer Bee would win the jackpot. When did he get infected with this kind of thing? Liamong pinched his chin and thought for a while. If it wasn't for the change in this thing just now, I might have discovered it. What? Killer Bee, they were found. Bang hand. The pat on the table stood up. The 4th-generation Reikage, as bifurcated beard pouted, and the messenger ninja hurriedly sent the letter over. The 2-day scale, Onoki said across his old eyes. Since the information has been leaked, it is necessary to redraw the battle plan. The enemy who knows our information through the leaked information will surely come to reconnaissance, which will make it easier to set a trap. Where? The island. Senju Tsunade glanced at the 4th Reikage. QB, 9 tails, Jinchuriki column force has just returned, and Killer Bee must be kept safe. The island of the 8 turtles. Yamato Tianzang shouted excitedly. We must transfer immediately. We're already moving. What do you mean underscore? Don't get excited. He looked at the mountain city Aoba, and explained with a smile. This island can't be found on the map, and even if they look for it, it's not so easy to find. Because of what? Because this island is a fortress of activity. It's the starting point of the interesting academy. Ji folded his arms and grinned confidently. Yamashiro, Aoba, Yamato and Tien Zangquan were shocked. What do you mean? This island is alive. Nodded. That's right. The island under our feet is a giant tortoise that Kumogakure has kept since ancient time. Nothing. I'm just a little turtle still in infancy. Who is talking? Look there. Ji raised his arm and pointed forward, and everyone who ran to the side of the mountain finally saw the true face of the island. Hello. It's a great pleasure to meet you. You. Wow. What a big bastard. Come and see the boss. Bastard. Super bastard. Human boy with yellow hair. I'm a turtle, not the same breed as the bastard you mentioned. Also, I'm not old at all. According to your human age, I'm still a child. Little child. Is there a turtle bigger than you in the world? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes bulged like a frightened toad. Yamato Tenzo looked at the tortoise and turned his head, not very relieved. Even if it can move, it is not safe. If it is reconnaissance from the air, it is still easy to be found. I think we should immediately return to Kumogakure. Lord Reikage, is that island reliable? The enemy's target is the 2 of them, and they will find it no matter what. Don't worry, Princess Lug. I've made a movement route in advance just to prepare for this possibility. Unless they can fly above the cloud, there is absolutely no possibility of them finding out. Terumi made glance sideways at Reikage. Even if they wanted to search, they wouldn't send a large group of people to divide the troop with a sea of tactic, which is exactly what we want. Mizukage-sama, it better not to be careless. Senju Tsunade crossed his hands and nibbled at the tips of his thumb. Akatsuki has the ability to fly, and even has the ability to time and space. Even if the island can move, it may not be able to escape. The enemy will inevitably conduct a large-scale search. In short, we must send reinforcement. But it is meaningless to send a large force to be detected by the enemy, so only a small number of elite can be sent. Quote, who is going? There are only a few things to do. Faced with the current problem, the 4th-generation Reikage, as the commander-in-chief, naturally cannot act rashly, and the 5th-generation Mizukage, who is in charge of intelligence, cannot move. Senju Tsunade, let me go. Lord Tsuchikage, HMPH. Onoki is going. I have no problem. 4th Reikage snorted. This old man is very reliable. What is very reliable? It must be called very reliable. Indeed. Senju Tsunade nodded slightly. If you are an old man who can fly in the air, you must be fast enough. However, are you really okay? What do you mean? Slug chick with a tough mouth. Giggle. This princess is just worried about your old weight. As a medical ninja, this princess has the professional ethics of doing good deeds, respecting the old and caring for the young. It is very necessary to remind you that you must protect your old weight. Hateful. I am a 2-day scale Onoki who inherited the horror name of Tsuchikage. What can I do with a small back pain? Look, does this old man look like a person in trouble? The old man is very strong, and the old man is very healthy. By Senju Tsunade's gun and stick remark, the old man Tsuchikage jumped up and down and posed. Kuritsuchi Kitu, who was standing behind him, blinked blankly and lowered his head. 1, 2, 3, ga, my weight. Master Reikage, I think it's better to tell Master Kazekage to return. He is also very fast on the sand. Bastard, if I say go, I will definitely go. This old man is a terrifying 2-day scale Onoki. My weight. Grandpa is here again. Lord Tsuchikage is still so lively. Tom, bang. The coffin board that emerged from the ground crashed to the ground, and the figure who staggered out came out with white smoke. Yakushi Kabuto stabbed the reincarnator behind the head with a spell. This is a very familiar figure. The spell I use is an improved version of Orochimaru Sama's original version, and it won't completely bind your soul. After all, I'm not familiar with you, nor do I understand your art, Deidara. It doesn't matter. Anyway, my art is not so easy to understand, but I still want to thank you. I have completed the ultimate art. Next time I will challenge a higher realm. Ah, are you talking about the battle you fought with Uchiha Sasuke? Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and said very shockingly, the explosion you made before you died didn't seem to have caused any shock. Even people who knew about it are very few. Quote, are there really few people? Yakushi Kabuto nodded and said nothing. Deidara got angry. It's just a matter of time. A matter of time. Forget it. Since they didn't pay attention, I'll let them pay attention this time. Go to bed and prepare a new book tomorrow. Tech chapter 382 _ the guy who doesn't stop even when he dies. You can only fly to the beach. Baidu Interesting Academy. Li Tianliang Onoki grinned helplessly. Red Earth. Wow, do you want to fly? The bean bag, which grew into a small mountain, said excitedly, it's been a long time since I flew. I'm really looking forward to it. Why are you so excited? We're going to fight. Well, fight. I am a Superman who protects the peace of the earth. Raising his right arm high, he flew to the sky, and the chubby Superman took the lead. Tsuchikage with a black line on his forehead said with a speechless expression, next is you, Kurathashi. Grandpa, is it my turn? Grandpa, you are so handsome. Grandpa, handsome? Is the old man handsome? Well, the old man is very handsome. Hurry up, I'm leaving. I am Ultraman who protects the universe. 3 generations of Tsuchikage. Old man, how did the old man give birth to such a brain-dead granddaughter, and accept such a ***** apprentice, a Superman, an Ultraman? What else can you do? Earth is too dangerous. Boy, you better go back to Mars. Grandpa, hurry up and follow. Grandpa, right now. Onoki raised his eyes and glanced at his hand, and he didn't know whether he was learning to fly or swim with fish, and the terracotta Kuratsuchi floated up. In the sky where the original Turtle Island was located, 2 uninvited guests came one after another. The place is wrong. Yakushi Kabuto sat on the clay bird and pulled the scroll, looked around and found the problem. The island is not here. This is the intelligence you gathered. You can't blame me. I didn't collect this information, but the current leader of Akatsuki. Baidu Interesting Academy. You said Afe. Deidara snorted with a dark face. Can that long-winded boy be the leader too? He said his name was Uchiha Madara. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses sadly. Deidara laughed when she heard this, covering her belly so that she could hang in the air. He said his name was Uchiha Madara. Then I said my name was Sikav's Immortal. If that guy was Uchiha Madara, I would. Yakushi Kabuto, who hit his right face with his left face, flew out. What a light fist. Yeah, then it's going to be heavy this time. Added weight rock technique. Yo, is it the old man Tsuchikage who likes sneak attack? Yakushi Kabuto, who was hit again, said that he exploded into white smoke. 2 days. Onoki's eyebrows raised. Although it was only a tentative attack, but this guy was too unbearable. And what happened to that bird and Deidara over there? Impure world reincarnation. Good knowledge, worthy of being the oldest shadow in existence. Onoki, who saw this thing, stared straight at it. The clay clone is really the kid Deidara. Long time no see. You stinky old man, don't sit in Iwagakure and wait to die. What are you going to do? I'm not messing around blindly. The 2-day scale. Onoki glanced at his disciple with extreme tiredness. Really, it doesn't make people stop after death. Don't look down on me, old man. Art is a blast. Boom, boom, boom. People and birds exploded one after another, and 3 piles of debris fell from the orange Yuhi-colored flame. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Deidara suspiciously. It's a rock clone of Yuhi soil. We thought of a piece. That stinky old man is still as cautious as ever. Brother Deidara, how are you? Brother Lala, do you remember Kuratsuchi? These 2 guys. Damn girl, don't call me Lala. Ah, don't you like it? Then call you Didi, or Dada. Brother Didi, brother Dada, brother Didi Dada. Enough, we are enemies now. Yo Deidara, the old man Tsuchikage sneered while blowing his beard and staring at his beloved disciple. You who were killed by the Konoha kid, why are you so cheeky? Stop talking nonsense. Uchiha Sasuke has already been killed by me. Well, what do you mean by that? Isn't he dead? It seems that this guy really doesn't know anything. It's really embarrassing for the old man to not talk about growing up for so many years. Kuratsuchi, terracotta, take them down. Wait for Tsuchikage, the 3rd generation. It's not that simple for us. Yakushi Kabuto raised Kabuto's hat with a wicked smile. I already knew that you were in ambush here. Why would you not leave behind? As a resourceful person, if you don't do more preparation, Kibu is no different from a reckless man. Quote, what do you mean? I mean, it's time for us to say goodbye. The body that melted like a liquid fell to the sea, and 2 black dots in the distance flew to the horizon. There, not good. 3rd generation Tsuchikage listened to the excited cry of the black bot, and his beard and eyebrows were all raised. Kuratsuchi, Kitu, catch up with the old man immediately. Grandpa, are we going to fight Dididada brother? Father, Deidara is very difficult to deal with. Shut up, you 2 idiot. Get to know him quickly so as not to embarrass us Iwagakure. Ono sternly squinted his old eyes. Deidara was raised by him as Tsuchikage's successor back then. I didn't expect this kid to be for some bullshit. The unreasonable Art chose to defect. Art, let you and your art die again today. What happened to that island? Deidara stepped on the birds and looked out to sea. It's not an island, it's a big turtle, and Yutai and Kyubi, 9 tails, are on it. What, that one under there? Deidara glanced down at the dark shadow under the sea. Yakushi Kabuto smiled sensibly. That's my psychic beast, the second generation version of Myriad Snake. It's an experimental product that I personally developed, inheriting the genes of the previous generation of snake, injecting various drugs and excellent fragments of other beasts. The second generation of the snake far surpassed the first generation in terms of speed, size, strength and perception. Using animals as islands to move was the biggest mistake they made. Look, this is the first step I will take after inheriting the power of Lord Orochimaru, and I will take the second and third steps until I become the ultimate individual. First of all, we have to stop it. Please, Deidara, this is a great opportunity to hunt Yutai and Kyubi, 9 tails. Really, hunting Kyubi, 9 tails, is the task of the Itachi guy, and it seems that he has not completed it. If I can catch that kid, does it mean that I am better than him? Thinking of the man who took him away, the saboteur couldn't help but burst into a burst of shame and anger. If that's the case, get a big one. Uchiha Itachi, your unfinished mission is handed over to me. Art is a blast. Brothers and sisters are happy to read, and Union has carefully conceived a new book, ready to release it on Saturday or Sunday. It's really hard to live with Meow Meow, and it's even harder to write a book. Tech Chapter 383 _ The King ate who was overturned when they met. What happened? The swaying crowd stumbled and fell into a rolling gourd. Liuman, who was rolling with a few women, put on clothes and ran out. Hey168.com. Soar. This sound. Don't bite your tail. I'm a turtle, not Schwanwu. With 2 poisonous Kiba and bit Nakajima turtle's wobbly tail, and Wanshi no 2 injected all the venom enhanced by Yakushi Kabuto in his body. The big tortoise shook twice and stopped screaming, and a strong sense of numbness spread from the wound to the whole body. Turn it over for me. The clay thrown into the sea turned into a jellyfish against the turtle's left belly and exploded into pieces. Uzumaki Naruto, Yamato Tenzo, Killer Bee, Yamashiro Aoba, the unlucky bastards who just turned over fell into the big horse again. What's more terrible is that this time there is a twist. What going on outside? Duda rolled over and stared at Venus, and the poisoned and bombed tortoise passed out. One snake, who let go of its tail, dragged its purple-black body and smashed towards the island like a bulldozer. Wherever it passed, all the rock, tree, turf, and rivers were divided into 2 sides like an iron plow. This snake was too big, nearly half the size of the original 10,000 snake, with elk-like horns growing on its brain. Watching the small island that he came to protect was wantonly destroyed by the enemy in front of his eyes. Onoki's anger instantly burst his trachea. Dare to be so presumptuous in front of this old man. You are seeking your own death. Not good. Hearing the familiar roar behind him, Deidara's head was suddenly cold. With Jinten particle style, when you come up, don't try to run. Terra, what are you doing? Jinten particle style, that was about to be issued, was destroyed by the apprentice, and an angry Onoki blew his beard. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. If you use that, the island turtle might also be killed. Master, you have to be careful. Damn it, what the hell is this big guy doing? If you don't pay attention, you just ignore the path. There are flaws. Seeing the old man Tsuchikage being hugged by the terracotta, Deidara put her hand into her arm. Feel the greatness of art. Stinky old man. Detonate. Play by Wing Bird. The bird with 2 pairs of wings fluttered in front of him, and Onoki's pupils instantly shrank to the extreme. Art is a blast. The roaring flames lit up Yuhi. Deidara looked at the figure slowly emerging in the smoke and his face sang. It's this stalker who gets in the way again. Isn't it annoying for 1010 to follow this stinky old man? Use clay. The giants are a damn good match for my biplanet. Hey, look at that snake. Kuritsuchi floated in midair and pointed to the rampaging figure below, ignoring what happened to Deidara next to him. The old man Tsuchikage and Kitu's expressions changed. They must be led away immediately. Kurathashi, go and stop Yakushi Kabuto, and Deidara will be handed over to the old man. Smelly old man, do you still have the ability to solve me? Yoden, lava style, lime condensation. Several hand seals in both hands opened their mouths and spewed out a large piece of dust. Yakushi Kabuto stepped back and stepped out. The ground where he was standing was full of dust and mud spewed by Kuritsuchi. Stop for me. Don't try to run away from auntie. Little girl, you can't deal with me yourself. Yakushi Kabuto crooked his neck and sneered twice, as if he didn't pay attention to Kuritsuchi at all. She can't do it herself. What about us? Swish swish. 3 figures fell behind, and Kuritsuchi, who was floating in the air, was unhappy. What are you doing out here? Just leave him to me. Shanchung, Yamato, I can still meet an acquaintance. You are Yakushi Kabuto. Yuhi colored Kabuto hat, which was slowly pulled away. A familiar yet unfamiliar face was revealed. Yamashiro Aoba and Yamato Tenzo trembled in their heart. You look like this. Ha ha ha. Don't be surprised. I inherited everything from Lord Orochimaru. I am the Lord, and the Lord is me. Yamashiro, Yamato, we meet again. Where does all this nonsense come from? Kuretsuchi, who was floating in the air, hand sealed again. I'll rush him over, and you are responsible for arresting him. Sweden, water style, water horn. Well done. Saw the 1,000 new flower water balls spewed out by Kuretsuchi at Yakushi Kabuto, but unfortunately he didn't make a sound without shouting a few words. Dodge. He can't escape. Leg fell to the ground and couldn't get out. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses in astonishment. The line setting technique I sprayed as quick drying cement, supplemented with Sweden, water style, to expand the area and react with it to set, so you can't escape. How about it, Auntie? Right. Several crows flew over the top of his forehead, and Yamashiro Aoba coughed dryly. Yawa, be careful not to step on this water. I'll collect information from him. Deidara, you are still so weak after all these years. How can you become strong with this Kabuto to Kabuto way? Stinky old man, don't teach me a lesson there. You are so fast at your age. It's your growth rate that is too slow. The 2-day scale. Onoki looked at Deidara with hatred, feeling lonely, sad, and more murderous. This old thing is killing me. Solve him with E4. No, I can't catch up. The fat mountain-like terracotta looked up at the two fast-flying black dots clenching the Kiva pass. Big brother Deidara is indeed stronger than me. Old man, don't hang up. Yamato, help me build the bridge. The wooden stake that was raised from the ground jumped over the cement and led to the trapped Yakushi Kabuto, and Yamashiro Aoba jumped up with a nod. Kabuto, you've fallen. Ha ha ha. You guys who don't know what to call it, do you know what it means to be depraved? It's better for you to worry about yourself first than me. Yamashiro, be careful. Suddenly, another new body shot out of his wide-open mouth. Yakushi Kabuto turned into a long snake and swept Yamashiro Aoba to the side, and rushed over along the wooden bridge that Yamato released. Get out of the way. You can't escape. His mouth to the limit, he swallowed Yamato Tenzo in one bite, and the long snake that Yakushi Kabuto transformed into ran away. Was floating in the air. Panicked. Stop for Auntie. Stop chasing the little girl. I already know your information, so I can make you so careless. You're taking advantage of me. Kuretsuchi's face changed. You bastard. Stop. You stop your aunt. I woke up and continued looking at it. Why is it so hard to change this time? It's really broken. Tech Chapter 384_ exaggerated old Tsuchikage. This generation should be fine, right? Onoki, the third generation Tsuchikage 2-day scale, folded his hand, looked at the opposite side with murderous intent, and killed him in this move. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Deidara reached into her arms and took out a shrunken doll, and she met the eyes of the third generation Tsuchikage without giving in. Don't underestimate me. Let me see which is more artistic between your Jinten particle style and my explosion. C4 Garuda. Jinten particle style. Tom. The suddenly appeared coffin board clattered and closed. Tsuchikage Jinten particle style had not yet released, and Deidara disappeared. What are you doing? At this critical moment, catch him and don't tell him to run away. Uzumaki Naruto, Liamong, Killer Bee. The fastest 3 people just popped out of their heads when they heard Kuretsuchi's cry. Catch him. Catch who? The boss of the white snake's mouth, which was close to the ground, slid past, and before the crowd could react, he rushed into the eyes of the nostrils of the snake that became the focus. With such a big guy, who cares about those little things? Who was that just now? Why are you 3 so stupid, and you don't help Auntie to stop him? Kuretsuchi glanced at the second generation of Wanshi angrily. She couldn't deal with this big guy. Boss, this vicious woman is so stinky. She is the granddaughter of the old man Tsuchikage. Don't you want to be a king? A king can't have only one wife. You take her home and you'll get it. Marry her. Don't hurt me, boss. When Naruto heard Liamong's word, he jumped up 2 feet high. The rebellious Killer Bee lowered his head and raised his glasses. Finally found the situation. Oh, there is a long snake crawling over here. Like that autumn wind swept the fire. Oh yeah bang. This guy. Why is this guy gone? The 10,000 snakes that suddenly disappeared scattered into the sky, causing everyone to look sideways. The old man Tsuchikage fell from the sky and raised his eyebrows. Deidara has escaped. Are you here? Yakushi Kabuto caught that Mokuden, wood style, ninja named Yamato and ran away. It's all their fault. Interesting academy. Kuretsuchi pouted and blamed Liamong and the others. Naruto was unhappy at the time. What are you talking about? Why are you blaming us? He ran away as soon as we came up. Okay, it's your fault. It's your fault. You, don't be noisy. Liamong waved his hand to look at Kumogakure Ninja Ki. Can you feel it? No, I can't feel it anymore. I don't know where to go and I can't help it. Help me. I'll go after him right away. Yamashiro Aoba shouted staggeringly when he heard the enemy's disappearance. You've done a good job, and you can solve it yourself. Grandpa. Kuretsuchi pouted and glanced at Onoki, and reluctantly went to pick up the Aoba radish. You are such an idiot. Yes, I'm an idiot. Please hurry up. I didn't even chase Kyubi, Ninetales, deeply, but took that ninja named Yamato Mokuden, wood style, away. Is it because of your presence, or because that was his goal in the first place? But anyway, the news, I can't keep it. That kid over there, how much do you guys know about the intelligence of the coalition forces? Tsuchikage-sama, Yamato-senpai is not someone who easily discloses information. He was born in the roots of Konoha and is under Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi's subordinate. Not to mention subordinate, even Kakashi's father is useless. Seeing Yamashiro Aoba's shocked and puzzled expression, the old man Tsuchikage snorted coldly. The opponent is Uchiha Madara, who has a super pupil technique. In front of those eyes, there are no secrets in the world. Is it the wrong gift? Deep in the underground cave, the masked man glanced at Yamato, who had thrown him down. Yes, but this guy is a ninja who is responsible for guarding or monitoring Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column power, and he must have a lot of confidential information about the enemy. Besides, if he is there, I can make absolute change stronger. Rather than being reckless, I took a more effective approach to catching him, and was more forceful to you. Quote, then hurry up. The vanguard has been dispatched to attract firepower, and our time is very short. This I can't wait to participate in the war. With Rinnegan's human ability, he can easily obtain information, but he will die. It's settled. To make Ju stronger, he has to live, doesn't he? Yakushi Kabuto nodded. Give me some time. Although it's not as good as your pupil technique, but it's also not troublesome. Poison. Madara glanced at the rope that bound Yamato's hand, which was a white snake, able to suppress the powerful vitality of Mokuden, wood style. Kabuto's research on Hashirama cells is very thorough. Don't look at me with those thief-proof eyes. I won't use this medicine that suppresses Hashirama's power on my body, no matter what. We are allies now. Now, when the future is not an ally, you don't have a future. How far the bastard Orochimaru has investigated me. This kid who inherits his inheritance is really difficult to deal with. What are we going to do now? Dewangba Turtle Island. Everyone felt a headache when they saw the unconscious island turtle. Leave it to the old man. Here you are, thousands of miles above the cloud. The rainbow gust is to the south. Uzumaki Naruto is screaming back and forth. This is not true. This must not be true. Fu-kun, brother, Dinky boy, don't take it too seriously. We can't compare to monsters. So unbelievable. So unbelievable. Unexpectedly, Lord Tsuchikage would do such an exaggerated thing. He was flying with the entire Turtle Island. Ellipsis. Grandpa, it doesn't matter. Grandpa, wouldn't it be easier to drag in the sea? What are you doing flying so high? You are so old, and you still like to show your power so much. Junior sister, you can't do it in the sea. Kaito patted his big belly. If you are sensed by that big snake again, things will probably become more troublesome. But this old waist of mine dragged the big turtle with one hand and flew back to the Kumogakure hiding place. As soon as he landed, Onoki fell to the ground. He still carried the terracotta back to the headquarters of the Allied forces, and Liamong also followed after thinking about it. After meeting and greeting each other, the old man Tsuchikage explained the matter. Yao, the Kyuubi Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column force is all right, but the Mokuden wood style ninja who is in charge of protecting the Kyuubi Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column force has been captured. You mean Yamato? Might Guy rushed in front of Tsuchikage with wide-eyed eyes. Ah, this is really not youthful. How can a youthful man be arrested? 2-day scale senior. Are you really sure that Yamato has been arrested? Go in and talk. Go in and talk. Terumi May gave Liamong a wink, and quickly turned sideways to make way. She couldn't stand staying with this precious beast for a second longer. Might Guy looked at the distant crowd with tears in his eyes, facing the sea, and uttered a beast. Ah, this is youth. Youth will endure the test. Yamato, I believe in you. This idiot. Go, go. There are still 3 chapters today, and I plan to release a new book tomorrow. Brothers and sisters, please go to watch it when you introduce it. You will not be disappointed. I miss Patty. Hey, the volatile life is always full of surprises. Take aim. Tech Chapter 385 _ Prologue to the Official War. A frontline emergency report from Gara-sama. Interesting Academy. Bring it here. After grabbing the information in the hands of the reporting ninja, several high-level executives all came close. It has been confirmed that the place where the X is drawn is the enemy's stronghold, called the Shanyu Cemetery. If you march by land, you must pass through the 3 kingdoms of Yintangshe, and immediately send an evacuation message to them. Yes. Seeing the news ninja leaving, the tall and rugged 4th generation Raikage sang. Terumi May took a look at the new forehead guard from the back. This is the finished product that was made recently. Everyone will post it if there is no problem. If you also carry the village records of the hidden villages, I am afraid it will not be conducive to unity and cooperation. Quote, is this the forehead of the Union Army? Terumi May graciously said. It was designed by Tatsumi Mifune, the general of the Iron Country. That guy has a good head. Only 660 is. Why is there no number? It can only be like this for the time being. Terumi May explained with an embarrassed expression. We don't have that much time to distribute by manpower, and all the people in the hidden villages have been dispersed and reorganized. At this time, it will be a waste of time to distribute by number. Will this this give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage. The 4th generation Hokage took the forehead and looked at it. It is very important to know the ninja number. Although it is impossible to remember everything, there is a rule of thumb, and it is also one of the important means of identifying friends and enemy. Terumi May shook his head. We've thought about what Hokage-sama is thinking about before, but now the villages are not familiar with each other, and even if they sneak in, it's hard to find out. So the forehead guard is still used first. It's better than now. So much better. Quote, the 4th generation of Hokage thought for a while, then let it go, so that they don't have to pay it back to this village. If this battle fails, everyone doesn't have to look down on each other, and it's better to wipe their neck together. The ninja allied forces issued forehead guard, and all the ninjas changed their clothes, causing a lot of commotion. Despite the inconspicuousness of this move, it has far-reaching significance. In the past, because of the signs of each village, there was always a guard against each other. It's alright now. Once the forehead is changed, the big guys are all their own. It was issued together with the forehead guard, as well as the coalition troop. Captain appointed. Hello everyone, I'm the captain of the raid unit, Konkuro, the puppet master from Sunagaku. Ah, that's right, let such a young guy be the captain, can he? In case. Hello, I'm Shizune, the captain of the medical unit. Please take care of me. By the way, dolphins are not food. What the matter? It doesn't matter if a woman is the captain, she's still a pig farmer, and it's not safe to see her baby face. Don't talk nonsense. I heard that she is Princess Tsunade's apprentice. Ah, is that the master's apprentice? You've worked hard this time, Aoba. I am so sorry. Captain Inoichi, I am Tianhua, and I have long admired your name. War. Is this your first time in a war? Yes. Then be careful. Our intelligence department largely determines the outcome of the battle. I'm the leader of the perception force, and you can come to me if you have any question. Thank you for your suggestion. Okay, now is the time to watch the combat troop. They have the most people this time. The 1st unit, the commander of the assault unit, Tarui, the successor of the 3rd generation of Hokage Gale style, Storm style. 2nd unit, close combat unit, Captain Lois, son of 3 generations of Tsuchikage, father of Kurafashi. The 3rd corps, Might Guy, captain of the close and mid-range combat corps, Konoha Sik Hokage. The 4th unit, the long-range combat unit captain, is concurrently served by the regiment commander Gara, Sunagaku 5th generation Keisuke, captain of the 5th unit, the fortification unit, the general of the Iron Country, Mifune. Talui, you've already become the captain. Can you stop being so sloppy? I am sorry, but I always don't look motivated. Bastard, cheer up Lao Su. Got it, Lord Raked. It's really a headache to have my father as the captain. The little girl Kuretsuchi looked up at her father in front of her, her little head hanging down. It's reassuring to be able to fight with my daughter together. Moreover, it is more advantageous to be with her. Youth, let our youth burn. Follow the footsteps of my youth and march towards the victory of youth together. Youth is like that youth. Is this our captain? Is he really Hokage? There's going to be a war soon, so eat more. Choji, are you finished? You haven't stopped talking since morning. How much of the potato chip roast do you say you've eaten? Ino, if you don't have enough food, you won't have the strength. Shikamaru, why don't you come here? No. Hey, give my mother some energy. Although Gara is the captain of the 4th unit, but because he is still the captain of the unit, the actual captain is actually your agent. I don't want to hang up because of you dozing off. Okay Ino, I got it. Really? Why are you giving me such a troublesome job? There are so many people better than me. Boss Liamong did it, and only he will push you out. Inuzuka Kiba tilted his head and glanced at Shikamaru. But then again, if you can make a name for yourself in this battle, maybe you will become the 7th candidate for Hokage. Idiot, don't take war lightly. Inuzuka Kiba, his mother Inuzuka Kiba glared at his son angrily. Aburame Shino pushed the small sunglasses and murmured, in war, keep a low profile. The more low-key you are, the safer you will be. If you are too famous, you will be targeted. Shino, are you too timid? Shut up Inuzuka Kiba. Shino is smart. Okay, you guys don't make a fuss. We're going to set off soon, and I don't know who the enemy is. It's a troublesome war. Thinking about it makes my head hurt. First, it's the re-summoned Akatsuki member. Then, it is the former tail orc Jinchuriki, column 4. Come again. It was the 5 shadows, and other famous powerhouses. Tom raised the coffin board 3 holes one after another. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Uchiha Madara with pride. This is my collection. Will there be a problem with so many summons at one time? Madara glanced at Wying and Jinchuriki, column 4. Don't worry, I have perfectly inherited Orochimaru-sama's ninjutsu, and expanded and developed it. I have absolute certainty in the use of this technique. Then go. The battle has officially begun. Brothers and sisters are happy to see, and Union continues to work hard and take aim. Tech Chapter 386 _ The hidden backhand of the flamboyant. Fukun, what shall we do? The country of snow is located in a bitter cold place. Even if they march, they will only pass by, and there is nothing to be concerned concerned about. They should not attack. Then we just wait. Of course not. Lu Meng pressed the map with both hands and lowered his gaze. This time we want to draw grain from the fire and live a stable and happy life after the war. We must seize the initiative. Not only must we show our strength, but also to reduce our own losses. We don't care about the leading troop, and we will wait for them to pass. Give a powerful blow at a critical moment and let the world know of our existence. Quote, do you have a plan? Liamong nodded slowly. I haven't been with you guys recently because of this. For our future, I have to spend all my energy on this. Jungji took out the sub-scroll from his arms and stuffed it into Tamari. Princess Sunagakure, who opened his eyes, was shocked. What kind of plan is this? It's so shameless and immoral. It seems like a plan written at random. There is an unbelievable silver sway everywhere, an outrageous viciousness. No matter how you look at it, this plan is how to make the enemy uncomfortable, how to make the enemy uncomfortable, and how to make the enemy sick. Vicious, and shameless. Lag back, pull sideways, and sow discord. Copying the buttock, dabbing the flowers, breaking the door. In short, just don't make the enemy feel better. Is this what you really came up with? Liamong didn't answer, took a deep breath of cold air and closed his eyes. He is not a military genius, let alone a military commander. He can't remember all the 36 tricks. The reason why this draft plan can be designed is all because of the game. Yes, it is the game, Interstellar, Yuhi Police, Warcraft. This strategy game that has accompanied him for many years has brought infinite inspiration to Liamong. Interesting Academy's starter. Everyone who has played with him raised their middle finger after the game to express contempt, probably because this guy's behavior is too shameless, inferior, and cheap. So many people want to beat him when they win. Tamari, this plan does not have specific operational details, only the general direction and operational thinking. You are better than me in this regard. Improve it and send it to the standby troop. Can I do it? Do you want to find Gara? No. Lu Mango shook his head and refused. This time we're cheating on the whole mainland. There are too many people around your brother, and it will be difficult to deal with it if he reveals his fault. And he doesn't have the skills now. Can I do it by myself? I believe in you. The sudden weight was on her shoulders, and a cold sweat broke out on Princess Sunagakure's pretty face. Liamong pinched his brows, thinking of a good candidate, but that guy would never get involved. Nara Shikamaru, my good military advisor, you can attract artillery fire in front of you, and the boss will give you a look at the wind. Look at how good I am. Even though he is so shameless, he wants to brag about himself. Liamong's shamelessness has surpassed the level of God. If you don't kill your lord, are we really going to participate in this operation? Haku looked at the man in the room gently as he packed his things. Kurigakure, who has not been out of the mountain for several years, silently wrapped his bandages and whispered in a nut, we can't escape. This is the fate of ninjas. Shiro, will you stay at home? You know, my lord, I can't live without you. The scroll that was gently handed in his hand slowly unfolded, and Momoji looked at the big seal and bit his thumb. Bang, in the bloodstains dragged from left to right. A giant sharp blade was revealed, and the Kurigakure ogre gripped the hilt. In an instant, the temperament that was originally calm like an ordinary fisherman changed. It was cold, cool, and like a ghost. The beheading sword. I never thought that I would still use it for you in this life. Sir, I'm back again. Yeah, it's back. If possible, I'd never want to go back to that. Rinmara, you must stay at home this time. Kiba, if you die, I don't exist. Take me with you. The boy with Yuhi's eye stood firmly beside him, and raised the two knives in his hand to his chest. I have never forgotten to practice in the past few years just to prepare for this day. Brother Kiba, Rinmara can already help you. Quote, Mom. Ang Shashing, who was already middle-aged, stroked his son's handsome face. This time you have to be careful. When you go to the battlefield, your mother may not take care of you. I've grown up. Ang said to his mother with a firm look. This time it's my turn to protect you. Silly boy, Beto is still waiting for you to come back. Mommy is old. Don't say such unlucky word. Okay. Ang raised his hand to cover Sha Xingzing's gentle lip. Okay, we both have to come back safely. Deep in the royal palace of the snow country, Kazahana Koyuki gently caressed her lower abdomen. It's been 3 months, my friend. You know, you are already a father. Your Majesty Koyuki, I will inform you that no one may disobey the order of the general. Santefu, this war is different from the past. Anyone who is behind will kill me. I grant you the right to kill first and then file. I see, your Majesty. War again. Kazahana Koyuki caressed her belly lightly and looked out the window, recalling the past in a trance. She hadn't grown up at that time. She was still a child at that time. Father, did you see that Koyuki has grown up and has children of his own? For him, this war must be won. Remember, the airstrikes run after dropping the bomb. Your job is to fly over, open the scroll, and retreat. Don't fight, let alone pursue. It has nothing to do with you whether there are dead people or how many people die. We will escort you in the rear with aircraft. Understand? Understood. Go. Your number is Shuiyan Air Raid Brigade, for our glory. To help the Lord. With a single wave of his hand, he released the airstrike formation, and the commander standing on the stage stage set his sights on Zabuza again. The ground surprise troop carried out harassing attack based on the principle of attacking if they could, and retreating if they couldn't. You don't need to fight the enemy head-on, or even fight alone. We have copied the sample of the forehead guard sent by the boss Liamong. Everyone's task is to pick up bargains when the coalition forces and the enemy go to war. Hit a sap, make a black hand, throw a detonating talisman, throw a kunai, and escape 1,000 miles without a single blow. Do you understand? Clear. For glory. To help the Lord. Set off. There is one more chapter. A new book will be published tomorrow. I hope everyone will join in. Please. Aim. Tech chapter 387_ Is that guy really stupid? The enemy forces have moved, and the number is quite staggering. Baidu Interesting Academy, shouted the Hyuga tribe who opened the Byakugan observation. Commander raised his eyes when he heard the word. You all retreat. Go back and meet with the main force to explain the intelligence here. I will stay here to continue monitoring. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. Okay, get out. Not long after the silhouette shot out of the swish, there was a terrifying figure in the opposite forest. Ban Fei's face was black and white, and he didn't look like an ordinary person. In fact, these are indeed not normal people. Kurigakure has 7 knives, and only 6 of us are summoned. What about the owner of the beheading sword? Akebi no Jinin tilted his head with a hatchet and a hammer. When I died, a kid named Zaibujin took over. That guy killed all the students at the same time. I heard that he later defected. Ha ha ha. Munashi Jinpachi glared at One Eye and laughed dryly 3 times. Our Kurigakure is really the cradle of missing nin, and the whole ninja world seems to be the most defected from our village. It just proves that we are strong, doesn't it? Kuriarer Kushimaru held a long knife and tightened the steel wire. Killing and being killed are attitude, and killing is not fun as life. You lunatic. Crazy. Ha ha ha. Not all people who come out of Kurigakure are crazy. A man wearing a Kumogakure forehead looked around and said, this is forbidden technique impure world reincarnation, a ninjutsu invented by the 2nd generation Hokage. That is to say, we are going to fight next. It's really annoying to even use dead people. Have you two said enough? We, the 7 of us, don't care about impure world reincarnation or impure world reincarnation. We just want to know if it's fun to kill. Interesting Academy debut. The entrance of the underground cave. Yakushi Kabuto looked at the distant support troops and turned his attention to his side. You guys is a surprise squad. Sasori and Deidara are in charge of bombing and trapping. Nakayoshi and Kurigakure and Root in Konoha are in charge of perception and support. What is this? The roots that have just been resurrected are very strange. Nakayoshi from Kurigakure village responded quickly enough, but before he could attack, Yakushi Kabuto used a spell to suppress his soul. Sasori and Deidara, who had also recovered, opened their eyes together. To be used by such a soft-footed shrimp, it seems that Akatsuki has really fallen. Huh, Sasori-san, this guy really makes me uncomfortable. Akatsuki is now only my former sidekick and Jew, and this guy actually calls himself Uchiha Madara. Don't you think it funny? It has nothing to do with me whether he is Uchiha Madara or the 6 halves immortal. If it is you, if you dare to speak to me in such a tone, I will kill you. Please, we're already dead. Okay. Deidara looked at Sasori extremely speechlessly. It's art to hold on to eternal beauty, and in the end, you're the one who hung up. Don't be so aggressive. Besides, it's so obvious. The fatal point is on the chest, which is 2. Is it really okay for them to do this? Madara asked, looking at the two arguing. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses. Impure world reincarnation has so many people, it's not easy to control for a while. Right now I have to concentrate on controlling their movement, but it's fine later. When it comes to battle, I will suppress their personalities with spells. Let them be completely reduced to murder tools. At this point, you don't need to worry about it. Of course, sometimes retaining their personalities will work wonders, and facing acquaintances, even ninjas, are not easy to start. What a shameless ninjutsu. Ha ha ha, I like this comment. Yakushi Kabuto laughed twice, not ashamed but proud, and smiled very happily. Only incompetent people depreciate the achievements of others, which is envy and jealousy. Madara, we'll call you Madara for the time being. What can you do with your power? Kabuto had on his partner how done with contempt, and Yakushi Kabuto turned around and walked back into the depths of the cave. It's too dazzling for you to call 100,000 white zetsu to start together from the ground. Even if my collection is contained on the ground, it will definitely be caught. The enemy found. Don't worry, I never really thought about hiding. You just need to control your dead people. Asuma, break, and that one is Hiyashi. What going on? They, no, shouldn't we all be dead? This is a forbidden technique that treats the living as a Matsuri product and brings the dead back to their soul. Broken Knuckles Branch said. What the hell happened? Hyuga Hiyashi squinted his eyes with a swastika on the top of his forehead. Asuma struggled twice and realized that something was wrong. The body is being controlled, and I have an ominous hunch. The Land of Thunder. The Kumogakure surprise attack force. Omoi dipped his head with a lollipop, looked at the clouds in a pessimistic manner and started dumbfounded. I really didn't expect to participate in such a big war. In case case, if 10,000 people are suddenly attacked by the enemy and only themselves are left, they will definitely be caught by the enemy and ask for information, and then brainwash them to deal with the village and Lord Hokage. This Omoi, do you hear? Start descending. Don't get distracted in enemy airspace. Then can I ask a question? Konkuro was taken aback. Captain, you're about the same age as me, and it's probably the first time you've participated in such a big war, right? You're not nervous at all. Omoi's throat twitched twice, and even the lollipop in his mouth didn't feel sweet. Konkuro, who was controlling Asuka's descent, looked back at him and said, the success of the surprise attack force is related to the success or failure of the entire battle and the loss of the coalition forces. If you want to protect your family and friend, then think carefully about how to win. You and I are the only survivor of the last action. The idiot of the Aburame family actually went behind my back to stop the enemy. Don't be as stupid as her this time. Captain, is that bug guy really stupid? I don't know. Kanjiro looked back with a complicated expression, and the corners of his eyes overflowed with a little sparkle. To use the power of one person to use the family forbidden technique to drag down the enemy's 5 people. That idiot is too stupid, and he doesn't even know the name. Maybe I should investigate this time when I go back alive, and I can't let her die in vain. In other words, she must be a woman. The Sunagaku puppet master was very uncertain about flipping through his memory, and in the end he couldn't determine the gender. The only impression left is the clothes covering the whole body and the sunglasses on the bridge of the nose. Is this the home of ninjas? I don't want to leave a trace behind when I die. I don't want that. I don't want to die. Then let the enemy die. Captain, spot the enemy at 2 o'clock. The raiding force follows orders and descend. Yes, the cloud went to bed and went to sleep. The brothers and sisters were happy. Tech chapter 388 _ I won't go with you. Mr. Tang Jiguo, the enemy army will pass through your country this time. For your safety, please retreat. Interesting academy. So, how are we going to evacuate? And where are we going? Tang Jiguo stroked his beard and looked very flustered, and the ministers standing behind were all like birds. That Uchiha Madara. It's just like the Afghan refugees who heard that the United States was going to throw the source bullet. There's no reason not to be afraid. The ninja sent by the coalition forces explained in a low voice. Go south along your country and enter the Konoha hideout, and the north is likely to become a battlefield. Is our country going to become a battlefield again? Tang Jiguo shook his head helplessly and sadly, but he didn't ask a swear word in his mouth. Why don't you choose Kumogakure to be the battlefield? You know how to bully our small country. How many times? Every time there is a big war, we will be reduced to a war zone, a place where you compete with each other. How much is the country, people, houses, buildings destroyed by a war? In the past, 2 countries were enough to kill people, but this time it was a war across the continent. Will the country still exist after this war? Tang Jiguo Daimyo stood there full of worry, as if countless big stones were pressed on his heart. At the same time, Tien Jiguo Daimyo also sat in the sedan chair. His gray beard was full of folds, and there would still be 2 lice in his hair. How long will it take to arrive? Sir, don't be in a hurry. Please be patient for a while. Bastard, I'm not a ninja. How can you tell me to endure? The capital of the snow country. Kazuhana Koyuki looked at the ninja standing below and bluntly chose to refuse. I will not choose to retreat. You don't have to say it. Your Majesty Koyuki, please think again. This is the evacuation order issued by the coalition base camp. For your safety, please also. Every messenger. Our country is located on a plateau, which is different from the land of the land and the land of the land that you just said. Moreover, later, His Majesty will enter the refuge to hide, which is a place that only the previous kings and dynasties of the country know about. Akatsuki won't get it, even the old man, so you don't have to worry. Nidafu-sama, your confidence is very admirable, but we must be more careful when facing Uchiha Madara. Your Majesty Koyuki, I sincerely hope that you will act with us. No need to say any more. The black shadow that suddenly appeared surrounded Kazuhana Koyuki and formed a swastika guard. The ninja standing in front said coldly, everyone please come back. The safety of our country's lord is naturally up to me. Guard 4 Jonin. The allied army messenger glanced at the 4 people who suddenly appeared, and their face and eyelids were all drawn together. Where did the snow country come from so many advanced ninjas? Jonin is not a street cabbage. A ninja of this level, even in the hidden villages of the 5 major countries, there are not many. Pulling their finger. That's about 180. Note that this does not mean 180 per village, but a total of several 180. Even if all those hidden family owners, retired veterans, and powerhouses who escaped from the world were all drawn, they would be able to double this number. The big countries are still like this, let alone the small one. Many small country ninja leaders themselves are Jonin, and some are even inferior to Jonin. For example, this time, Xingyan village sent an elite Chunin to recharge due to some calamity. One can imagine how valuable Jonin is. With such 4 masters under personal protection, naturally there is no need for others to intervene. Seeing the messenger sent by the coalition forces to get out, Kazuhana Koyuki Koyuki slowly raised the corner of his mouth, and Santeifu hurriedly reminded, Your Majesty Koyuki, the enemy is strong. It is better to retreat as soon as possible. I know, I will leave now. For the sake of this child, I will not be in danger. Santeifu, I will leave everything in the country to you. The old minister will never give up. Kazuhana Koyuki took a deep look at Mitafu and sighed, I wish you would survive. The battlefield stretched forward, hundreds of meters above the ground, and Deidara drove away the bugs in annoyance. It's really annoying little thing. You can't finish it, and you can't finish it. It's annoying. Get out of here. Fighting with a bunch of bugs. Deidara, when will you grow up? I'm very young. Uncle Sasori, please take a look at yourself when talking about others. Okay. 2. Zanji called while sitting on another flying bird. These insects interfere with my chakra perception. This is insect interference. I thought about it for a long time. The Konoha Aburame family. Right, and only they are so disgusting. Deidara slapped 2 more flies to death in anger. Sasori looked at him from the side. I have studied the history of various countries, and the first Hokage of your Iwagakure village is also a master of deworming, but for some reason this line of inheritance has not been passed down. Because we don't need it. Deidara shook his head in admiration and love. The second generation Tsuchikage is the third generation chakra, and he is the owner of the blood, and he also invented Jinten particle style. Naturally, there is no need for that kind of thing. And how can ordinary ninjas learn it? And there is no one master in the chaos of war. Although there are still scrolls in the village, the bugs have already died. Quote, as the second generation Tsuchikage very beneficial. Zanji turned his head curiously. Although he was controlled by impure world reincarnation, his mind was still there, and he was naturally very curious about the second generation Tsuchikage who perished with the second generation Mizuki. Deidara was a little silent. According to the old man, the second generation Tsuchikage was wrapped in bandages for many years, leaving only 2 eyes to see people. He's hurt. It's not the reason for the injury, it's for the convenience of hiding. Deidara exhaled a sullen breath while looking ahead. That guy is called Wu. Even you perceptive ninjas want to find him. The second generation Tsuchikage is a real assassination technique master. To the plate, Kankuro looked around with both feet on the ground, and before all his companions had landed, he issued an order. The enemy will arrive soon. Immediately set up jet lag bombs and surprise trap with a radius of 10 meters at 2 o'clock and 10 o'clock. Set the entrance and exit in the direction of the bell. Konoha's attention alert. Taian's digging trenches. Kurigakure's responsible perception. Omoi, you bring the rest to lay the detonator, and I will do the chakra line alert myself. Is there anything else you don't understand? Looking left and right, no one shook his head. Kankuro ordered in a deep voice. Action. The new book is expected to be released in the afternoon or evening, and the specific time will be updated later. Brothers and sisters are happy to read it. It will be better if you can collect it at that time. Tech Chapter 389 Reward for surviving. Slowly, Lin Feng blew across the green leaves of the rustling, and hid the cat that pricked up its ears on the ground. The dug underground cave of the interesting academy is completely enclosed, with only 2 ventilation holes opened in the hidden place. There are men of the Hyuga clan, so observing the enemy is not a problem at all. The older Iwagakure looked around and lowered his voice and said, Captain, everyone, you are very young, and many of you are participating in the war for the first time. Originally, I shouldn't have said much with my strength, but after all, my age is here, and participated in 3 wars. So, everyone, please be careful. Quote, Uncle, if you have anything to say, feel free to say it. Kankuro turned his head in the dark and said, each unit has a veteran like you. Just a reminder, although I am the captain, there is something wrong. I would like to ask you to bring it up, and everything is based on task. Quote, you are great. Uncle Iwagakure couldn't help raising a thumb when he heard such sensible words. I'm just a little older than you, and my strength is average, unlike many of you who are elite, and my future achievements are not mine. It can be compared. However, if I survive the Third World War, it is not a useless guy. The younger generation, listen carefully. If you want to survive the war, the most important thing is to be careful in everything. The enemy is coming. The Hyuga team member who opened Byakugan whispered, and the Kurigaku perception ninja was very strange. What did you see? Why am I not responding here? It's the one who played with bugs in the assault team before. It should be bug interference. What is her? Tang Tang stood up white. Kinkalong Omoiki's heart trembled. Didn't she die using the forbidden technique? I'll take a look. Iwagakure, who had just finished talking about be careful, was dumbfounded, and rumbling in his heart, he ran past tens of thousands of grass and mud horses. I know that young people are unreliable, and the young Kumogakure is even more unreliable. Quickly withdraw. This place is exposed. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. One person is impulsive, and the big guy is finished. As soon as Kankuro got out of the hole, he saw his former teammate with flying hair. Compared with the appearance of his long hair hidden in a kabuto hat at first, his expression is undoubtedly more attractive now. She is a woman. The doubts in Sunagakure's Conqueror's puppet master's mind were found to be wrong again. That posture. Omoi rewind. The 5-finger chakra line was thrown forward to tie his hands and feet, and Conqueror felt a chill in his heart. So bold. Uncle Iwagakure quickly formed fingerprints with both hands, and the eyed man of the Hyuga tribe also noticed the abnormality. Be careful of the bug pot behind her. It is not a bug but a white cloud with a strong chakra reaction. Rewind. That Deidara S-bomb. Doden, Earth style, Earth low wall. Been discovered. However, something like this can't stop me. Art is a blast. The small insects that broke out of the ground exploded continuously, and the surprise attack troops that suddenly brightened in front of them covered their faces and closed their eyes. Are you done? These things. Give me back. Doden, Earth style wall. Iwagakure, who was able to save everyone with his own power in a crisis, put his hands down while breathing heavily. But before the big guy woke up from the tremor of the explosion, another dark shadow appeared above his head. New raiders. Omoi held the handle of the knife with a lollipop in his mouth, and there was no shadow of his previous companions in the afterglow of his eyes. Is this war? And there is no time for sadness. Hateful. I don't want to die just like that. Anyhow, let's fight. Yunliu 3 Sun and Moon slash. The moon mark drawn by Ping 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 knocked all the shuriken that came into the air. At the same time as Omoi started, the helpers sent by the Konoha elders also jumped into the air, stamping, scratching the head, bending the neck, sharp means and merciless style, worthy of the people who came out there. Kankuro glanced around and shouted, everyone, be careful, these guys don't have such an easy solution. Prepare a seal cloth. Understood, Captain. I'll be fine right away. The unrolled scroll blew 2 white smoke, and Kurigakure, who was standing at the back, took out the equipment specially designed to deal with impure world reincarnation. Kankuro looked at the trees on the left with a dignified expression. Sasori, don't hide anymore. I know you're there. The way you moved just now, only people like us can do it. Ah, Uncle Sasori, it looks like we've been discovered. I didn't expect that there will be your companion here. He can't be your son, right? He looks so ugly. Deidara, looking at the golden retriever whose mouth was full of feces, fine beads of sweat fell on Uncle Iwagakure. S.A. Maybe this guy is not very famous in Besan, but he is a part of Akatsuki, who has done ruthless things to loot Keisuke. But in the village of Iwagakure, even a 3-year-old knows his splendid deed. A statue equivalent to the Konoha Hokage rock, which has been smashed by him more than once with a bomb. Art is a blast. In those horrific memories, Iwagakure had old people with heart attacks every day, as well as new ones. Everywhere Deidara has gone, is a word. Bang, boom, bang, bang, bang. The statues that symbolize the Tsuchikage of the past bombed the office of the contemporary Tsuchikage, attacked the bathhouse, raided the bathroom, and even the public toilet became his test for planting the bomb. Everyone had to worry about the toilet last time, and no one knew if their butt would suddenly blow up and get a stench that couldn't be washed off. In the end, the big guy was helpless, and the whole village worked together to complain to Lord Leanly, and only then drove this scourge out of the village to live alone, thinking that he would be more stable when he grew up. But he did not think that this girl actually defected. Now that we meet again, in the eyes of Uncle Iwagakure, it is not to mention how complicated it is. I seem to know you. Who are you? Jonji, Changping Jonji. Yo, you're the slug's dad, aren't you? What? Are the fireworks I gave your son beautiful? Deidara, I'll never forgive you for what you did. Let's have a smack between us today. Ha ha ha, it's just you. The bomb maniac is here to catch up with Iwagakure, and Kankuro is also looking at Sasori. You are also a surprise force. It's really rare. 2 surprise forces actually collided. Junior, seeing that you're still alive make this old man really puzzled. Even though he didn't look very old-fashioned, Sasori of the Red Sand stared at Kankuro with a crooked head. Can lead the war. As a reminder to reward you for surviving, let me tell you something. We are not the only ones sent by our side. Quote, what? The new book is tentatively scheduled to be released at 7 p.m. and it is updated regularly every day, and the cloud is processing it. Tech Chapter 390_Unforgivable Sin. Kankuro looked at Sasori of the Red Sand in shock and was frightened by the news he revealed. Interesting Academy. Still there. Captain, don't be distracted. Uncle Iwagakure saw that Kankuro's expression was wrong, and quickly reminded him, we have to trust the other troop, and the first thing is to solve them first. Ha ha ha. Fix us. Trash fish. Who gave you the confidence? Deidara, even if I don't take this life, I will avenge you. We will win this battle. You won, and you are not afraid to swallow your big word. We will never lose, because we are immortal. Chakra is infinite and not afraid of attack. Deidara's voice fell, and the root resurrection who had previously twisted his neck climbed up. Familiar way of folding the neck. Brother, is that you? Elder brother. Elder, 907. Regiment were dumbfounded, and Kanjiro and the others followed. Brother, do you think this guy is your brother? Run away. Brother, you know what you have done to me just now. The body I have now is not something you can defeat. No, it can't be. That guy Danzo is dead. We're free. We're You're free. Calm down. Kankuro held down his gaff teammate. What do you know? The former root ninja who had taken refuge in the elders cried and knelt to the ground, unable to lift the short knife in his hand. The root assessment is to exterminate human nature, and the final battle is cannibalism. Brother, will my brother come to accompany you? Go away. What are you talking about? You know, brother, since that day, I couldn't sleep night after night. When I closed my eyes, you fell in front of me. I thought that Danzo was dead, and I could be free, but I can't forget it. Ah, kill me, just as I killed you. Brother, I'm sorry. A smear of blood smeared across his neck. The ninja at the root clucked twice and stopped moving, and the weird smile before his death made his heart shiver. The resurrection of impure world reincarnation was done. Looking at the ground in disbelief, at the younger brother who fell in a pool of blood. They have no blood relationship, and the reason why they are brothers is also a root arrangement. However, people are not grass and trees. They are skilled and ruthless. They have taken care of each other for more than 10 years, and they have already kissed more than brothers. When faced with the final decision, the elder brother used his life to continue the future for the younger brother. Now, the younger brother used his life to end everything. What is all this for? Kankuro, Omoi, Iwagakure, Kurigakure, all lowered their head, and even Deidara and Sasori chose to shut up in this weird atmosphere. The rustling linfeng blew, and a ninja knife was slowly pulled out, and the sound of metal friction broke the dullness. I will never forgive brothers for each other. I will kill you and bury you together. Stop talking pretty. Deidara glanced at the dead body on the ground, and then at the team members. This is war. Do you understand war? I don't know what war is, and I have never participated in a war, but I know that brotherhood is higher than the sky, and you who dare to play with brotherhood must be punished. Ha! Boy, who do you think you are? God, I'm Kumogakure Killer Bee Jinchuriki, Column 4, the disciple of Lord Killer Bee, Omoi, Yunliu Fujuan. Deidara glanced at the thing and twitched its mouth twice as she swiped the blade with one hand and ignited a thunderous light. The most annoying thing is you guys who play Raiden, Thunder style. Big brother Sasori, with 2 hands and 5 fingers gently rhythm. Sasori of the red sand directly turned him into a puppet and blocked in front of Deidara. After a few sword cuts, he lost his head, but he recovered immediately. The big talker is doing a good job, but it's useless to cut it as much as you want. Yunliu Li Zan turn around. What seems to be forward is actually backward, flashing and brushing across the open space, and Sasori of the red sand, who is at a high place, is done. It's now. Seeing the success of the battle plan, Kankuro yanked his hands down and pulled Sasori, who was done, to the ground. Blocked him. Doten, earth style, earthquake. It's useless. Mid-air, 2 turns and landed. Sasori of the red sand looked at Kankuro. Connect your chakra line to mine and pull me down. It seems that you have improved a lot. No matter how hard you try, I still can't catch you, but it's an honor to be praised by the performers of the Red Secret Guild. But now, I am afraid that my Black Secret Guilds are even better. Sasori of the red sand. Brush and pull the unrolled roll. A large Sasori word is printed in the center. Sasori, who saw this thing, smiled, with a very contemptuous smile. Is it my puppet body in the past? What's the point of you taking him out? I have obtained the immortal body that I have longed for, and become a real body. Puppet. Captain, be careful. They all have bombs in them. What? Sasori of the red sand in great astonishment. Kankuro's forehead sweated. Deidara, whose secret trick was called broken, laughed with a wanton smile. Be careful, the miscellaneous fish. You will be bombed to death if you get close. Damn, you are unforgivable. You actually buried a bomb in your companion's body. Fool, don't you know that we are immortal? I'm sorry, Sasori. It seems that my brilliance is more artistic. Art is a blast. The rumbling body picked up pieces of rubble and threw it flying, and the surprised troops instantly collapsed far away, and several people were injured lightly or severely. This lunatic. The body of the bomb, the dirt that flew up with the hulala, was intact. Sasori of the red sand glanced back at his former teammate. Don't ruin my art with your disgusting thing, or I'll kill you first. Uncle Sasori, you want to kill me? It's really scary, but can you do it? It is also a puppet manipulated by others. There is no reason why anyone is afraid of whom. Come on, art is a blast. Sasori of the red sand versus Kankuro. Deodorov's Omoi. Rest of the raiding force was just about to come up to help, but was bombed back by the Kurigakure resurrection. Run away. Seeing his brother's tragic death with his own eyes, he was used as a puppet to swing a knife around. Uncle Iwagakure stood in the back and sighed. I have heard about the roots of Konoha. It is a habit of this organization to let 2 people who grew up together like brothers finally fight for life and death to achieve the goal of erasing murderous feelings and eliminating confusion. Practice. Anyway, kill him, let him live, is the greatest sorrow for him. It is an unforgivable sin to use this method to achieve a strong mind. I swear by this sword, I will give you liberation. Omoi. The new book, Second Elements Without Conscience, has been released. Brothers and sisters, go and see. The cloud has improved. Tech Chapter 391 _ say it and do it. My name is Omoi. Cut. I hate those who have no ability but like to talk big. Baidu Interesting Academy. Go to hell. Art is a blast. By Sasori became the ignited gunpowder again. See Seeing that something was wrong, Kankuro quickly pressed down the middle finger of his right hand and wrapped the enemy with the puppet that had been hidden in advance. Black Secret Gills Mountain Pepper Fish. Boom. Nasty puppet doll that makes my art have no power at all. That was my work from a long time ago, and the defense is really good. A long time ago, Deidara said. Brother Sasori, are you looking down on me? Only what is eternal is art. Sasori of the Red Sand gave him a sideways look. This kid is my prey. You go and deal with others. Come on, people who have already died are still clinging to your art. What is eternal? Explosion is the truth. The little spiders, the little Sasori, and the little toad crawling out of the ground, all of them white and plump, were very gratifying, and they rushed to the surprise room. Iwagakure, who saw these guys, hurriedly shouted, get out of the way, don't let them get close. Dodge. Are you hiding? Ant, spider, centipede, long leg, long horn, shoulders, thorn. Deidara was having a party like a zoo expert. The raiding force is in big trouble. Faced with these short and elusive little guys who exploded on their bodies when they didn't pay attention, everyone tightened their mind. But it didn't work. No use at all. In the sky, on the ground, in front of and behind, there are all these little things. Changji, up a lot of flesh and blood. Uncle Iwagakure's eyes turned black and he fell out. In front of him, several milky white centipedes emerged from the ground. Hey168.com. Art is bring me back. The 3 chakra lines connected the hand, feet and shoulders and pulled back hard, and Uncle Iwagakure, who was able to escape the explosion, squirted out a mouthful of fresh yuhi. Tong, treat uncle. Omoi, follow me. Got it, Captain. The sharp ninja sword slashed head on with the thunder sword, and Sasori of the Red Sand stared at Kankuro with a gloomy expression. How dare you be distracted while fighting with me? Is it better to say that you are arrogant or ignorant? Kill him. The 10 fingers fluttered up and down like a dam, and every time they flicked their fingers, the human puppet would make a strange attack. Sasori, the scarlet gravel who didn't need to think about damage at all, gave Kankuro a good lesson and let him understand what the power of a puppet master is. Slashing in all directions, a ninja sword seemed to become infinity under the control of Sasori. Even without the puppet doll in hand, Sasori of the Red Sand is still Sasori of the Red Sand. Art is a blast. Drink. The clay that suddenly detonated knocked Sasori's body into the air, and Kankuro, who opened the empty door, broke out in cold sweat. Strange things happened. The resurrected Sasori of the Red Sand didn't take advantage of the sneak attack, but glared at his companions viciously. I said, don't hinder me again, Deidara, you are courting death. Ha! Big brother Sasori, don't be so cold. Don't you think that good? As long as the soul is still bound in this world, we can be resurrected infinitely, and I can use him as a bomb infinitely. Shut up, I don't need you in my battle. The 10 chakra strands connected to the volley again. Kankuro looked at Sasori of the Red Sand left and Deidara right. His eyes lit up. Maybe it can be done. Omoi. Project Re. The staggered figures smashed the clay worms drilled out of the ground again, and the charged ninja sword became the best defense for everyone. Seeing that the seeds he had finally sown were shattered again and again, the bomb maniac roared and opened his hand. You will pay for what you do. Detonating clay by Winged Bird. Blast clay owl. Detonate clay C2 dragon bee. 3 big bombs in a row. Deidara grinned and waved her arm. Blow them up. The rumbling sound caused countless sand and gravel splashes, and the original ambush locations were all turned into fly ash. Quick, this is the time. Deidara's madness caused a big explosion, and Kankuro, who almost died, ran out of the cave where he was hiding when the sound stopped outside. Prepare the sealing cloth. First seal the Sasori inside. I found it. The half-crippled body slowly recovered in the filth. Sasori of the Red Sand looked at the surprised troop that rushed towards him and scolded an idiot. Quick, seal him up. The recovered left hand flicked twice to overturn the figure, and Sasori's body flew out diagonally. Unexpectedly, just halfway through the flight, a black shadow fell from the sky into his belly. You can't run away. Puppet doll Black Ant. The monster with the head of a wooden donkey raised its round belly and folded it, and the newly summoned crow came in torn apart. Elbows, knees, wrists, head, sharp long knives popped out from every part. 3 machines. The end of the play. Damn. Seeing Sasori being put into a puppet, Deidara scolded fiercely, not thinking it was her fault at all. Sure enough, my art is the best. Next, let me solve them all in one fell swoop with my art. Without big brother Sasori getting in the way, the ultimate art is not bad. Although it is a waste to activate the ultimate art every time, but there is no other way. Who make these teammates so idiot? Come on, let you feel the most brilliant, splendid and gorgeous art performance in the world. Art is explosion. See, pulling off the robe to reveal the mouth with the chest feels wrong behind you. Omoi stared at Deidara who was looking back. Although I don't know what you want to do, it's better to let you end here. When did you come up? Yunliu 3 suns and moon. The first one slashed the head, the second one broke the waist, and the third one was torn apart. Deidara, who only had a brain, laughed and fell to the bird. You can't kill me. I still have a chance. You have no chance. Another black ant opened its belly, and the chakra line of nothingness pulled all the stumps into the darkness. The Omoi hilt reversed and fell from the sky, stabbing the ninja knife with the thunder chakra into the puppet's its chest. As I said, you must be judged. The new book, Second Elements Without Conscience, has been released. After the appearance of the gangster book and the dark losses that Fatty's book has eaten, Union has grown a lot. This book look good. Brothers and sisters, take a look at it when you have time. Unlimited flow since the 3 wars. Please support, please collect. Tech Chapter 392_ The Vanguard has landed. The enemy sealed by the 2 black ants was thrown on the ground. Without Sasori and Deidara, the remaining 2 were undoubtedly much simpler. In fact, they did not cause any trouble, and the 2 sealing cloths solved it. The battle was over, but it did not bring any joy of victory, and the hearts of the big guys were very heavy. Omoi put away his ninja sword and helped his comrade who committed suicide. This is a guy with a low sense of presence. If I had to find someone to compare, I would be the same as him. The members of the Aburame family who died earlier. They don't like to talk, they like to keep silent, and they don't know their names until they die. Take them back and bury them together. Kankuro raised his eyes, looking at the sky with extremely complicated eyes. Iwagakure, who was severely injured, came over and patted him on the shoulder. Look, this is war, and the living still need you to lead. Thank you. Kankuro nodded sincerely, turned around and walked towards the black ants that sealed Sasori, and said goodbye with the unique etiquette among puppet masters. Sasori of the Red Sand, your strength comes from your soul. You once thought trying to erase it and become a puppet didn't work. I understand that's because you put all your soul into the puppets you created, and that's what makes them immortal. Sasori of the Red Sand was done. Although you have got your original body now, your soul has fallen. The fallen is the same as the puppet you use. You should have become the most powerful puppet master, not a puppet in the hands of others. The puppet doll exists because of the puppet master. Losing the puppet master, no matter how powerful the puppet doll is, it can only be a puppet doll. The real power is as puppet master. Quote, by now, the strongest ever. Once the puppet master is manipulated, it's over. Whether it's you or the guy who manipulates you, I won't lose even if you compete for will. As a real puppet master, it is even more true if you manipulate the same Sasori. Your technology and the puppet you create are immortal, and the puppet doll that hosts the soul will be passed down from generation to generation through the hands of future generation. This is the puppet master. Eternal. Brother Sasori, don't listen to his nonsense. Art is a moment of brilliance, and art is an explosion. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. We're after something different. Deidara, maybe this junior is right. Kankuro, I entrust you with the scrolls of father and mother, and when death comes, you shall pass them on to the next generation. Hey, big brother Sasori, you're crazy. What crazy words are you talking about? Let me out and kill them. Big brother Sasori. Sasori. The filthy soil of Shasha broke away from the surface of the body and turned into dust and mud, and the Sasori of the red sand was no longer in the belly of the opened black ant. In exchange, it was an unknown corpse. This is a living Matsuri product. What is going on? Isn't impure world reincarnation the so-called immortality art? Did Yakushi Kabuto unlock him? Not necessarily. Sasori is gone, but this annoying guy is still there. Let me out, bastard. Let me out. You blasphemers of art. I'm going to kill you all. I'm going to kill you all. Why the hell is this? Kurigakure Ninja looked left at this, right at that. Kankuro took a deep breath. It should be the flaw of impure world reincarnation. It seems that there is no absolutely perfect ninjutsu in the world, and the human soul is not so easily restrained. What shall we do next? Go back? No, the battle has just begun. Sasori said just now that they are just one of the group, so we have to carry on the surprise attack. Big guys prepare. Understood. Yes, Captain, we all listen to you. Deidara and Sasori failed. Yakushi Kabuto squatted on the ground and raised his eyes slightly. Go to the battlefield ahead, then I will concentrate on preparing for invisibility. Those 2 guys will also fail. Madara asked in disbelief. Just now, he went out for inspection, but he found a lot of problems. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and explained, I met a great junior, but they don't have much fighting power. Snort. Do your business well, and don't let me know what cleverness you are playing. Carrying a fan that symbolizes the glory of the Uchiha family, he rushed to the battlefield, and as soon as Uchiha Madara left, Yakushi Kabuto laughed. Hearing the laughter coming from behind, Madara's eyes flashed a ferocious look. Do you want to make us lose both sides of the fight and then jump out to get a bargain? Think of the beauty. You are the real chess piece. 500 meters ahead, the movement of the enemy army is detected. Report to Mr. Gara Mifune quickly. Squad 8 will come with me and join forces with Doden, Earth Isle. Report. There is news from the front that a large number of enemies are approaching from the ground and have reached the periphery of the mound. Mark it on the map. The map of the enemy's actions drawn with a fresh Yuhi brush was circled, and Gara Mifune lowered his gaze. The follow-up reinforcements have arrived. The seaside is handed over to the first army led by Tarui. The second army is moving closer to the mountains, and the third army is slightly lower. In this way, the fourth army led by you and the fifth army led by me can be deployed on the center line, and it is also convenient for the second and third troop to dispatch small-scale manpower support at any time. Do you have any questions about Kazekage-sama? Quote, no, you are an expert in this. Then act. Soon after the letter Eagle, which flew into the air, set off, the troops who received the order rushed to the designated location. Kiba, Shino, it's coming so fast. Hyuga Neji looked back and greeted the two guys who didn't deal with it. At this time, any personal grudges had to be put down. That Neji's expression was wrong. Inuzuka Kiba didn't have a good face, and said in a business-like manner, we were ordered to meet here. Are the enemies coming? Yes, it's not far ahead. It's already close to 200 meters. 105, 180, 50. Joint Ninjutsu Lan, Doden, Earth Dial, Superior. Led by the 2nd Unit Captain Lois and his daughter Kuretsuchi, dozens of Doden, Earth Dial, ninjas jointly performed the ninja technique, turning the ground into a raised volcano, but the lava that spewed out was not Yuhi's lava, but a number of them. Unclear white Zetsu. These guys with milky white skin and bare leaves all over their body, each and every one like a ball like Jong Kiba dancing cloth. Following Lois's order, the allied ninjas let go of their hands and feet. The detonating talisman opened the way, and the shuriken followed. Before the rumbling explosion sounded, countless black dots shot into the air. Kill them. Union's new book has been released. With the support of the brothers and sisters of the second element of losing conscience, they can vote for 2 comments and sprinkle a few flowers. Union would like to express my heartfelt thanks here. It's not easy to do anything these days. May Mother Earth protect you. AIM. Tech Chapter 393 Kill them all. Kiba Pass Kiba. 8 trigrams Vacuum Palm. Insect Jade. Yunliu Lesion. Break. A series of attacks laid the enemy group. The dog of the Inuzuka family. The palm of the Hyuga family. The insect of the Aburame family. The sword of the Kumogakure ninja. And the sword of the warriors of the Iron Kingdom. All of which were given to the white Zetsu who were forced out. Baidu Interesting Academy. However, not enough. Although the coalition forces made various killing moves, it was still not enough. How many ninjas are there? And how many are white Zetsu? That's 100,000. 100,000 white Zetsu. Don't look at this thing. It's not much for us. It's very inconspicuous. But for the Hokage world, it is already the largest army in the entire continent. In this ranged place where hundreds of soldiers can find a small place to build a country, 100,000 troops is definitely an unimaginable number. As for ninjas, the 5 major countries are pulling their fingers, and it takes 2 lectures on whether it is enough for 10,000. The 10,000 must be added to the old ones who are about to die, the young ones with big snot bubbles, as long as they can improve their chakra training. Even so, the so-called 10,000 is an imaginary number for bragging bee, just like Boss Cao deceived an army of 800,000 people in the Battle of Chibi. However, the quality of the ninjas is very good, despite the lack of quantity. The weird world is never short of weird things, and Hokage is also a place with many ruthless horns. The old lady Chiyo once conquered the city alone, and Sasori of the Red Sand even destroyed the country by herself. 100,000 white Zetsu will return more, and the coalition is really not afraid of him. War, only fight. Perhaps it was because they felt that hiding was meaningless. The discovered white Zetsu army emerged from the ground one after another. They used their hands to turn knives into swords and their feet to make swords, and their chests grew out of weapons like leaves, like 2 rows of protruding swords. Rib, if Kimimaro is here, I'm afraid I'll have a sense of knowing. Heihei168.com. Kill them. Ninjutsu, ninja tools, ninja sword, ninjutsu, Yuhi, S, green, black, yellow, Yuhi, blue, all kinds of escape techniques have appeared. Just when the big guy hit a pack of fire, the ninja in charge of the reconnaissance behind screamed, Captain, be careful, reinforcements are coming from the opposite side. It's the dead man of Impure World reincarnation. Are they coming? Lois snapped at White Zetsu's neck, looking sideways at the rear of the enemy line, where the sand and soil stack up. A row of figures slowly emerges. Standing at the front, the 2 figures tilted their heads from left to right. Seeing them, all the ninjas who knew the goods burst their eyes. Why are they all little devils? There is no one in the ninja world now. Whatever you do, just go back to sleep. They. Who are they? The one on the left is Kakula from our Sunagakure village. The one on the right is Harry from our village of Iwagakure. They are all ninjas who have the boundaries of blood. Yo, and who knows us? Also in the back, this one is from our Kurigakure. That's our Konoha's. Asshole, what the hell did Yakushi Kabuto do? Karafashi turned his head and glanced at his father. His nervous little face said to Yuhi, Dad, there will be trouble in this way. Why don't we run away, Daddy? Kuretsuchi's father, Lois, gave Kuretsuchi a stern look. Crazy girl, what a bastard. How can you escape under the current situation? Can you beat them if you don't run? Kuretsuchi turned the Byakugan hard. It's hard to deal with that guy Carry, not to mention he has helpers. If we can't fight, we have to fight. Send a signal, and let the reinforcements move closer to us. Dad, you're so nasty, Daddy. Just as the sharp eagle roar sounded, the roar of Dada Dada was heard in the distance. Playing the awning and watching intently, a beast with a thick face, Yuhi, and a thick neck ran over. Youth, it's all youth. Don't be afraid, brothers. The 6th generation return of Konoha Hokage. The heroic blue beast is here. Let's light the fire of youth. Let these monsters know what youth is. Youth is fighting. Quote, Konoha whirlwind. Where did this idiot come from? What did he do in the enemy's army? Dad, should we go and help his father? Hell, Lois scolded with a big round face blackened into a discus. He is the sick generation of Konoha Hokage. If you don't help, you have to help. But Dad, he's so brainless. Should we be as brainless as him? Kuritsuchi blinked cutely, nibbled his fingertips and suggested, why don't we let him die with his youth? Quote, bastard, be quietly. Lois looked back and forth nervously. Although Po was moved, he still had to lead his team to attack for the sake of the coalition forces. Killed it. Attacking from the left and right, the first team pressed forward, and the coalition ninjas launched a strong offensive. The raging battlefield has reached the high court in an instant. In the northeastern part of this fierce battlefield, an army of over 1,000 was hiding. The leader was bandaged and covered with a big sword. The woman next to him was as beautiful as an ice spirit. If we don't kill Big Brother, are we going to attack? No, wait a minute. Wait until they're completely together. The weird stuff isn't over yet. Besides, if I'm not wrong, reinforcements are coming. Then we wait. Zaibuju looked at Bai affectionately and said, the main purpose of this operation is to save lives. We are no longer ninjas, and everything is mainly about safety. See if the hedgehog has a head. His name is Carrie, and Iwagaker's level missing Nindidera formed the Bakuden, explosion-style, unit, and that long-haired woman over there, her name is Pakura, a Sunagaker ninja with the blood of Shikuden Gore-style. Quote, if I don't kill the Big Brother, I also have Hyoten, I-style. Haku smiled sweetly and narrowed his eyes, as beautiful as the moon Kiba. The Kurigaker ghost looked at her tenderly. The two of them were working hard, and another group of unaffected characters appeared. It was not the coalition reinforcements that came, but another collection of Yakushi Kabuto. The moment I saw them, I was stunned if I didn't cut them. In the depth of the coalition forces, the raiding force finally caught fire with the bloody ninjas. Be careful, she's mummified and don't get touched by the ball of light beside her. What happens when you get hit? Before the ninja asked the question, a few rushing companions gave him the answer with their lives. Shikuden Gorch style, extremely steaming murder. My body. Generally, percent of the human body is water. Percent of blood is water. The epidermis on the outer side of the dermis contains about percent of water, and the water of the stratum corneum is about percent to percent. My Shikuden Gorch style can make these water, all of them are turned into steam. Be careful. The open skin was first covered with dense blisters, and then turned into a dry yellow like the ground. All the allied ninjas who witnessed this scene swallowed their saliva. Is this the power of blood ninjas? So strong. The new book on the cloud, the second element of despairing conscience. Brothers and sisters, go and watch it when you have time. Tech chapter 394_. The boss said that you don't want to shoot quietly. Bakuden, explosion style, mine fifth. The horror of Shikuden Gore style, ninjas has not yet fallen, and the horrors of Bakuden, explosion style, ninjas have come to mind again. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. The fat ninja who was host stumbled and sat on the ground, and the whole person was scared stupid. How come? One punch down and people are gone. This is two. No bones left. This is a dead body. As TNG gone. Be careful. Konoha Ascension. Seeing the fat ninja in a daze, Might Guy flashed in panic and kicked the enemy who wanted to attack him, shouting to him, in battle, there will be sacrifices. This is the most basic consciousness. Self-disturbance will only increase in vain. It's worth making your companions die. Understand? Newcomers. Roaring and looking at the confused eyes of the fat ninja, Might Guy's heart sank. These guys are still too young, and they are newcomers who have never been on the battlefield. Such new recruits are unreliable, and they must get their morale up or it's over. In the northeast of the battlefield, Haku looked at the sycophants doubtfully. If you don't kill the Big Brother again, who are they? The last generation of ninja swords consisted of 7 people, Momochi said in a deep voice, holding the big sword in his hand. The one with the chubby and white-faced Yui pattern on the far left is named Sukazan Fubuki, the former holder of the big sword Shark Muscle. Kuriarer Kushimaru with yellow hair and spiky head, holding a long knife and sewing needle in his hand. The short one with sharp beard is named Akabi no Jinin, and those 2 hammer-like axe are the blunt Kabuto cut. Munashi Jinpachi, who is blind in one eye and has a beard in a braid, and that scroll with a handle is a blaster. The woman with the double-flowered temples is named Ringo Amayuri, the former user of the Thunder Knight Hiba. The last Hiba with a pointy mouth is named Ghost Lantern Man Yu Bai, who will follow me for a while. These guys are not easy to deal with. Heihei168.com. Haku's heart sank after hearing the words of Zaibujian, and he looked at the opposite side with a guarded gaze. But these guys obviously didn't come to them, and as soon as Fang recovered, he rushed into the anxious battlefield. Before our reinforcements arrived, the enemy reinforcement came again. Might Guy and Lois shed a cold sweat back to back. How long will your support last? It should be soon. Let's hold on for a while. I like murder. I would also like. How about sending them a gorgeous death? I prefer power to sew people together. Then go kill more people than anyone else. 2 psychopath took the lead, and 4 neuropath followed. Kuriarer Kushimaru led the way into the crowd. His slender limbs almost formed a flat angle with the ground, and the long knife and needle pierced back and forth like a ghost. A little bit of blood splashed, and everyone lost their lives. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen ninjas were dressed together. Kill me all. With a long knife in one hand and a steel wire in the other, the mentally ill man without looking back suddenly tightened his right hand. Horrible images appeared. The ninjas who were strung together turned into meat beggars and rolled together into stitched monsters. The arms and legs that go in and out are like sea urchins that have just been fished out of the sea. Seeing their tragic appearance, many recruit vomited, but before they could bend over, Munashi Jinpachi, who arrived later, swung his sword. Have fun with a blast. It is a ninja knife. It is better to say that it is the droplets of the scroll, and there is no sharp edge at all. This knife wants to use its power, all on the countless detonating symbols. If the level is not high, not only will you not be able to kill the enemy, but you will have to accompany yourself. However, this is not a problem for Munashi Jinpachi. Killing a crowd with such a terrifying weapon is no different from a self-destructing truck. They started, and the people who followed were not idle. Don't try to stop me from any defense. Blunt knife Kabuto cuts the owner. Akebi no Jinin join. Ninjas grow up betrayed and betrayed. Tsukazan Fubuki. More. Ringo Amayuri. I love the bloody full moon of ghost light. Horror. Death slaughter. The 6 knives of Kurigakure set off a storm of blood and blood in the crowd. The young ninjas were terrified, holding the kunai shuriken. Seeing this, Might Guy Lois hurriedly shouted, all cheer up and fight. Fright can only bring death. Don't be intimidated by them. Our reinforcements will be here soon. Are there reinforcements? Why don't we see it? Don't be a fool. Isn't it a life-threatening fight against a guy like that? I'm scared. I'm quitting. Life on the battlefield was full of panic. Seeing that the allied forces were not going well, Zabujan slowly clenched the big sword. Bye. Get ready. Sweden, water style, Kurigakure, S.R. The mist that suddenly appeared floated into the battlefield from the northeast, and the 2 sides who were fighting gradually realized that something was wrong. This is the art of Kurigakure. Everyone be careful. It seems that a colleague is coming. Ghost Lantern Manu showed a half-faced grin from behind a hapless man. If you don't cut it again, it's you kid. This breath should be right. The owner of the beheading sword is here too, but looking at it, it doesn't seem to be from our side. Then kill him. Munashi Jinpachi swung horizontally to the enemy and swept back the enemy with one eye. The mist was getting thicker, and Inazuka Kiba sniffed uncomfortably. The nasty water mist affects even the sense of smell. Neji, did you find anything? A small force appeared, numbering close to 1,000, in the northeast. Is it the enemy? Might Guy thought and felt wrong. The direction is behind the enemy. Are they reinforcement? Looking at each other and Lois exchanged glances. Both men were stunned. Not pre-launched troop. Who are they? Never mind, as long as it's not an enemy. First firearms unit, let it go. The second firearms unit, let it go. The third firearms unit is retreating. Just after the 2 rounds of attack, they immediately ran away, and the white Zetsu, who had blasted out a large base in the sky, were all stunned. The perceptive ninjas of the United Army looked at each other, and they were horrified. At the same time, they were more angry. You said that all of you came and fought, and why did the enemy turn around and run away? Boss, why don't we fire more shots? Stupid. You have forgotten what the boss of Liamong said. Quietly shoot. Don't show your head. We are not ninjas. Why are you crazy? But hurry up and run. They won't chase us after a while and then go back. The Cloud's new book, The Second Element of Despairing Conscience, is asking for support. Brothers and sisters, go take a look when you have time. Sprinkle 2 flowers, and vote for 2 comments. Thank you in advance. Tech Chapter 395_ The 2 Giants of the Past. Here comes the bastard. Interesting Academy. The bastards are gone. The bastards are here again. The bastards are gone again. Damn, what are these guys doing? When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy retreat, we advance. When the enemy chases, we run. And when the enemy runs, we pursue. Under the guidance of the great Konoha gang leader and the gangsters' livid fighting thought, the gangsters armed with the X-improved individual bazooka turned into rascals on the battlefield. 1 shot and shouted, and 2 shots turned around, stunned the enemy and us. These guys are so shameless. Where did they come from? Shoulders or anti-X rocket launchers. They are wearing 9's bulletproof vest, and they are wearing Yabriding infantry boots. There is no 210 different. The white Zetsu are very angry. The white Zetsu are very angry. It's not that they didn't think about chasing, but it's useless if they go less, and it won't work here if they go too much. Look, those guys are at it again. Rumble, boom. Look, those guys ran away again. Hulala, hulala. Is this really a battlefield? Why do I feel like a farce? The originally tragic atmosphere, because the troops trained by Liamong himself were dyed with a layer of laughter, turning the originally vigorous army into a ball like far. Brothers, oblique upper corner. Prepare, let go. Boss, is it accurate to fight like this? You don't care if he is accurate or not, just hit it far. The boss of the interesting academy said that when the number of enemy troops is large, you don't need to be accurate, you only need to kill the range. But what? The younger brother who was talking shrank his neck. But boss, you seem to have made a mistake. What? Am I typing in the wrong place? And pointed in the direction of the coalition forces. Might Guy, who was almost crippled, hid behind the dirt wall called by Lois, and his whole body twitched. The gang leader who commanded the firing wiped his mouth. What? This is an accident. Wars are always full of accidents. Brothers retreat. These bastards. Extremely aggrieved by being bombarded by his own artillery, Might Guy's face was black, and the coalition troop fell into a hard fight. White Zetsu, who had an absolute numerical advantage, dragged the war into the quagmire. Inuzuka Kiba irritably flipped over several White Zetsu and shouted angrily, "The wave after wave is endless. When will it be ahead? Stop complaining there." Hyuga Neji clapped her palms in front of her and responded loudly, "If you have this skill, it's important to kill a few more. There are so many of these guys." Captain Lois. Headquarters. Thousands of troops have slipped past our feet. Hey Dad, are you listening? I see. Don't be noisy. Lois roared loudly and strode forward. First, thick fog. Munashi Jinpachi turned his head sharply, and waved his sword quietly. Silent killing. Little devil, you are too young. Gandium Chang decapitated the blasting knife, the flying foam, the broken knife, and the stabbed and pulled out pieces of spark, and Munashi Jinpachi's eyes collided with each other. It's not easy to lose one eye and still feel so sharp. Little devil, all the people who attacked my bad ideas in the past have died, and you can't escape this fate. You say destiny. My destiny can only be determined by my own master. Water. Feeling the dangerous aura from the droplet, Teodi retreated without slashing, and as soon as he retreated, the explosion came over. You can run away fast, but I don't know if you can run away next time. One blow failed and he disappeared again, and the Kurigakure ghost disappeared. Pieces of crystal snowflake fell from the sky, and the cold ninjas raised their heads one after another. Will it snow here? What happened? Hyoten, ice style, arcane crystallization. The snowflakes that fell on his body crunched into pieces, and the allied ninjas were not good, and the white Zetsus were considered bloody mildew. The older Kurigakure froze in unison, and their suspicious companions asked, "What's the matter with you?" Shui Wuyu. It is the secret technique of the Shui Wuyu family. Haven't they been exterminated? Water without moon. What is water without moon? The young ninjas looked at each other and couldn't tell, but the older ones all woke up. Two giants of Kurigakure, the land of water, Kagaya and Miyuki, are like Hyuga and Uchiha of Konoha, but similar to the hapless Uchiha. Neither of these two clans will end well. After the Third World War, Shui Wuyu was expelled from jealousy because of her strength, and was eliminated as a threat. When she found that Kagaya, who was not good, wanted to resist, she died. Haku now really shocked these ninjas who know history, but today, their shock has obviously not reached the limit. Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse, dance of the early fern. Countless bone spurs were plucked from the ground, and Kimimaro, who arrived with the reinforcement, made a strong appearance. Advantage of Munashi Jinpachi's dodging effort, Momochi slashed towards his back. "Junior, I've been waiting for you. Give me a blast." The banging detonating talisman brought bursts of fire, and the shattered water body fell to the ground. Munashi Jinpachi was stunned. Not a real person. Where is the real person? Rei Kiba, launch the attack and let go. Two long knives with curved blades were pointed in the air, and Kurosuke Lei Kiba, who had been preparing for a long time, released his big move. Lei Jinchuriki column dashed back and forth from the sky, and countless white Zetsu turned into coke. Unlike normal humans, they were more like wood than people. Brother Lei Kiba, be careful. Suddenly, the screams from the side came into my ears, and two ninja swords flew to the side. Kurosuke Lei Kiba had just knocked off the weapon, and there was one more person in front of him. Double-flowered, long-tempered silver, and cold eyes. Who else could it be if it was Aunt Ringo Amayuri? You are my successor. It looks so bad. The thunder knife is not used like you. Pressing his wrist with one hand and turning it around, Ringo Amayuri took back a weapon as soon as he appeared. Momochi didn't even cut Kurosuke, and Kiba didn't even have a chance to react. The thunder knife master who got the guy in his hand changed greatly, and the flashing electric current could compete with the sun and the moon. Big brother Lei Kiba, no more beheading adult. The Cloud's new book, The Second Element of Despairing Conscience, has been released. The editor in charge said it is good. Brothers and sisters, hurry up and collect it. Tech Chapter 396 _ A strong man who abandons his past identity, an antique. Ringo Amayuri has won a thunder knife and his strength has skyrocketed, which made people have to sigh at the wonder of this place in the world of Hokage. People are stronger than generation. Here is a generation that is more mad than a generation. What is crazy is not strength, but character. People with strength pretend to be awesome, and people without strength pretend to be stupid. Unfortunately, Momochi and Kurosuke Lei Kiba are not very smart. After a few years of stability, not only the original edges and corners have been smoothed out, but also the strength has also declined. No, it's bad luck. Compared with the two of them, Haku and Renmara are different. For the sake of their elder brother, the two of them practice hard on weekdays. But, a person who has not experienced battlefield experience is not a god-killing opponent like Ringo Amayuri. Just one round, both Haku and Renmara lost. Looking at Zaibushin and Lei Kiba, Yuhi light appeared in his eyes. Kill him. The beheading sword, which was battling with each other, pressed the back of the sword with his hand and pressed downward, and his eyes were rounded in awe without slashing. Die. Snort. A humming was an answer, and the one caught in the thunder light flew out. Got the thunder knife, and the Ringo Amayuri who didn't get the thunder knife are two completely different concepts. Hurry, it's too fast. Give it back to me. Suddenly, the two lightning blades that stabbed forward were flipped and hooked back with the Kiba blade, and the raised pink leg was in the middle of the chest. Kurosuke Rai Kiba flew. Kurosuke Rai Kiba vomited blood and flew. With one enemy and 4 complete victories, the momentum of the veteran powerhouse is fully displayed. Rai Kiba, you take them away first. Ringo Amayuri with both knives in his hand, biting off the bandage and wrapping the handle of the big knife. He wrapped it very carefully, tightly wrapping the handle of the knife little by little. Ringo Amayuri didn't attack, and stabbed the thunder blade into the ground with both hands. Seeing this action, Momoji and Kurosuke Rai Kiba said nothing, picked up Shiro and Renmara and ran away. Within 2 steps, thunder rang out in the sky. Their chakra is unlimited. Kurosuke Rai Kiba said depressingly as he ran. If he hadn't zoomed in earlier, he wouldn't have been robbed by a single blow. Zaibuku, who was also at a disadvantage, nodded and said nothing, and threw a blue bottle over. Rai Kiba, why don't you go get the knife back? No need, it's not as important as you. Kurosuke Rai Kiba reluctantly looked back and closed his eyes. We've said goodbye to the past, and if the knife is gone, it's gone, so we can break the thoughts of those guys. You are looking at it. Teodi turned his head without doubt, and a feeling of reckoning appeared in his heart. Did this guy do it on purpose? Kurosuke Rai Kiba looked at him and said, this matter is over. I'm going to take Renmara back to seclusion. This guy really did it on purpose. Borrow the battlefield to throw away the knife, and then find a place to hide after you are done. Rai Kiba, you are really calculating. You are willing to give up the knife. Am I not willing? Momochi turned his head to look at Haku's worried face, and suddenly threw the beheading sword out. Kurosuke Rai Kiba was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. White Zetsu all the way and was caught in the palm of his hand, and the ghost lamp full moon who slowly stood up from the ground showed a suspicious look. What are these two juniors doing? For the owner of the 7 knives of Kurigakure, the big knives will never leave the body unless they die or go into retirement in old age. Zaibuzan and Rai Kiba's actions really puzzled them. This is our junior. What a shame of 7 knives. Forget it. The world is not our world anymore. What are you doing? Kill people quickly. Armed with a beheading sword, he marched into the coalition, and the full moon of the ghost lamp set off an endless storm. It doesn't matter if others cut him, he cuts them to pieces. Might Guy Lois, the 2 troop captains, looked at them. Their livers were angered, and their lungs were suffocated. Who the hell are they? Throwing the knife away completely lost its restraint. Zaibushin and Rai Kiba joined the gang. The waterfall cooperates with the lightning conduction, and it can destroy a lot of white Zetsu every time, and there are many accidental injuries to the party. Might Guy and Lois would really want to kill them if they hadn't been able to pull it out. We withdraw. After another round of attack, they ran away, and the gangsters who consumed about the same amount of ammunition chose to leave. Once gone, never came back. The boundless yellow sand whimpered and blew across the wasteland, and a line of shallow footprints walked forward. Strangely, there was not even a single figure. Suddenly, the forward pace stopped. Gara stood on the top of the weathered stone Jinchuriki column, clasped her hands and stared at the open space, at each other at a distance of several kilometers. The invisible second-generation Tsuchikage smiled. The perception of sand, the type of contact. Thank you for being able to grasp the existence of nothingness. But this time it wasn't just me. Spiritism and pure world reincarnation. Tom. 3 coffins rose up from the ground, and 3 figures came out from the coffin board that was open. The one on the left is burly, with a resolute complexion, and the long beard under his jaw is snow white. The one on the right, with a black hood, Yuhi's hair is full of hair, and his clenched brows are overflowing with worry. In the middle one, Xiao, who turned away. His eyes were hairless, and the corners of his smiling mouth were like a happy one. Where is this? The burly old man looked around. Oh, it's really not that the enemies don't get together, but it seems that there is a new person. The eyebrowless mustache cast his eyes aside. Yuhi's middle-aged man frowned more and more tightly. Tsuchikage, who was wrapped in bandages, explained, this trick is the masterpiece of the 2nd-generation Hokage. It can recall the dead from another world and bind them. I was forced to call you out. Dead man, what going on? The eyebrowless mustache was a little confused. 2nd-generation Tsuchikage smiled. Have you forgotten? You already died in my hands. 2nd-generation Mizuki. Then. Wait, aren't you dead too? To be exact, it's the way I sent you. What the matter? The second generation Tsuchikage looked at the second generation Mizukage and shook his head. Forget it. Let's not mention this. What about the second generation Hokage? Why can't I feel him at all? But if it is thousands of miles away. Tsuchikage let go of his senses and searched twice, and suddenly looked at the middle-aged man with Yuhi's hair. What the hell is going on? There are a lot of messes mixed together, and there is a face similar to him. Hey, who are you? Cried Reikage, the third generation lion with white hair. Yuhi raised his head with his hair wrapped around his arms. I'm Cascade, the fourth generation. Click. 4 generation. I have heard of the sturdy battles of the seniors, but the second generation Hokage died long ago in my time. However, there is still a ninja who will use impure world reincarnation. His name is Orochimaru. The eyeball hidden behind the stone forest blinked quietly, and Gaara, who was thousands of meters away, raised his right hand. I got to the point today. I should be able to code at least 3 more chapters, and send as many as you want. The new cloud book, Second Dimension of Despairing Conscience, has been released. Brothers and sisters, let go and have a look. Tech chapter 397_IQ determines success or failure. That gesture. Is there an enemy approaching? Strangeness. Why didn't the headquarters contact us? Seeing the sweat on Nara Shikamaru's forehead, he lowered his voice. Could it be a strong man that the headquarters cannot find? Sunagaku, who was standing next to him, sighed. Alas, maybe only such ruthless horns can be resurrected. Baidu Interesting Academy. What should I do? Me, I'm a little scared. Akamichi Choji patted his big belly nervously. Shikamaru, we won't die, right? Shut up, you idiot. Yamanaka Ino squinted his teammate angrily. Choji grimaced. But I'm scared. You hold back when you're afraid. Headquarters camp. A ninja with a connecting pipe on his head reported loudly. The 4th unit has received news and found 4 enemies, namely the second generation Tsuchikage, the second generation Mizukage, and the 4th generation Cascade. No wonder there are 3 auras suddenly appearing, and there is one that cannot be sent. This must be done by no adult. 2 days. Onoki stroked his beard and made an assertion. The 4th generation of Reikage asked in a deep voice. There is another one. And who is the other one? The perception ninja swallowed hesitantly. It's the 3rd generation Reikage. Sama. What? Bang hand slapped on the table and stood up. I was startled. Reporting the letter, the ninja turned his head to look beside him. Kurigakure intelligence leader Ching narrowed his one eye. Couldn't even the perception system of the headquarters be aware of it? What a benefit. No wonder then. Master Ching, there are too many white monsters, and I can't distinguish them from specific people. The 1st unit led by Tarui will soon encounter thousands of enemies. Please feel the white monsters and the dirty soil and turn around. Dead man, please. Okay, leave the delicate work to me, and you will take over the whole situation. Accuse me. The tense atmosphere gradually condensed in his chest, and the 4th generation Reikage almost bit into a big Kiba. Akatsuki, who even daddy should be damned. I won't let you go. Ooh. The enemy group facing the 1st unit is mixed with a large number of dead people from impure world reincarnation, and they are all ruthless horns with considerable interest. On the coastline, Tarui looked at the white Zetsu troop that emerged from the sea and tugged at their collars. Notify me and enter a combat date. Yes. One after another head appeared like a turkey rat. Tenten clenched his fist nervously. So many. It's not just the quantity. I just checked it with Byakugan, and it turns out that they are rivals, as the headquarters said. Hiyashi-sama, a member of the Hyuga family, suddenly exclaimed. Look, it's 2 o'clock. That is. The green swastika seal-like poison came into view, and Hyuga Hiyashi's eyes suddenly protruded from their socket. Not far from him, a bristled Kumogakure ninja cat jumped high as if stepping on its tail, startling everyone with a panicked look. No way. What did you see? The frightened ninja was very dissatisfied. The bristled Kumogakure said with a sad face. They are the golden horns and the silver horn. The long horns on the top of the head stand on the back, and the left arm is tattooed with gold, and the right arm is written with silver. The 2 brothers with similar looks are very eye-catching. Ching, who was perceiving the details of the rebuke, was shocked. What going on? Those 2 people actually have EPUB, 9 tails chakra, which is terrifyingly strong. EPUB, 9 tails chakra. The 4th generation of Reikage puckered out his beard in surprise. That must be our Kumogakure's golden silver brother. So far, only Lao Su has come out in person. This can't be done. Nara Shikaku hurriedly dissuaded him when he heard the words. Sir Reikage, please stay. You are the supreme commander of the coalition forces, and you must command the coalition forces until the last moment without fail. This is the only way to be responsible to your subordinate, and you must not act rashly. Tsunade. What happened to Tsunade-sama? Nara Shikamaru looked at Senju Tsunade suspiciously and wanted to invite her to fight, but now she is in this state. The gold and silver troop has appeared, so is it said to be there. Senju Tsunade stared at the front in a daze, and while he was done, Ching shouted again. Please make a decision as soon as possible. The enemy's forces are too strong, and the 1st unit will definitely be unable to stop it. Don't panic. The battlefield is changing rapidly. That's why I came here. Please look at the map. Nara Shikamaru Shikaku got up and came to the center, picked up a drawing pen and exclaimed while drawing, "On the battlefield, concentrate superior forces and be flexible. Allocation of tactics is the iron rule. If there are invading enemies in both places, they must be eliminated one by one, just like Battlefield A and Battlefield B." Quote, Nara Shikaku said and drew. In this case, what we have to do is to take the lead in defeating the enemy at A. Concentrate the reinforcements on the first unit of Tarui, and let the 5th unit of Admiral Mikua stretch longitudinally for reinforcement, merge with the other unit. Then order Lois' 2nd unit to expand horizontally and encircle the enemy from the sea. Although this will make the 2nd unit strength tight, it is good to have the vertically stretched 5th unit as its rear barrier, Nara Shikaku said, and pointed the drawing pen to the 4th unit. The next step is to order Gaara to change the formation to B, while luring the enemy deep, and then draw out half of the troop to join the first part to form reinforcement. After the enemy at A is completely wiped out, then join the 1st unit and rush to B, cut off the enemy's back road. Why do you want to attack a first? Reikage of the 4th generation asked with a solemn expression. His father was at B. Nara Shikaku took a deep breath and continued to explain. Because the 2nd and 5th units are the closest to A, it is easy to deploy, and the 2nd unit led by Lois has already encountered the enemy, so it will be more effective to outflank the white monsters. If there is another location B, the enemy will not dare to strong attack. When our troops are suddenly halved, they must be suspicious and dare not act rashly. Quote, Nara Shikaku said this with a confident smile. Even if they launch an offensive, Gaara's troops are mainly long-range attack. With their good attack method, they can completely retreat while fighting, effectively delaying the enemy's close time. This way, we can make a time difference. Commander, do you have any question? The 4th generation of Reikage took a deep look at Nara Shikaku, and snorted with a sigh. No wonder Konoha has endured for so long. It turns out that there are a group of capable people like you. The Commander-in-Chief has won the prize. Please make additional explanation. If not, please give an order as soon as possible. After you've said what I have to say, just do as you say. Shikaku got Reikage's affirmation and immediately turned back to his teammates and shouted, Inoichi, are you listening? Don't worry, contact has been started. In addition, the captain of the 3 ships has been informed about the surprise attack force, and they are rushing to the front. The medical team led by Shizune is stationed at the rear of the battlefield. For the time being, there is no need to worry about the wounded. Okay, please keep watching. Nara Shikaku let out a sullen breath and wanted to order, but the old man Tsuchikage suddenly interjected. Wait a minute, the Nara clan of Konoha. You said, to make this plan perfect, we have to do something. There should be 2 chapters left. The cloud is working hard. Everyone can read the new book when you have time. It is not easy for newcomers. The 2nd element of the Lost Conscience is really good. Tech chapter 398 _ the increasingly fierce battlefield. Do something. What to do? Everyone in the room was taken aback when they heard old man Tsuchikage's word. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. 2 days later, Onoki took a deep breath, and Senju Tsunade, who happened to hear this, raised his eyes and said, 2nd generation Tsuchikage is far from what ordinary ninjas can do. To deal with him, only Grandpa Tsuchikage can do it. Is there anything special about him? Nara Shikaku was stunned for a moment, and everyone who plays with his brains has this problem. The 4th generation Reikage's eyes sank slightly. He is the owner of the blood-based elimination that claims to be stronger than the blood-based limit. What? The blood is eliminated? Nara Shikaku said 2 things in a row, and exclaimed at the old man Tsuchikage. Isn't that only you have? Don't you mean the 2nd generation? The 2-day scale. Onoki Lao Ganba twitched his face, and his voice was extremely difficult. The combination of the 3 properties of wind, fire and earth is the masterpiece of the 2nd generation Tsuchikage, and he is also the teacher who taught me Jinten particle style. The long yellow sand whistled through the stone forest, and Keisuke, the 4th generation head, turned his wrist and said, the body loses control from time to time, and it seems that it is still under certain constraint. It seems so. The 2nd generation Mizukage glanced at the 2nd generation Tsuchikage maliciously. I wanted to kill this guy, but I can't help it. HMPH. I also want to stretch my muscles. It's a pity. The 2nd generation Mizukage and the 2nd generation Tsuchikage have hatred, and the 3rd generation Reikage also has hatred with them. 4 generations of Keisuke stared at these 3 guys with a head full of Spartan. Is this the relationship of the ancestors? It's messy enough. Generation Tsuchikage and the 2nd generation Mizukage have a feud for murder, and the 3rd generation Reikage and the 2nd generation Tsuchikage also have inseparable beams, not to mention the 2nd generation Mizukage. In short, if these 3 guys weren't bound by impure world reincarnation, the meeting would definitely be a deadly rhythm. The 4th generation of Keisuke frowned with a headache, and out of the corner of his eyes suddenly found the eye of sand floating in the shadow of the stone forest. Gaara. Deep in the dense wood, in a hidden 2-story building, a group of men with fans on top of their heads are sitting together. You look at me in a daze. I look at you in a daze. It's either this is drooling, or that one is urinating. Interesting Academy first release. This group of ninjas is good enough. How long are they going to keep us big names in this shabby house? Okay, it's for our own good if you're annoying or not. Instead of yelling here, think about how to appease them. It won't be over until 2 medals are issued. Daimyo mentioned the bunch of grapes in the idle wind earlier. I can't give them back the money. This time I have given enough. Then give out medal. The land of water Daimyo took over with an ugly expression. This thing is cheap. It's just right to send them off. The big name of the country of fire slapped the folding fan. Since you all agree, let's think about the name of the medal. Is it here? Juju, who is half black and half white, looked at Mulu with his head open, and jumped up after confirming it again and again, aiming directly at the big name showing his back. The shuriken was shot from the bouncing bamboo too, and the ninjas who heard the sound turned their head. Enemy attack. Hurry up and catch him. He was able to escape my perception. Is he a special ninja? With one glove on Maso and the other with a fishing net, the ninja in ambush pounced on Ju, who rushed into the house. Fuck. The 5 puppet dolls standing with their back to the window suddenly showed hideous faces, and swish poisonous needles shot out from their open mouths. Sunagaku puppet master. Catch him. The 5 puppet dolls that made a sound of Caracalla suddenly turned around, and the crisscrossed rope nets were thrown over in all directions. Ju glanced at them when they found the wrong person, and sank into the ground in disdain. The guard ninjas who lost their ropes looked at each other, widened their eyes, and ran away. How did you get away? Ha, I remember a good name. Daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire suggested standing by the window. Let's call it Konoha Hidden Village in the Kingdom of Fire, Sunagaku Village in the Kingdom of Wind, Kurigakure Village in the Kingdom of Water, and Hidden Village in the Kingdom of Earth. How about the joint medal of Iwagakure Village in the country and Kumogakure Village in the country of Thunder? Quote, it's too long. How about simply calling it the Ninja United Medal? It's not good. It's not good. The name of the Kingdom of Wind shook his head and said, it's too short and lacks majesty, and why should the fire be ranked first? It's not fair. The name of the flower changed, and the quarrel came from the floor, and the heads of the ninjas standing on the roof were big. These big names are really idle. What's the use of us wanting those medals? That's their job. An older ninja spread his hand. Don't underestimate these things. Without them, how would our honor be reflected? Someone has to set a standard. Ah, that's right. Seeing the relieved expression on the junior's face, the older ninja advised, if you want to get this thing, you have to cheer up and relax your vigilance, but you can't do it. You'll have to move soon. It's really troublesome. Is it necessary to go around 5 places? The older ninja's face was slightly grim. Don't say such annoying words. We have to deal with the legend of Uchiha Madara. No matter how careful you are, it's not too much. Senior, I know, but it's really annoying. A raid was fruitless, and it was a huge loss of faith, and it must have emerged from the forest. To actually deceive me with a trap is too contemptible. Since that is the case, let you see my strength. A slap melted into the tree pole and closed his eyes, never letting out his own perception. I am the earth. The earth is me. At the edge of the coastline, Tarui raised his distressed eyelids as he watched the enemy rushing towards the beach. Although it's boring, let me tell you why I should defend the coastline. Attention, the first unit. I'm going up. Yes, Raiden, Thunder style, Black Madara. Inherited from the 3rd generation of Raikage, Teke Genkai, the fusion ninjutsu of the 2 natural transformations of thunder and water, pounced on the enemy group in the form of a cheetah, and cooperated with the metal spike buried in the sand in advance. Tarui took the lead and made a ruthless attack. All the white Zetsu standing in front stopped their movement. A paralysis humming from their bones took away their control over their body. Kumogakure ninjas in the coalition were excited. Black Lightning, the only one who inherited the thunder tattoo from the previous generation Raikage, is Captain Tarui. Watch out above. Black Lightning blocked the attack below, and the strong men from White Zetsu and Impure World Reincarnation simply jumped into the air. Don't underestimate us. The little beauty Tenten swiped and unfolded the giant scroll on her waist, and in the white mist, countless shuriken flew upward. There were countless ninjas who attacked with her, and the battle broke out in an instant. Kill them. It was a little late, and the upstairs was dry again. It was said that the place where Yun Yun lived was really vomiting blood. Upstairs, the old Goryo Mrs. Goryo and the Goryo children are so talented. They have to fight every week. If they don't fight, they are uncomfortable. I really want to chop them off with a knife. Tech Chapter 399 New Discoveries of Impure World Reincarnation. The shuriken that threw the sky and the earth, the detonating talisman that overturned the river and the sea, and faced the White Zetsu troops and the reincarnated dead who jumped out of the sea. The ninja allied force burst out with incredible attack power. Interesting Academy. Black dots like locust fell, and colorful escape techniques rose again. Futon, Wind style, Datapa, Great Breakthrough. Kaden, Fire style, How Long Fire. Suiten, Water style, Great Fall. All kinds of ninjutsu came on stage. After you sang, we started again. There were familiar ninjas who also played combined ninjutsu. After the gorgeous mid-range and close-range attack attack came to an end. The allied ninjas went up with their knives and started a tragic close-range fight. The White Setsu army, who had an absolute advantage, rushed into the crowd one after another. The blood was splashing, and the souls were roaring. In less than half a minute, the light yellow beach by the sea was stained with blood to a dark huey color, and even the waves became dirty. There was a disgusting smell in the air, the smell of meat when the corpse was scorched mixed with the sweetness of the blood overflowing, and the mixture made people's throats and eyes block. In such a tragic battlefield, many recruits felt fearful, but unfortunately, the veterans did not have the time to answer them, and all the strong men in the coalition were dragged by the dead of impure world reincarnation. The king sees the king. This is the unchanging truth since ancient time. You're plumper again, Choza. I'll be even more plump. Akamichi Choji's father looked at his familiar partner with a dark face, and Kato Dan lowered his eyelids in loneliness. Not far from them, the two men with eyes met. The black kimono on the left, the Jinbo bunt on the right. Go back. I'll do this battle myself. My lord, he's my younger brother. Hyuga Hiyashi waved his hand without looking back, and the ninja who wanted to persevere heard this and was silent. Baidu Interesting Academy. Swastika on her forehead. Hyuga Hazashi apologized, seemingly helpless and excited. I'm sorry brother, I who should have protected main clan have now become your enemy. Maybe this is my punishment for hating main clan. Well, even my own soul has to be manipulated. I thought I could be freed after death, but I didn't expect that the fate of this curse would not bear even the dead. Hyuga Hazashi stared at the double Byakugan and sighed. Remember what I told you back then. I would rather die not to protect main clan, but to protect my brother Neji and my relative. Now, I have been denied even this insistence. Now, isn't that funny? Relentless fate, you always play tricks like that. Hazashi, there is no destiny in the world that is not destiny. Everything is in your hand. Really? Hyuga Hazashi stared at Hyuga Hiyashi self-deprecatingly. If it wasn't fate, why would I have this when I was born a moment later than you? Hyuga Hazashi, who no longer had the Konoha forehead guard, laughed frantically. What am I now? I died for the village and for the family, but I can't even die. So you still want to? When will you play tricks on me? Hate is higher than the sky. Resentment is thicker than the ground. If there are undead that can be freed from the control of dirty soil, naturally there will be undead who can escape from the master with hatred. This is like the 2 points in Tai Chi. There is the ultimate yin and there is the ultimate yang. Sasori of the Red Sand was relieved by Konkuro's memory, and Hyuga Hazashi fell into madness because of his own resurrection. Do I even want to die? Tell me, is this just fate? Yakushi Kabuto, who was remotely controlling impure world reincarnation, was stunned, and after he was done, he burst into laughter. Interesting, very interesting. What kind of secrets are hidden in such a treasure left by Orochimaru-sama? Sasori of the Red Sand. Hyuga Hazashi, just let me keep my eyes open. Brother, you have fallen. Ha ha ha, what is depravity? Hyuga Hazashi stared at Hyuga Hiyashi with black mist all over his body. Don't you call it depravity if you don't spare the dead? I'd rather die, but now I can't even die. Hyuga stream gentle fist method shock. The chakra agitation of the whole body is sprayed out from the acupoint, breaking the meridians every inch. This is not a physical technique, nor a forbidden technique. It is a suicide technique. But, even though he had given up hope of living, he had to recover. Hyuga Hazashi, who was intact again, laughed madly and thought about it. Have you seen it? Have you seen my cursed fate? Brother, this is the sadness of the separation, and this is my fate that I cannot be redeemed even after death. The cursed thing was doomed from the moment I was born. After Hyuga Hazashi roared with resentment, he suddenly turned his eyes. Is that Neji over there? What do you want to do? Hyuga Hiyashi heard something wrong. I don't do anything. I want my son to be freed. I want him to be smashed to pieces and nothing will be left so as not to be sad like a father like me. Are you crazy? Hyuga Hiyashi exclaimed. Hyuga Hazashi shouted to him horribly. I'm not crazy. I'm crazy. This damn fate. Embrace your darkness. Neji, we who are the cursed will never have light. Gentle fist Lao 8 trigrams Baoshenkong. Completely ignoring Hyuga Hiyashi's attacking hand, Hyuga Hazashi brazenly launched a surprise attack on his own son. Hyuga Neji was stunned for a moment. Get out of the way. Ellipsis. The pupils of the body flung in the air burst open in disbelief. Hyuga Neji never thought that his father would attack him anyway. Child, don't blame dad. Dad cherishes you. Let this cursed fate end here. Hazashi, you bastard. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Away Neji with a palm, turning around and spinning. Hyuga Hiyashi chakra broke out and blew Hyuga Hazashi out. 10-10, who ran to Neji's side, kept shouting, but hey, ha. Hyuga Neji, who was coughing up blood, didn't answer, and he stayed like a fool. In front of the surprise attack force, Konkuro and the others stopped in their track. Grandma Chio, I'm sorry, I'm going to cause you trouble. What about Sasori? He's free. Konkuro took out the scrolls of his father and mother from his arms and spread it out, seeing their Chio showing a smile. Deidara was overjoyed when she heard the turning point outside. Hey, are reinforcements here? Get me out of this shit. I haven't exploded enough yet. You're trapped in it because you can't explode. Bakuden, explosion style kid. This is too. Asshole. Who told you to talk too much? Who are you? The death was finally over, and the cloud called the top dry to vomit blood, and called the police in the middle of the night. This is so talented, and I don't know if I need money to send the police, and it won't torture people in the winter. Wow, go. These two choreo old men and women almost become gods of war. Tech chapter 400 _ crazy world crazy people. Haha, who am I? I'm Hanzo of the Salamander. It's easier to read on a mobile phone. m.heihei168.com. The man with a full cover respirator sternly announced his name, making no secret of his hatred and killing intent. You guys, whether Akatsuki or the allied forces of the 5 nations, they are all my enemy. It's just this shameless ninjutsu that makes my body not obey. But it doesn't matter. You all have to finish it in a while. Listen, prepare to retreat. Kankuro stared at the man opposite him without blinking, his heart done. This guy is not a character that anyone can deal with. The man known as a demigod, Kai, is the same generation. If you think about it, Chio's mother-in-law is a lot easier to deal with. After all, she can't bring out her strongest ability. The headquarters of the allied forces. Lu Meng picked out his ears and said hello to Senju Tsunade. He sat down on the chair next to him, looking at the 4th generation Reikage with anger. Are you, June 20 inches? You have to explain the matter of the 2nd unit. Explain what? Liamong flecked his fingers and blew. Those were all accident, and the ones I sent weren't ninjas. I don't care if they are ninjas or not. I just want to ask you, why did you attack the friendly army? They attacked the friendly army. Is there any? Liamong asked, pretending to be surprised. It's impossible. They would never do such a thing. Boom. Don't pretend to be confused with Lao Su. The 4th generation Reikage slapped the table with a slap. Tell those people under your command that if they dare to do anything misleading, Lao Su will order them to be killed. I said, Uncle Reikage, how can you be so angry? Okay, there is no place to keep the master here. There is a place to leave the master. Sister Tsunade, we should go to. Where do you want to go? Reikage of the 4th generation glared at Liamong. This bastard can just go by himself. He still want to. Please stay. The interesting academy will start. Narashikaku had no choice but to get up and say, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage is supporting Gaara. The 4th generation Mizukage is protecting the daimyo, and the 6th generation Hokage is also on the battlefield ahead. Now the headquarters is scarce, and I hope needless to say. Liamong shook his head. I will go to Gaara's place to see my father-in-law. Sister Tsunade, she also has something to do. 4 generations of Reikage's old face turned black and bit Kiba. What more Narashikaku wanted to say. Lu Meng and Tsunade pushed the door and walked out. You little bastard who is good at making decisions for me. You will embarrass my sister by doing this. Tsunade rolled his eyes and became a mess in his heart. Are you really going to see that man? And what can you say when you see him? Liamong gently smoothed Tsunade's messy hair. Some people will never forget some things. If you want to make an end, you have to face it bravely. He is very important to you, and I don't want you to regret it. You little bastard. Senju Tsunade flicked his obscene forehead in a funny way. You bastard. Don't use a preaching tone to this princess and make yourself look like how old you are. My good sister, I'm caring about you. Okay. Liamong rubbed his forehead innocently. Moment of silence. Senju Tsunade shook off his hair, looking bleak under the sun. Looking at the back of her leaving in the wind, Lu Meng let out a long sigh, and was about to turn around and say thank you. Before the coastline battlefield, the Hyugahiashi brothers fought all over the field, and Kakuzu, who became a big monster, was one move. Word. If a ninja like Sasori of the Red Sand is reincarnated, its combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Then Kakuzu is tantamount to multiplying his rank. Without the restriction of chakra, his madness alone is enough to drive the entire coalition mad. Wind and fire, soil and water, all kinds of combined ninjutsu. One side is muddy and another is withered, and the dead ninjas have strange appearances. This guy has too much interest, and we are no match at all. Look for the captain. Such a guy should let those who have interest come. The ninjas at the bottom of the coalition were tortured by Kakuzu and went crazy and wanted to ask Tarui for help, but they didn't know that Tarui was more troublesome than them now. I am so sorry, but it's really my generation's fault for letting the splendid golden horn silver horn in Kumogakure suffer this humiliation. This shameless ninjutsu was used by the guy from the 2nd generation Hokage. Golden horn, isn't he dead? Silver corner, don't be careless. Those things will be discussed later. This kid in front of us has a thunder tattoo, and it doesn't seem to be very easy to deal with. Tarui rolled his eyes at his shoulders and sighed. For the next thing, please don't blame me for being rude, and don't let yourself down, because I'm going to strip off the silver plated on Ni's body. Although this is boring, but facing Ni, it is better to use my Gale style, Storm style, to solve it in one go. Quote, ha ha ha, what a big tone. How dare you be so arrogant in front of our brothers. Jin Zhao, our junior look very arrogant. No way, it's too late. Even our juniors know very little about us. Jin Zhao said with a slight pause, and continued with a stern tone. tone. Then let him experience the horror of our brothers firsthand, and let the world remember our gold and silver names again. Quote, Swish, two figures jumped in front of them and took a stand. Tarui, who was about to start, thick his eyes, yellow hair and blue eyes and big breasts. Samui took her younger brother to protect him. Captain, it's better for us to test such a guy first. The records about them in the book are not simple, and these two guys are not good people. Yo, chick, do you know our brother's information? You who attacked the second Hokage are a disgrace to the entire Kumogakure village. Ha ha ha. Golden Horn, do you hear me? This chick said we were a disgrace. Idiots juniors who don't know anything and talk nonsense. The real shame is that guy with a cramp in his head. His IQ is completely inversely proportional to his strength. Forget it. What do I do with you juniors talking about these useless things? Since if you want to fight, have a good fight. Quote, he opened his mouth and spat out two grip, and the Gold Silver brothers showed their madness. Come on, Corner Silver. Okay, Golden Horn, you really did what happened some time ago. Samui looked at the Jin Silver brothers with cold eyes and raised his voice to remind everyone, be careful of their weapons. Those are the Sikav's immortal relics that our Kumogakure village once collected. What? Sikav fairy? Have Uchiha Madara? Even Sikav came out. We are crazy, or the world is crazy. A new book has been opened in the cloud, and I personally feel that the second element of losing conscience has made great progress. Brothers and sisters, please go and read it when you have time. Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 401 to 420. Tech Chapter 401. Shame in Kumogakure history. Being able to sneak into the secret place of Kumogakure and take out the 4 magical instruments without the guarding ninjas noticing it. Only your brothers who are their users can do it. Hey168.com. Yo drink, little girl. Silver Corner CC Kiba laugh. I'm not very strong. I have seen Mingguang. Samui raised the old bottom with a dignified expression. The rope wrapped around the left arm of the Golden Horn is called Suojin, which can bind people and force out the spirit of word. The fan in the right hand is called Bajau, which can use wind, fire, water, earth and thunder at will while swinging. 5 elements chakra nature transformation. The Yuhi gourd held in silver S-horn's arms can contain the word spirit to seal people, and the 7-star sword held in the right hand can cut off the word spirit and curse. You must be more careful. What is this all about? As soon as the god picked up something that was both a word and a curse, the heads of all the ninjas present swelled. But whether you hear it or not, you know that this thing is very beneficial. If you don't understand, you have interest. This is almost equal to the truth in the ninja world. Akii turned his head to look at his sister, and drew his sword. What this or that? He said so bluffing and didn't see what his interests were. So leave it to me. Cloud flow flame slash. With his left hand, he touched the edge of the blade and turned all the jumping white Zetsu into ashes. Samui's younger brother rushed to the Golden Horn Silver Horn. Repay my ninjutsu full of passion and will. Today is my moment of fame. This idiot is overzealous. Akii, wait. Calm down and let me finish. It too late. Silver Zhao held the gourd in his arms with a wicked smile. I hate you guys the most. Jin Zhao, the idiots in the front are handed over to you, and the 2 in the back are handed over to me. Superior. Holding the 4 magical instruments and charging forward, Brother Jin Silver was full of contempt. Interesting Academy first release. In the headquarters of the Allied forces, the 4th generation Hokage hammered the table irritably, and the whole room was muffled. Nara Shikaku saw sweat on his forehead and reminded, Sir Hokage, please keep calm. As the commander of the coalition forces, Konoha's Nara clan, I admit that your head is good. However, some things are not done by your head alone. Hokage of the 4th generation sighed in his arm. You don't understand the interests of the Jin Silver brothers at all. What's wrong with those 2 guys? A young intelligence ninja next to him was very puzzled. The prestige of Jin Silver was too far away for them. The 4th Hokage snorted heavily. Those 2 vicious guys are a disgrace to our Kumogakure village. During the alliance ceremony between our Kumogakure and Konoha, the 2 brothers suddenly staged a coup and plotted against the 2nd Hokage and the 2nd Hokage, and cornered them. Quote, what do you say? Shock. Can't be more shocked. No one in the ninja world knows that the older the ninja, the better the state, such as Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, the 2nd generation Hokage and the 2nd generation Hokage's reputation, which is still familiar to this day. But what did the 4th generation of Hokage say just now? These 2 guys actually pushed them into a desperate situation, so how much benefit did they have? Nara Shikaku's eyes were trembling, and she asked extremely anxiously, Lord Hokage, our village has records of the use of the 5 secret treasures of the Sikavs by the Gold and Silver Army, but what about Kyubi, 9 Tails, Chakra? Hokage's eyelids jumped. In the past, we Kumogakure tried to capture Kyubi, 9 Tails, and the Jin Silver brothers were the main force. Due to the wrong estimation of Kyubi, 9 Tails' strength, they were captured by Kyubi, 9 Tails, swallowed it into the stomach. But even so, these 2 guys were not honest, and they went on a rampage in it for a while, and Kyubi, 9 Tails, spit them out again because of the unbearable pain. Since then, both of them have inside chakras from Kyubi, 9 Tails, maybe because they were in the belly of EPUB, 9 tails, for 2 weeks. Quote, click, 2 weeks. Nara Shikaku shattered her jaw inexplicably with tremors, and lived in EPUB, 9 tails, belly for 2 weeks. This is a joke. What did they eat and drink? Is it difficult? A terrifying thought poured into my mind, and in line with the information I had obtained earlier, an extremely absurd thought poured into my mind. Could these two lunatics survive by eating the flesh and blood of EPUB, 9 tails, raw? This don't look like you can't believe it. What I said is the truth. Moreover, those secret treasures are not available to ordinary people. Without enough chakra support, they will be sucked to death by it a few times. But this is not a question for the two brothers. Not to mention impure world reincarnation now, or even before they were alive, they relied on EPUB, 9 tails, chakra to run wild. These two guys are real madmen. Quote, 8 banana fan water. Standing on the seashore, waving the feather fan violently, and after the majestic chakra was injected, the boundless waves rushed into the air. The coalition ninjas widened their eyes, wiped their bodies, and ran back. This kind of pervert's ninjutsu was beyond their imagination. How high must the waves be? 50 meters, or 100 meters? Standing on the top of the wave, Jin Zhao laughed wildly, grabbing the 8 banana fan with his right hand and dancing wildly. The ninja coalition was forced to retreat, and it would be over if they didn't retreat. Seeing that the enemy wanted to run, Jin Zhao did another thing that drove both the enemy and us crazy. 8 banana fan lay. First water, then thunder. Even a 3-year-old doll knew that he aimed to conduct electricity going down the fan of the golden horn. Not only did the coalition ninjas who didn't come and ran away, but also the white Zetsu troop suffered heavy losses, and even several dead people who turned around in the dirt were also implicated. Kakuzu, who turned into a monster, was lying in the water, and thousands of grass and mud horses ran in front of him. These two lunatics had goldfish in their head. As the most famous villain duo in Kumogakure history, anyone who knows the names of the Kim Silver brothers has to compare their middle fingers. Probably because these two brothers are too different. Initiating a madness, ignoring everything, slaughtering villages and destroying the country often happen. Maybe they're not the most profitable, but they're definitely the least welcome. Yo, why did they all run away? Aki, don't be impulsive. Kumogakure boy who suddenly broke through the sea and raised his ninja sword, left his elder sister's exclamation behind and waved the sword brazenly. Cloud flow flame slash. Die by my sword. Go away. Boom. The arm wrapped with the gold rope slammed into his chest, and the boy who was full of joy just a moment ago flew out the next moment. Samui, anxious about his younger brother's safety, rushed over to rescue him, but followed Aki's footsteps. Jin Zhao shook his right arm and smiled. Silver's corner changes position. Everyone is happy to read. The new Cloud book, the second element of the Lost Conscience, has been released. Brothers and sisters are free to support, please. Yesterday was not much, but today the Cloud is working hard. Tech chapter 402_ language is not instrumental, faithful, insistent. It's not a strange thing for a ninja to suddenly switch opponent. Baidu's interesting academy's attributes and means can be used as the reason. However, the transposition of the golden angle and the silver angle is incomprehensible. Under the absolute advantage, but also to exchange opponent. What did they want to do? Tarui, who was suspicious in his heart, soon had the answer. Golden rope chase. 7-star sword curse. What happened? Samui, Aki's sister and brother, who had a sweet chest, opened their mouths and spit out two strange things, like eggs laid by a toad, with a little black seed in the transparent, indescribably strange. Silver, who succeeded in reaching the goal, smiled. Yuhi Gord received. What are they doing? The inexplicable means was in front of him, and seeing the doubts in Tarui's eyes, the golden horn explained maliciously. Anyone who is touched by the golden rope will be expelled from the spirit of word. As for the sword and the gourd, you will experience it later. Quote, ha, what did this bastard say? Aki secretly glanced at the elder sister standing beside him, and at this time, no matter how stupid he knew, he asked. Samui bit Yuhi's lip. Sweaty, we got caught. Hit, what hit? To speak, Samui stepped behind his back and covered his mouth. Listen, from now on, you can't talk casually. Ting, ting, what happened? Tarui swung the sword away and forced the 7-star sword away, shouting in confusion. Samui's voice was extremely harsh. We were cast spells and seals, and the spirit of words was taken hostage by them, and once we said the words that were on our lip, they would be sucked into that gourd and sealed away. Yo, do you know that clearly? Silver's face turned slightly cold. It seems that many secrets have been made public after so long. What the matter? The word hanging on your lips have become forbidden words. It's the same as the ing words that children often play. Will you be finished if you say it? It's boring. It's over. It's over. Aki covered his forehead nervously. What is it? What do I often talk about? What is it? Needless to say, you should also know. Samui glanced at his brother angrily, and after trying to remind him a few words, Jin Zhao waved the 8 banana fans again. Fire this time. Ah, so hot. The boundless flames fanned to his side. Aki protected his eyes with both hands, and a hot word exited and flew into the gourd. Idiot. I've already reminded you. Samui shouted angrily as he he looked at his brother who was taken away, and was caught by the golden horn when he lost his mind. There's an old saying that silence is golden. Is that true? Corner Silver. That's right, golden horn. Language is a tool to deceive people, and nonsense is his end. Don't insult the language. The killer Bee-sama will be angry. Tarui looked at brother Jin Silver angrily, and when he looked at Samui, he was filled with determination. Killer Bee, it's just a nameless junior. If you dare to move again, I will kill this woman, Jin Zhao said, tightening his arm, and Samui's pair of aqua blue cut pupils slowly closed. Sorry, Miss Samui. The big knife that was suddenly swung slashed to the top of the head. I didn't expect that Tarui would break off his entire right arm on the spot regardless of his companion's golden horn. Hey, worthy of being the ninja of Kumogakure. However, you can't save this woman. Silver Corner. Heck, don't worry, golden horn. She won't die until she's late enough. Gale style, storm style, resilient caustic. First, he rescued the hostage with a seemingly ruthless knife, and then turned around and used Shueiji to save the people. The Gale style, storm style, which was formed by the fusion of the two chakra nature transformations of thunder and water, shot out from 10 fingers. Silver Corner looked at this thing and was shocked. It's so fast. It seems to be inductive. I hate it. I've had enough. Golden Corner will solve him. Silver Corner, you are always so impatient. Jin Zhao listened to his brother's cry, kicked his broken right arm to Tarui's back, and the captain of the first unit, who had nowhere to help, flew out. Okay, that's it. Golden Rope Chase. 7-star Sword Curse. The game of taking hostages is over everywhere. Come on, little girl. Silver Corner, who was hit by Gale style, storm style, patted the baby in a fit of rage, and took Samui into Yuhi's gourd. Tarui spit out 2 fresh mouthfuls. Yuhi was done. How could this happen? Samui didn't say anything. Why was he still sucked in? Boy, what are you thinking? Now you are the only one left. Jin Zhao shook his regrown right arm and stood with Silver Corner. Tarui, whose word spirit was taken away, stumbled and got up. My vocabulary is that, as long as I don't say it, I won't be sucked into the gourd. It just, what happened to Samui from this? If you don't talk, you'll be sucked in, right? Brother Kim Silver. Yo, boy, you were actually aware of it. This is a secret that has never been made public. The stake is really the stake. Tarui took a deep look at brother Jin Silver. What do you mean when you said silence is Jin? That called silent. Idiot, you're a messenger. Ha ha ha, said that language is a tool used to deceive people. In the ninja world, deception and betrayal are excellent tactic, and language is the same ninja tool. Be fool. You deserve it. Is that so? Tarui wiped the corner of his mouth and said with a sigh, I finally understand why the village treats you two as a shame, and even the records are rarely known. What did you say? Silverhorn turned into a flaming hedgehog when he heard Tarui's word. We are a disgrace. You guys are just rakeage as pawns, just like these ninja tools scattered around. There are what qualifications do you have to be rampant in front of us? Boy, you are just a victim that can be thrown away at any time. The victim understand. Those who do not have faith cannot understand the nobility of faith. Tarui looked at Silver's corner silently. You who use language as a tool, who else can you trust except yourself? I am the captain of the first unit, the right arm of Lord Raikage. My name is Tarui, and I am proud of Kumogakure village, the land of thunder. Our pride is faith. Quote, there are also updates, at least 3 chapters. Let's see if we can code out 4 chapters in the cloud. The new book, Second Elements Without Conscience, has been released. Brothers and sisters, please go to the end when you have time. Please, just keep it as a collection. This is very important to the cloud, so I would like to say thank you here for Tech Chapter 403_Crazy Past Experience. Junior, what are you talking about? Come over quickly if you want to die. Hey168.com. Silver Corner turned over the 7-star sword and looked at the word sorry and slapped Yuhi's gourd with a grin. Come on, let me put you in. What happened? I didn't say boring. Tarui floated off the ground in astonishment and flew towards the mouth of the gourd. Are you too conceited? I'm sorry boss. I'm too conceited as your right hand. Sorry, Samui. Sorry, Achi. Sorry guys. Okay, Golden Horn, you can kill it. Silverhorn saw that Tarui was about to put in the gourd and aimed his eyes at the opposite side. Jin Zhao nodded his head and was about to charge forward when Silver Zhao's startled cry came from behind. This is impossible. Why didn't Yuhi gourd put him in? Tarui looked at the stunned Silver Corner in front of him, raised the door like broadsword and slashed it. The powerful slash in the middle of the chest lit Silver's feet into 2 with just one blow. Yuhi's gourd came out of his hand, and the 7-star sword was swirled and taken into his hand. Not good. I ran into the same gold rope. Silver's horns tilted halfway and looked at the big brother who was smashed by him, with a look of fear in his eyes. Tarui opened the 7-star sword and smiled, with the word sorry printed on it. Looks like it's not bad to be a humble person. Asshole. Silver's horn, who had recovered from the dirt, crawled up in confusion, biting all the big kiba. What happened just now? It's really boring. At the last moment of being sucked in, the one who said the most was replaced by me. Already, is there such a thing in the world? He code. What is this guy? Silver Corner walked watch out. The big knife thrown over suddenly roared and slammed into the air, and the golden horns flashed before his eyes. Tarui jumped over his head with the secret treasure in his hand, and the treasure raised high aimed at the silver horn behind him and chopped it. Interesting Academy first release. 7-star sword curse. Yuhi gourd collection. Should you say so? First use the 7-star sword to cut the curse of the judgment spirit, and then use the Yuhi gourd to inhale the seal. Silver Corner, who knew that he had won the lottery, let out an unwilling roar. Bastard, return my baby, you rakeage pawn. Anything that is left-handed and right-handed is a lie. Indeed, to you, language is just a prop to deceive. But to me, he is a precious thing that conveys the sincerity of the heart. What is sincere and insincere? Do you believe this kind of liar? Silver Corner looked at Tarui angrily, and suddenly smiled. Mortals also want to use fetish. You are not afraid of sucking you to death. The strong suction came from the Yuhi gourd and the 7-star sword, and Tarui froze. How about it? My darlings are fun, just because you want to use them too. Tarui looked at Silver's horn weakly. I really can't use them as you like, but I can seal you in first. Yuhi gourd. Save me, golden horn. It's fine if he doesn't speak, but when he speak badly, Silver Corner's habitual shouting blurts out, and the whole person gets into the gourd. Golden horn was done. Samui, Aki, thanks to you this time. I will find a way to rescue you in a while. Before that, I have to. What is this? Silver Corner. Brother. Silver Corner. You bastard dare to take Silver Corner. I want you to die. Roar, roar, roar. The strong shock wave rolled up the waves and scattered around, and the ninjas who felt that something was wrong turned their eyes. Kakuzu sneered at Yuhi's golden horn, who looked like a big change and dark body. He hadn't seen their brother like this for a long time, so Silver Horn should be solved. God, what is this? Human Jinchuiki, column 12579. 9 tails. Kyubi, 9 tails. People Jinchuriki, column 4. Who was pulling his fingers? Acclaimed in surprise. Isn't the Kyubi, 9 tails, Jinchuriki, column force being hidden? What going on with this guy? The depths of the remote island of the 8 turtles. Naruto, who was squatting with Killer Bee listening to Kyubi, 9 tails, 8-tailed brawl, suddenly stood up. This breath, damn it, those two bastards. Hey, Kurama, what's the matter with you? Don't be impulsive. I can't stand your toss here. Damn boy, I want you to do something for me and settle the account for this old man. Settlement. Naruto blinked vaguely. Kyubi, 9 tails. Fox's face is very ugly. The edge of the coastline, looking at the golden horns transformed by Kyubi, 9 tails, an old Humogakure who was about to die confided a secret. If an alliance has been formed, it should be said to be defenseless. Back in Uchiha Madara, there was no training. Before serving Kyubi, 9 tails, we at Humogakure also tried to capture Kyubi, 9 tails, known as Gerd. Lord Golden Horn, Lord Silverhorn, was swallowed into Kyubi, 9 tails belly at that time, etc. That's what they've been like since they came out of Kyubi, 9 tails. Come out from there. Humogakure, who was about to die, tilted his head and looked at the fingers of his ninja pointing to the asshole of the golden horn. He couldn't help shedding cold sweat. What are young people thinking now? Stop talking nonsense here, and quickly ask the headquarters what can be done. We can't solve such a ninja. Yes, the news came back to the headquarters, and the 4th generation Raikage mustache in the center was shaking wildly. Haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? How is the first unit? The Silver-Horned King, one of the main forces of the enemy army, has been captured, but the Golden-Horned King in the Demon Fox coat has become stunned. They are asking us for a plan. Lord Raikage, what's the matter? Nara Shikaku asked Raikage in surprise. It's not surprising that they have chakra, and the Temple of Fire has done similar experiment, but they are not the power of Jinchuriki column. They can also Kyubi, 9 tails. Quote, the 4 generations of Raikage raised their blue veins and pinched their eyebrows. They stayed in the body of Kyubi, 9 tails, for 2 weeks, and survived entirely on the flesh and viscera of Kyubi, 9 tails, which was an unprecedented experience. Because of their example, someone in our village once followed suit and devoured the tentacles with 8 tails, but instead of becoming a human Jinchuriki column force, they died. This is probably related to the physiques of the two of them. Just like the sage body of the 2nd generation Raikage, they are also related to the 6 halves immortal. What shall we do then? The 4th generation of Raikage closed his eyes for a moment and sighed. For today's plan, only use that one. Sackcloth, prepare for the technique of heaven. Brothers and sisters are happy to see there are 2 chapters coming out later. The Cloud's new book, The Second Element of Despairing Conscience, has been released. Go check it out. It's very good. It tells the story of an unscrupulous person who travels in an infinite world. Tech chapter 404_ I'm afraid to die. I won't do it. Lord Raikage, what are you using? The 4th generation of Raikage thought somberly and replied, 6 paths immortals once possess 6 weapons, and there are 5 left. Interesting Academy. The 7-star sword that cut through everything and curses the soul. A banana fan that can attack 5 types of chakra attribute. Yuhi gourd that will be sucked in for a certain period of time. The golden rope that binds people and draws out the spirit of word. You already know Akatsuki of these 4, and the next correct one I want to use is the fifth one. It is also the reliance that our Kumogakur used to seal the 8 tails. Fortunately, it was not placed in the secret room and was caught by them. Lord Hokage, what are you talking about? The impatient junior. I want to use the amber bottle that has the immediate seal after receiving the response. The first unit, which had pushed forward and retreated after fighting, had been forced to stay away from the coast. The king of the Golden Horn transformed into QB. 9 tails frantically destroyed everything, and Chakra swayed like he didn't want money. But it does have rampant capital, not to mention the infinite energy brought by impure world reincarnation. That is, he is also a non-human species. Will normal people have horns on their brain? If Liamong is here, they must be suspicious of their race. If it doesn't work, it will be the illegitimate son of the Bull Demon King. Captain, we have to figure out a way to seal him off the gourd. No. Tarui shook his head and said, if you want to use the Yuhi gourd, you need to use the golden rope to expel the spirit of word, and then use the 7-star sword to cut it off. Right now, the golden rope is wrapped in the coat of the tailed beast, and we can't get it at all. Quote, what then? Captain. Headquarters news. B. Tarui cast a sideways glance at the ninja who jumped to his side. The mouth boss Kumogakur smiled and said, Sir Hokage will send the amber bottle over and ask us to prepare to receive it. Baidu Interesting Academy. So, Tarui listened to the news brought by his subordinates with a smile on his face. That thing is much more useful than this gourd. In the secret place of Kumogakur village headquarters, the 4th generation Hokage Yaui pointed to the offering table. This is one of the 5 treasures we use to seal the 8-tailed amber bottle. This is called a bottle. Nara Shikaku opened his mouth wide, thinking that if this is a bottle, then what is a water jar, which is about to catch up with the water tank. The large khaki jar placed on the top of the offering is about 1 meter high and 2 feet in diameter, with a lid on the top, a rope wrapped around the mouth of the jar, and a strange prismatic mark printed on the belly. I don't know what it is. 4 generations of Hokage's mouth twitched twice. As if he didn't hear it, he tilted his head to Mabui. Teleport immediately. The Nara family of Konoha. Although this bottle is very useful, it is something they used to control after all. Therefore, I need your help. Do I need to use my wisdom? Nara Shikaku teased a little and said sternly, no problem, I will do my best. Inoichi, prepare to call ahead. I want to contact our son and daughter. Shikaku, this technique won't last long. I understand. Seeing his friend nod, Yamanaka Inoichi pressed his hand to Shikaku's forehead. Battlefield. Choji Ino Shikamaru, who is desperately fighting with the White Zetsu troop, is stunned for a moment. Listen, Dad is now using your uncle Inoichi's secret technique to communicate with you brain to brain. Time is short, you must listen carefully. Another jet black light Jinchuriki column flash, and the golden horn, which swept the entire first unit with its own power, stood high on the top of the cliff. Dark Yuhi-colored demon fog coat danced and glanced wildly with tyrannical eyes. Ten murmured in disbelief. One person, all settled down. There's nothing we can do about it. The elder Kumogakur standing next to him wiped his cold sweat. It was hard enough to deal with when he was alive, not to mention that he is still an undead that has been resurrected, and to deal with this kind of guy can only be sealed. It is almost impossible to defeat it head on. Quote, damn, is there really no other way? Crazy, tyrannical, slaughtered. The king of the Golden Horn has transformed into a fierce god with 1 enemy and 10,000. Suddenly, he stopped. Was that light just now an amber bottle? It's so naive to actually want to use my darlings against me. Get them back right away. Captain, I'll leave it to you next. After the heavenly sending technique was completed, he ran away immediately, and the ninja who came to communicate was not stupid at all. Tarui held down the amber bottle and half pulled his head out from behind the rock wall, looked left and right and found something wrong. What about people? Where have people gone? Junior, who are you looking for? The king of the Golden Horn, who quietly appeared above his head, protruded his 2 chakra arms downward, and when he was about to regain the treasure, a figure blasted him out. Sorry, we're late. Captain Lois. Tarui acclaimed in surprise. Have the support troops arrived? Lois graciously said, it's all here. Hold on, brothers. Look, it's reinforcement. The sharp-eyed ninjas of the first unit were excited. The crazy Lois jumped up before he ran to the plate. Everyone, come on, kill all those guys. Auntie is very interested. Dad. Shikamaru glanced back at the reinforcements and said to his dad in his mind, is it safe to let us 3 juniors deal with that kind of monster? He is the legendary figure who forced the 2nd generation Lord Hokage into the Jedi. It's a real hassle. I'm afraid I won't do it. Akamichi Choji shook his head frantically. Dad was swept away by his tail. Didn't I go up like this to deliver food? Uncle Shikaku, my mother said that life is the main thing. I listened to my mother. Yes, I won't listen to you. Bastard boy, you are a man. How can you listen to a woman? Uncle Shikaku, what you said is wrong. Aren't you born by your mother? Choji, I won't do it. I want you to do it. Akamichi Choji shook his head resolutely, and it was useless for Shikamaru's father to grind his lip. This kind of crazy thing thing is only done by fools, and if they don't give food, it will be all over if they die. Shikaku, hurry up. Yamanaka Inoichi felt the chakra rushing through his body to remind him, but Nara Shikaku could do nothing. Choji held his head in his hands and shrank behind the stone. He refused to say anything. Shikaku's voice was a little anxious. The past is inevitably exaggerated. Only by surpassing the old legend can it become a new legend. Choji, you don't want to become a legend. Legendary characters. Akamichi Choji blinked his eyelids and shook his head quickly. I don't do it. The legendary characters can't be eaten, and if they die, they don't need to eat anything. You bastard, do you know anything other than eating? I'm afraid of death. Puff, this stubborn one. There is another chapter. The cloud continues to work hard, and it seems that there are more code points during the day when the speed of the code word decreases in the middle of the night. Tech chapter 405_dad. Your routine won't work. Just doesn't listen. Nara Shikaku's brain hurts and he can't do anything about it. No matter how smart he is, he won't be able to take this stubborn fat man. Heihei168.com. The determined Choji made up his mind. I don't care what you say, I just don't do it anyway. What's the difference between fighting a guy like that and dying? Legends can only be told if they are alive. Shikaku seizes the time. I can't hold on anymore. Yamanaka Inoichi reminded with sweat on his forehead. Nara Shikaku was about to die of anger. Choza isn't so stubborn. This nasty little fat man. It's all up to your mother. Choji. Dad, you can't do this trick. Look at me. Shikamaru stopped his father's words and squatted beside Choji and gestured for five meals. Yoshino yakiniku. Take care. Really? Choji's eyes lit up, and then he shook his head again. No matter how good the barbecue is, you have to eat it with your life. After death, no amount of meat is useless. Double 10. Shikamaru flipped his lap back and forth. Choji starts wandering. Shikamaru hits the railroad while it's hot. 20 meals. Double it again. Let me know if you want to do it or not. Really? 20. Choji's eyes narrowed. Shikamaru nodded in pain. 20 meals. Full. Choji confirmed again. Full 2. Shikamaru bit Kiba, almost vomiting blood. Choji patted his big belly hard. That's what you said. Ah, that's what I said. Can you not be so troublesome? Then let's get rid of him quickly, and come back to eat me. Choji's eyes flashed green and straightened his waist. Shikaku Inoichi in the headquarters camp was all Sparta, and before his eyes Venus trembled and ran past thousands of grass and mud horses. Choza, is this your son? The trio of Ino Shikacho rushed to the battlefield and ran the road. Shikamaru told Ino Choji, let's do this and this. They're coming. Tarui called back when he saw the silhouettes of Shikamaru and the others. Pay attention to cover and throw kunai. It's just some scrap metal. Jinzhao raised his head and looked at the kunai shuriken, which seemed to be raining all over the sky. Go dream. Give it to me. Meatball chariot. I want to eat grilled meat. 20 meals of grilled meat. Choji, who was rounded up into a ball, shouted the slogan of food, and launched a brazen raid. The strong impact hit his chest with a madly spinning force, and the king of the golden horn threw the man out with a loud shout. Before Choji fell, Shikamaru's shadow reached out. Shadow gathering binding. Shadow mimicry succeeded. Konoha's Nara clan. Jinzhao shook his body and glanced at Shikamaru disdainfully. It's easy to solve this kind of child trick. Open to me. Chakra instigated his body to turn back, and the 9 dance bars were drawn like a whip. Shikamaru, be careful. It's okay. We've made it. The foxtail, which came to a screeching halt, stopped just 3 centimeters above his head. Shikamaru turned around and held the soft Ino in his arms. Captain Tarui, it's now. The success of turning the heart. Open amber bottle. Golden horn. In. Answering the question and answering, his body turned upside down, and the king of the golden horn transformed into Kyubi. 9 tails flew towards the amber bottle. Ino did a good job. Shikamaru smiled at his teammate who was back in his arms. Of course, don't look at who the old lady is. Boom. With a muffled sound, everyone turned their head. Tarui looked at the amber bottle with a complicated look, and the golden horn silver horn, known as the 2 rays of light in Kumogakure village, just disappeared. It's ironic to think about it. Since they left, the gold and silver troops have not fallen. However, this is the truth of the world. Gold coins and silver coins are naturally more dazzling and more expensive, but if there are too many copper coin, it is also worth the value of gold coin. Gold-silver brothers, compared to the gold-silver coin, you are nothing more than two-faced. Sorry to let your legends end here. Counterattack. Tarui said in a low voice, raised his arms, and eliminated the 2 most troublesome guys, and the rest was much easier. After issuing the order, he glanced at the amber bottle again, lost the golden rope, and the 7-star sword and Yuhi gourd were useless. However, there should be a banana fan. Where did that fan go? Snort. The idiot of the golden horn was killed so easily, but he was so arrogant with his brother back then. Since that's the case, then it's the time for this old man to show his power. Pure world reincarnation. This old man liked the art. I like it very much. I would like it even more if I can get some money. There are so many famous ninjas here, and they should be able to exchange a lot of money after they are killed. He. Choji, you are all mine. No one wants to run away. Futon, wind style, crushing. Suiden, water style, water curtain. Raiden, thunder style, false darkness. Kaden, fire style, head hard. Enjoy the raging chakra storm. Be sure to protect your head. The old man has to exchange that thing for money. 4 monsters, 4 math, 4 chakras, and 4 nature transformation. The monsters standing behind Kakuzu are tall or short, fat or thin, with long wings, long noses, fat belly, and short legs. Simply inhuman. The coalition ninjas were bitter, including the newly arrived support staff of the second unit, and enjoyed the baptism of a 4-line chakra. The little beauty Tenten hid behind the rock with her head in her hand, and her ears were full of crackling sound. When the voice said that she wanted to look with her head, she was forced back by the sea of fire. There's no end to the nasty guy, and he can't get out like this, etc. What is this? Tenten, who was looking for a way to escape, suddenly found a strange feather fan, and the colors were very pleasing. Seems like I've seen this stuff before. With a flash of inspiration, the girl who was forced into the corner smiled. Let you spray Auntie with ninjutsu, and Auntie also asked you to repay. How is this thing used? Tenten picked up the fan and recalled it for a while, and the bright light jumped out of the hiding place. Banana fan fire. Is it like this? With a forceful blow from left to right, a fiery blast of more than 100 meters swept toward the coast, and Kakuzu, who was suppressing the entire coalition force by himself, was done. Okay, do it again. This time it's a different game. Banana fan ray. Big monster. Pay back my Tenten. I fan you. I can't move. I'm so tired. I went to sleep in the cloud. The new book, Second Elements Without Conscience, has been released. I feel that I wrote it well. Brothers and sisters, please keep it. Please take aim. Tech chapter 406_ this her fate. Go and save her. That fan can't be used indiscriminately. If you use it too much, it will kill people. Interesting academy. What? Will you die if you use it too much? Damn. Why doesn't it matter if the enemy blows up, and our side will die after 2 blows? Hey, Captain Tarui, what the hell is going on? Sikav's Immortal's magic weapon requires extremely high chakra every time it is used. If the user is not enough, it will die of exhaustion. Hurry up and save her. Partial multiplier hand. Shikamaru. Clear. Akamichi Choji stood in front of him like a hill. Kakuzu greeted these familiar figures with a smile. Long time no see. Little devil of the Ino Shikacho family. Your name is Kakuzu, right? Kim has already been killed. We already know Akatsuki's ability as a character, so you should just wait to be killed. Kill me. Kakuzu burst out laughing twice. Shadow Kid, if you can live until now, just say that guy has died. Did he lose his head while praying again? There is no one here. Shadow, isn't he still alive? Who knows when that pervert guy will rot? Ino took the banana fan from Tenten's hand, and spoke before he finished speaking. The collapsing flames greeted the turbulent water tent, and the boundless water vapor diffused all around. It consumes a lot of money. Choji, this thing is just right for you. Slap him to death. I don't do it. The captain said it will kill people. Choji glanced at the banana fan that Ino had up, and threw it to Shikamaru like a hot potato. Interesting academy first release. Ino's sister was violent at the time. Can you be a hero? No, no hero. I'd rather be a living bear than a dead hero. Choji, you forgive me. 20 barbecues is enough. Choji slapped his big belly twice. If I die, won't I lose it? You, what kind of brain are you? The little devil of the Ino Shikacho family. It seems that the two of you are not very harmonious. Go away. Ino glared at Kakuzu, grabbed the fan and slapped it again, and immediately threw it to Inuzuka Kiba, who was running over. Take your turn, and slap him to death. A person is afraid of being sucked to death. Why is a group of people afraid? With such an artifact in front, who doesn't want to use it twice? The allied ninjas were excited, and they lined up to fight against Kakuzu. One side is the 5-element monster, the other side is the 5-element change. One side has unlimited chakra, and one side has a large number of people. Although Kakuzu is superior in number, there is also a gap between the two spells, and the banana fan is different. Just hold it in your hand and shout a sentence. In an instant, the lava from the two sides hit everywhere. The wind raged, the turbulent tsunami hit the rising rock mud, and Tachibana Yuhi's fireball hit the flashing thunder, and it was a mess. Shikamaru stood at the front of the team and raised his voice. That guy has 5 hearts. After impure world reincarnation, his body is immortal, but those monsters should be made with living human heart. Let's deal with those 4 guys first. Shadow Kid, you know, on the battlefield, the smarter people die faster. Kakuzu looked at Shikamaru with cold eyes, and suddenly grinned. You solved our gold silver. We also dealt with your gold and silver. Want to know who they are? Look over there. Senju Tsunade's sweetheart Kato Dan, the youngest son of 3 generations of Hokage, Sarutobi Asuma. By the way, he seems to be your teacher. Teacher Asuma. Boom. A dull thunder struck his forehead. Shikamaru looked in the direction Kakuzu pointed, and the whole person was stunned. Ino Choji opened his mouth blankly. His eyes turned into wooden chickens without blinking. The civil war between the Hyuga brothers is still going on. Hyuga Hazashi Higashi, relying on the madness after the demonization and the convenience brought by the impure world reincarnation, has already driven the eldest brother who has the secret method of main clan to a dead end. Many men with eyes and women withdraw to help, but they are all driven by him. Fly out. Let this damn fate end here. Brother, my lord. Hazashi, you are completely depraved. Hyuga Higashi watched his brother slap the palm on his chest, and closed his eyes desolately. I didn't want to use this, but it's a pity to block him. Raising his sword finger to activate the swastika spell, Hyuga Hazashi fell to the ground when he was about to succeed, staring at Higashi with unwilling eyes. This fate that deserves to be cursed. Don't let me go even if I die. The Hyuga clan, watch it. This is your patriarch. Ha 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 ha. Destiny, destiny, do you even play tricks on the dead? Hyuga Hazashi covered his forehead and laughed wildly and was surrounded by a cloth eel, until there was no more shouting from his younger brother. Hyuga Higashi opened his eyes. The eye-catching men and women who came around lowered their heads, and they turned their heads one by one and didn't speak. Hyuga Higashi knew that there was a lot of trouble, and if things were not handled well this time, there would be chaos. But there is no time to solve it now. Everything is mainly about fighting, killing those monsters. Yes, Lord Patriarch. With a low reply, he turned around and left, but the men and women didn't even raise their heads. Not a member of Hyuga, and will never understand the sadness of the Hyuga family. This is true for my younger brother, but what about us? In the absence of attention, the digital eyes of men and women sprinkle yellow sand, and their confused eyes stare blankly at the sky, as if crying to the sky. Be careful, Hyuga Higashi shouted, but what was the use of his encouragement? Using the curse seal to solve his younger brother in front of others has already shattered the majesty of his patriarch. Hyuga Neji leaned far away against the rock wall. His chest was stained with fresh Yui coughed up. Is this fate? Father, I shouldn't have been hiding just now. Off the forehead guard and stroking the forehead mark, Hyuga-Neji's eyes filled with tears, and with him weeping, and Ino Shikacho. Maybe Asuma is not a very strong ninja, but as a teacher he is extremely good. Konoha flicked his fingers, almost nothing compared to him. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, I am very happy to see your growth as a teacher. Asuma teacher. Choza, isn't the 4 purple flame array ready yet? Kato Dan asked anxiously to his friend. Before I can cast the spirit transformation, I must be sealed in the barrier. It's easy to say, your opponent is you. Break. A sudden shout came to his ears, and Kato Dan, who turned to look sideways, widened his eyes. I woke up late in the morning. The brothers and sisters were happy to watch, and the cloud continued to work hard. Go ahead and collect the new book, please. The second element of losing conscience. Tech chapter 407_ teacher and apprentice, father and son. The long yellow sand blows the hair flying. 2 lines of clear tears slowly slide down the face. Yesterday's lovers are about to become today's mortal enemy. Whether their story can continue. Interesting Academy first relief. Moment Senju Tsunade stepped out of the horizon. It was as if the whole world revolved around her. Tea-gold cut pupils, wind-like hair, boundless and lonely eyes full of inexplicable emotional entanglement. Yo, here comes a tricky character. The Yakushi Kabuto cat is pushing his glasses in the underground cave, feeling like things are out of control, and Senju Tsunade's participation in the war at this time is not good news. And what was that guy Kimimaro thinking? Master Tsunade, Princess Tsunade, Tsunadeheim, calling and screaming. Seeing the figure coming from the horizon, the morale of the coalition army immediately shook. This is not a simple character. She is the small group of people who really stand at the peak of the ninja world, far from being comparable to Might Guy, Lois et al. Tsunade didn't answer the ninja's calls, and stared at one person from the moment he appeared. They are thousands of miles away from each other, but they seem to be thousands of miles apart. The boundless yellow sand blew across the wasteland everywhere in the stone forest. 2 days later, Onoki stopped Gaara. I can't go any further, just stay here. Okay. Gaara turned and stopped to look into the distance, and 4 cage-level giants came together. The one on the left, 2 meters away, has a tiger's back and a bare-waisted lion's head and white hair. The 2 on the left, bandages wrapped in black scarves and tied to their head. On the right, Xiao, who has no hair on his eyes. 2 on the right, Yuhi's face is full of bitterness. Baidu Interesting Academy. These shoddy brands have finally made up their mind. 3 generations of Rakage snorted angrily. What a shame for the old man. It's okay to fight ninjas from other villages, but it's really unreasonable to fight ninjas in my own village. The 2nd generation Mizukage stroked his mustache and cut off angrily. 3 generations of Rakage cursed bitterly. Dare to control us with such a bad ninjutsu. That bastard named Orochimaru. Wait for me. Although we've never been speculative, I'm in full agreement on this point. Don't be so pessimistic. All the children in the village should grow up to surpass us. That good. Gaara's father said, hugging his arms. I am afraid they won't catch up with us. How could it be? The 2nd generation Tsuchikage was confident. I am very confident in my apprentice. Your apprentice? Are you the old man who weighed the 2 days? Gaara's father curled his lip. Although I don't want to hurt my senior's confidence, you'd better count the time. Your apprentice has already entered entered the coffin. Really, it's been so long. Second generation Tsuchikage moved his mouth hidden under the bandage, and suddenly looked up at the sky. Mizukage, who had never fought against him, cried out, "What a magnificent sand wave! Which village ninja made this big?" Gaara, the fourth Kage, narrowed his eyes slightly. "This is the power of Shukaku Aikiao. It should be the power of Jinchuriki column from our village. People Jinchuriki column 4. Gaara's father graciously said, "I am more familiar with dealing with this junior, so I'll be jealous first." Jiden, Magnetile, Sans Wave, with stars, and the fourth generation Reikage raised his eyebrows. "I see, you are a ninja who uses Jiden, Magnetile, to control the gold dust. Compared to the seniors, the juniors are all small trick." "Yeah, you're so humble." The second generation Mizukage joked with a smile. The yellow sand that rumbled together swept through the sky, as if the whole world was going to be blocked by them. Crash, flash, fall. It took more than 10 minutes before it stopped. Cage-level giants who were about to fall asleep pouted. "Looks like you're pretty good at dealing with this. Shaken is heavier than sand, and it can slow down the flow when mixed in. These are all lessons learned from fighting Shukaku." Shukaku, the second generation Tsuchikage's eyes narrowed slightly. "Junior, you seem to have made a mistake. It's not a single tail that caused this wave. Not one tail. They have come." Gaara Fang, who was floating in the air, started ninjutsu as soon as he appeared. 4 strange sand streams strung out from the ground wrapped around the ankles, and the 4 shadows retreated in unison. "It's now Jinten particle style, foot detachment of the primitive world technique." "Yo, it's you little brat. How old are you?" The teacher is before. Onoki dares to be presumptuous. "Don't be presumptuous. You still bombard me with Jinten particle style." The same ninjutsu, different manpower. Master and apprentice after many years are together. A dazzling white flower flashed past, and the ground that was covered with yellow sand just now turned into a depression that was dozens of meters deep in a blink of an eye. The Jinten particle style of the previous generation is still as powerful as ever. The 2-day scale Onoki pursed his beard with a sigh, and the 4th generation Kage broke free from the sand hand that was sneaking in the gap and looked into the air. Master and apprentice, father and son, after a simple tentative attack, both fell to both sides. The second generation Mizukage, who had not yet exerted his strength, looked at the old man Tsuchikage and sighed. "It's really a waste of time. The little devils of the past have become the old men of today. Hey, this is really unreasonable. Long time no see, father." "Gaara, where's Shukaku?" The 4th generation Kage looked at the parent and child in amazement, not feeling the breath of the tailed beast at all. "It's no longer father, and I'm no longer the monster you made. Not anymore. How is this possible?" Gaara looked down at his father and said without sadness or joy, "The people who control you have captured me and pulled the tailed beast away. I have already died once. Thanks to the help of Chio grandma and friend, I was able to stand here." "Chio, that old woman would do such a thing. And your friend, wait until you make friend. Hey, that kid won't be alone all the time, right?" The second generation Mizukage interjected curiously, "Isn't it normal for a child as big as him to make friend?" Gaara ignored the second generation Mizukage, and looked at the 4th generation eyes indifferently. "Father, you have killed me 6 times. At that time, I hated and feared you. But now, I don't hate you anymore. I can understand your hardships at that time." Gaara said with open arms, "Now, as Kage, I know the responsibility of a leader. As a child, I will not forgive you. But as a 5th generation Kage, I can understand you. 4 generation, you have become Kage." Looking for support for the new book in the cloud, the second element of the Lost Conscience. Just click on the collection. Please take aim. Tech chapter 408_no reason. No reason. 4th generation. Don't underestimate Gaara. Baidu Interesting Academy. Li Tianli floated in the air and stroked his beard. He is now not only Kage, but also the commander-in-chief of the Ninja Coalition fighting force. Although he is very young, he has not lost to me. Generation. Quote, coalition. I said, where did these miscellaneous cards come from? It turned out to be the coalition. Second generation Tsuchikage rolled his eyes at Onoki. Generation Mizukage. The brat without eyebrows look quite handsome, but then again, I don't have eyebrows. A man with a mustache counts as a leader. What are you talking about? Why do I have a mustache? It's better than a shameless person like you. Okay, you too. It's not enough to quarrel after dying one. Reikage the 3rd generation roared and looked at Gaara and Kage the 4th generation. He is your son, and a good ninja. Hey, on the opposite side, if you want to move, go to the bandage man first, and we will help from the side. The 2nd generation Mizukage aimed at the 2nd generation Tsuchikage with a bag of bad water, and the meaning of the words was self-evident. Noisy voices blew across the panic with the gust of wind. One up and down, the father and son were speechless every day. The 4th generation of Kage looked at Gaara with complicated expressions, and suddenly recalled the past, the woman he owed the most in his life. Delivery room, wife, Chio. It's so small. It's a premature baby. Is this really okay? The delivery ninja held the newborn baby, feeling that it didn't weigh 5 pounds. No way. Chio sighed deeply. This is already the most suitable candidate. We must take good care of him. Let me see the child. The woman on the hospital bed called weakly, and the fourth generation of Kazekage was anxious. Karura, are you alright? Children, show me the children. It's easier to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com. The newly born baby was placed beside her, and the weak woman smiled. The mild sunlight outside the window shines through the glass to the mother and child, and that moment becomes eternity. Karura-sama's heart rate dropped. Think of a way. Hurry up. Sorry, no longer needed. The water glass that was slammed on the ground screeched out and went all the way, but the woman's death was not the end of the disaster, but the beginning of the disaster. That kid was a failure too, and Shukaku started going wild. I know, leave me alone. Unlucky things either don't come, or they come one after another. The round table meeting. The elder by the window stomped the document. This year's support from the daimyo has been reduced by a third compared with last year. If the village continues to cut back like this, Sunagaku will become precarious, and we must find another way out. In addition, Shukaku nor can it be left alone. Quote, the human Jinchuriki column power is useless. To maintain the village, the only way to maintain the village is to use the ninjutsu and gold dust newly developed by Lord Kazekage to trade. The elder on the left said, looking at the main seat. As for Gaara, Yashimaru, I have something to tell you later. I will take care of Gaara myself. So far, I have judged the existence value of many things, and it is time to judge that guy. However, Gaara-sama is only a child. The big name is pressing step by step, and we have no time to wait any longer. Tomorrow I will evacuate the people in the village and drive him to a corner. I will judge him. Tonight you told him about your parents in the new version. If you don't go crazy, you can put it off and shut up those old guys. Will my sister approve of this approach? Do not know. 4 generations of Kazekage bowed his head. The kid loved his mother from the bottom of his heart, so it had to be. Only by restraining the rampage can he unleash the potential of the human Jinchuiki column force, which is his destiny. The short-lived memories ended in the howling wind, and the 4 generations of Kazekage fixed their eyes. Impure world reincarnation. This inferior ninjutsu might still be useful. Since you have become Kazekage, let me make a final judgment and try to surpass me. Onoki, stop me. You should understand that numbers don't matter to me. The only one who can stop me is you. Don't let the teacher down. I understand. Old Tsuchikage nodded solemnly. Second generation Tsuchikage showed a satisfied look. Also, do you know what to do after this war? You have to grab the spoils as much as possible. Only in this way can the master take the initiative in the future. Hey, you despicable bastard. The second generation Mizukage grabbed Hor angrily, his fingers trembling. Shameless Uchikage villain. You can't succeed. The third generation of Reikage is also white-haired. The 2-day scale. Onoki shook his head with a smile. Teacher, I didn't plan to do that this time. Yeah, it's not like you. Hey, old enemy, it seems that your apprentice is more sensible than you. However, it's better to kill us quickly. I will tell you our weaknesses and capability. In short, we can't help now. There is a subconscious counterattack, so you have to be careful. Quote, must stop us, although it will be difficult. Gaara, 2-day scale. Second generation of Mizukage, the second generation of Tsuchikage, the third generation of Reikage, and the fourth generation of Kazekage. The 2-on-4 battle is about to start, and behind them, the heads of the Hulula Ninja allied soldiers are surging. Just when the war was about to break out, there was an extremely incoherent call to stop suddenly from the sky. Come on, don't be in a hurry. Let me say hello first. Who? It him. Hello, Mr. Tsuchikage, and Mr. Gaara, brother-in-law. Ah, this is my father-in-law. Right, my son-in-law is here to greet you. Liamong Jungjung jumped from the airship to the ground with his collar, and folded his fist toward Kazekage, the fourth generation, and arched it. Both the enemy and the enemy were stunned. Gaara Eternal's unchanged expression was a little twitchy, and the fourth generation Kazecage's face was a little tight. Generation Tsuchikage, the second generation Mizukage, those two eyeballs staring, almost staring out. Tamari, hello, father. 3-star fan falling from the sky. Gaara's sister, the princess of Sunagaku village, stood behind Liamong embarrassedly. The atmosphere of the battlefield condensed for a while. Suddenly, the second generation Mizukage burst into tears, howling as he cried, no reason. They are all people who were called out. Look at them. It's a son and a girl, and even the son-in-law has come out. Maybe I also have a grandson. We are all alone. No, Tsuchikage, you can't count. You have an old apprentice who is dying. Have pity on me. Such a good person. I can't even see an acquaintance. It really makes no sense. The cloud went to update the book, and there was a little trouble in the afternoon. Tech chapter 409_ shut up now, old lady. Tamari, are you married? Yes, my father, husband Kun is very good to me, and so are my sisters. Heihei168.com. Sister, he's not just your wife. 2 figures fell from the sky. Anko, Hanada, one left and one right, stood beside Tamari. Hey, sister, what should I call him? Uncle, can't call him father like you. Who is this girl? The 4th Kazekage asked with a dark face. My name is Mitarashi Anko. Anko patted his chest hard, and the plump under the net shivered. The 4th generation of Kazekage was done. Who is Mitarashi's Ishao? My father-in-law. Don't me just ask if it's okay. Liamong wiped his nose with a smile, and that cheap look made Gaara's father half dead on the spot. Not only did you marry my daughter, but you also married a girl from another family. Is this little girl from the Hyuga family? Hello, uncle. My name is Hinata. The little secretary shrank back nervously, not daring to meet the angry eyes of the 4th generation of Kazekage. Liamong didn't want it anymore. Hey, I said, my father-in-law. Don't scare my daughter-in-law. Okay, she is your daughter-in-law. So what is my girl? It's all. Liuman pouted like you are an idiot, and took Tamari Ankoaneta over him. The atmosphere on the battlefield is getting weirder. Generation Mizukage's mustache is pouting, and his smile is extremely strange. Life is like a drama. All depends on acting skills. I really did not expect that such a farce will be seen after death. Broken. Tsunade separated the coalition and walked to the front of the coast, out of the crowd, and stepped on the beat. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji looked at Asuma and lowered their head. You have grown. Only be warned by Chunin is put on the 3 student. How can it not be gratifying? Meeting with the former lover, but will soon become the mortal enemy. How can it not make people sad? The Sonata of Wind and Fire, the Symphony of Soil and Water. Kakuzu is still fighting with the banana fan. One has a magic tool, the other has a temper, and the mountains are roaring and the sun and the moon are dark. After you sing, we will appear. Senju Tsunade looked at Kato Dan, and Kato Dan looked at Senju Tsunade. Taking this opportunity, the ninja who had been prepared for a long time launched the 4 purple flame formation and wrapped people in. Good job. Kato Dan gave his old friend a thumbs up, then shook his head, not knowing how to deal with Senju Tsunade. Do you have any dream? I love this village and my companion, so I will protect them, because it is my dream to become a Hokage who can protect everyone. My name is Kato Dan, and I am very happy to meet Princess. The first time we meet, the first time we hold hands. Many first times appeared before him. Senju Tsunade stood outside the barrier and lowered his eyes. The battlefield seemed to leave them all at once, and the only people who stayed here were each other. Although they were close at hand, they seemed to be far away. How are you doing now? Not good. Tsunade didn't look up, and the words he murmured were filled with deep sadness. The country of the vortex is gone, and the clansmen are also dead. I am not even a ninja in Konoha now. What the matter? Duan took 2 steps forward in surprise, and the hand that touched the barrier turned to ashes. Senju Tsunade stroked the hair, but still didn't look up. You should have discovered that although wars can never avoid death, some people die inexplicably. After you left, a lot of things happened. Maybe you can ask Choza. I came to see you today. Now, it's time for me to leave. Tsunade, why the hell is this? The footsteps of leaving. Pause lightly. Senju Tsunade turned his eyes for the first time. Gold eyes filled with tears, and left a sad saying, those who want to be Hokage are idiots. Tsunade, you stop and speak clearly. Get out of the way. Senju Tsunade smashed White Zetsu, who was coming towards him, with a punch, and strode away without looking back. The sun shone on his fluttering hair, and sprinkled a little bit of crystal droplet. If life is just the first sight, maybe you shouldn't come back at all. You, who stayed in the past, are still so innocent, and I have long been bruised and bruised. Choza, what the hell happened? Kato Dan looked at the back of his lover's departure, turned his head and asked his friend, you better not ask. Akamichi Choji's father stood outside the barrier holding a long stick, and he didn't know where to start. Kato Dan stood on the edge of the barrier excitedly. After several blows, it turned into fly ash, but immediately returned to its original state. Choza, if you still treat me as a friend, tell me the truth. What happened after I died? Minato is dead. Choza didn't say anything else. He just concluded in one sentence. Minato is dead. How did he die? He died within 2 years of Hokage. Kushina was kidnapped while giving birth, and later. Tell me about it carefully. Off his tangled hair and heading towards the wasteland where Senju Tsunade passed, there were no bones left. The White Zetsu tried to stop him at first, but later found that Tsunade just wanted to leave and had no intention of doing anything. Ellipsis. There is no way such people will stay. Yakushi Kabuto cat fiddled with the flag twice in the cave, and didn't mean to move troops. Tsunade Haim wasn't the leader of the 5 kingdoms, so it wasn't worth fighting with her at this time. It was more important to kill those guys. Sanjiao fish must beat up. This chess piece can't be wasted on those little minions. Help him. Damn, the body is out of control again. Whether it's Akatsuki or Orochimaru, Laoshin wants them to pay the price for resurrecting Laoshin at will. I wanted them to think that Laoshin was pretending to be dead, but this is a shame. Don't make a fuss. The puppet old lady. It will affect my concentration and perception. You are too long-winded. Don't be noisy, you big snorkel old man. Air pipe old man. Hanzo of the salamander touched his full coverage respirator, and a big Heba bite was crunchy. If it wasn't for the impure world reincarnation imagination control, he would definitely fight Chiyo for the first time. It's not something you can afford to provoke a demigod, an old woman who plays puppet. Demigod, old bodies are still full of God. Why are you a demigod so poor? Demigod, demigod, demigod. Old woman, there were guests at the house just now, and I didn't leave until I was long-winded. Union is very speechless, but don't worry everyone, even if you code until the middle of the night, Union will finish coding, and there are at least 2 chapters left. Tech chapter 410 _ the persistence of our warriors. What do you ask Lao Shen to do? Lao Shen is not your mother and is not responsible for breastfeeding you. Interesting academy. Old beggar, you are courting death. One sentence made Hanzo of the salamander half crazy, and Chiyo couldn't help but mutter, Tanjiro, you kid must run faster for Lao Shen. For your junior, Lao Shen has given up all his faith. The old beggar who plays with puppet. You think the old man doesn't know what you're up to? I found it. Chiyo smiled. What if I found it? If you find out, send them to die. Anyway, Akatsuki, are your 5 major countries, are all enemies of this old man. Don't you want to help them? Then the old man will let them die here. Psychic. A bushi attack. The Sanshoyu, which suddenly appeared and disappeared suddenly, got into the ground and disappeared, and Chiyo, who had been irritating and disturbing Hanzo, tightened his eyes. Kankuro and the others, who were running away, were unlucky and fell down one by one. Damn, do you start using poison if you can't catch up? Captain, hold on. Kankuro shouted encouragingly twice, leaning against the tree pole. His hands, feet, arms and legs were all paralyzed. I see where you are going this time. On the top of the head of the Sanjiao fish rising from the ground, the man known as a demigod waved his sickle to death. Team leader, Kankuro. Chang Scan burst out a little spark at the swords that were together, and the man who suddenly appeared in front of Kankuro raised his eyes. Hanzo-sama is honored to meet. I am the samurai commander of Mifune, and I am here to ask you for advice. Heihei168.com. Snort. Are there any other trash fish coming to support? The warriors in battle armor walked out of the forest one by one. When Kankuro saw their long breath, he quickly reminded them, be careful, the enemy will use poison. Don't worry, in order to deal with your ninjas, we all wear masks so the toxins can't get in. Team 4, send them to the rear for treatment. The rest are with me. Go back. Mifune rolled his eyes sideways. Don't help, or don't blame me for being rude. Mike Admiral, back off. It's really majestic. Hanzo glanced at the samurai behind Mifune who was unwilling to retreat, and asked, when will you start to rely on ninjas? This is not in line with your spirit. A samurai who has no master's allegiance switches to ninjas, and that's not a problem. A samurai. I am not attached to ninjas, and there is only one thing that can make me stay loyal and die hard, and that is he. The staggered sickle and long sword split to both sides, and Hanzo, who passed by staggered, turned his head suddenly. Peace. Yes, allegiance to peace and action of faith. This is the samurai of today. Kankuro. Chiyo, who suddenly blocked his way, reminded loudly while dancing the chakra line, I didn't pretend to be dead before. Do you understand? Grandma Chiyo. Let's not talk about this. Hanzo is manipulating the poisonous pepperfish, and he and I are old rivals, so I know this thing very well. Know how to detoxify it, and know that it takes about 5 minutes for the toxin in the body to be released to the release of the pepperfish. Make good use of this jet lag. Understand? Don't embarrass the puppet master. Damn old woman. She's so talkative. She's digging deep into the ground. The secret of the psychic beast was known to Akatsuki, and Hanzo hid it in anger, and when he turned around, he took the hapless Mifune and let out his anger. Chain-scythe double strike. He first attacked with the meteor scale mound wrapped around the tail, and then slashed with the curved scythe at the front. Hanzo, who had already defeated countless opponents with this move, showed a terrifying grin. Go to hell. The long sword pinged and pinged twice, and the expected result unexpectedly did not materialize. I blocked it, and I blocked it. Not bad. You, a guy who believes in peace and neutrality but actually evades responsibility, has 2 strokes. I once pursued peace. I wanted to balance the 5 major countries and unify the entire ninja world, so I did not hesitate to participate in World War II. But soon the old man realized that it was impossible. What did you realize? War. War leaves nothing but death. It's a joke to be loyal to peace. You should know what's going on with those samurai now. Hanzo of the salamander said and fought, perhaps because he had been holding back things for a long time. If you need to find someone to talk to, you may be lost and confused. In short, he now needs to seek answer. Just start with these people in front of you. If you can't get it, then kill them. Then continue to search. Kill if you can't find it, until you find it. Mifune. The era of samurai has long since passed. Most samurai have turned into ninjas, and the martial arts genre has become more and more ninjutsu. Are there still samurai who use chakra? Even if you don't be stupid. Well, the mission of the samurai has long been over in the last era, and it has been replaced by the ninja who are now running for money. The samurai has become something doomed. You guys, it's out of date. Hanzo of the salamander looked at Mifune sarcastically, and then continued with self-deprecating self-deprecation. Actually, whether samurai or ninja are irrelevant category. There is no difference in essence between the two. Both exist for war. Samurai does not. There will be ninjas. There will be no ninjas. There will be other things. Generation after generation of war. This is human being. Quote, Hanzo of the Salamander raised the tone. Peace exists only in the illusion of nothingness. That's what I've come to realize. Can you understand? There's no peace in this world at all. That's a bad statement. Mifune waved his long sword and opened the side, and retorted in a calm voice, it is precisely because there is no peace in the world that we must pursue peace. The samurai is moved by faith, and our heart is for peace. So I am willing to give my life for peace. Even if I die, I am willing to have no regret. Quote, this is the way of the samurai. To stop fighting for the sake of fighting is to persevere for us. It's a ridiculous idea. Hanzo of the Salamander grinned sarcastically. It's stupid to risk your life for an impossible dream. It's just a matter of letting your subordinates die for nothing. That's not the case. Mifune retreated and grabbed the hilt of the sword. Samurai and human beings need persistence and dream. Die for peace, and die without regret. Quote, there is another chapter. The cloud continues to work hard. Looking at it, how can there be so many accidents in life? Can't it be quiet every day? Brothers and sisters are happy. It is very good to read the new book, The Second Element of the Lost Conscience, when you have time. Tech Chapter 411_Loser in the Night. Fighting for an unrealistic idea. This is the samurai. Hanzo of the Salamander lifted the scythe, with a sharp blade in his left hand and a chain in his right hand. The wind rose in the forest, and Sanchuan held the sword in front of his eyes. Bushido pays attention to the unity of man and knife, and man should be as brilliant as a famous sword for centuries. What famous sword is not called a sword? It's just a pile of scrap copper and rotten iron. Can the dead be compared with the living? Hanzo slightly shifted his footstep. Your statement is as ridiculous as your samurai's self-improvement. Why samurai will you take your own life? As I said, faith doesn't die. It's no different to say more. Hanzo's voice suddenly turned cold. Let this old man end you, warriors. You have no chance. Stopping the fingerprints that he wanted to form by the knife light that was drawn in front of him, Mifune held the knife in both hands and pressed the scythe that Hanzo had lifted, and the two of them stared at each other. The whistling Linfeng blew the colorful leaf, and the pieces of withered yellow passed in front of the two of them. As expected of the master of Zan, the so-called ninjutsu is ineffective against Mifune. It turns out that there is no time for hand seal. Hanzo pressed the scythe forward, and metal friction sounded between the two sharp blades. You very good, worthy of the name of the general. Just now when the chain sickle hit the second stage, the old man knew that you are not easy, and no one has ever been able to block that move without looking at it. Quote, Mifune stared at Hanzo and held his breath. When I was still anonymous, I once fought with you. Yes, then why are you still alive? Hanzo of the Salamander grinned coldly. He didn't know when the general of the Iron Country in front of him had fought against him. All he knew was that he was an extremely ridiculous guy. The funny insistence, ridiculous dream, ridiculous belief, everything is so ridiculous. The setting sun on the horizon has completely fallen into the horizon, and the clouds of the fire Yuhi have also dimmed. In just a few minutes, the twilight has turned into night. The sickle in his right hand shone with icy cold on, and the rustling Linfeng blew pieces of withered and yellow leaves against his body. Suddenly, the two started. In the pitch-black night, sparks erupted from scandium, and it was the crisp sound of smashing and splashing when sharp blades intersected. The sword of Hanzo of the Salamander, the sword of Admiral Mifune, flickered, on and off, and played a song called Killing in the Dark Night. The warriors who had retreated far away stood silently around, and suddenly Hanzo disappeared in the middle of the three boats. In the dark, the sudden attack is like lightning that cut through the sky. Not good. Adult, go away. Flash away. Flash what? Just as Mifune turned around, Hanzo, who had broken through the ground, had come to him. The cold light of the sickle was like a fishing fire shaking on the sea surface, erratically rowing towards the waist. Under the shock, Mifune changed 4 positions one after another, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, suddenly ejected, and retreated sharply in a twisted posture. You can't run away. Hanzo followed behind him like a shadow, and the scythe in his hand turned into a full moon, like a furious silver plate. The 3 ships that jumped backwards were covered in cold sweat, and the 2 sharp knives quickly clashed, making bursts of hail-like thumping sound dozens of times in an instant, and the collapsed and splashed in the night was dazzling. The spark of magic. Good. Hanzo of the Salamander, known as a demigod, never imagined that his attack would be resolved by his opponent in such a way. To the back of Hanzo, faced with such a strange blow, the general of the Kingdom of Iron, who didn't even catch his breath, was absolutely horrified. This strange attack method was too special. Lord, be careful, the warriors shouted in panic, and all of them rolled their eyes. The sickle slashed to the back, and Maiquan, who was still full of horror just now, suddenly straightened his face, and there was no trace of fear. Hanzo of the Salamander realizes that something is not right. Sanchuan didn't attack. He sighed and played with his backhand sword, and almost casually put the sickle down. If it is an inch away, it is the result of death on the spot. He blocked an inch, not bad. just in time for the sword and sickle to intersect. Lord Hanzo, you once spared the unknown me once, when my head was injured by your sickle. After returning to China, I have been concentrating on my research, looking forward to the day I will fight with you again. When I learned that you were dead, I've been lost for a long time. I didn't expect to meet you again today, but unfortunately, you are no longer the same you. What do you mean? Mifune sighed. I was very surprised when I learned that you died. How could someone as strong as you be killed? Now I understand that your sword has lost its original power. You have fallen. Mifune was very embarrassed by what he said, and Hanzo was irritated by his word. In a fit of rage, a sickle slashed horizontally and vertically and slashed left and right, but Hanzo was always able to stop it, either with the body or the blade, and finally even the hilt. Attack. For a long time, Hanzo of the Salamander was done, just like when he was killed by Pain Sikav. You don't even know why you lost. Disappear. Hanzo. No, something is wrong. What am I missing? After two more fights, the man known as a demigod fixed his gaze. Mifune looked at him with a look of pity mixed with sadness, and slowly grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands. Until now, you haven't woken up yet. It seems that you have really fallen. Taking a deep breath of Yifeng, the general of the Iron Kingdom raised his long sword. Hanzo of the Salamander laughed, breathing in such a big way. You're dead, and you're going to go on and on. The figure that jumped high seemed to jump into the moonlight. The psychic beast that jumped up from the ground spit out a large piece of poisonous mist, and Hanzo, who stood at the top of the fish head, jumped up with a sickle in his right hand, intertwined with the three ships that fell in the moonlight. Got a peek. The cold night wind howled through the forest, and the two figures that crossed each other disappeared in a flash. Why is this happening? Why is this old man getting hit this time? Pieces of dead leaves blew up, half of the sickle fell to the ground, and the man known as a demigod was stunned on the spot. I've written it several times and I'm not satisfied, but I finally met the requirements in my mind. I hope everyone likes it. Look at it. It's really hard to describe the character's heart. Tech chapter 412_ carry out the end of self-belief. Treasure knives are all made by sharpening, and only in this way can they be preserved in future generations. The first release of the interesting academy. Mifune slowly retracted the knife and looked back. Similarly, only those who carry out their belief, are willing to sacrifice their lives for righteousness, and keep improving can become heroes and endure forever. Hanzo, my lord, betray your beliefs and focus on protecting yourself. You who have abandoned your practice have long lost your strength. Your knife is stained with blood, rusted, madara, and even dull. Dull knives cannot be handed down, and so are people. You're just a fluke. Why is there such a nonsense? Hanzo of the Salamander threw the broken scythe aside, speaking sternly, but he also understood that losing weapons was no longer an opponent of the three ships. It seems that you really don't remember what happened back then. Also, it's normal for a little guy like me to not take it to heart. However, you shouldn't forget what you said when you beheaded me. Mifune touched the handle of the knife and turned slowly, looking straight at Hanzo. You taught me once that the end of a person is not death, but the time when one abandons one's fate. The old man said something like this. Hanzo was stunned for a moment. Yes, the old man did say that you were a young samurai at that time. You finally remembered. Mifune sighed. You said that it is extremely difficult to implement your belief, but you also have belief, that is to bring peace to this world. It is you who made me find the persistence of the samurai. I didn't expect that when we meet again, you have turned your back on the path. Hanzo stood silently under the moonlight, his split hair scattered, and no one could see his expression clearly. Mifune's words continued. Back then, you gave me two choices, whether to choose to live with my beliefs and die, or to abandon my beliefs and live. Now, you have come to the moment of choice. Really? Hanzo of the Salamander's drooping eyes slowly lifted up, exposing two bright beams, looking at the moonlight with self-deprecating sadness. So, is this the reason why the old man failed? Shengjing lost twice, once to pain, and once to the present. What is it about Baidu Interesting Academy that stained the old man's heart with dust? Yes, at that time, since the old man listened to the words of the dark man, the old man was no longer pure. The heart of the samurai is stained with silk, and the sword will no longer be sharp. The ninja's heart is stained with silk, and his life will not last long. The old man loses, and the loss is not wrong. Peace. Maybe that young man will make it. Three ship. There are still many ways to stop this old man from being immortal. You should step back first and wait for an opportunity to seal the old man away. Hanzo retracted his eyes from the moonlight and undid his coat. Mifune had a look of surprise in his heart, but was immediately rejoiced. Have you made your choice yet? The old man is different from your profession, but the old man's beliefs are similar to yours. It's a pity that the old man has forgotten him for too long, and it is time to find him again. Mifune-sama. The samurai exclaimed in surprise when they found that Hanzo was behaving abnormally. Back up, step back. But I'm tolerant to the toxins in the sanshofish, but that's what happens next. Hanzo of the Salamander. The reason why he has the prefix of Sanjiao is not because of his surname, but because he had a poison sac implanted in a Sanjiao fish since he was a child. In my village, there is a highly poisonous black pepper fish. When the monster died, his poison sac was implanted in my child's body just under the left abdomen. In this way, I became a poisonous person who was both tolerant and highly toxic. As long as you open your mouth to breathe, the people around you will be poisoned. So after that, everyone started to fear me. In order not to disturb others, I had to wear a mask and use my mouth to breathe. Then why don't you take off your mask while fighting? This is not acceptable. The toxins are good for me, but they are also risky. If the battle poison sac ruptures, even if I have the tolerance, I will be paralyzed and unable to move. Although it is not fatal, it will leave a fatal flaw, giving the enemy a chance to behave. Masters compete, and there is no room for mistake. A short memory flashed through his mind, and Mifune led the samurai back into the forest. Hanzo, whose mask was cut off, smiled. This is a very handsome man, not at all gloomy like being covered by a mask. Mifune, thank you for your reminder. The momentary reluctance back then brought a sudden awakening today. Maybe this is the karmic cycle of retribution. I killed that guy and died in his hand. I spared your life. I am relieved from you again. Stick to your beliefs and stick to it. Together with this old man's belief, the half-scythe that was raised suddenly slashed towards his waist with all his strength, and the warriors all widened their eyes. Be optimistic about this old man. A hero. You can never choose to give in. Hateful. Yakushi Kabuto squatted in the depths of the cave and cursed, but he was able to resist the order of the spell and chose to commit suicide. Does Impure World Reincarnation still have such a problem? Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll completely wipe out your will and make you a puppet. Although doing so will greatly reduce the combat power, it is enough to deal with them. Talisman. Yakushi Kabuto, who couldn't get up, was stunned after starting the hand seal with both hands. Pieces of dirt were stripped away from his body, and the self-planted Hanzo showed a smile, a look of relief and enlightenment. A rat who hides in the dark and treats others as puppets. I know you can hear what I say. This old man swears by the famous sword, Kurosawa, that he will definitely cut you to the sword. This nasty old man. Admiral Mifune, what should Hanzo-sama do? He is a hero and should enjoy the treatment of a hero. He will be sealed and sent to his homeland for burial after the war. I will personally engrave an inscription for him. This is a hero who does not hesitate to self-destruct and redeem himself. You must remember, the faith of a samurai must not be shaken. Got it. I will surely remember your teachings today. Asshole. Chio alone can't beat these guys. But forget it. The purpose of delaying time has been achieved, and now we have to watch other places. The coffin that suddenly emerged from the ground packed the collection and sank into the ground. Kankuro shouted angrily. Captain, I'm fine. Support the other troops immediately. The Cloud's new book, The Second Element of Despairing Conscience, has been released. Brothers and sisters have time to collect it. Please. Thank you. Tech chapter 413_ I can't do it. I really can't do it. Leave. Stop. Turn your head. Look back. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heyhey168.com thought he could leave resolutely. Stood in the wasteland breathing bitterly. The battle on the coast continues. But what does all this have to do with her? I found a commanding height alone and took out 2 bottles of sake. I was used to being bored and sad, and it seemed that my whole person was lost. Broken. Nawaki. Senju. Grandpa. Many images slid through my mind. I wanted to keep but couldn't. Wanted to catch but couldn't. Outside the 4 purple flame formation, Choza wielded a giant stick to clear away the incoming enemies for his companions, and communicated with Duan while sweeping. As the story was told bit by bit, Kato Dan's heart slowly sank. What brought Konoha down to where it is now? How could a village that was so brilliant in the past with 1 enemy and 4 disdain for the ninja world become what it is today? Duan did not understand. Duan thought did not understand. Thick confusion and doubt flocked to his heart. If you change yourself to Tsunade, there's no reason to continue protecting, right? Hokage. What exactly is Hokage? Asuma, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji. Thanks to Yakushi Kabuto, a guy who liked to dig grave. The duel between master and apprentice is staged again. Such tragedies will continue as the war goes on and on. They are not the beginning and they will not be the end. Pick me, student. Asuma sensei. Choji lowered his head, not having the strength to make a fist at all. Ino's younger sister's flowery face was also stained with hesitation. Shikamaru shook his head absent-mindedly, feeling that there is nothing more troublesome than this in the world. Pick me. The suddenly swung Feian rolled up the sharp wind blade and wiped it towards his neck, and Shikamaru, who was suddenly awakened, hurriedly kicked Choji Ino out. Baidu Interesting Academy. 2 sharp blades of the same shape were facing each other, and the expressions of the master and the apprentice were indescribably strange. Stop me. Did you hear me? Asuma's heavily raised knee slammed into Shikamaru's stomach, and Ino Choji, who was kicked away just now, shouted. Shikamaru flew away. All his melee move came from Asuma. How could he defeat his teacher? Feian made a surprise attack, and a harsh wind whistled past his ear. Don't hurt Shikamaru. Choji growled, reaching out his hands and grabbing Asuma's arm. The 4 eyes exchanged, and the 10th class duel kicked off. Choji, solve me. Asuma shouted. Akamichi Choji staggered 2 steps. Deal with me, you fat man. Sarutobi Asuma shouted out the forbidden word, trembling in his heart. Choji, who heard the word fat, was angry. I'm not fat, I'm plump. Plump, understand, you bastard. The raised fist stopped abruptly before hitting the bridge of the nose, and the battlefield seemed to congeal all at once. I can't do it. Choji clenched the Kiba pass in frustration. No matter how much Asuma persuaded him, he couldn't make up his mind. He couldn't get down, and Asuma, who couldn't help it, wouldn't wait for him, and the sharp blade aimed at the neck and slashed. Be careful, Choji. Seeing Choji in a daze, Ino quickly lined up his hand, and completed his body transformation when he couldn't let go. Huwu Feiyan, who had collided with each other, pressed against his chest, and there was an uncontrollable drink in his head. Damn fat man, can you cheer up? Teacher Asuma is under control. We have to seal him off. Ino, sorry, I can't do it. Damn fat man, stop screaming. I really can't do it. In the past, it was forbidden to say it, but now it is useless to shout a dozen or 20 times. Choji has completely lost his fighting spirit. Impure world reincarnation. What is impure world reincarnation? This is the most disgusting place. Senju Tsunade shook the bottle, his drunken face stained with Yan Yuhi. However, the hot body could not warm the cold heart. The lovers are right in front, but they can't see each other. When will this damn fate end? Asuma started to use ninjutsu, and kept reminding his apprentices to pay attention. A few white Zetsu found an opportunity and sneaked over. These disgusting guys have already killed a lot of coalition ninjas with the same method. Maybe he will suddenly emerge from the ground and take his life. What's more shameless is that he may be parasitized by spores when fighting him, and he will have to finish the game if he is not careful. The coalition ninjas are in a tough fight, and Ino Shikacho is in danger. Get up, student. You must have the consciousness to kill me. The teacher is dead. Understand? I'm dead. Asuma, teacher. Choji, how long will you be silent? I'm sorry, I can't do it. I really can't do it. Choji stumbled back. No matter how motivated he was, he couldn't raise his fighting spirit. Among the 3 members of the 10th class, Shikamaru was the first in terms of his relationship with Asuma. But when it comes to feelings for Asuma, Choji comes first. Actually, there is nothing wrong with being fat. Being fat is more secure. Who encourages you when you are lost? Who cheers when they are lost? And who whispers in sorrow? Asuma. It's Asuma. Apart from his father and Shikamaru, the only one who doesn't despise himself is this teacher. How can he now? Choji, cheer me up. Kaden, fire style, ash burn. Asuma shouted with hatred for not becoming steel, opened his mouth and spewed out a unique ninjutsu. Fatty Choji was stunned and stood there stupidly. At the critical moment, Roshan, which fell from the sky, stopped in front of him. Choza, I'm fine. Taking all the ashes with his gigantic body, Akamichi Choza swung his giant stick and pushed Asuma closer. Dad, don't be childish. Choji, you are the first heir to our Akamichi clan. But I, Choji, you idiot, we're not children anymore. Shikamaru shouted and shot 2 kunai, knocking the shuriken thrown by Asuma into the air. Cheer up. Don't forget that you used to put on the earring. The oath you made. Do you want to watch Asuma-sensei let go of her fault? Don't misuse your thoughtfulness. The sharp chakra wind blade slashed horizontally and vertically to draw scars, and Sarutobi Asuma, who held the flying swallow in his hand, launched a frantic attack. Shikamaru, Ino, hurriedly parried. Choji looked confused. Cloud took a nap, got up and continued. Brothers and sisters, if you have the time to read the new book, click on the collection please. The title of the book is The Second Element of Losing Conscience. Tech Chapter 414_ When the Oath Rings in My Ears. From today onward, you will all become Chunin, and I will no longer have to shoulder the responsibility of taking care of you, and you will also become the captains of your respective squad, leading your team members just like I once led you. These 3 pairs of earrings are as a gift from the teacher to you. I hope you will not forget that you were once a member of the 10th class. Also, this is also a family you belong to, a testimony that you have grown up. With a cigarette in his mouth, Asuma pushed the earrings across the table. I think you should all know what it means. Take off the earrings you are wearing now and give them back to the clan. From this moment on, you are adults who are recognized by the clan and can be independent. Go, be proud of your teacher and you. Quote, Choji, cheer up. Wake up, you fat man. I'm not fat. Choji raised his head with tears in his eyes. Even if we are good friends, you can't call me fat. I'm plump, not fat. Asuma, teacher, forgive me. A heavy fist slammed into the chest, and Sarutobi Asuma flew out. Dad, why does our clan have to be placed with other people? The young boy sat on his father's neck and gnawed his fingers in confusion. That's because our 3 clans use extremely rare secret technique. We have joined forces to defeat the enemy from a long time ago, so the relationship is extraordinary. In order to maintain this bond, the Sarutobi clan handed over the earrings as witnesses. Swearing on earring is a promise passed down from generation to generation. Quote, is it this? Little Choji rode on his father's neck and touched his father's earlobe. Nara, does Yamanaka's patriarch also wear this? Ear piercings seem to hurt. We wear earrings to always remind kind is to remember our vow. Choji's father patted Choji. You will have your ears pierced one day. Hey, why? When you become a genin, I will entrust you with the earrings until you become a chunin. This tradition is to make the oath ring in the ears of the children all the time. The first release of the interesting academy. But it really hurt. Choji didn't care about anything else. He just knew it hurt. Choza slapped him angrily. You know it hurt. Men should be brave. Are you brave? Choji touched his ears, thinking about the scene of his life and death. His soft eyes gradually turned into firmness. From today onward, you'll be a man on your own. Now you should swear on your new earrings and swear to protect and take care of your children. Ah, what wrong? Choji's father looked at Choji suspiciously. Choji looked at his father with a sad face. Dad, do you think I can get married like this? Don't put on such a dying expression. Asuma always says you're missing something. Do you know what it is? Choji's father patted Choji's shoulder hard. It's self-confident, like your father and me can do it. Get married. Why can't you? I'm not you, and times have changed. Okay, hurry up and swear. Do you remember the content of the oath? Choji is finally serious. Seeing her friend knock her teacher away, Ino's sister finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shikamaru turned the flying swallow in his hand. Without butterflies, pigs and deer alone would kill people. Shikamaru, you bastard, don't mention our name. Isn't Ino Shikacho nice? Okay, you're a big head. I don't want to be a pig. Choji glanced at the two teammates apologetically, and took a steady step towards the front of the battle. I always take it for granted, thinking that everything will change slowly, and when I grow up, my body and mind will naturally become stronger. Lord Choza, your help is needed here. Sorry, come right away. Choji, remember the vows you once made, and don't forget who you are. Oath, identity. I hereby swear, in the name of Akamichi's first generation heir, I entrust the second generation oath to the second generation's child who will be the heir. I, Akamichi Choji, to protect the Yamanaka, the Nara clan, and the Konoha, will one day break into a butterfly and fly high. Hey, Shikamaru, don't you think Choji seems different? I feel the same, and hopefully there won't be any trouble again. He won't ask again, will he? I can't say for sure. Shikamaru looked at his friend with con on his forehead. However, I feel it will be a good thing this time. Finally serious. Choji. Asuma dashed forward with one hand. A stream of light wiped towards the face door, and Akamichi Choji raised his arm. Idiot, that won't work. Weapons made of chakra metal can expand the attribute changes. How can there be a reason for hard connection? Is this guy crazy? Commissioned just now. Now crazy. God, this is really killing people. Hearing his friend's exclamation, Choji turned his head and smiled. Thank you Shikamaru. Thank you for your concern all the time. Thank you Ino. Thank you for your tolerance all the time. Thank you Asuma teacher. Thank you for your pure teaching when I was not growing up. Now, I finally understand my responsibility. No, what that thing over there? What a big butterfly. Has anyone summoned a psychic beast? Idiot, you're taking drugs again. Ino said while watching Choji, who was rapidly losing weight, bites over Kiba, but he looked handsome. Shikamaru also looked troubled. It won't be a problem, right? Don't worry, that is the secret technique of our Akamichi family. This damn boy is much more stupid than I thought, but it also has more benefit. Uncle Choza, I'm so sorry that Choji has caused you a lot of trouble all this time, but that's all over. From now on, he's officially the heir to the Akamichi family. He'll be your guardian just like I was your father's shield. The person, he already has this consciousness. Asuma's arm with one hand. Choji opened his eyes firmly, and the original confusion disappeared. That cocoon is harder than you think. So, will you be able to fly high next? Of course, Choji said very firmly. Shikamaru, Ino Shikacho formation. I'm sorry just now. Now let's free the teacher and get ready. Brothers and sisters are happy to see. Take aim. Tech chapter 415_ Blockfootstep. I was commissioned to die just now, but now I'm going crazy again. This stupid fat man. Why did my mother go to such a teammate? It's okay to eat and sleep at ordinary time, but when you go to the battlefield, you will go crazy. What kind of species he was aiming at? Interesting academy. Ino's sister secretly complained that she turned her attention to Asuma. Forget it. I'll accompany you all crazy. Shikamaru, use your back. The art of turning the heart. At the same time, he controlled the two white Zetsu to attack from left and right. With the help of his helper, Choji opened his hands and feet more and more. Shikamaru took a look. Yes, I'll do my best too. Supporting Ino behind his back, he formed fingerprint, and several shadows rushed to the front. Asuma, who was holding Feiyin in his right hand, kept applauding like a heavy SM fan. The SEAL squad on the mountain wall saw it and hurriedly shouted, weaken his strength, and then lead him over. Captain, should we go down and help? You shut up and don't forget our mission. A noisy voice came from above, and Ino, who was controlling White Zetsu's attack, was furious. Don't speak so lightly. Things are not so easy to solve. Two White Zetsu jumped up and down, and Choji swung his chakra-fired fist over. The strong wind blew up the messy hair, and Asuma smiled knowingly. Shikamaru, is it your turn to take action? Connected Painted to white, Zetsu quietly rose up, biting his body like a poisonous snake, his hands and feet in front and behind tightly bound. Choji, bear him. The suddenly enlarged fist slammed into the face door, and the reincarnated Asuma seemed to be hit by the oncoming locomotive. His whole face was squeezed together, and most of his body was blown to pieces on the spot. If such an injury were replaced by a normal person, it would have died long ago, but for the dead who were resurrected by impure world reincarnation, it only took a short time to recover. It was clear, though, that Shikamaru would not give him that chance again. Shadow tentacles, flying swallow's throw. The short chakra blade neck to the head with the brush stud fixed the whole body with the unique shadow technique of the Nara family. Asuma, who couldn't move, smiled, very relieved, because he saw the growth of the student, and saw the confident expression on Choji's face that was not lost to anyone. Next, leave it to us. The three ninjas from the SEAL class jumped off the cliff against the cloth roll, and Asuma called out for a while, wait a minute, do I have something else to say to my student? If you have a last word, don't say it again. I don't want to hear it a second time. Shikamaru picked up another flying swallow from the ground and let out a long sullen breath. Asuma, who couldn't move, sneered and pulled the corners of his mouth away. You're still so troublesome, so let's talk to you about something else. It's no longer meaningful for you to ask for something. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, congratulations on surpassing the teacher. You are already a powerful ninja. Teacher Asuma, goodbye, my student. I am proud of you for the teacher and proud of you. The cloth seal that Shula unfolded wrapped around his body, and the three Shaoqiang standing at the bottom all felt sadness in their hearts. Sudden, Choji clenched his fists and said solemnly, Shikamaru, Ino, please help me and end this damn battle. What is that over there? So big. 1, 2, 3 and 4 turned their heads one after another, and the blue butterflies floating in midair spread their brilliance, like the aurora over the North Pole, and the colorful flowers in the Antarctic snowfield. It's the first time I've seen Choji look so serious. Can fat people become handsome sometime? It's too cool, and the old lady is excited to see it. Is that Choji? What, Choji? Those who knew and did not know raised their heads one after another, and the butterflies covering the entire sky fluttered their wings. What that fat bastard doing? Fatty, is he not fat? How do you call him a dead fat man? Idiot, he's not fat now. Doesn't mean he wasn't fat before. Is that handsome guy really fat? It must be a lie. I have decided that if I can survive this war, I will marry him. You're almost there. If you want to marry, I will marry you. I marry. You all get out of the way. Such a handsome guy with such high strength. How can I look at something like you? Or this girl is so reliable. Smelly woman, dare you say we are ugly? One must be self-aware. The talking girl patted her big breast hard, at least as plump as E, and her eyeballs were stunned by trembling up and down. Inuzuka Kiba Spartan too. 1010 is also Spartan. Many ninjas who know what Choji really look like are Spartan. Are fat people popular these days? Inuzuka Kiba wiped the tip of his nose angrily. How come no one likes a man like me? Even fat people are vying to marry. Why can't I? You should wash off your stink first. 1010 covered his nose and vomited, and Inuzuka Kiba was mad at her. But it's no one's fault. 1010 people who deal with dogs will smell dog hair no matter how clean they are. It's no wonder that the women of the Inuzuka Kiba family can only produce and eliminate themselves. The island of the 8 turtles. The figure of Uzumaki Naruto charging out was stopped by someone. The middle-aged uncle standing at the door pushed his sunglasses. His whole body was hidden in the hooded cloth, looking very mysterious. Naruto was stunned when he saw him. Uncle Joey. Go back, Naruto. You can't leave here for now. Go back to your room. What going on? Why are there so many people guarding the door? And why does Shino's dad speak to me in such a tone? Dead boy, leave them alone and rush out. Kurama, is this bad? What good or bad? The chakra over there can't feel it anymore. Hurry up and grab them back, and enhancing my strength will also enhance yours. You idiot, in the country of Vortex, you should get the other half of your father's body back. I get it, you're so long-winded. Uncle Joey, please get out of the way. Uzumaki Naruto stepped forward with firm eye. A gust of wind blew through his hair, and countless bad bugs sealed the door. Mr. Joey, please slow down. I'll tell him. The figure walking in from the door leaned back against the sun, dragging a long shadow down to his feet. Naruto was stunned for a moment. Uruka-sensei. After writing the extra chapter for a while, Union suddenly felt very tired and didn't know what was going on. I feel bad at night recently, and it seems that I have to shift the coding time to the daytime. Tech chapter 416_innate responsibility. You or all of you. Because of the previous attack, this island was temporarily added to guard duty. We are the executors. Uruka stopped at the door of the room, blocking the sunlight from behind. Uzumaki Naruto looked at him silently, then suddenly turned his head and walked back. Just when Joey and the others were a little relieved, they suddenly turned back. Stop him. Are two Akamichi people with Yuhi circles on their faces. The current patriarch of the Aburame family, Nara Yamanaka, one each. The standard Ino Shikacho formation unfolded, but it didn't work. A breakthrough. A completely unreasonable breakthrough. Uzumaki Naruto blew like a gust of wind. Go! Several shadows shot at his feet in a row. 4 slap fell from the sky, and the Naruto figure in the vertical leap suddenly saw more figures in the sea of knowledge. I succeeded. Get out of here, old man. The huge shadow that suddenly appeared behind him was filled with an incomparably evil aura. The hapless Yamanaka family slowly turned his head and passed out on the spot. Surely not. Aburame pushed his glasses slightly, and countless parasites crawled out of his body. After that delay, Nara's shadow technique reached his feet. Shadow mimicry succeeded. Naruto, don't be impulsive. Now is not the time for you to go out. No, that's not right. How is this going? Boss, Sakura, Kiba, Ino, Iruka-sensei, what going on outside? Uzumaki looked back at the waterfall angrily, suspicious of Killer Bee's so-called training and competition. Interesting academy first release. Do you feel it? As expected of the apprentice of Lord Jiraiya, the son of Lord 4. Iruka took a deep breath of cold air. It's a war. Legend has it that the ninja Uchiha Madara started a war. Hey, Iruka, what are you doing? Mr. Jouei, don't hide anymore. Naruto is not an idiot. It's better to tell the truth. Iruka sighed. Naruto, the key to this war lies in you and Killer Bee Jinchuriki. Column. Don't be willful and impulsive. The genin world has formed a coalition, and we can handle the external affairs. Quote, you don't trust me. It's not a question of trust or distrust. Uchiha Madara paid for this war, for you and the tailed beast and Killer Bee. Once he gets Yatai and Kyuubi, 9 tails, that spell will be done. The world will end because of this. So to protect you is to protect the future. Protect everyone. This is why everyone is willing to work hard for you. Don't let our efforts turn into filth. Go back, Naruto. Iruka-sensei, don't say any more. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, and the image of Nagato before his death could not help but emerge. Little brother, what is war? War is the root of all evil. People wield butcher knives out of greed, hurt and hate each other, and then plunder and kill. For the sake of resources, land, and even face and other tangible or intangible things, countries are divided between countries. There was an endless battle between them. In this endless battle, people's resentment became deeper and deeper, and even became a dead end. I knew it was wrong to go on like this, but I had to continue to repeat the sorrow. People have a position, parent, relatives and friend. When these people die at the hands of the enemy, the killed will want to take revenge. Understanding does not mean that you can forgive. This is what you need to face in the future. Brother self-proclaimed God. I thought it could end the troubled world, but now it seems to be impossible. Now, I pin this hope on you. I hope you can succeed. I and all those who died because of the war will silently watch you in the sky. Work hard, Naruto, with our dreams and hope. End this endless sadness and confusion. Stop him now. Can't let him run away. Enhance his shadow control. No, Captain Jouei, I can't hold on anymore. You rascals, get out of the way for this old man. Kurama, don't get angry. Let go. Naruto stopped the angry Kyuubi, 9 tails, and left without looking back. Iruka became anxious. Stop, Naruto. Stop. This is not your problem. Do you understand? Stop being self-willed. You will die if you go out. Iruka-sensei. The word full of tenderness poured into the heart full of scars, and Iruka Ueno ran to Naruto. Madara is the legendary ninja who ended the troubled world with Shodai, Fursama. Although I don't know how far you have grown, you will definitely not be his opponent. If you go out like this, you will only put yourself in. I came here. It's not all for the coalition to stop you. Naruto, you understand. I don't want you to lose your life on impulse. I'm dead. You should be happy. Naruto tilted his head, not looking at Iruka, and for some reason there was an inexplicable fear in his heart. It's not like that, isn't it? Don't you dislike me and say that I am a disaster? Now that the source of my disaster is dying, you should be happy. Singer. Okay, Iruka, I already have the answer in my heart. It's useless to say anything. My father told me the answer. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly turned his eyes and looked at the shocked eyes of Iruka and Aburame Jouei and others. Said, from today, I am no longer the ninja of Konoha, but the king of the country of Vortex. I will inherit everything in the village of Uzushiogakure, and protect and love all those who have left. This forehead is given to you. I'm not going back to the village again. Quote, The country of the Vortex, the village of Uzushiogakure, that is not already. They will come back. Naruto looked at the sky firmly and said, I will end this damn war, and then open up a paradise in troubled times there, guarding all peace-loving people with absolute power. I will be on the mainland. It is my responsibility to travel to find the remnants of the country of Vortex. My surname is Uzumaki, and it is my innate responsibility to revive the kingdom of Vortex. Naruto, you should be named Namikaze. Really? Naruto sneered at Iruka, but no one ever told me since I was a kid. It's all because of Iruka-sensei. I've grown up and I'm no longer a child, so I don't need to lie to me with those words. Naruto said as he slid the lock, exposing his belly. Aburame Jouei and the others eyes straightened. What are you going to do? Union heard that in the middle of the night yesterday. Only mother is good in the world, and I don't know which one put it. My head will explode in 7 or 8 hours. Tech chapter 417_raid from underground. It's a disaster for you. A friend, a very important friend to me. Baidu interesting academy. Kurama, let go. The seal that was cracked open. The cubit nine-tails demon fox slowly emerged with a passionate roar. Damn boy, come to me. This is the first time this old man is willing to lead someone on his way. Aha, Kurama, don't be so stinky. Okay, we're friend. Naruto scratched the back of his head with a smile, and jumped up on cubit nine-tails' lowered forehead. Maybe it's because of the lack of half of his body, or maybe it's because of the supply of Naruto chakra. The cubit nine-tails who appeared in front of Iruka Aburame Joe and others was not as violent as he remembered before. This is a large golden fox with a black fairy pattern from the ridge Jinchuriki column to the top of the head, just like what Naruto has become now. 987. The sun shone on them, and there was an inexplicable sense of harmony, as if they were born to do so. Kurama, let go. Naruto. Iruka chased after 2 steps and stopped on. Just as he was losing his time, another person walked out of the waterfall. Yo, bastard. Idiot. Naruto. That idiot. It's going to end soon. Are you Lord Killer Bee? Yo, do you know my uncle? Lord Killer Bee, I want to ask you one thing. Iruka walked up to Killer Bee, bowed her head and said, I want you to take care of Naruto, and now only you can do it. It is true to the rumors that your relationship is not compatible. It's not like this. Iruka closed his eyes in the direction Naruto left. I always regarded him as a younger brother, even though my parents died at the hands of cubit nine-tails. Speaking of which, he is not the incarnation of the demon fox. He is my student. Of course, I would rather be his brother, but unfortunately I do not have the qualification. Quote, Iruka said it very sincerely, with deep self-blame in his sincerity. I don't know what happened to Naruto, which made him choose the way he is now. It is interesting to start the school, but I will bless him. I hope he has a bright future instead of dying in this war that shouldn't exist. Please. Are you serious? Iruka didn't say anything, but replied with a heavy salute. Killer Bee blinked stunned and raised his fist. It's not appropriate to do this. It's just enough to fight with fists. Is that so? Iruka clenched her fist to meet Killer Bee. You see, idiot, asshole. Hello. Do you do this? Your task is to guard him. Yao shouted in the sea of spirit. This man can't do it. It's useless to change anyone. Killer Bee spread out his hands in the sea of knowledge, and looked at Iruka in front of him. Naruto always has you in his heart, and you live in his heart. I don't know what you have had, but you are very special to him. I'm special. Iruka froze. That kid often talked to himself, and it's you who is mentioned the most. Really? I thought he would mention Sakura. Iruka smiled and scratched his head, obviously happy, but full of sadness. Everything. I'll leave it to you. Ha ha ha. My uncle has unlimited vitality, and this uncle is heroic and invincible. Xiaoba, you also come out as a mount for me, and this uncle can't lose to that wasteful chest. Bye, you idiot. You're chasing cubit nine-tails out like this. Come back and get raked. Iron Fist. Yo, this is practice in action. Big brother asked me to watch him. Didn't I watch it? Are you looking at it too? Protect yourself. Keep watch. Thump. B, you're an idiot. Really? I'm an idiot. You idiot. Let's fight an idiot together. Let go. Cut corners. Fight. The bastard's ratio. I'm not a horse. The gentle breeze blew across the windowsill, and the big name of the Kingdom of Fire yawned boredly. I'm tired of playing cards, and the name has come up. Do you have anything else to pass the time? You should find 2 women. The big name of the Kingdom of Wind patted his big belly, dancing, playing music, and lowering the flag. You're almost there. The Earth Country daimyo, who had black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, sneered. Even though he's already so fat, he still thinks about women, so he's not afraid of dying from exhaustion. I'm fat, but I'm fat, and I'm not strong at all like some old men. Fat man in the land of wind. Can I take this as a provocation? Old man of the land, you can do whatever you want. Found it. The figure that suddenly appeared. Half of the body was white, half of the body was black. The white side had a few hands, and the black side had a bald head. The big names are all dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Look, it still has a tail. Enemy, shall we run away? These shivering names are accepted by Black Zetsu. Don't even think about it. Terumi Mei, who appeared from the shadows, jumped up in the air and kicked her knee. It's like a giant leaping up into the sky, and like a European heron flying high. Black Zetsu, who had pounced on the daimyo, was injured and flew back, rolling several somersaults in a row to stabilize his body. Mizukage in Kurigakure village. It seems that it is not easy to pass your level. It's not easy. The ninjas who appeared in a semicircle surrounded them in a semicircle, with shuriken and kunai flashing a frightening cold light in the sun. Black Zetsu glanced at him and smiled. You bastards are trying to stop me. Odd guy. Underestimate me will kill people. Yoden, lava style, the art of dissolving monsters. The earth and water chakra nature transformation continued to spurt forward, and the dark green slime was indescribably strange. Black Zetsu smiled unconsciously, and just when Terumi Mei thought it would succeed, the guy quietly disappeared. He is underground. Go to the big name. aim. There, Terumi angrily raised his sword fingers and shouted, "The enchantment class is activated. The rest of them will join me and blow him out." Yes, Mizukage-sama. 4 purple flame array. As soon as the barrier that Orochimaru had used to trap the 3 generations of Hokage came out, with the support of Konoha, Black Zetsu immediately stopped the idea of continuing to dash forward. "It's a bit of a hassle. Get out of here." The detonating talisman buried in the ground in advance rumbled, and a black light came into view in the countless flashes of dust and mud. Superior. Yun took a short nap, then got up and continued to aim. Tech Chapter 418_Yin damage and poisonous second bullet. Black Zetsu's raid on the daimyo's hideout was blocked by Terumi, and Naruto and Killer Bee also met outside the barrier. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Above the wasteland, Senju Tsunade is drinking a small wine, and Liamong, the gangster, is pausing both his father-in-law and his opponent. At the front of the coastline, the Scourge army led by Zaibushin touched the battlefield. There are 2 tasks in this combat. One is to find the Sikath fairy magic weapon, and the other is to kill the enemy as much as possible. The above is mainly to save lives. It is now 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and it will be dark in another hour. We must be there. Complete the task before this. Understand? Understood, my lord. Come back alive. Although the quiet life of many years has reduced the strength of the ghost man, it has also filled his feelings at the same time. Kurosuke Lei Kiba stood beside him with a smile, who knew that the man in front of him was the Kurigakure ghost who had killed all the students in the same period. Like him, the Kurigakure madman has been forgotten by the world. When this battle is over, these things will no longer be needed. Go, hit the SAP team to set up guns, send a report to the airstrike team, and order the Heian troop to take off. The Hulula propeller cut through the cloud, and Sha Xingxing brought the goggles in front of him. The mature and delicate face was like a ripe peach, and the boy standing beside him tightened his hand crossbow. 2 airstrike rolls per person, mounted with ice thorn oil bomb, and take off in sequence. Yes, Captain. 2 by 2, they stood in front of the open cabin door, raised their hand, buckled their respirator and jumped off. These boys and girls, who were generally under the age of 20 and in the rainy season, fell down like dumplings. Will pass through the cloud, and a pair of azure blue chakra wings will spread out, flying forward like a sea swallow facing the wind and wave. The geese array. With Sha Xing at the head and Anghu by his side, an inverted V-shaped bombing formation appeared on the edge of the coastline. Baidu Interesting Academy. Watching the Choji outbreak, the 1st and 2nd Unit Coalition ninjas opened their eyes again, and the sharp-eyed ninja noticed something was wrong. This doesn't seem to be our army. Is it the enemy? No, they have the Snow Country logo on them. Bastard, those guys from earlier. Previously, it's the group of thugs that appeared when our 2nd unit was fighting. These shameless guys are back. Quickly send a report to the headquarters to inform our people to be careful and try not to get entangled with the enemy. Why? I don't have time to explain now. Just do it now. Sha Xingfei looked down at the upcoming battlefield from a high altitude, and unfolded the scroll on the left side of his waist a little. The boys and girls headed by her son followed suit. The 30-centimeter long scroll with a diameter of 1 meter contained as many as 2,000 ice thorns. 0x was the best of 1,000. To know that the number of enemy troops is only 100,000. Liamong is terrifying all of a sudden. Predict the target. The north wind is south. Try throwing. 3 shot. Let go. Biting his finger and scratching on the scroll, the smoke exploded, and the bright ice-like balls fell behind Kuwu. Get out of the way. Zaza fell to the ground in kunai, like an iron tree blossoming with countless thorns. These things made of frost. Even the blood can freeze when stuck on the body. The situation is not right. Look at the appearance of the guys above. It seems that there is some big move. Tarui Lois passed the news to the headquarters. The 4th generation of Rakage flipped the table on the spot. Immediately connect me to that bastard. Lord Rakage, hurry up. You only have 2 minutes. Hey, did you hear me talking? Yo, it's Uncle Rakage. Let's cook the crab. Didn't you see that the young master is busy? Liamong licked his ears, and the gust of wind blew his messy hair. Harm people. The temper of the powder keg of the 4th generation Rakage was immediately ignited. Are those troops in the sky yours? I don't know. What? I said I don't know. Liamong opened his eyes and said nonsense. But I had eaten his heart now. I don't care if you know it or not. You immediately tell them to stop now and don't make trouble for us. Hey, I said Uncle Rakage, how can this be called trouble? People are kind enough to help. You can't make a race. So, you know them. The 4th generation Rakage was biting Kiba, and Inoichi Shikaku was worried about him. This Kiba wouldn't bite. Liamong stood in the wind and shook his head. I don't know. You don't know such a big official. How can a little guy like me know? You bastard. Confirm the coordinate point. Every group of 100. Let it go. Something is down. No, get out of there. The quantity is huge. Bits of kunai fell from the sky like black rain, and the broken crystal balls burst into countless white thorns. Looking down from the sky, it was as if the battlefield suddenly bloomed with flowers. The snow white is filled with fresh Yuhi, and the fresh Yuhi is accompanied by death. Many coalition ninjas who did not dodge in time have won the lottery. They wailed and screamed, and they went to death one by one. Listening to the damage numbers reported from the front, the 4th generation Hokage kicked the smash table into pieces, and smashed other things out of frustration. Calm down, Lord Hokage, calm down. How do you tell me to calm down? Most of the first unit is Humogakure, and the second unit is mostly Iwagakure. How about this? Not to mention that the 2 units suffered heavy casualties at the hands of the enemy. They were also put together by their own people. What the hell is that bastard doing? What's he up to? The Heian troop turned around and prepared the oil bullet. Compared with the expensive and cherished ice thorn, the second bombing weapon designed by Liamong is undoubtedly much cheaper. A detonating charm is matched with a crude oil barrel, and the cost is not known. But cheap is not good, and good is not cheap. This thing is very inconvenient to use. As long as you pay attention to hiding, there is not much danger, and it is easy to dodge with the skills of a ninja. But it's different when they mix with ice thorn. First ice, then fire. The tail whistle full of unpleasant hangings sounded a piercing whistle in the air, and the steel nails filled in the interlayer of the oil drum became a big killer. Kamen, babe, enjoy the baptism of ice and fire. Long live. Brothers and sisters are happy to read. There are 3 chapters today. Take aim. Tech chapter 419 _ the conspiracy gradually surfaced. Where did these guys come from? Bastard, what are they throwing? The devastation caused by the ice and thorns was not over, and the sky was raining again. Interestingly, these wooden barrels that were detonated before they fell to the ground were filled with 200 kilograms of crude oil. The black gold spewed from the ground has unimaginable destructive power. This is not a gasoline and diesel explosion, it is crude oil, and asphalt can be boiled in crude oil. Friends who have seen this thing should know how terrifying it is. Worse yet, it's poisonous. Countless crude oil barrels fell from the sky, rumbled and smashed endless dust and smoke. Nara Shikamaru's heart sank to the bottom. What was the boss thinking? After 2 rounds of bombing, the white Zetsu troops on the seashore were completely wiped out, and the remaining 3 melons and 2 dates were also eliminated. However, the victorious coalition army did not look happy at all, and they all looked at the Heian troops who were far away in the sky with angry eyes. This was the first large-scale airstrike in the Hokage world, a feat that only Deidara had done before, and no one thought much of it. But now, Lu Meng, with an unparalleled strong stand, announced to this deformed world that a new way of fighting had appeared. In the future, whoever occupies air supremacy will have the right to speak, or he will be bombed. Zai Buchuan, who was lurking on the beach, rubbed his nose angrily. These guys were too quick to do it. In fact, no one can complain about the Air Force, and no one thought it would be resolved so quickly. Even Liamong himself did not expect this situation. Won't the white Zetsu troop burrow? In fact, they did drill, and they drilled quite a bit. After a round of bombardment, the most unlucky one became the ninja coalition. When these guys reappeared from the smoke, the ninja army had the heart of scolding mothers. Lois gnawed at the steel and Kiba waved his robe. Deal with these guys and get back to them. No more beheading adult. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Bye. It's our time to start. You go get that fan, and I'll get that bottle. Understood. Notify the rear artillery unit, and fire immediately upon hearing the command. Yes, the country of thunder, Humogakure, is the headquarters of the Allied forces. Report, Lord Hokage, QB, 9 tails, people Jinchuriki, column forced to flee. What the matter? 4 generations of Hokage bang. His fist slammed on the newly changed table. Didn't you already send someone to intercept it? Nara Shikaku held back his mouth with difficulty, blaming Ruruka half to death in his heart, but said on the surface, Uzumaki Naruto has announced his departure from Konoha, and our people can't stop him. Leaving Konoha, that guy escaped. No, he is now claiming to be the lord of the country of Vortex, and he is going to recall the remnants of the kingdom of Vortex after the war. You should know his identity. Naruto does this, and we have no reason to stop it. Asshole, what are you doing all this called? I'm sorry, Lord Hokage, and please forgive me. We didn't expect such a problem. Forget it, as long as you don't go to the other party. How are the preparations for the enchantment class? Don't worry, Hokage-sama, there is a Dao regeneration barrier around the island, and it is impossible for people to escape even with Jinchuriki, column force. Someone is coming. It's Uzumaki Naruto. On the island of the 8 turtles, an eye-catching man who came to support issued a warning. It's good. The leader of the enchantment class waved his hand vigorously. Finally, it's the enchantment class's turn to appear. We exhausted our efforts and worked hard to open so many enchantment. For this moment, we must not let him run out. I will report to the headquarters. I just want to say that the interception was successful. Do you understand? Grown up. Look at that. What to see? The commander of the enchantment class turned around when he heard the sound. His eyes turned into billiards. I saw a huge, black, round-tailed beast bomb crashing against the barrier. Like a stone thrown by a naughty child at the glass, it made a crisp explosion. Going forward as an enchantment, I understand it to help you break through. Uncle B. Naruto Uzumaki looked back at Killer B, who turned into 8 tails, and shouted excitedly. The ninjas of the enchantment class were Spartan. They picked up their chin and pressed the commander again, and jumped 3 feet high. Stop them. No way, Commander. The regeneration speed of the enchantment can't keep up. Idiot. Stupid. Still don't knock my ball out. Stupid. Ah, yes, I understand. Naruto listened to Killer B's cry, and pressed his hands on the tailed beast bomb, which was standing in the air, and launched a shot. Lean left. The defensive barrier was all shattered into pieces of glass. No way, Commander. We can't stop it. If you can't stop it, you have to stop it. Command. They went through. What underscore 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 underscore. It's passed through. Lord Commander, how do we report to the headquarters? How else can I report? The blocking failed. The bearded commander jumped on his tiptoes and shouted, and after shouting, he threw himself next to the Jinchuriki column and banged straight up. How can 2 people be together? Unheard of. Unheard of. Figure fell to the ground with 2 clicks, and Naruto Uzumaki looked around strangely. Isn't it in the sea? Why is it close to the shore again? You don't need to pay attention to these things. Running is the right thing to do. Ah, then let's run away. It's not good to be caught back. Kurama. B. It's the chakra of Kyubi. 9 tails. They appear. Black Zetsu stepped on the ground and slowly climbed up, and all the ninjas headed by Terumi-mei were suspicious. What did this guy who couldn't kill him want to do? Yahweh and Kyubi, 9 tails, appeared. Connected to Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path through the underground route. Black Zetsu relayed the news. I have 4 generations of Mizukage blocking me. Do you want to continue? Breakthrough to capture Daimyo. No need. I captured them earlier to force Kyubi, 9 tails, out. Now that these 2 guys have appeared, there is no need to waste time in the Kabuto circle and retreat immediately. I understand. Black Zetsu raised his head with a sly laugh and sank to the ground. Terumi-mei and others were all stunned. Run. What happened when you chose to run away? Mizukage-sama, cried one of the Iwagakure ninjas. We're next. There's no more. Let's do it. Brothers and sisters are happy to read. There are still 2 chapters. Go to collect the new book when you have time. The cloud has made great progress. The second element of the lost conscience is finally not as naive as it is now. It's all tear. Tech chapter 420 _ even if you know how. Mizukage-sama, I'm sorry, although it's not good to sneak up on allies, but you should die. An instant, the sneak attack killed all the people who were not his own. Terumi-mei smiled and spit out an acid mist, turning the corpses of these people into filth. The big names in the small building felt that something was wrong, and they were scrapped, but they were not stupid. 2 guys with paper fans and high hats stopped in front of them, and no less than 20 warriors pulled out sharp blades. This is a profession left over from the previous era. The one who holds the fan is the Onmyoji, who is good at exorcising spirits and warding off ghosts. It's a pity that there isn't a great Onmyoji here, nor a juggernaut. In front of Terumi-mei, it is not much better than a turkey dog. Mizukage, the 5th generation, what do you want to do? Asked the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind, suppressing his fear. Terumi-mei raised a finger to cover Yuhi's lip. What do I want to do? A little friend told me that the only way to keep the world stable is to have only one voice. Don't you think there are too many famous names now? What do you mean underscore 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 underscore? Terumi-mei smiled, and the smile was pretty. Who said that you died at my hand? It was Akatsuki's Black Zetsu who killed you. Maybe Uchiha Madara can be counted. By the way, he knows time and space ninjutsu. Doesn't this just solve the problem of the enchantment? Look, I even thought about the way of death for you. The scales won't let you go in 2 days. The land country daimyo took off his glasses, and Lao Ganbaka's face was full of savage color. The fat body of the famous name of the Kingdom of Wind was trembling, and Yuhi's pig face was swollen. The famous name of the Land of Water lowered his head in resignation, knowing that this would happen for a long time. These ninjas have never been reliable. 4th generation Mizukage, do you know what you are doing? The Fire Nation's daimyo raised the folding fan. You are fighting against the whole world. It's easier to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com. Send them on their way. Terumi-mei raised her eyebrows slightly and gave a death order. Kurigakure ninjas shivered. You look at me, I look at you. These are all big names. Go. Mizukage-sama, looks like you don't need to stay anymore. Ow. The shadow quietly emerged behind him. His whole body was pitch black and he wore a black art, and one eye flashed Yuhi. Since the 4th generation stepped down, I haven't done such a thing for a long time. It's not good to kill people and see blood. He took out a black art from his arms and tied it in front of his eyes, and the ruthless man who survived in the blood mist sent a butcher's knife. You stop him. Whoever kills him is the 6th generation Mizukage. Fighting to the death. Terumi-mei sneered at the daimyo of the Land of Water. Their eyes met, and the man who was hysterically trying to give up immediately gave up. Onmyoji took action, and 2 ghosts, one Yuhi and one Blue, appeared in the void. As soon as Fang appeared, he was photographed by 2 sanitary napkins, which were the sealing charms that Ching threw out. Don't take out things that are outdated, and let them die. Zybushin is known as a silent murder master master in the ninja world, but who knows that the intelligence chief Ching is also a master. Even many people didn't even know Akatsuki that he knew swordsmanship. They just thought he was a sentient ninja. It won't be exposed over there, right? Terumi May blew out waves of clever mist, cleaned the traces, and there were only 2 people left. Aomori smiled coldly. They won't find out. That guy is a ready-made substitute, except that he doesn't have this eye. Everything else is the same, and the perception technique is still better than me. Then there is no problem. Deal with the scene and report to Lord Rakage. What? All the big names are dead. I'm sorry. Terumi May was seriously injured and returned to the coalition headquarters. Uchiha Madara attacked. I'm not an opponent. I'm really sorry. Where are the big names? Not sure. With 2 pairs of eyes and 4 eyeballs facing each other, Yuyai took a deep look at the big beauty. Mabuyi, take Mizukage down too. Have a good rest. Lord Rakage. When Terumi May left, Nara Shikaku stood up. Something is not right. Even if Uchiha Madara strike, there should be no information to return. 5 generations of Mizukage her. Report. Lord Rakage, the land of earth, the land of wind, the land of fire, and the land of water. A tragedy happened in the Daming Palace, and all the heirs died. Where's the land of thunder? The kingdom of thunder. The kingdom of thunder is the same. The news just came. The ninja who reported the message hesitantly spoke, and the whole person was frozen in place. Yuyai looked at the direction where Mizukage was leaving, and nodded slowly. Sir Rakage, I know what you want to say. Everything is based on war. She should also understand that if this war fails, no amount of calculations will make sense. Let's talk about it later. Let the intelligence department find out the names of other small countries. No mistake, they were all dead. Kimimaro-sama. As the matter resolved. Yes. The ninja kneeling on the ground unfolded the scroll, and several corpses appeared in the smoke. Kimimaro glanced lightly. Dispose of it without leaving any traces. Yes, my lord. I'm not an adult. There is only one adult in Yinyan village. I know. The ninja kneeling on the ground looked at the bone spur that was only 2 centimeters away from him, and swallowed. Kimimaro withdrew the sharp blade and threw it to the side. What the hell is that kid thinking? Yuyai sat on the main seat of the coalition army and looked at the table. A series of news confirmed his previous conjecture. The country of Sichuan, the country of Tien, the country of Taki, the country of Grass, and various small countries have appeared as attackers. They are armed with strange shoulder-resistant explosive weapons and strange firearms that can eject chakra bullets. The identity of the country raided the country just in time, and almost all those who were ranked in the name were killed. Anyone who can do this kind of thing at a time like this can guess who it is with their feet. How's the snow country over there? Report Lord Rakage. His Majesty Kazuhana Koyuki of the snow country is missing, and now Sante is in power. They were also attacked, and more than 80% of the nobles in the whole country died. Leave the intelligence and continue to observe the movements of various countries. 4th generation Rakage waved his hand, picked up the information, and took a look. Dead wood flowing light. There is another chapter. Brothers and sisters are happy to read. In the past 2 nights, there have always been people who have released the public release. Only Mother is good in the world. 4 lines of lyrics are played for 7 or 8 hours. Can you imagine how torturous this is? The cloud has the heart to cut people with a knife. Hokage Hatake Glory. Chapter 421-440. Tech Chapter 421_ Can you give him to me? I'm sorry. Can you give me the fan in your hand? You. The older Kumogakure ninja widened his eyes in astonishment, staring at the picturesque beauty in front of him, stunned in place. Baidu Interesting Academy. Haku smiled softly, as ethereal as a cloud and as quiet as water. The old Kumogakure ninja got lost in this beauty, and the lieutenant general handed over the banana fan. Hey, what are you doing? She is. Halfway through the word, I couldn't go on anymore, and the ninja who turned back was also stunned. After his shout, many of the coalition ninjas turned their head, and they all turned into the same appearance as him. The beauty of white does not belong to this world. Just as Conan's beauty carries eternal sorrow, her beauty carries eternal nostalgia. Liamong had envied more than once that he would not kill this idiot again, but he was able to get the love of such a beauty. Who is she? What is her name? Vic Dao came to mind, and the dumb ninjas raised question marks regardless of gender. Thank you. Bai nodded slightly. His bright eyes narrowed to the moon Kiba. The ninjas were heartbroken. No more. It took them a long time to recover before they realized what had happened. Is it demonic illusion? Snap. The older Kumogakure slapped himself hard, but his hot face couldn't stop his thought. That woman is too beautiful. No, the beauty is not enough to describe. Who is she? Found it. Teotihu Zabujan silently shuttled through the allied ninja army, using the assassination technique learned in the blood fog to the extreme. Through the blind spot of vision and various shadow blind spots, he approached the captain of the first unit like an invisible ghost. However, his luck was obviously not as good as Bai. It was really painful to be ugly, and Lois Tarui directly rejected his thought. Hey168.com. This bottle doesn't seem to be available. Zabujan secretly scrutinized the 2 ninjas standing at a high place, compared them secretly, and found that he was far from them. This was a qualitative 5 gap. Launch silent assassination. Looking at the men with eyes on the side, you know that this is a way of sending death. Just when Zaibusian lingered uncertainly, wondering whether to retreat first or use artillery fire to cause chaos, the battlefield has changed again. Choji's transformation into a cocoon and a butterfly has become the key to the victory of the coalition forces. He first fell from the sky, and with the cooperation of Shikamaru, Kakuzu was made into a fleshy mud, and then he turned into a giant chariot and turned the white Zetsu. Rolled over. The coalition ninjas cheered, jumped and screamed with excitement. The little girls who don't know the inside information simply worship him as a god. Handsome guy, I want to marry you. Handsome man, I like you. Handsome guy, I love you. Handsome guy, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Dad. Choji looked at his father excitedly and said, Dad, did you hear me? Someone likes my son too. Choji's father patted Choji's shoulder hard. Son, you have to seize the opportunity to understand. Opportunity. Stupid. That's how your father found your mother back then. What? Dad, that's how you found my mother back then. Yeah. Choji's father looked at Choji with an idiot. If I don't take the opportunity to get your mother, will anyone want your father's body shape? Then how did you tell me? Tactic. This is called tactic. Do you understand? Choji's father gave Choji a meaningful look. We are plump and plump, but plump doesn't mean we are stupid. Boy, you have been with that smart guy from Nara's family for so long. Why don't you learn both hands? I was thinking, can you marry the girl from the Yamanaka family? You mean Ino? I don't do it. Dad, don't cheat on me. Son, how can this be called cheating on you? But forget it. If you don't want to, let's change it. While you're getting thinner now, hurry up and find a daughter-in-law for your father. Understand? Father, aren't we lying? Liar. Choji's father looked at Choji very tiredly. Silly boy, you don't want a daughter-in-law anymore. Think. Cheat if you want. Cheat. Aren't girls used to cheat? Choji's father put his arms around Choji's shoulders and said, this girl lightweight word. You are so good now that you have to seize the opportunity, or go back and ask your mother to beat you. Quote, Dad, my mother doesn't listen to you. Who said that? Choji's father's eyes widened when he heard Choji's words. Choji shrank his head back. Dad, don't force it. When my mom and Shikamaru get angry, you and Uncle Shikaku are just like that. Choji. Akamichi Choza roared, and the entire beach fell silent. Mukuro on the smoke-filled battlefield reeked of the stench of gas emitted from burning crude oil. Allied ninjas, Akatsuki's white Zetsu. The traces brought by various ninja tools are said to burst the eyeball. The head is exploded, the wounds, blood, the mouth with a wail, the eyes of despair are pale. All the images are showing the cruelty of war and the humility of life. But this scene that was supposed to be so miserable that it made people cry was destroyed by the two fat men. Maybe Choji and his dad could keep their voices down at first, but they both seem to have forgotten. No matter how small the elephant's voice is, it is still a loud speaker, not to mention that the two of them are not much smaller than the whale now. The allied ninjas were all stunned. Konoha girl, Iwagakure girl, Kurigakure girl. The girls from village to village all looked at them in astonishment, heartbroken after the comparison. In this extremely cruel and bloody war, pressing the messy chest, there is an indescribable strange feeling. Should we be happy? Suddenly, an old man wiped his tears. For Fatty. For the fat man. Yes, for the fat man. First a little, then a sharp red. Akamichi Choji and his father, Akamichi Choza, stopped arguing stupidly, and there were voices applauding for them all over the place. Hey, these two fat guys are so funny. I miss home. They were born to bring joy to people. These two idiots are so good at doing it. Maybe marrying him is really good. A girl who is not very beautiful in appearance and has a little Madara on her face is thinking seriously. Akamichi Choji looked at the little ones under his feet depressedly, and roared in his loudest voice, I'm not fat, I'm plump. Understand, plump is not fat. Ha ha ha. This stupid fat guy. No, I can't take it anymore. Lend me a shoulder to lean on. Don't rely on it. I also fell down when I leaned on it. I fell down. I really fell down. Oh my god, I'm dying of laughter. What are you laughing at? There was an outbreak over the weekend, and the brothers and sisters were happy to watch. For the new book, I asked for the collection of The Second Element of Losing Conscience. Tech Chapter 422_ Watch out for those Kurigakure guys. The sudden questioning interrupted the cheers of the coalition ninjas like a shitstick. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. The stunned ninjas turned their heads and looked at the figure on the towering rock wall. The laughter came to an abrupt end, and there was no more tone, only the roar of the wave crashing against the beach. Woo! Uchiha Madara. The full covering Uzumaki mask covers the head. Tomo-like holes open eyes, and Yuhi and purple-black eyeballs glance down. The two high-flying streamers were thrown behind his head, and the man with the fan on his back shocked everyone when he appeared. Pull the wind, domineering, contempt for everything. Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. That is, what the hell is that? The fiery setting sun dissipated, the cold moonlight rose, and the giant hundreds of meters high let out a mad roar. What the hell is that? Ino stepped back in horror, her pretty face turning pale. Shikamaru said with sweat on his forehead. It's even bigger than Choji. I have a bad premonition. Tarui said and looked at the souls of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. The fan of Uchiha Amadara proudly raised his head, as if everything in the world was not placed by him. Akamichi Choza swung his giant stick and shouted, "Son, let go." "Dad, you're not crazy, are you?" Choji pointed at the guy across from him. "You know what it is and you go." "I won't do it." "Bastard, you don't go, I go." Under the blessing of the hypermultiplier technique, the rounded giant rod rolled up and smashed into the top of the head with a howling wind. Interesting academy. Choji glanced at his father's back and wiped away his tears. "Father, you are really my father. I hope the two of us don't hang up now." Wings and flying high with determination, Akamichi Choji came from behind and raised his fist. Choji, who knew the interests of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, didn't dare to come forward. He turned his fist into a palm, grabbed his arm and fell down. The strong chakra storm roared and pulled his arm, and a boundless mighty force passed to the slap. Choji's father, flew out on the spot, and fell out of the way like two gourds on the ground. After rolling over a dozen times in a row, he stopped. The number of allied ninjas smashed to death on the road and smashed is unknown. But now the big guy has no time to control them, and he is dumbfounded when he sees that big guy. Tsuchikage, the captain of the second unit, weighed Onoki's Lois for 2 days, and together with his girl Kuretsuchi launched the forbidden technique of mountain soil. With the shouts of the father and daughter, the mountains rising from the left to the right rumbled and sandwiched Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, in the middle. An astonishing thing happened. The face of this unimaginable attack, Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, actually supported it with both hands, and he stopped the tendency of the two mountains to close together. So powerful. How could this be? Sir Reikage, the coalition army headquarters, the perception ninja in charge of observing the battlefield, exclaimed, "Unimaginable chakra." Unimaginable chakra appeared on the battlefield of the first unit. Judging from the intelligence, it is very likely it is Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Quote, Uchiha Amadara appeared. Yes, he showed up. Bastard, I will rush over here, send a letter to the 5th generation Mizukage, and inform the 6th generation of Hokage that he is about to return. Sir Reikage, what wrong? Yuyai turned around, her eyes burning into fireballs. QB, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, Column Force Hillerby Jinchuriki, Column Force is rushing to the battlefield. What? Where did those two guys go? Reikage 4th generation raised his eyebrows and clapped his fist. Nara Shikaku sighed. It should be right. Just now I wondered why Madara suddenly appeared. Look at it now. There's an explanation for everything here. Lord Reikage, please stop them. No, Lord Reikage is the commander of the coalition. How can he act so easily? Command is handed over to him. Nara Shikaku looked at the 4th Reikage in amazement, trembling at the sudden entrustment. Your brain is better than Lao Su, but your strength is really not very good. It's good to stay here to make ideas. Besides, Yuyai suppressed her voice. Be careful of the 5 generations of Mizukage and Kurigakure, understand? I see, Lord Reikage. The front line of the first unit, Zabujan sneaked against the edge of the ruin, quietly looked at the trend of the coalition forces outside, and suddenly felt that this was an opportunity. I thought those guys wouldn't be able to use it before, but now it's just right. The artillery team, get ready, a test fire. Yes, after receiving the order to raise the muzzle, these epic-making weapons designed by Liamong, manufactured by the Snow Country Science and Technology Department, finally had a chance to appear. These are some CM caliber mountain guns, which are very simple and easy to understand. They were once widely used in the battlefield of Vietnam, and even now they are weapons of war in the third country. Simplicity, easy modification, and strong adaptability have become his distinctive features. Just like AK, it is much loved by poor country. Liamong can create this thing, not because of his military talent, but because this thing is too simple. It is easy to make a batch without worrying about the toughness of the muzzle. However, good things come back well, but they also need money. A shell is equal to a large crystal block. A large crystal block is equal to a small crystal block. The door artillery salvo, 1 time is 0. These are all aimed at money. Let the heartbreak of the cannon rumble, and the cat wakes up early, and the swish-swish light group cut through the night sky, attracting the allied ninjas to look up one after another. What are those? UVS, purple, blue, white, and transparent 5-colored light beers, like shooting stars across the sky, dragging trails of tail flames under the cold moonlight. Get out of the way. That thing is coming for us. At first, there was only one shot, and no one cared about it, but the next piece of light exploded the mine. These things are horrible. The light ball fell to the ground, the UV-colored explosion, the purple corrosion, the blue icing, the white discharge, and the remaining one that was transparent to nothing, but it would be finished if you hit it. Where did these things come from? After 3 consecutive rounds of artillery bombardment, like an iron plow across the battlefield, Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, stumbled and sat on the ground, with Yuhi's white, purple, and blue on his body. Zabujan took this opportunity to touch Tarui's back. back. This bottle belongs to me. There are 4 more watches today. The cloud take a break. He was aiming at it, and it was almost dead in the past 2 days. Tech chapter 423_ for those who have passed away. Put it down. Baidu Interesting Academy. Who? Zabujan paused his right hand in horror, obviously within reach, but dared not move. Uchiha Madara came out from behind him, passing through like a ghost. Tarui and Lois turned their head. First looked at Madara, then looked at him and then turned to Yuhi Gourd and Amber Bottle. Stop, you don't want to take those ninjas away. Haha. Uchiha Madara grinned twice. I'm not interested in them. I'm interested in what's in them. If you can't bear it, I'll bring it back to you later. Shadow mimicry. That's it. Standing in the shadows, Nara Shikamaru pinched her hand, and Madara's eyes turned to the shadows. It seems that the Ninja World Alliance is somewhat capable. Let the Golden Horn, Silver Horn with Kyubi, Nine Tails, Chakra take the lead, and then find a chance to seal them into that big guy. Right. Hee. The analysis is good. It's a pity for a guy like you to be an enemy. It turned out to be true. Shikamaru, be careful. The black shadow that suddenly appeared on the top of the head fell like a mountain on the top. If he didn't see the situation, he wiped his body and ran. After a few steps, he flew out. The big feet that fell behind him lifted countless sand and gravel blocks, and the whole ground collapsed. Go in. Terrifying, tough, and unreasonable. Hey168.com. The allied ninjas stopped attacking in desperation, and a panicked ninja cried out, "Our ultimate move is drizzle to him. How can we fight such a battle?" As long as they can achieve a little bit of victory, the ninjas will not become what they are today. However, when the enemy is too strong to be damaged, the breath of despair spreads uncontrollably. Shikamaru, are you alright? Choji fluttered his wings and looked into his arms. Shikamaru shook his head in horror. Fortunately, thanks to you. How about Captain Tarui and the others? We're fine, too. Lois ordered from the ground in a deep voice. Inform the coalition forces to withdraw temporarily and prepare for a night battle. In addition, immediately notify the headquarters to formulate a new strategic deployment, and we need support. Understood. We'll wait right away. Where's that guy? Shikamaru looked up suspiciously. Not only Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, was missing, but the Sikav's artifact was also missing. Has he retreated? A bewildered thought flooded into his mind, and the allied ninjas fell to the ground one after another, dumbfounded. Shiro, let's retreat. Without being embarrassed, he turned his head and glanced at the direction of the ninja coalition. With the tools that successfully obtained the banana fan, the subordinate women or wives left the battlefield. After this operation, we and the guy's deal is done. Give him the fan and we'll go home. Do you want to give up this war if you don't kill your lord? Shiro, what's wrong with you? She glanced at Haku with no doubt. She had never asked such a question before. Too many people died. Bai lowered his head, looked at the ground in a lonely way, and said, what is war, and what are we ninjas? Don't worry about those boring things. We'll just live on our own. Without further ado, he took Bai into his arms. I have you, and you have me. Dreams, ambitions, whatever. Let him go. No. Haku suddenly showed a sweet smile. My dream has come true, and being able to lean on the adult's chest is Bai's greatest wish in life. Ha ha ha. I never thought that someone as bad as me would like me. Self-deprecating, heroic laughter with a strong attachment spread far and wide, and no longer threw the fan to the gangster who came to greet him. Give it to that guy, and say our agreement is complete. No more beheading adult. Don't come here. Kurigakur's murderous aura frightened the gangster who wanted to speak, and turned back halfway when he was about to leave. Where's that guy Lake Kiba? Let go. Don't kill the Lord again. Lord Lake Kiba said. Don't go to him again in the future. Is that so? Looks like I'm missing another friend. But yes, for now, it's better to separate. Captain, are we just watching them leave? Why don't you do this? The bastard captain turned Byakugan angrily. Why don't you stop him? I'll let it go. The gang leader threw the banana fan into the car door. Retreat immediately. Throw away all those cannons. You can't stay in this hell. Ordinary people robbing ninjas is a first-time experience. The gang leader knows in his heart that when the Union Army comes back, they will never end well. But what he thought was a bit redundant. The current coalition army can't even move, let alone arresting people, and morale has dropped to the bottom. One by one, they were wilting as if they had beaten eggplant. Their heads lowered as if they had beaten a cock. Their hearts were empty and at a loss. Many people even gave up the idea of giving up, and there is no chance of winning against that kind of person. What the point of us doing this? A young Iwagakure wailed with blood and tears. Father is dead. Mother is dead. Dead. All dead. What are we fighting for? Sober up. Calm down. Go away. The young Iwagakure slapped open his companion's hand. My father is dead. My mother is gone. I can't even find their bodies. You wake me up. What can I do to wake up? You tell me. Tell me. With two frantic questions, he fell to his knees, and the young ninja clenched his fists and hit the ground. This is just a corner of the battlefield. There are many others like him. Parents, wives and children, relatives and friends all mourned after a battle. 1st Unit Captain Tarui, 2nd Unit Captain Lois, 4th Division Acting Commander Shikamaru. The three of them were speechless when when they stood together. The cold wind blew on their scarred body, and there was an indescribable sadness. Long time, Shikamaru said. We must end this bloody war, not for ourselves but also for these dead comrades. Brothers and sisters, please go to support the new book in the cloud when you have time. Just click on the collection. The second element of despairing conscience. Please. It's not easy to do anything these days. One of your collections is the biggest affirmation of the cloud. Take a look. May Mother Earth bless you. Tech chapter 424_kill me. Do you hear? Everyone, it's easier to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com. Boy, what are you trying to do? The rock clone of Onoki, the third generation Tsuchikage, ran to Liamong's side, and the old earth gray face showed a deep suspicion. Lu Meng looked at him amusingly. What do I want to do? I want to win this war. You sent people to kill those big names. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Liamong grinned and fired a cannon, but 9 out of 10 failed to hit. Don't pretend to be confused with me. Onoki's avatar bit Kiba. This old man has eaten more salt than you have traveled. Then eat slowly. 2 days later, the blue veins jumped on the forehead of the old man Li. Damn boy, I don't care what you are planning. Don't get in the way of this war, otherwise I will solve you here. Old guy, do you have the ability? Liamong's face is full of lice and it doesn't itch, and there is no need to worry about that. You are a lot older, and you are not afraid of the wind. Dead boy, 2-day-old man, you'd better not mess with me. Liamong sullenly kicked the dirt shadow clone out. I will do my best to make this war a victory. I will not cause you any trouble. Don't make me uncomfortable. What the hell are you doing? This lunatic. What good will it do to you to kill the big name? The old man Tsuchikage was half dead in the sky. If it weren't for the war that spread across the continent, all countries had to send all their living forces. The formation of the coalition forces so that the rear line of defense is empty. How can there be today's disaster? Heihei168.com. The daimyo nobles suffered heavy casualties, and the logistics line must be tight. As a result, the chances of winning the coalition army would be greatly reduced. No one knows when this battle will end. Liamong cut off meaningfully. Daming died. It's over if you send someone over to take over. Which village doesn't have some elderly ghost? It's just right to send them there. Sure enough, you did it. The 2-day-old man bit Kiba and watched Liamong. Don't wrong people. I have never admitted it. You can't deceive the old man. Liamong smiled happily. What am I doing to deceive you? I need to pay attention to evidence. Be careful, I will sue you for slander. Old man. Xiaoyi is also a person with an ID card. Don't try to use Tsuchikage's identity to press me and tell you 2 words. No way. Damn boy. Li Tiantian's face was full of livid trembling. After this matter, the old man will definitely ask you for an explanation, and the coalition forces will give you the due trial. Ha ha ha. Judge who? Judge me. The 3 generations of Tsuchikage. The idiot old man wanted to judge the young master. Just dream. Even if you can convince Hokage to pull Konoha on, the lad has an advantage. Might guy's half-crippled. Can't live to the end of the war. It'll take 2 more lectures. Fight with me. Sell tofu. Old man, let's ride a donkey to read the ledger and wait and see. After another squeaking sound of the energy cannon, Liamong simply gave up. The battle has been fought until now, and the 4 shadows of the previous generation on the opposite side have not shown any strength at all. Is Yakushi Kabuto stalling, looking up at the night sky in the sky, as if things are getting big? Gaara, this can't go on like this. The 4 generations of the same shadow flashed loneliness on the sad face. You must hurry up to seal us off. While we can speak now, you must seize the opportunity, otherwise it will not be time. It's too late. Father, I'm not qualified to be your father. The 4th generation of Kage lowered his eyes and dared not look at his son's eyes. Karura has always loved you deeply, but I have always hurt you. Do it. This is your Kage responsibility. Don't blame your uncle. I ordered him to do that. What? It was I who ordered Yashimaru to deceive you, in order to drive you into a desperate situation, to see if the tailed beast would go berserk, so as to determine whether your existence would be a threat to the village. If your uncle hates me, he hates me, not you. After all, he ordered that the person Shukaku sealed inside his pregnant sister was me. Do you understand? Gaara, I did all this. Yashimaru, your uncle is a ninja from Sunagakure village, and is my direct subordinate Anbu. Whether he likes it or not, he must obey me, and obey my 4th generation Kage. I have imposed too many things on you, but self-righteously denied it. It was I who turned you into a Jinchuriki, column 4, took your life, took your mother, and took away your thoughts of your mother. Quote, the 4th generation Kage sighed heavily. I even took away the bond between you and others, and in the end, I will take away your life. In the end, as a father, I only left you one thing, and that is the soul, the creation and the hatred it brings. Gaara, kill me. Don't hesitate any longer. Father. Gaara stared blankly at the 4th generation of Kage, and suddenly felt a pain in her heart, just like the night Yashimaru died. When the body is injured, it bleeds, and it looks painful, but the pain will disappear naturally with time, and it will be better if you take medicine. Yashimaru sucked the cut finger. However, in my heart heart wounds are not that easy to deal with, and they are hard to heal. Quote, ellipsis. Heart hurt. The wound in the heart is not the same as the wound on the body. There is no medicine to heal like the wound on the body, and it cannot even be healed in a lifetime. There is only one thing that can heal the wound in the heart, but it is not easy to obtain this thing, because it can only be obtained from others. That is love. Love. That's right. Then how do I get this thing? Sir Gaara, you have already got it. The Shukaku of sand is a creature that exists to attack, but your sand is always guarding you. They do not come from Shukaku, but from your mother. Even if your sister dies, to keep guarding you, there is her will in those sand, because she loves you all the time. Quote, Gaara, what are you waiting for? The 4 generations of Kazekage shouted irritably. I don't deserve to be your father at all. Use your courage as a Kazekage to solve me, and don't let me lose my last dignity after death. And perseverance. I am Kazekage, the 4th generation, and must not be a murderer who harms the village. Quote, kill me, do you hear me, Gaara? The brothers and sisters watched happily, and felt that the inner fluctuations of the characters in Hokage were difficult to grasp. Maybe it's because of the newcomers. I always feel not very satisfied. However, the cloud will do its best to write, and if you have any comment, please leave a message. Tech Chapter 425_ Continuing Legacy. 4th generation of Kazekage to sternly and strictly order his own son to kill him spread throughout the wilderness. Interesting Academy. Gaara floated blankly in the air, facing his father across a pothole that was dozens of meters deep. Kill me, hear me, kill me like a man. You have a great mother. Even if you die, you will believe in and protect you to this day. She made you Kazekage, had friend, gained bond, made you have everything that I took away again. As a father, I will only take away. No, I don't even have the qualifications to be your father. This is the 2nd time the 4th generation of Kazekage has said this today, and everyone who said it is sour. Even the other 3 shadows who were summoned at the same time as him were not happy. My 970. Arrow stared blankly at his father who was bowing his head, suddenly raised his head. I really hated you and wished I could kill you, but I also remember the doll you gave me. Gaara. The 4th generation Kazekage raised his eyes in astonishment, and finally found the little bear that his son had been taking with him. Mother is indeed very, very great, and I love her very, very much, but it was you who first entered my heart, father. The yellow sand that rumbled from the ground opened its hands gently. Its face was not very clear, but it was barely recognizable as a woman. 4 generations of fathers laughed and laughed. Karura, is that you? I can feel your warmth again, and I will be content in this life. Son, you are good. The village will ask you. The endless yellow sand rushed into the sky, shrouding the night, and all the 4 shadows that were deliberately kept in their hands were wrapped in the sand. 2nd generation Mizukage looked at the spell stuck to his chest and smiled. To seal us in this way. Not bad, kid. Well done. Interesting Academy. Don't be too happy. Idiots must act. The 3rd generation Raikage shouted with thunder light all over his body. Our body reacts instinctively. This bad ninjutsu. Not good. Rewind. 3 cage level giant suddenly burst out. Except for the 4 generations of Kazekage who were relieved, the remaining 3 rushed over. Liamong retreated to the back to take a look, and made a retreat gesture to Tamari. You guys play slowly. Brother and wife went to the play. Fu-kun. Hurry up. Enko. Hinata follow. Surround them. Time is not forgiving. Onoki. The 2nd generation Tsuchikage looked at his disciple with a sigh, and in the blink of an eye, the little ghost of the day became the old man of today. 3rd generation Tsuchikage opened his eyes nervously, and in the blink of an eye, the 2nd generation Tsuchikage disappeared in front of him. Go and call that young Kazekage over. If you don't find me right away, you will die. Yo, there are a lot of people here. The eyebrowless 2nd generation Mizukage picked up his mustache. Listen, my skills are not so easy to deal with. Stay away from me. I will tell you my weaknesses. Raise your ears and remember, I use Yin Dun, which is demonic illusion, and the psychic beast is a mirage. Biting my thumb, I patted the center of the magic circle on the ground, and a huge muscle rose from the ground. Looking at the allied ninjas flying around, Raikage of the 3rd generation shouted. I used Raiden Thunder style, the ninja called Futon Wind style, to attack, and the ninja of Doden Earth style to defend. Thank you Ni for your reminder, and please be more specific if you can. This will not work. The Yakushi Kabuto cat heard this in the underground cave and quickly tightened his control. Damn, the 3rd generation of Raikage is really an unreliable pawn. In this case, let me lose consciousness. Wood, full moon, night wind. Using QB, 9 tails chakra to illuminate the top of the road ahead. Although there may be risk, but we are not afraid. Oh Ruola. Killer Bee rap and singing followed Naruto, and suddenly asked, boy, I've always wanted to ask you a question. Uncle B, say it. Killer Bee sighed sternly. Jinchuriki column 4. Since you chose to leave the village, why did you still participate in this battle? If you don't like them, why do you work hard for them? Hide with me. Don't you feel up? Uncle B, what the matter? I can't say it. No. Naruto shook his head. Just thinking of some people. Remember some people? Naruto graciously said. Sasuke, senior brother Nagato, boss Liamong, mom, teacher Uruka, and many others. Did they have a good relationship with you? Yes, the relationship is very good. Naruto sniffled and wiped away a little bit of crystal, but they are good. Everyone has their own position. Nagato-san said that as long as the world is not unified for one day, people will be divided into two parts. In different countries, war has become inevitable. People's positions are different, and there will be fight. When parent, wife, children, relatives and friends die at the hands of the enemy, hatred becomes inevitable. Quote, what are you talking about? Isn't it better to be confused? I want to end it. Naruto turned his head with a smile. Killer Bee was startled. What did you say? You want to end it? Yes, I want to end it. End this cursed fate. End this endless hatred. Ha ha ha. Boy, your ambitions are really lofty, and you have culture. So, do you know how to do it? I don't know. Thump Tom. You don't know. Killer Bee gnawed his mouth full of black mud with his head down. Don't you know you're so sure? Uzumaki Naruto smiled awkwardly. I'm going to do it because I don't know. I don't know what to do. Killer Bee's eyes are all slanted. Is this little head sick? If you don't know, you want to do it, but you don't know how to do it. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the sky with deep eyes. It's because I don't know. I'm going to pursue and find it. Brother Nagato understands the pain of the world and wants to end the war with this, but he failed. But it doesn't matter. Inherit I, who he left behind, will definitely find a solution to end this cursed fate. Quote, boy, are you serious? Uzumaki Naruto nodded heavily. I will follow in the footsteps of Master Jiraiya and inherit the unfinished aspirations of my brother. Uncle B, I will tell you secretly that I am the son of destiny. There is another chapter. Union will work hard. Today, the man playing outside should be self-improvement, and Union will be bored. Who the hell does this good thing? 1010 will not bother him. 7 or 8 points in a song. To die for blood. Tech chapter 426 _ those unforgettable eyes. Che, I'm not young, and my tone is not small. But boy, are you sure you can make up your mind? If you don't say anything else, you can't deal with the boy you often chant. Uncle B, be realistic, live realistically, and don't recognize your own idiot. Killer Bee rapped and gestured. I don't want to see you die. Uzumaki Naruto was silent. After a while, a sentence floated into the wind. Something has to be done by someone else. Ha ha ha, you are so great. Like a fool. Maybe I'm really a fool. Naruto sighed and shook his head, thinking of the friend he had been looking for under the cold moonlight. Sasuke, what are you doing now? Do you remember one? Konoha, cool, children. Today, it's your first time to have a battle drill. So, keep your ears up and listen. Uruka stood in the sun and patted his notebook, and made 2 pop. The person who read my name entered the circle. Out of bounds counts as failure. Understand? Choji, Shikamaru, you two come first. Go. Come on. Who will my opponent be? Naruto stood in the crowd and glanced back and forth. On the first day of school, they must let them know the interests of Lao Su. Could it be that guy? He looks more stinky than the bastard that the teacher kicked out. If only he could be replaced. If I beat this guy, my classmates will definitely agree with me. Ha ha ha, I'm the best. Yes, that's it. That teacher. What wrong? Choji. Uruka looked suspiciously at the chubby dude who was looking at him. I really don't want to shoot at my friend. You misunderstood. Uruka explained with a smile. This is not a battle, but a traditional ninja duel. Hokage has relied on this method to improve its rank. So, you don't need to worry. Forget it, teacher. Those who came out of the circle will lose. Right. Shikamaru copied Kabuto with both hands and walked out of the bound. His clothes were baggy and indescribably decadent. Uruka and the students were all dumbfounded. What is this guy doing? He admits defeat before he even fights. What a motivating guy. He won't be a chunin in his life. Right, that's a possibility. The young Shino pushed on his glasses. As soon as he grows, maybe one day he will. You don't have to be bullshit. Inuzuka Kiba smirked and wiped the tip of his nose. If he can be chunin, I will eat all the des in the school. Hey, Ino, what's wrong with you? Really? The young Yamanaka sister complained to her friend with a bitter face. Shikamaru's troublesome guy is really embarrassing to my mother, and Choji is not up to it. You know them. Sakura, who had the pink butterfly festival above her head, turned her head to look inside. Ino nodded angrily. Our parents have a good relationship. They used to be comrades in arms. As that's so. Sakura blinked curiously, while Uruka Spartan was making notes in the notebook. Forget the two of you. Shikamaru. Choji seals the seal of reconciliation. I'm sorry. Choji stretched out his finger and hooked his friend, apologizing embarrassedly. Shikamaru smiled indifferently. It's nothing. I'm afraid of trouble anyway, so that's fine. Uruka silently observed the two friends and sighed in admiration and helplessness. The friendship that can be had since childhood is really rare, but these two guys are not worth it. One is lazy, and the other lack courage. What a big deal. The next group, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, the two of you enter the arena. Uruka was a little stunned and hurriedly called out his name. Does Lord Hokage want to inspect them? Take a good look at this. Come on, Sasuke. Teach the yellow-haired boy a good lesson and beat him to pieces. Cut. What the fuck? Uzumaki Naruto looked over the goggles and looked at Ursukuko, who was standing in the arena, thinking to himself, if he could defeat him, him, he would definitely be as popular as him. By the time Naruto quickly entered the arena. Right now. Hearing Ruruka's urging, the young man awakened from his sweet dream, rolled up his arms and tucked up his cuff, stepped into the middle circle like a crab, pointed to the opposite side and shouted, "Let the horse come over, you stinky bastard." Snort. The tail of the crane that dragging its leg. "What did you say, you fox man? Don't quarrel." Ruruka stood in the middle with a headache and slapped the scoreboard vigorously. "Before you stand against each other, you must form a seal of opposition. This is etiquette. Don't quarrel when you come up. There's no need for that useless thing." Uzumaki glared at the opposite with his fist. "I can knock him down immediately, and the classmates will like me." Boring. Ursuko looked at Naruto coldly. "Since you want to beg for a fight, I'll do it for you." "Shut up, you two," Ruruka shouted, her mouth opened like a hippo. Ninja duel is a traditional method since the establishment of the ninja school, and the rules must be followed. Although this is a bit limited by the situation, it must be followed in the school. It's important to understand. Ruruka roared and pointed his sword. Before the fight, the one-handed hand seal signaled to the opponent. This is half of the ninjutsu with the two-handed hand seal. It means that you are about to enter the battle, and it is the seal of opposition. The winner will be determined in the battle. After that, we have to stretch out the seal of opposition that we formed earlier to hook each other. This is the seal of reconciliation. It means that we are still friends. These are the rules of ninja training. "Hey, I said Naruto. Did you hear me?" You're so annoying. I've said it twice." Naruto poked out his ears impatiently, with a greasy look on his face. Ruruka got annoyed. "Just answer it once, idiot." Yes, I know." "Then, now, make the seal of battle, and the battle begins." "Come on, Sasuke," Yamanaka Ino shouted. Her light yellow hair danced like an elf in the sun, and Haruno Sakura suddenly stopped moving. A gust of wind blows. Two teenagers who dislike each other launched a charge. Punch, leg swing, foot probing. Naruto, who had just talked a lot, fell to the ground in less than a click, and Sasuke's clenched fist was only half a finger away from him. The students cheered and applauded, but the boy who fell to the ground didn't hear this at all. Only those eyes that were as black as cold coal. The brothers and sisters were happy to see that Union was called out by Chinwei to buy something and just sent it to the car. "Next, I will do my best to code words so that people can play songs and make noise at night. I can't stand it anymore. When it is played at 7 o'clock, can you imagine what kind of torture it is?" Crash, really crash. Tech chapter 427_worry in the dark. Uzumaki Naruto will never forget the image of the first battle with Sasuke. Baidu Interesting Academy may have formed an inseparable friendship between the two since then. In those eyes, he saw hatred, resentment, and all the negative emotions in the world, just like the eyes of the villagers looking at him when they were young. No, it was stronger than that. However, Naruto found that the eyes were not looking at him, and he was silent and completely out of focus. Uchiha Sasuke wins. Ruruka wrote down on the notebook. "Okay, now we'll reconcile." Sasuke frigidly got up and shook off the broken hair. Urzuzi grabbed her hands and left. Naruto, lying on the ground, was stunned for a moment, then jumped up angrily. "You arrogant guy, you can't even say a word. What attitude? You pile of stinky shit. The sparse boss smells like a camel. Shit, this idiot can't even curse people. Such a brainless kid. Sasuke is so handsome. You stop, do you hear? Idiot." Ruruka roared and raised his fist. "Ninja practice is a sacred tradition. You two bastard, give me the seal of reconciliation." Sasuke, Naruto, reconcile with this crane tail, smelly fox man. The obviously defensive sword fingers approached slowly. Sasuke on the left raised his eyebrows, and Naruto on the right pouted. "Hurry up," Ruruka urged angrily. "Quickly end the seal of reconciliation." Reconciliation. Just him. The fingertips that were about to approach suddenly turned into fists and grabbed each other's collar, and Sasuke and Naruto's head faced each other. The tail of the crane. "Stinky man, aren't you convinced? You're holding back." Staring at eye to eye, fist to fist, Ruruka, with his head full of Spartans, rushed over. "Stop, you two idiots. Separate quickly." Naruto sucked. "What are you doing? It's an idiot to be able to fight even if you can't beat it." Pieces of fallen leaves drifted to each other with the rustling linfeng, and Naruto, who was on his way to the moonlight, quietly returned to his senses. Sasuke, in the dark underground secret room, the eyeballs of the orangutan Yuhi slowly rotated, and the herringbone-shaped windmill matched with the hexagonal snowflakes made people tremble like a star. "Haven't you figured it out yet?" The black shadow that emerged from the eddy current stood at the door, and a corner of the fan was shining brightly under the throbbing candlelight. "There's nothing I want to understand." Shin Yuhi closed his eyes, and Sasuke leaned against the wall. "Those who live on hatred are destined to have no good results. Since they have chosen this path, they must go on firmly. When you come to others, you are also destroying yourself. This is the fate of the Avengers. When you destroy everything, the Avengers will also come to an end. For example, you." Quote, the blood-colored pupils that opened suddenly shot out endless black fire and swept towards the void. Uchiha Sasuke raised his right hand with suffocation. Chidori current ignorant Chidori's sharp ear. I don't care if you are Madara or anything else. All the guys who play with Itachi and use Itachi have to die. When you return to this base, you will die. Sasuke, you dare to betray me. Betray your ancestors. I have never regarded you as an ancestor, so how can I say betrayal? Ursuke pointed forward with his sword, the originally fierce thunder-type chakra, but there was no fluctuation in his hand, just like a fluorescent tube. With pride, Madara, who escaped into the void, knew how terrifying this kind of thing was. This is the ultimate of nature transformation, just like Rasengan's morphological transformation. It is a symbol of ninjutsu reaching its highest point. First block the entire underground with the fire of Amaterasu, and then shoot through the body with the thunder-type chakra. Will you die as soon as you come out? As expected of Itachi's younger brother, he can use ninjutsu to such an extent. Itachi, your brother is indeed a genius that the Uchiha family can achieve for decades. The older brother demonic illusion has extraordinary attainment, and the younger brother has extraordinary ninjutsu practice. However, you are still pawns in my hands. Sasuke, see you next time. The body that escaped into the void disappeared into the wall and disappeared without a trace, and Urzuko's face was cold and turned into a black pot. I won't let you go, just like I won't let Konoha go, and I won't let anyone who hurt Itachi. He took out the letter full of numbers from his arms and looked at it. Sasuke turned it into fly hat. Remember, for the sake of my classmate, I will only help you this time. If there is any contact in the future, I will come to this book. Hula threw off his cape and walked out of the empty underground. The Avengers, who snorted coldly, ran to the nearest city and stayed in a bookstore for a long time. The battlefield of the first and second troop, Lois and Tarui, were in tears after counting the damage. How much do you have left? It's only less than 1/3, and there are almost no uninjured people. Tarui exhaled a long sullen breath. Lois, who was also not much better, bit Kiba and took the battle damage report, and the man of several decades shed tears. Neji, how are you? Inuzuka Kiba jumped into the corner several times in succession, and the eldest young master of the Hyuga branch, who was slumped in front of the broken wall, had a dark expression on Yuhi's face. Ellipsis. Inuzuka Kiba leaned in front of him and suddenly froze. What kind of eyes are those? Godless, empty, like an abyss. Just staring at it for a while, I feel that I have fallen into a freezing cold pool, and even my breathing is forced to stop. Neji, go away. The eldest young master from the Hyuga family pushed Kiba away beside him, swayed twice and stood up slowly, and fell several times in a row to barely stabilize his body. Inuzuka Kiba wanted to step forward to help, but those eyes made him unable to lift his feet. Ten came over. Might Guy and Little Lee also came with reinforcement, and many people they knew and didn't know came over. Lu Yi, Ino, Choji, the newcomer Ino Shikacho, who has been in the limelight in this war, watched from a distance with deep concern in his eyes. Looking at him, it's like seeing Sasuke. That guy seems to be on the horn. Is it because of his father? Choji turned to look at his friend, and Shikamaru ordered with a complicated look, send all the wounded back to rest. Ino, please tell Sakura. Is that so? Be prepared. He is not mentally healthy now. Shikamaru sighed faintly. I hope I was wrong. That look. Brothers and sisters are happy to watch. The Cloud continues to work hard, and it will probably be the same in the future, working hard to code words during the day and rest at night. It will be updated in advance in the morning. There may be more update, but it will not be possible to code at night. Playing a song for 7 or 8 hours is really bloody. Text chapter 428 _ while intrigue is going on. Master of the house, did Neji deliver it? Hyuga Hiyashi knelt in the tent, holding a scattered rag in his hand. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. The eye-catching man who was kneeling behind him to report the letter replied, I sent it there. It was escorted by Captain Lois himself, so there should be no problem. Go back. His hand to send the clansmen to close their eyes. Hyuga Hiyashi stared at the debris and froze. Split. Main clan. Hazashi, it would be nice if you took the position of the patriarch. It's a pity that you didn't understand until now. Hyuga Hiyashi whispered in a soft voice that no one could hear, and who could know the pain in his heart. Who knows what the ancestors really meant? You can't say such a thing. Hyuga family ancestral motto, do not participate in power struggles. Do you, 840 inches, really divide the family into two for control? Hazashi, you are wrong, but brother is also wrong. Maybe I should say something to you. Hyuga Hiyashi, who finally looked at the candlestick and saw it turn to ashes, sighed. The night was very cold, and people's hearts were very cold. The two men moved forward slowly, pulling out two long shadows on the ground. How much do you know about Akatsuki? A little more than you. The man walking on the right paused lightly, looking at the night guy inconveniently with his left leg and feet. He snorted self-deprecatingly. In the end, we were used by others. Fortunately, your pupil strength is strong enough that you will not be immediately controlled by the caster. Interesting academy is the first launch. Pain. The man walking on the right raised his head and said, you have the power of Sikpath, Rinnegan, plus my Mangekyo. These two powers are almost invincible. It seems that the caster wants to use a was to do something. At the rear of the coalition headquarters, at the medical ninja camp, Uzumaki Karen complained to Shizune tiredly, "Sister, why do we have to do such a troublesome thing? It's so boring. Stop complaining here. Get some rest and go hell quickly." But it's really tiring. Karen still didn't want to move. "Even if you do and know them, why do you work so hard for these guys? Really, it's all the trouble caused by that big bad guy." "Captain, there are 2 seriously injured numbers here that you need to take care of yourself. I'll be there soon." Shizune looked back at Karen. "If you're tired, take a break." "Forget it. I'll go with you." The ward filled with the wounded screamed constantly. There were so many people who were missing arms and legs. In good luck, they could still be disabled. In bad luck, they couldn't insist on rescue. Too many people were injured, and there were too few medical ninjas. People are dying every moment. If the master is here, there is no need for such trouble. Uzumaki Karen mentioned chakra without complaint, and healed the burnt skin of the wounded number on the hospital bed. Shizune, who was busy, shook his head, and was also worried in his heart. What did Tsunade-sama do? "Come on, bastard, drink." "My good sister, you've had enough." Sitting at the square table full of wine bottles, Lu Meng grabbed the bottle with force. "Give it back to me." Senju Tsunade yelled angrily, staggering into Liamong's arm. A little warm tear spread out from his chest, and Liamong stopped the hand that wanted to make people. Senju Tsunade sobbed silently, his plump body trembling in his arms. Liamong swallowed a little unnaturally, remembering the story about Lu Shahui. "That guy is definitely a eunuch." "You bastard, do you think I'm a failure?" Senju Tsunade turned over with a drunk face, and Yuhi's face, T-gold eyes filled with tears, confusion and bitterness. "My grandfather died. My parents did not now. Even my younger brother and lover have left one after another. People in their 50s don't even have anyone to talk to." Quote, "You still have me," Liamong said firmly. "You." Tsunade shook his head drunkenly. "You bastard, I'm enough to be your grandma." "I don't care." "But I care." Tsunade looked at Liamong in confusion. "I knew for a long time that you were not at ease. Are you happy now?" The slender jade fingers gently raised his chin. Senju Tsunade clucked his chest. "You son of a bitch, don't be mean to my sister in the future, or I'll tell your daughter-in-law." "I'm serious." Liamong looked at Tsunade without blinking. Senju Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then raised the jug with a smile. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't make fun of this kind of thing. If you're sincere to your sister, you can accompany her to drink." "Okay, I'll accompany you to drink." Bottle after bottle of icy hotness poured into my lung, and the more I drank Tsunade, the more tears I shed. Lu Meng silently accompanied him. Tsunade drank a bottle, he drank a bottle, and in the blink of an eye, the table was covered with wine bottles. Perhaps it was the reason for drinking too much, or the reason for the heavy blows during the day. Princess Lug, who had always appeared in front of the world as a strong woman, turned out to be like a child, crying and laughing while complaining about her pain. "When I was a child, I followed my grandfather to gamble around, and when I was older, I became classmates with Jiraiya Orochimaru." When the first ray of morning sun came through the skylight, the woman who had been drinking all night finally fell down. The dazed light in his head swayed twice, and he also lost consciousness. The last thought before falling asleep seemed to have encountered 2 steamed buns. Just as Liamong and Senju Tsunade were drinking to death, a shocking tragedy occurred in the medical unit behind the Allied Army headquarters. In just one night, hundreds of ninjas lost their lives, and the few medical ninjas became more and more stressed. "Sakura, you have to be careful." "I know, Neji. Is your injury okay?" "It's alright." Hyuga Neji shook his arm. "It's okay. Just go back to the battlefield right away. I really envy you for being able to take part in the battle." Haruno Sakura patted her cheek in disappointment. "I should be considered a ninja in the fighting force, but now I'm going to fall behind Ino. She will definitely make fun of her, and I don't know that crazy woman." "How is your son?" The rushing waves rushed to the sandy beach of Dark Yuhi, staining the air with a hint of saltiness. "Neji, are you really okay with this?" At the front of the coastline, Inuzuka Kiba looked at Neji, who insisted on not going back, and bent down. "There are still 3 chapters, and the cloud code will be coded until death, so if there are 7 chapters, there will be 7 chapters. There's a lot of shit going on this day and night. Brothers and sisters are free to support the new book. Just click on the collection. The second element of losing conscience. Tech chapter 429 Hyuga Neji, who automatically please respond. "I want to be alone for a while." "Interesting academy. Is there really no problem?" Inuzuka Kiba looked at Neji worriedly. "Don't insist. I'll call Akamaru Camelback. Do you know you're annoying? You stinky eldest young master. You're still trying to be brave even if you can't do it. You don't even look at how you are about to die. If you want me to tell you, you should go back quickly. It's so noisy. Can you make me quieter?" Hyuga Neji yelled angrily beside him, sprayed his face with spittle, hummed twice. Inuzuka Kiba was done. "What are you doing? You can't even tell the difference between a dog and a human. Are you still a ninja with pupil skills? Get the hell out of here." Hyuga Neji growled, with a pale face. Purple Yuhi Black and White was so startled, ran out of the tent with Akamaru, looking like he was biting LV Dongbin. He didn't know good people. "Sounds fine. Yamanaka Ino sat on the air vent and exhaled a sullen breath. The sea breeze blew her light yellow hair with a graceful beauty. Shikamaru stared at it for a while. After the battle during the day, everyone's has become very low, and tomorrow will definitely be more troublesome. Can't even you do it? I don't know. Shikamaru looked at the sea in confusion. In the past, no matter what happened, I could think of a way to deal with it, but this time, I really have no choice. Shikamaru spoke in a very low voice, with a very disappointed tone. No amount of clever tactics will help against a ninja like Uchiha Madara, because he won't play chess face to face with you at all, but will smash the board with a slap. This time I really Stop talking. Okay. Ino shook his head slowly. Shikamaru, you have always been the backbone of everyone. If you lose your fighting spirit, what will we do? Yamanaka Ino looked at his friend gently, smoothing the strands of hair that had slipped in front of him. You must cheer up. Never, you can't show such a decadent look now. Baidu Interesting Academy. You are the acting captain of the coalition army, and everyone is watching you. Ino, come on. Our lives will be handed over to you. Yamanaka Ino embraced Shikamaru with open arms, smoothing his frown bit by bit. Be more confident. Show your former appearance, even if you're hanging. Swing is also stronger than it is now. Quote, is that right? Shikamaru looked at the sea in confusion. The waves under the moonlight slapped the beach, and a few stranded swimming fish kept lapping and trying to return to the sea, but they were washed back by the sea again and again. Is the sea water too ruthless, or the fish itself is powerless? Shikamaru stared blankly for a long time, until the moon was in the middle of the sky, then got up and walked to the shore, throwing the dying fish into the sea with all his strength. Ino, thank you. No matter what the future holds, we must face it bravely and never be a fish waiting to die on the beach. Report. The medical team was seriously injured. What the matter? Nara Shikaku heard this and stood up suddenly. Isn't there a sentient ninja involved in the defense? Why didn't the enemy find it? Is it poisoning or something else? What is the condition of the corpse? It seems to be all trauma, which is a physical attack. Report. Someone in the second unit was assassinated. Report. The fifth unit has it too. Report. The same thing happened to the third unit. The spate of attack came from the ninja in charge of liaison, and Shikaku, the temporary commander-in-chief of the coalition, pressed on the table and said, the attackers only used physical attack, and there was no enemy at the scene, so there is only one possibility of demonic illusion. Sec. Is it Itachi? Commander, although Uchiha Itachi is the only one who can use demonic illusion to control others by hiding in places where our perception forces are beyond our ability, but Itachi can't even control a number of people in such a wide range and accurately. Not Itachi. Who could that be? No, it's not good. At the medical ninja camp, a male medical officer ran out of the camp with a frantic look. Tono and Takemaru Jonin are both dead, and so is Mizuki Jonin. What? Someone else died? The ninjas gathered by Hulala poured into the tent, and the three ninjas who fell in a pool of blood widened their eyes, as if something terrifying had happened. The strangest thing is that the Jonin named Mizuno still has a smile on his face. What exactly is going on? It is estimated that there are enemy spies lurking in. An elderly ninja squatted down and turned over the body, and said solemnly, it was all one-shot kills. The murderer was an acquaintance, and it was a direct hand. Just reported the letter. Where's the guy? Looking back and forth with question marks all over his forehead, the allied ninjas running over were all blinded. The older ninja raised his eyes and looked at the crowd with scrutiny. Many people were uncomfortable with his Lingli's gaze, but they did not choose to avoid them. The main target of the enemy's assassination is the medical treatment of Jonin. Please be careful. How is this possible? The perception ninja who hurried from a distance looked at the corpse and said in amazement, everyone who enters the camp must go through our chakra perception to confirm their identity. How did the enemy get in? Transformation technique can't pass to that level, which means that only our own people can come in. If this is the case, it is very likely that our people have been controlled by the enemy's technique. In this case, Sakura, who was halfway through the analysis, suddenly fell silent, but none of the people present were fooled. In an instant, the crowd that was still crowded together immediately dispersed, and all of them put on alert eyes. Even their former companions were the same. What happened? Shizune led Karen to separate the crowd with a tired look, and the older ninja who was squatting on the ground to examine the court briefly reported the situation. Shizune is also stupid after listening to it. Standing in the crowd, Hyuga Neji suddenly realized, so it is. If we are our own people, it will be troublesome. If we can't distinguish the enemy, everyone is bound to suspect each other and cause confusion. Maybe this is the goal the enemy wants to achieve. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Shizune looked around anxiously. The medical ninja is now an extremely important part of the tactical layout. To fight against the undead army of impure world reincarnation, it is hard to imagine without our support. Because the enemy's attack has paralyzed this late, it will seriously affect the battle of Akatsuki Asuka. If that's the case, leave it to me. Hyuga Neji, who had made it clear earlier, responded, let me use these eyes to catch the enemy in the dark. Is it from the Konoha Hyuga clan? can. If it was them, it might be possible. Please rest assured, I will bet on the reputation of the Hyuga family, and I will definitely find the enemy hidden in the dark. There are 2 more chapters, and tonight is the hero song playing outside. God, let a divine thunder strike him to death. Tech chapter 430 _ you idiot is worse than a pig. What's your brother's name? Bastard, I'm the only one in my family. Where's the younger brother? You're stupid. I'm sorry. Everyone has started to distrust each other. Hearing the apology and roar from outside, Shizune frowned with a headache. The little girl Karen also frowned frequently. These people's eyes are wrong. If this continues, you don't have to wait for tomorrow. Maybe everyone will fight by themselves. Where's EPUB? Haven't found Tsunade-sama yet. I don't know. It will come back when it is found. Shizune sighed. No matter what, the wounded can't be ignored, and the treatment has to continue. However, it is also necessary to be vigilant, especially the medical jonin. But they also. There's no way. Shizune shook his head at Karen. If you can't catch the enemy, everyone won't feel at ease. It's better to guard against each other. It's always safe. I really hate it. People will be suspected wherever I go. Why don't we go? Uzumaki Karen pursed his lip, disgusting the current state very much. Shizune swiped the bridge of her nose in a funny way. They're all big girls, but they're still talking nonsense. How can they just leave now? Not to mention the identity of senior sister's ninja team leader. Even these wounded people can't be ignored. This is the ultimate realization of being a doctor. Quote, it's boring to be conscious and not conscious. Uzumaki Karen looked out the window angrily, and an old ninja from the opposite tent walked in. Seeing the old ninja coming in, the bald head inside twitched his eyelid. Come on, it's almost time for a visit. Yeah, it's your turn. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Where did I meet you for the first time? The bald-headed ninja looked at the old ninja dodgingly, then quickly moved away. I'm not doubting you and me. I am. You are clearly doubting me. Hug. Sorry, you know that too. I understand. The old ninja put down the medical kit and shook his head and sighed. Let's not talk about you now. Even those patients have begun to embankment each other, and even the examination will be rejected, and some seriously injured patients no longer believe us. As that's so. The bald-headed ninja wiped his cold sweat and looked at the old ninja apologetically. While the two were talking, someone else lifted the curtain and walked in. It's you. What are you doing here? Have you seen Haruno Sakura? What wrong? The bald ninja was very strange. There was a suspicious guy who was accidentally lost by me just now. Thinking about it now, he always hangs around Sakura. Sakura is in tent 3. What does the guy you're talking about look like? That guy. The ninja who came in took 2 steps forward, and both the old ninja and the bald head were attracted. Suddenly, the ninja moved in when he entered, and 2 kunai stabbed them in the chest from the left and the right. The old ninja and the bald head lowered their gazes blankly, fell to the ground in disbelief, and died with consternation and confusion. The black-clothed ninja who finished killing people smiled evilly. That guy is me. You guys are so stupid. Outside the door of tent number 3, the ninja who had been wandering for a long time finally made up his mind to lift the curtain. Haruno Sakura smiled when she saw the person coming. So it's you. Does the wound still hurt? No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Actually, since you started treating me, your shadow has lingered in my mind. This is a love letter I wrote. The ninja who entered the door was very embarrassed and handed the letter, with a panic mixed with anxiety. The war will start again tomorrow, and I will go to the battlefield again, and I don't know if I will be able to come back alive. So, thank you. Sakura took the letter generously and smiled sweetly. I already have someone I like, but I am still very happy to receive your love letter. I will treasure it. This is my first time received. As that's so. I'm so sorry. The ninja who came in scratched his head and wanted to say something when someone else came in from outside. Neji, you have something to do. Then I'll go first. The ninja who came in earlier smiled awkwardly. Sakura, get along well. The person you like must be amazing. I wish you happiness together. Thank you. Haruno Sakura forced a lonely smile twice. Neji watched the ninja leave and walked to the side. Are you okay? It's fine. I went out for a spin just now. Neji looked back at the night outside and sighed. Everyone's mood is very low, and this is something that can't be helped. After all, even the enemy lurking in the dark doesn't know where. Are you all nervous? Sakura asked nervously. Neji nodded and clapped his chin as if remembering something. By the way, Sakura, where is Captain Shizune? Captain Shizune. Sakura's slender moth raised his eyebrows. Captain Shizune is in the tent. Did you find something? Neji graciously said. No matter how small the clues are, we can't let go until the enemy is found. That's right. Then you can go to the tent and have a look. The captain should be there. Her adopted dolphin has disappeared recently. Very sad. You should pay attention. Thanks for the reminder, but I think I'll be back soon. Get back. Sakura's pupils shrank imperceptibly. By your auspicious word, that little girl is too naughty and always loves to run out of nothing. Don't worry. Auspicious people have their own nature. Children always like to run around. It's just fine when they grow up. Neji seemed to comfort her with a few words of kindness, rubbing her wrist and hissing, My injury still hurts a bit. Can you take another look for me? Okay, come and sit down. Sakura stood up recklessly and gave up the chair. As soon as Hyuga Neji sat up, dozens of threads wrapped around his body. Sakura, what are you doing? Although I don't know who you are, but you are definitely not Neji. Haruno Sakura raised her chin high. Her snow-white teeth bit the end of the thread, and her hands and feet were all stepping on the end of the thread. Hyuga Neji was stunned. How did you find out? Do the Hyuga's family still need to ask for direction? Idiot, you don't even have this common sense. Besides, when did the dolphin become a child? That girl is obviously a pig. You idiot is worse than a pig. There is another chapter. Oh, the cloud will work hard. Tech Chapter 431, the role of Uzumaki Karen. It turns out that dolphin is a pig. Hey168.com. Just do you think you can trap me like this? White Zetsu's head turned to the back, completing an impossible transformation for a normal person. Haruno Sakura smiled and looked at the face. He turned around. This is not good. What about this? The left foot that stepped on the ground slashed hard, and the entire tent and the ground were all lit up with black seals, and the tadpole-like rune spread along the outline of the outline to White Zetsu, who was trapped in the chair. Seal. You can't hand seal. How did you activate the seal? Even pigs are not as good as things. Can you understand the magic of this girl? Haruno Sakura snorted proudly. Liamong opened the door for her to become a strong man, and she lived up to Liamong's expectation. What does the inner and outer spiritual bodies mean? It means that she can practice and study anytime, anywhere. Although it is not as good as Naruto's pervert, it is not comparable to ordinary people. This is all my credit. Sakura waved her fist frantically in the sea of consciousness, but Sakura didn't pay attention to her at all. After tying White Zetsu with a thread, she asked coldly, how did you imitate Neji chakra, and what kind of ninjutsu did you use? You'd better explain it honestly. Ha ha ha, I want to use torture to extract a confession. It's useless for my avatar. For the sake of your ability to catch me, I will provide you with a piece of information for free. It's not just me who sneaked in. Don't be arrogant here, you weirdo. Beat him, flatten him, stab him with a knife. To shut up. Sakura sneered at Li Ying and yelled, what time is it? You still have time to be angry with him. Quickly analyze what's going on. You idiot, think about that guy playing Rotten Wood Escape. Interesting Academy first relief. The two Sakura inside and outside started their brains with noise and analysis, and quickly sorted out the information with a method and speed beyond the understanding of ordinary people. You can absorb other people's chakra and use it, and then change the same chakra, right? Who knows? White Zetsu replied calmly. The vigilance in his heart suddenly increased by an octave. This girl has a very keen judgment. Haruno Sakura looked at him sneeringly. An idiot who is more stupid than a pig. No matter what you become, you are not good and always panic. You are really mentally retarded. Don't you know that your performance is enough for me to make a judgment? A fool is always a fool, and no matter how evolutionary it is, there can be no time to be wise. Quote, Sister Shizune, let hurry up. Uzumaki Karen pushed the glasses and Hula opened the curtain. Haruno Sakura got up and looked back, and the three of them were stunned. It seems that we are not needed here. Uzumaki Karen pouted depressedly. Shizune raised his hand and gave it to her. I can sense it early in the morning. Why did I say it at this time? Please, senior sister. I just wondered if it was good or not. You know how much hatred among these ninjas. It's normal to be hostile to each other. I don't have time to distinguish them. Can you spot them? Haruno Sakura immediately heard what Karen meant. The little girl's film is stinky. Of course. Do you know Uzumaki Mito? This girl has the same ability as her. Who are you talking about? Uzumaki Mito. Do you know him? Has the same surname as Naruto. Is that his mother? Sakura blinked in confusion. She really didn't know who Naruto's mother was. Karen and Shizune's eyes twitched when they heard this. Sakura, are you really Konoha's ninja? It's not a fake, is it? Bastard, what are you talking about? Don't think you're the captain's junior sister and I'm afraid of you. You're not fake. Don't you know who Uzumaki Mito is? Karen teased Hiba, revealing a small white fang. Haruno Sakura was annoyed by her. I don't care whether she is Mito or Tudo. Can you spot this guy? Don't worry. Leave it to me. Uzumaki Karen patted his chest vigorously, his bright Yuhi eyes full of lust. White Zetsu, who was trapped by the seal, asked in a low voice, are you a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, a ninja who inherited the perception of evil thoughts from the first Kyuubi? Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column. Yo, you ugly bastard has a lot of knowledge. Shizune Senpai, gather your people and gather everyone together. Wait a minute. Haruno Sakura glanced at White Zetsu for a moment. The matter here must be reported to the Allied Forces headquarters first. If you explain it earlier, the damage will be reduced. Hurry up. It will be our turn to patrol in a while. The ninja standing by the river sniffing and his companion not far from him yelled impatiently. Don't rush. I'm faster than you. Are you faster than me? The ninja who was the first to pick up the bird was about to run a few words when he suddenly found someone behind him. Atai, what are you doing? Stay away from me. I'm affected by your standing like this. Really? The ninja called Atai suppressed his voice so it might be better to influence him a little more. Report. Someone was attacked again. By the river, 2 of them. Asshole. Nara Shikaku sat in the main seat with his head bowed, and there was absolutely no solution. Just when he was bored, another ninja shouted, "Good news, the medical team has found the real body of the enemy. They are all fakes after White Zetsu's transformation. These monsters seem to be able to simulate chakra." "I see, so it can be explained clearly." Shikaku touched the scar on his face and asserted, "Judging from the current situation, the battles during the day are all to pave the way for the present, which is really a big hand. Lord Commander, Miss Uzumaki Karen can tell the difference between true and false enemy." "What? Can anyone tell the difference?" Shikaku was startled at first, then came to his senses. "Uzumaki, isn't that the one? Among the ancient bloodlines of the country of Vortex, there is a very strange ability called perception of evil thought. This is the ability coveted by sentient ninjas, and anyone with just a hint of malice will be discovered by such ninjas. The representative person with this ability is Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first-generation Hokage, and the first generation of EPUB, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, Column 4. Is that Uzumaki Karen? In that case, connect me to that bastard, and I will borrow his airship." In addition, all coalition forces are ordered to strengthen their defenses, and before the professionals arrive, it is necessary to minimize casualties as much as possible. "Lord Commander, is it possible to hurry by just one person? If the enemy finds out in advance, our losses will be huge." "It doesn't matter. If that girl really has that kind of ability, she alone is enough to stand up to thousands of troops. If we believe her, how can we guard against it? Look at it. So sleepy." Tech Chapter 432. Don't fight, Mr. Guy. Everyone please don't make any noise. Please keep quiet. Everyone is divided into teams and stand face to face with us. What going on up there? Most of the night without a break, I came out and stood in line. Don't be rambling. Just do whatever the above asks you to do. The complaining ninja looked sideways at the high platform, and Uzumaki Karen folded his bright yuhi-colored embroidered hair in the night, as sweet as old wine. This, and this. A series of numbers were recorded in sorted order, and after a while, Shizune led the raid. Not good. Been discovered. White Zetsu, who was hiding in the crowd, shrunk his pupil. Just as he was about to sink into the ground to escape and create chaos, a giant barrier rose around him. It wasted half an hour, and Karen was inspected by the team to screen out the available manpower, and then set up such a trap to infiltrate the infiltrating enemy into a formidable and unskillful net. However, in the process of arrest, damage is inevitable. White Zetsu's death-defying counterattack caused a lot of damage to the coalition forces, and the people who were surrounded by the barrier lost a quarter of it. "You are fake. You are fake. You are the enemy. Solve them both." Shizune raised his wrist and shot out dozens of poisonous copies in a row. After eliminating the last few infiltrators, he waved his hand and said, "Open the barrier and treat the wounded immediately." "Yes, Captain." "Why don't you tie them up first?" An Anbu with a cat face mask stood beside him. "If that's the case, the damage will certainly not be so great. If it was you, would you be tied?" Shizune snorted coldly. It was impossible to tie people up in advance or to control them. The best way to reduce your losses is to conduct individual reviews of small teams. However, that takes time, and what the coalition lacks most right now is time. "Karen, go immediately and find these monsters quickly." The rumbling airship fell from the sky, and Shizune pushed the reluctant girl up. "Do it well. Now is not the time to be childish." I know, it's so annoying. Baidu Interesting Academy is really asking me to do such a dangerous thing. What if I get killed? Report. The infiltrator of the medical unit has all been resolved, and Uzumaki Karen has now boarded the plane and rushed to the first and second unit. Tell them to be more careful. I have a very bad premonition. Nara Shikaku looked at the piles of information in front of him, and for some reason, he felt uneasy again. "The first time we met to say hello, did you stretch out your left hand or your right?" A young man with a scar on his face looked at the opposite. The middle-aged uncle who was asked by him was done. Before he could understand, the young man shouted, "He is the enemy. Kill him." "Bastard, what are you doing? I have no impression of this guy at all." Kupaku 3 kunai stabbed into the vitals from front to back, kidney, vest, chest, and the middle-aged uncle before his death let out an unwilling roar. Finding that the 3 ninjas who stabbed the wrong person were stunned, the young man who had shouted before sent a butcher knife. "Damn, this guy is fake. We were deceived. Chaos, boundless chaos. What's your wife's name? Who is your wife?" "He is the enemy. So is he." "There is something wrong with his answer." Kill these creeping monsters. Kill them. Stop it. Tarui Lois shouted from a height. "Don't move. The headquarters will send professionals to distinguish between the enemy and the enemy. Don't move. Now whoever moves is the enemy. Go to your code. Who knows if you are fake?" "Fuck this guy. I already found out that something was wrong with him. This person always liked to look around during the day, so there must be something wrong. Hateful. It can't be stopped." Tarui and Lois exchanged glances, realizing that things were completely out of control. "It's a big joke if you want to solve me by one person." After receiving the information, White Zetsu's clones attacked one by one. Report. The first and second units called for support. Report. The fifth unit called for support. Report. The third unit called for support. Did the news leak start early? Nishikaku frowned while dragging his chin with one hand, but that's fine. Although the loss was a little more serious, it was able to expose the enemy, and these sacrifices were worth it. Inform the forward troop. Try to keep the personnel calm, and hold on until Uzumaki Karen arrive. Understood. Yes, Mr. Guy. There are too many of these guys. Lee, let's tackle them with our youth. Mr. Guy. Lee. Mr. Guy. Lee. Here we go. Konoha Cyclone. Repay me for the benefits of the blue beast of Konoha. I am the legendary might lover, mother's good son, girl's good partner, apprentice's good teacher. The sick generation of Konoha Hokage is me. Let our youth burn together. Where did this mental illness come from? So cold. He really the sick generation Hokage. It feels so fake. Fake. Fuck him. Come on guys. Don't be fooled by the enemy. Throw the detonator. Throw some away. Mr. Guy, what going on? Lee Rock asked Guy nervously after rolling and crawling to avoid several bombardment. Lee, this is you. Fight with your youth. They are all enemies. Are these enemies? Lee Rock pointed his eyes at the opposite side. Are you mistaken? No. How could it be wrong to wear glasses for the teacher? Let go together. Youthful men should have the courage to challenge. The 8th inner gates, the 3rd gate Shungman open. Ah beat. Mr. Guy, wait for me. I'm here too. The 8th inner gates, the 3rd gate Shungman open. Konoha's beautiful blue beast. Here is Lee Rock. These two psychopaths. Don't get me wrong, Hokage-sama. We are our own people. The iconic forbidden technique appeared, and the ninjas who came around didn't know what was wrong. Don't fight. I'm really my own. Fuck your own people. You rest to deceive me. Konoha Cyclone. The two big feet smashed into the crowd into a windmill, and Might Guy blew across the battlefield like a gust of wind. Lee, who was a step behind, blinked his little round eyes, and suddenly realized that something was not right. Mr. Guy, don't hit Mr. Guy. They seem to be real. The new book on the cloud, the second element of despairing conscience, has been released. Brothers and sisters, please collect them when you have time. Please take a look. Tech chapter 433_ it's a fucking light. Really? Might Guy looked at the ground in amazement. You said they were real. Lee Rock nodded with difficulty. It's true. It's the first launch of the interesting academy. Really? Might Guy confirmed again in disbelief. Well, come here, little Lee. Mr. Guy. Lee Rock walked towards Guy suspiciously. Might Guy wrapped his arms around his shoulders. It didn't happen, did it? Never happened. Lee, you have to remember, we were drinking beer in the kebab shop just now, and what going on here has nothing to do with us. Mr. Guy, aren't you cheating? Youth does not allow cheating. You taught me this. I taught you. Lee Rock nodded affirmatively. Might Guy 020 looked at him for a long time and said deeply, now, youth allows. Lee Rock. The moon hanging high in the sky is full of large and small annular craters. The cold moonlight shone on the earth, and on the guardian beast in front of the dilapidated temple gate. Two men sat side by side. One is sitting on the head, the other is sitting on the tail. The face of the head is awe-inspiring, and there is a kind of coldness that refuses to be thousands of miles away. Something's not right. The man sitting in the tail wondered, why did the caster keep us from contacting the coalition forces? And he didn't seem to plan to use your demonic illusion. Sitting up, he looked up at the sky. The silent confrontation at night continued. It is more convenient to read on mobile phone. Hey 168. Madara didn't use us to break the silence. I'm afraid he thinks otherwise. Sitting in the tail raised his arms and looked at it. This move Pure World reincarnation is from Madara's new subordinate. It seems that he has already calculated it. Perhaps. Dada's footsteps approached the wine servant from far and near, and the two figures under the moonlight broke the calm. I didn't expect that one day we would also be taken advantage of. It feels like getting lost on the path of life. Kakashi, you're still so unmotivated when you're dead. Sir Jiraiya, don't keep talking about me. It seems that you have peeked at women along the way. Does this mean you have to love me even if you die? Kakashi, is this how you treat your master? Also, you seem to have watched it too, right? Is there? The owner of Hatake scratched his white hair, his one-eyed outside flashing in confusion. Jiraiya screamed twice, suddenly lost the motivation to continue arguing. Think about it. My life is really full of failures. I was constantly rejected by Tsunade. I didn't stop my friends from going astray, and I didn't protect my master and apprentice. Compared with the great achievements of Hokage in all dynasties, what I have done is so useless and boring. I originally wanted to die like Hokage of all dynasties and return to my hometown with glory. Unexpectedly, after death, I will be used by others. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep that last bit of fame. Lord Jiraiya, you don't need to be sad. Kakashi laughed at himself. If a hero like you doesn't admit to himself, then what is I like? My nephew is not well educated, and every apprentice is a problem child. The disciple who tried his best to teach has also also become an avenger who betrayed the village, not to mention Naruto. As for Sakura, it seems that I, the teacher, have not helped her at all, and I feel sorry for that girl. Quote, Kakashi, we're actually very similar. Jiraiya took a deep breath of Yefeng, but you're better than me. Sasuke hasn't caused any big trouble to Konoha so far, but what I taught disciple Nagato destroyed the village with his own hand. Have you regretted it? I can't say whether I regret it or not, and I don't hate him for it. It's all the result of different positions. The fault is this world, not someone in this world. Nagato is just a corner of countless sorrows. After all, it was this world that ruined his life, ruined his fetters, and caused him to take such a wrong path. Quote, what about Sasuke? Lord Jiraiya, Sasuke and Nagato, they are completely different. Jiraiya glanced sideways at the lonely disciple. Nagato has a dream, and he wants to end the world pain with pain. Although it is very inappropriate, he has a beautiful heart after all. Uchiha Sasuke, I've seen this kid. His heart is already filled with hatred. If he doesn't get it right, he will go astray and do something irreversible. In that case, I really failed as a master. Kakashi looked at the moonlight with a complicated expression. I just don't know who we are going to deal with this time. Should be almost there. Hopefully not some familiar guy. He opened the door curtain that fluttered gently under the night wind and walked into the wine servant. The boss, who was dozing off, heard the wind chimes and opened his eyes in confusion. You too, are you? Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you for the time being, but you'd better get out of here quickly. Kakashi raised the corners of his mouth when he looked at the flustered boss. The boss didn't dare to stay, and he ran to the door. Who will our opponent be? After walking through the empty partitions and entering the rear luggage, Kakashi slammed open the sliding door. The two men and women who were doing good deeds turned their heads in amazement, and the man on the woman fell into a dead silence. Jiraiya was excited. This is good. This has to be written down. The dead version of Intimacy Paradise has come to an end. Hey, you two continue. We are just passing by. Bastard, do you two guys know who I am? How dare you? Ha! Kuwu, who wiped his neck, brought up the blood, and Kakashi shot it at the screaming woman. What a shame. You slackers. Don't destroy this fairy's creation. Okay. Do you know that once the inspiration is interrupted, it is difficult to find it again? State, do you understand? Writing needs date, but this date is not ruined by you. I'm so sorry, but my body is out of control. Lord Jiraiya, I think we've found who we're looking for. The sliding door of the bag was pushed open. One big and one small, and two figures, a man and a woman, came into view. Kakashi, Jiraiya were all silent. It's such a fucking can't be fucked up thing. Why would it be them? I really want to teach this kid a good lesson, but I don't want to do it in this situation. Brothers and sisters are happy to watch, and Union will continue to work hard. Meow Meow's new book collection is not wrong. Everyone, please support it, please. Thank you for The Second Element of Despairing Conscience. Tech Chapter 434_ specialized in the inheritance of the scourge of birth. Senju Tsunade. Dead Wood. The drunken duo and the undead on the opposite side looked at each other through the open door, as if passing eternal at a glance. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. You stinky toad. I didn't expect to meet again like this. Tsunade, I'm sorry. No need. Senju Tsunade swayed twice. Her big T-gold eyes filled with tears again. I saw it broken earlier. Is he okay? Jiraiya asked blankly. Senju Tsunade laughed, with an extremely bitter and bleak smile. What's wrong with him? He still wants to be Hokage. Be Hokage, do you understand? You fool. Tsunade. Stinky toad. Don't look at this princess with that kind of eyes. I'm not as vulnerable as you think. The cold wind blew through the lonely night. Liamong looked at the white hair opposite and clicked his tongue twice. To be honest, this world is so big. I would like to see everyone, but I don't want to see you. Little nephew, am I really such a failure as a human being? Kakashi, you are not a failure. You are quite a failure. Lu Meng pouted in disgust, and the one who didn't want to answer was this idiot. As a son, you have no responsibility. Even your own father dare not admit it. As the head of the family, you are not forced to protect your own people. As a teacher, you will not teach students. Not only lazy to death but also blind to death. Have I really failed like this? Kakashi listened to Liuman's scolding, and fetched water from 15 bamboo buckets in his heart. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Glancing at the idiot, Liamong gave him the final blow. You and the leader over there who still don't know Akatsuki. Speaking of which, this guy has a lot to do with you. You know. Of course I know. I don't know who knows. Liamong raised his hand and wiped his nose. Kakashi and Jiraiya both turned their attention to him, and even Yakushi Kabuto, who was hiding in the cave, pricked up his ears. Speaking of which, the Hokage series is really messy. The second generation chose Sarutobi Hiruzen to take over the role, and Shimura Danzo came out. As a result, the fourth generation Hokage did not work for a few days, and then rushed to the street with blood and luck. Even the wife and the children all got into it. The three generations of the old immortals had to re-enter the battle and continue to wear it. Unfortunately, the old ambitions were not enough, and the talents of the Konohas were withered. When the five generations took over. It had become a mess. Who is the leader of Akatsuki? Jiraiya. What are you worried about? Liamong poked out his ears. Sarutobi Hiruzen's teammates have Shimura Danzo. Your teammates have Orochimaru. And your disciples' disciples have Uchiha Sasuke. Look, you guys, this large group of people, generation after generation, specializes in defeating the scourge of birth. Quote, Deadwood Liamong talks about Gerd. I'm afraid no one can compare to you, right? Yo, are you so embarrassed? Liamong raised his little finger and blew his ear. If you say I am a scourge, I am a scourge. However, the greatest scourge was born in the hands of your apprentice. Who are you talking about? Jiraiya's voice was extremely cold. Fourth generation Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Liamong smiled, making no secret of his sarcasm. Minato, what happened to him? Remember your teammate, Master Hatake. Liamong ignored Jiraiya and turned to Kakashi. Obito, Rin, the leader of Akatsuki. Is it the leader of Akatsuki? Kakashi looked at Liuman in shock and reached out to his Sharingan. It seems you guessed it. Jiraiya looked at his disciple and grandson suspiciously, and the shocked eyes of the head of Hatake turned into a deep sadness. It's actually him. It's actually Uchiha Obito. This is impossible. Nothing is impossible. As I said just now, your lineage is so calamity. Uchiha Madara, Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Sasuke. Look at this. It's all connected. 5 generations of inheritance. 5 scourges. The Ten talk about the will of fire. What exactly are you raising with the so-called will of fire? Quote, shut up. The lecherous immortal. Why are you angry? Liamong grinned and rolled his eyes aside. Senjutsune's sorrow was mixed with desolation. Don't say these useless things. Solve them. Right foot cracking the ground, he launched a surprise attack. Senju Tsunade blasted Jiraiya into a cannonball with one punch, and the rumble shattered 5 or 6 houses before it stopped. All the residents in the town woke up in an instant, all dressed in horror, dazed and at a loss. At the same time Senju Tsunade made his move, Liuman also met Kakashi. Let go outside the town. What monsters are these guys? A resident pulled a blanket and stared stupidly, staring at the house with a hole in it. The water-like moonlight shone toward the fast-running figure, and the flowing Meng Tsunade rushed out of the town side by side and stopped at an unknown hill. The hill is not big, full of maple trees, and when the night wind blows, Yuhi leaves the sky. Give this toad to me, and you can deal with that kid. My good sister, you really know how to choose. Liamong touched his nose speechlessly. Now Jiraiya is not in danger of an idiot like Kakashi. The power of the lecherous fairy is all in Sage Mode. If you want to activate Sage Mode, you must use Psychic, and you will know with your toes Hushima will help when you make it. Kakashi is different. This guy, who was originally dragged down by Sharingan, can only exert 80% of his combat power at most. After the impure world reincarnation, it can almost be said to be a bug. My good sister, be careful of this guy's pupil attack. Jiraiya is easy to deal with, but this idiot is a big trouble. I'll go first. Before Lu Meng's voice fell, he flew to attack, and swung his fist to Kakashi's head and went, come on, have a good fight. When you were alive, if you wanted to be flattened, you didn't succeed. When you died, you just made up for it. Dance of lightning. The right foot kicked in the chest. Bang. He paused in midair. Liamong's body turned into a streamer, and he circled Kakashi at a speed far exceeding the speed of the teleportation technique. They made a move. Jiraiya and Senju Tsunade also fought in one place, and the rumbling mud and sand swept all the surrounding trees into the air. Uehua is like water, Kaide is like fire, and the enemies who have complicated relations and grievances are ruthless. Let fight. Union continued to work hard, took a good night's sleep to replenish his energy, and looked at it. The brothers and sisters were happy. Text chapter 435. Kakashi, your mother's surname. Liamong roared and waved his fists and feet in an almost venting manner. Heihei168.com. Since he came to this hellish world, he has come into contact with many different kinds of people, and he has also received all kinds of censure. There are 3 generations of Hokage, elders of the advisory group, and Shimura Danzo. However, these immortal guys are hateful, and Liamong is just thinking of sending them to death one day. Only this guy in front of him is different. Son of man, unfilial, to be a teacher, not to teach. As the owner of Hatake, Tenten is so proud of his broken eye. Does anyone in the ninja world know Hatake's name? No more. Since the death of Konoha White Fang, the Hatake family, which has been ostracized and persecuted by many outside the village, has come to the brink of extermination. With the death of this idiot in front of him, without the support of the ninjas, the family that once won for a while has become a thing of the past. Unless there is a miracle, it can only be destroyed and perish, becoming a few insignificant records in history. And it wasn't anyone else who caused all this. It was the one in front of him. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be where he is today. Kakashi, what did you think when you agreed with the 3 generations of immortality to force me to hand over my taijutsu? While punching and kicking, Liamong asked questions that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. The fistful of anger rushed towards Kakashi's chest. Patriarch Hatake slightly turned sideways to avoid the attack, and replied replied calmly, I did that for the sake of the village. Come on. Liamong sneered and gave him another kick. For the sake of the village, why didn't Hyuga contribute to Gentle Fist? For the sake of the village, why didn't the Uchiha family disclose their secret? I am different from them. Hey168.com. Yeah, you are different from them. You are so selfless. Liamong said with praise, and the power on his fist increased by 3 points. He really didn't know if the man in front of him was sick in his head. Which hidden village had no family, and which family did not hide? Why don't others make it public? It's just you idiot who wants to come. Oh, the 3 generations old immortal say a few words to you, and you will turn around and persecute your nephew. He aimed. Do you know your identity? As the head of the Hatake family, instead of protecting his own clan, he instead united with outsiders to bully his junior. If I were your mother, I would drown you directly in the urinal when she was born. The cold moonlight sheds the brilliance of the stars, reflecting the flying kaide flying in the sky. Every time Senju Tsunade landed, large swaths of sand would be splashed, and the flying trees, broken branches and leaves scattered all around. Jiraiya dodged, smiling dryly. The reincarnated dead face mothered Yuhi, the 2-toed eyes sticking out of their socket, and they kept weighing towards Tsunade's chest. Beautiful, so beautiful, big, really big. You die for this princess. The rumbling sand and stones hit the whole body like raindrops. Jiraiya, who had withdrawn and retreated, laughed dryly, and then he fit in and threw himself up. Tsunade, I can't help it. You can't help yourself. Well, you can't help yourself. Senju Tsunade Silver Kiba bite hard. You can look around if you can't help it, and you can look around if you can't help it. Jiraiya, I tell you, this princess has to take care of it today. You, chakra enhanced strength, heavenly foot of pain. Through precise control technique, the chakra is gathered to any part of the body for an outbreak, and the strength of Senju Tsunade is beyond words. Look at those broken trees. Look at those dilapidated rocks. If these still can't show her strength, then please look at the mountain that is about to be flattened by her. The clash of fists and fists, the clash of feet and feet. Tsunade and Jiraiya are destroying the earth above, and Ryuming and Kakashi are strangling below. Completely copy my movements and then counterattack. Do you still have something of your own? Lu Meng clenched his fists out of breath, and Kakashi was knocked out by his internal breath. However, this is completely useless, has no effect at all. The dark energy that is enough to destroy the internal organs and 6 abdomens has no effect on the undead from impure world reincarnation. This 3 rotten ninjutsu is so disgusting. Wait, what about people? A flower disappeared in front of him, and in the darkness, a sudden lightning stabbed behind him. Just in a moment of insanity, Kakashi launched a sneak attack. The thunder-type chakra, which was completely silent, wrapped his right hand like a water pattern, and the 3-tomo Sharingan head of the Hatake family stabbed his sword. Suddenly, Liamong moved, without turning around or looking up. Standing on the spot let out a lion roar. A loud shout resounded throughout the world. After that, the sneak-attacked idiot froze in place. I haven't seen you for a long time. You seem to have forgotten something. The guy who can assassinate the young master hasn't been born yet. Why? You want to kill me here? The fire-breathing fist in Liamong's eyes smashed Kakashi's head into shreds. This bastard was definitely not at ease just now. He aimed. If you want to kill the young master will kill you first. Under the cold moonlight, the pieces of dirt regrouped, and Kakashi Santomo's Sharingan turned into a windmill. Looking at the sickle-shaped pattern, he changed 4 directions one after another, like a frightened swordfish, and retreated sharply in a twisted posture. Kakashi rushed forward, following him like a shadow, his right hand glowing with azure blue brilliant, like a furious thunder dragon. Lu Meng, wow, screamed twice, sweating and doing random changes in direction. If you were stared at, you would be dead. Kakashi didn't expect Liamong to retreat so quickly. As soon as he showed Mangekyo, the bastard started running like a dog chasing a rabbit. For Kamui to hit the target, he has to stay on the sidelines for a certain amount of time, but now there is obviously no chance. Liamong, who was flying out of the sky, changed directions several times again, and suddenly wanted to understand something. If you can't run like this, you have to go back and fight with him. Kakashi, your mother's surname. The figure suddenly turned back, like a Z-shaped lightning bolt that pierced the sky. Hatake, who heard the question, was done. When I get this opportunity, Liamong picks up a brick and goes up. Your sister, brother, I have to maim you today. Brothers and sisters are happy to read. Union will continue to work hard and support the new book in your spare time. The second element of the Lost Conscience does not ask for other clicks and collections, please. It's not easy to open a new book. The cloud is here to thank you. Take aim. Tech chapter 436 helpless battle. Tsunade, I like you. Boom. Tsunade, I love you. Boom. Tsunade, I love you to death. Boom, boom, boom. A series of heavy punches slammed into his chest like cannonballs, and Senjutsunade's face turned white with anger. Jiraiya, you idiot, you won't stop when you die. Because of my death, I have to say all the things I wanted to say that I didn't dare to say before, otherwise I would have no chance. The lecherous immortal grinned with a big mouth and smirked. Senju Tsunade looked at this former teammate, his beautiful big eyes sparkling. Can you have a serious time? I'm serious right now. Watch out for my Rasengan. The ultimate ninjutsu with fire attribute nature transformation pushed from the palm of his right hand to his chest, and Senju Tsunade kicked his wrist. I knew that such an attack would be useless to you, but I was serious about what I said just now, and it came from the bottom of my heart. I like you. I love you. I can't live without you in my life. You toad, kill this princess. The two eyes stared straight at Tsunade's chest, and Jiraiya continued to speak. Do you remember when we were young? When you were young, your breasts were not as big as they are now. Jiraiya. Tsunade, you are angry. You are angry, right? The lecherous immortal pushed Rasengan with his right hand, opened the seal with his left, and the wind, fire, water, earth and thunder on the 5 fingers and fingers lit up one after another. Interesting academy. Senju Tsunade bit Kiba's teeth and dodged the attack, but for a while he really had nothing to do with Jiraiya. They are 3 brothers and sisters. Orochimaru is good at forbidden technique. Jiraiya is good at ninjutsu. She herself is good at medical skills, and they know each other well. Originally, if Jiraiya were alive, Tsunade wouldn't be like he is now. Chakra enhanced strength and heavenly foot of pain are both winners and losers as long as they hit. But now, it's not cooked, chewed, and you can beat and kick. I'm just 2 words. I'm not afraid. Jiraiya opened her stinky mouth again, recalling the past and telling the present, recalling the past and yearning for the future. With the courage of impure world reincarnation, she was extremely shameless and skinless. You know Tsunade, I fell in love with you from the first time I saw you. At that time I fantasized about marrying you back home to warm the bed. Jiraiya, it's useless. You have to think of a good way to seal me up, but you haven't prepared the materials right now. You always do this. It's up to you. Senju Tsunade raised his right leg in a fit of rage, his heart, liver, spleen and lungs all pumping together with hatred. Against impure world reincarnation's undead, taijutsu is almost useless. Her strength is equivalent to abolishing most of it, not to mention the remaining medical ninjutsu. Jiraiya, you forced me. Haishuyu Shenwei, spiritualism tongue and music acid. Kill this toad for this princess. Yes, Lord Tsunade. The dark green licking liquid spitting out was like a torrential rain, and Kabuto's head fell, and the sand, trees, turf, and everything that was drenched in it were corroded. But this terrifying attack has no effect on Jiraiya. Enchantment. The barrier that I used to fight against the invasion of Pei to gain time for Sage Art to activate. It covered the surrounding like an upside-down sea bowl, and the viscous acid sprayed on it had no effect, just like hitting the rain on Yu, sliding to the sides like drops of water. Tsunade, it can't go on like this, although I know you love me very much, but now is not the time to let it go. Bastard, when did this princess hold back? You feel good toad is not good, medical ninjutsu is not good, and the summoned psychic beast is also not good. Senju Tsunade completely lost his mind. The two of them were at a stalemate on the mountain, and Liamong also fought Kakashi hot. With the threat of pupil technique, this kid didn't dare to come forward. In the practice of changing a place with one shot, he completely became a slippery load. Hit a stick on the east side, hit a brick on the west side, and every now and then I'll get a cold shot. The current Liamong is not the one with few skills in his hand. Any expert can step on the airbag with both feet, and come up with endless means, smashing Kakashi's forehead on the spot. The art of kicking the gangster. The brothers flatten him. First, the Hululashi Daolei clone stretched out his arms and leg, and then the purple Kurigaker lost his figure. Catch, can't catch, hit, can't hit. He can't hit Liamong, and Liamong won't get used to him. With a slap on the left cheek and 2 palm prints on the right cheek, Kakashi, who couldn't handle it just by being beaten, was inexplicably sad and angry, and Yuhi's eyes turned to the extreme. All of a sudden, he made a bad move. Since he couldn't catch it, he simply didn't catch it. Relying on the convenience brought by impure world reincarnation, Copy Ninja played a ninjutsu game. What Futon, Wind Style, Kaden, Fire Style, Tweeten, Water Style, Raiden, Thunder Style, seen and never seen before. They are scattered all over the place. Yuhi's eyeballs, broom head, and knife cut head have white hair. Kakashi gave Liuman a vivid ninjutsu popularization class with practical action so that he understood what Copy Ninja is. With the hands of the fast hand seal, countless ninjutsu spewed out like spittle. Yuhi colored fire, yellow soil, blue thunder, mixed and fused with each other. Not only did they not cancel each other out, instead they reinforce each other. Kakashi played beautifully, and his flamboyance was not for nothing. You have ninja, I have skills. The mines spread all over the mountain, and the poisonous fog spread over the entire woodland. It's a pity that this is a deadly thing for ordinary people, but for Kakashi, it doesn't work at all. The helpless Liuman could only hide from afar, and secretly set off the cannon, which exploded endlessly. How about this? The animals in the woodland are considered bloody mildew, and the one who drags his family and his mouth to wipe his eyes and tears is a slap in the face. Two not a thing, two not a person. These people are so immoral. We protest. We are seriously protesting. We are going to submit a protest to the World Animal Protection Organization. Brothers and sisters are happy to watch. Union continues to work hard, and strives to write 2 more chapters. If you have nothing to do, help the new book to collect it. There is a link outside. The second element of the law conscience. Please, you will not regret it. Tech chapter 437 _ to the following still be friend. The rushing waves lapped the beach all the time. Shikamaru sat next to his friend with a straw stick in his mouth. Choji, are you still going to sleep so late? I can't sleep. The first episode of the interesting academy. Akamichi Choji stared at the moonlight with an indescribably decadent expression. Shikamaru, I'm a little scared. I'm afraid too. Are you afraid too? Shikamaru graciously said, remember what the boss said. When I was young, I liked to do things with my head. He once told me that in the face of absolute power, any conspiracy and tricks are useless. In the past, I thought I understood. I only understand now how powerless it is when it comes to this kind of thing. Choji, not only you are afraid, but I am also afraid. Quote, what are we going to do? Shikamaru, Choji said, looking at the sea with unease. With just one blow from that monster during the day, my dad and I were blown away. That's 100 times the chakra in that day. Neck, I already have the power of cage level, but Choji sniffed as he spoke, looking extremely lonely. Shikamaru patted his shoulder heavily. Don't lose your fighting spirit. If we don't have confidence in ourselves, then everything will be over. I know, but I'm just scared. Choji trembled uncontrollably. I know we have to win this war and lose the world, but Shikamaru, I don't see hope. Really, I see no hope at all. Not. Quote, quote. The fishy sea breeze blew across the light brown hedgehog head, and big drops of tears fell to the ground. Shikamaru, without hope. I am afraid that you will die before my eyes. I am afraid of losing relatives and friends. I can stand bravely in front of you, but I have no strength to protect everyone. As the more and more excited tears streamed down his cheek, Nara Shikamaru fell silent. He thought that his friend was afraid of death because of the blow during the day, but he didn't expect it was for this. Choji, you are stupid. Shikamaru, I feel so useless. I have worked hard enough, but I still don't have the strength to protect you. I can't beat that guy, and I can't even call him a move. Don't give up too much. Choji. Shikamaru squatted in front of his friend and smiled. You can't do it. Aren't there us? Ino Shikacho is never alone, and we can't let you go to hell on your own. No chance. Choji raised his eyes, crying, Yuhi, even if you are with Ino, it's useless. That kind of guy is not an opponent we can defeat at all. Choji, you have to have confidence in everyone. I can't do. Shikamaru, I can't do it. Choji shook his head vigorously. You haven't felt the power of that guy yourself. We can't. Choji, why don't you just do it? There are some things in the world that we know we have to do. I know that our resistance is very weak and insignificant, but we must contribute our own strength. When countless small forces come together, we must beat that guy. Shikamaru, believe in yourself. Choji, you have to believe in yourself, but also in us, but also in everyone. You are not fighting alone. We are all by your side. Shikamaru took a deep breath of Yefeng and sighed. If this time the world is really over, so let's go to the end together, so that we can still be friends when we get there. Going downstairs to be friends. Choji stared blankly at his friend for a long time, then suddenly smiled. You can't die earlier than me. I'm afraid I won't be able to find you then. I'm going to die first, so I'll wait below. You. Together. Ino, who was eavesdropping behind the rock, quietly came over. Add me. And me. Wong. Inuzuka Kiba. This is an internal affair of our Ino Shikacho. What are you arguing with? Ino glared angrily at the uninvited guy, and snorted angrily. Che. Ino Shikacho. I'm still in the Konoha gang. Shikamaru. Choji are members of our gang. Kiba. You bastard. Accuse me. If you don't mind, can you add me? Ten. Xiaoqiang, who came out one after another, put their hands together. The wave, the beat, and the moonlight became their witnesses. Tarui and Loa stood in the shadows, smiled and exchanged glances, and their heavy hearts were instantly relieved. With such young people, the war against Akatsuki will not fail. We will win. Naruto, hurry up. Uncle B. Bloody ball. Idiot. I can feel the breath of eldest brother. Idiot. Hurry up, or it will be bad. He will catch up. No way. Of Raytheon guy. SA was burning like a shooting star and smashed forward, and Yuyai's appearance was as hot as his tall and rough appearance. Ellipsis. Uzumaki Naruto, who was almost mashed, stumbled 2 steps and pressed his chest. Uncle B, is this your eldest brother? Is your eldest brother the 4th Raikage? Idiot. A fool who many people know about this kind of thing. You two guys, hurry back to Lao Su. Yui roared furiously, her voice like a thunderbolt trying to pierce her eardrum. Uncle B, your elder brother is so fierce. Everything is on me, and there will be no problem. Big brother, do your best, and let Naruto out of the way. Shut up for me. The 4th generation Raikage glared at Killer B. This war is to protect the two of you. If the two of you are caught by the enemy and complete that lousy ninjutsu, the world will be destroyed. It's over. Big brother B's big brother. Baruka sensei told me about this. Now that you know it, why are you running out? You two fools, hurry up and hide for Lao Su. This can't be done. Naruto looked at Raikage firmly. I can't just watch everyone fight for me. If the victory of the war is won by the sacrifice of my companion, companion. What's the point of being the only one left alive in the end? I don't do that. Cloud finally knows what's going on with Fange. This shit is chasing the arrears. RMB. They didn't have money, so he asked Ten to come over and play music, which was really bloody. Tech chapter 438_ persist and die here. Enough. You idiot. It's better than the end of the world, you impulsive dead boy. The fourth generation of Hokage was too angry, his hair and beard all puckered up. To protect the two of you, everyone, we are fighting with the determination to die. Do you know how many people have died now? 40,000, which is half of the total number of coalition forces, not only ninjas but also ordinary soldiers on the battlefield. That's why I don't want to come out. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, not a tortoise. I can't do what I can do to hide and let my companions sacrifice for me. Besides, shut up, you only know how to use your anger. I won't let you go there anyway. You. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the fourth generation Hokage who refused to give way, and suddenly launched a charge. Idiot, stupid, you bastard. Big brother is not so easy to deal with. Go back to me. Hokage of the fourth generation dodged twice in a row, raised his fist and slammed into Naruto's face. The sharp fist wind brought a violent airflow, pressing the yellow hair on his head to the scalp like a fallen wheatgrass. What a great speed. Naruto Uzumaki looked awe-inspiring and pulled away, never thinking that Hokage would be able to keep up with EPUB, Nine-Tails mode. Killer B reminded next to him, your father is dead, and the speed of the big brother is invincible. Uncle B, do you know my father? Dead boy. Of course B knows, not only him, but also the old man. The fourth generation Hokage snorted heavily. We have fought several times, and even thought that they were invincible opponents. I heard that the fifth generation Hokage legend Sanin Jiraiya, it was once said that he was the son of prophecy, the so-called savior. Quote, father, savior. The fourth Hokage looked at Naruto's shocked eyes and sneered, don't show that disgusting expression. If your father is really some kind of savior, why hasn't he appeared now? That's because he failed in the EPUB, Nine-Tails incident. Died in battle. Have such an experience. Don't you understand? As his son, you haven't learned any reason. Don't talk like you know my father very well. He didn't fail at all. Son, the future of the country of Vortex is entrusted to you. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Don't let us down. Remember your name. Uzumaki Naruto glared at Hokage, the sun-like chakras rising and falling all over his body, gathering power to the soles of his feet. Killer B, who was standing next to him, flickered twice, and suddenly he tightened his mind. The murderous aura of the elder brother was gathering. Is he going to make up his mind? If you insist on going there, die here. Uzumaki Naruto. Big brother, you shut up and kill him is better than letting him die in vain. In this way, during the time of EPUB, Nine-Tails resurrection, we can still make adjustments and preparation. I will never allow you to destroy what we came from. Unexpected result. Naruto, rewind. Killer B was very eager. I don't want it. I have to go there. You are courting death. Shadow clone. Recurrent dorm. Before the fingerprints he had just lifted were finished, the tip of his big elbow slammed into the front door. When did Naruto, who has always liked you know, ever see such a battle? No, I'm going to be hit now. Maybe I'll die. Big brother. The figure suddenly inserted in the middle stopped Hokage. Fist. Yui and Naruto were all shocked. B. Uncle B. If you want to kill EPUB, Nine-Tails, you can kill me too. Killer B clenched the fist of the fourth Hokage with a rare serious expression. You let Naruto leave, I'll go back with you. Bastard, let me go. Yui struggled twice. No, fool, stupid ball. I won't watch him die in your hand. He's the same as me. Killer B glanced at Naruto. Angry. You two idiot. Do you know your identity? The life of the human Jinchuriki column force does not belong to you. It is a weapon that exists as a balance between country. Know your position. Big brother, that's why we have to fight. Killer B retracted the eight-tailed fist. Fist and fourth generation Hokage faced each other. Since you said that we are weapons, we have to come out and breathe. You can't just worry about fighting. B, please wake me up. Don't look at him as an idiot. Uchiha Madara is not something you two Jinchuriki column forces can handle. Yui's big Kiba clenched her eyes and slammed into Naruto with unstoppable murderous intent. Killer B stopped in front of him and made a haha, but Hokage of the fourth generation was unmoved at all. As a human Jinchuriki column force, you must have the awareness of human Jinchuriki column force, and you will only lead the war to a dead end. Do the two idiots understand? I can't just watch my companions die. I can't do something like Naruto Uzumaki. Shut up. Fourth Hokage was about to go crazy. A guy like you should be killed. Big brother, get out of here. Thunder abuse level Chiodan. EPUB, Nine-Tails kid, leave your life here for Lao Su. Hurry up. With Lei Hua's right hand raised high above his head, he slashed down, and Naruto Uzumaki, who was reminded by Killer B, turned somersaults for 50 or 60 meters in a row. Looking up and watching, a bottomless crack extends deep into the wood. Dead boy, you can escape quickly, but unfortunately you are far worse than your father. Big brother, B, get out of the way, or I'll deal with you together. The fourth generation generation Reikage stared at Killer Bee, who was blocking the road again, in anger, and the eyes of the two brothers collided fiercely in the air. Why do you have to deal with Naruto? This is not like your usual you. Idiot, don't you understand at this time? What do you think war is? Reikage, the fourth generation Reikage, scolded, trembling with a mustache. War is not a child play, let alone impulsive. Can you win? Lao Tzu tells you that if you do that, you will die. Not only will you kill yourself, but even the coalition forces will join in. Then you tell me and Uncle B to watch you go to death. Naruto's excited face was like Yuhi. I can't do such a thing. I want to fight. Then you will die here for Lao Tzu. The grief and joy have not stopped outside, and Union's heart wants to die. It's been a whole night. It's been a whole night. It's really bloody. Tech chapter 439 _ what needs to be explained. The fist of the gravel, the fist of the fourth Reikage. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Kumogakure Village. Each generation is a master of taijutsu. They are good at combining Raiden, Thunder style, with taijutsu and named it ninjutsu. With the help of Thunder Chakra, they can run faster and jump higher, which is a real combination of speed and strength, and their own defense has also been greatly strengthened. Whether Kyuubi, Nine Tails can be beneficial, it also depends on who you compare it with. Kyuubi, Nine Tails kid, die for me. It's over. The big brother seems to have made up his mind. This kid will soon. Uncle Reikage, if you hit me again, you're going to fight back. Uzumaki Naruto dodged in a hurry, gradually getting angry. I didn't answer at all, and her speed suddenly increased by 3 points. Like the fist of AT Tang, like the feet of a Patriot missile, they alternately greeted Naruto. Fourth generation Reikage is very simple. It goes straight, and it opens and closes. There are no fancy movements or complicated changes. If you have to find an adjective, that is fast, extraordinary fast. This means that Naruto can enter Kyuubi, Nine Tails to get Sage Art Chakra, and it will be over for another person. Don't push me, flashed Reikage's fist on his cheek again, and Naruto, whose half face was distorted by wind pressure, was also angry. Fourth Reikage sneered twice, and pointed straight at his right hand and stabbed suddenly with force, which meant that he would kill with one blow. You forced me to. After being attacked many times, who cannot be angry in his heart? Uzumaki Naruto is very angry. On the flat ground of the forest base, the turf flew into the sky, the sand and stone turned into scorched earth, and the trees turned into dust and mud. Just as Naruto was hit by the fourth Reikage and was ready to fight back, Killer Bee rushed to the center with a big sword. Big brother, I'll block it. Naruto, you go first. It's more convenient to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com. B. It turned into a big sword like a hedgehog, trembling GGGG, biting Kyuubi, Nine Tails, on the left, and thundering on the right, shaking and screaming in excitement. Big brother, this kid has big dreams and we can't stop him from growing up. You bastard. B. Do you know what you're doing? Idiot. Of course I know, idiot. Killer B's eyes flashed firmly under his sunglasses. Maybe we are machines, but we also have ideas. Big brother, since we've hit the punches, you should understand me. Heart. Listen, this time is different. You all listen to me. A Reikage with white beard stood in the middle of the school playground. A ninja with a one-eyed official hat pointed at the still young eye and said, "This is Yi, the next heir of Reikage. You know, our Kumogakure village has a long tradition of picking sparring partners for Reikage. So, among you, there will be one of you who will get the title of B. Quote, so cool. This is definitely mine." While helping Reikage draw out his ultimate strength, he also acts as a guard to protect Reikage. This is the meaning of the title of B. The ninja introduced by the speaker raised his arm. Next, test your compatibility with I in turn, and I use the thunder plow hot knife to cut off the rubber man's head. Do you understand? If the strength of the two sides is uneven, it cannot be cut off, and if one side is too strong or too weak, it will only twist it. It sounds so difficult. A fat boy swallowed. Are you going to cut off your head with your arm? Now, you determine the strength with I Daikwan one by one, and then use the absolute bull thunder plow hot knife on the puppet, starting from the far left. Please take care. The fists, one big and one small, faced each other, and the ninja who struck down placed the doll in the middle. Ju Niu lay plow hot knife. In the hidden test place, two figures stepped on the left and right, their arms bent like a gust of wind blowing through. Boom. No. Neck. Boom. Neck. Boom. It seems that there is no suitable candidate this time. 7 children in a row were eliminated, and the third generation Reikage shook his head and turned towards the secret door. If he could have a brother, it would not be so troublesome. Wait a minute, Lord Reikage. He brushed the arm that crossed his neck, and brought up the flying head. The third generation Reikage, who turned back when he heard the sound, was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled. I am I, and we are brothers from today on. Oh yeah, bro. My name is Killer B. Of course, I'd rather you call me B. Start today and put them on a mission together. Yes, Lord Reikage. Going. B. Fist pair. Tactical understanding. Oh yeah. Come on, eat more. After the mission, Yayui Asai crossed a fragrant pork leg. If you don't grow up quickly, it will be difficult for your body and strength to balance with mine. Okay. Okay, big brother, I can kill that too. Are you sure? Yayui's eyes twitched, and she swept the roast pig that Killer Bee pointed at. Sure, okay, no problem. Yayui watched the guy with the least kilogram shed a waterfall of sweat on his face. Okay, yes, this time the task is to regain the scroll. We will tomorrow. No, tomorrow. The scroll is with me. You got it. Oh yeah. You stinky boy. The kilogram of wild boar devoured most of it and overturned on his back. Killer Bee, who had eaten the weight, fell asleep, listening to his slowing breathing. The ninja, whose hair was half black and half white, kept silent and called eye to the lake. That kid is very good and talented as a ninja. Ha, I feel the same way. Of course, that doesn't include the rap aspect. Are you trying to say that someone needs money to sing, and he sings to death? The ninja with half black and half white hair glanced at Killer Bee next to the fire. I was done. Cousin, you haven't joked for a long time. Really? Maybe this is the last time. Quote, you should have heard from the higher up. There's no need to hide it. It's not a great thing, and it's a relief for me. It's a pity that kid is going to follow in my footsteps. The ninja with half black and white hair sighed and paused for a moment to look towards Yi. Said, you are a candidate for rakeage. In order to end this tragedy, there are some things I must make clear to you. About Yao. In order to collect arrears, he ran downstairs and played music for 4 consecutive days. What was he aiming at? Cloud is very helpless. Think about the sadness. Tech chapter 440 _ the sadness of the person. Jinchuiki, column power. My father and uncle both failed, and maybe I'm not suitable either. Interesting academy. Cousin, listen to me. The ninja with half black and half white hair interrupted. Eyes comfort. This kind of feeling can only be understood by becoming a human. Jinchuriki, column 4. The eyes of those who have intersected with me have changed when they look at me. Although they also wanted to treat me like they did before, but because of the power of the people, they couldn't do it at all. From dodging, to escaping, and finally to resentment. This is the power of human. Jinchuriki, column. You can't look back. You can only look straight ahead, and then step by step toward loneliness and darkness. Whether it's suitable or not, it's like walking with death. The ninja sighed faintly. No friend, and even family members have to stay away. I am immersed in it day after day, and gradually lose myself, and the tailed beast also runs wild. Ninja suddenly raised his head. From the first time he hurts others, his power will gradually be hated by others. The more times he goes berserk, the deeper the resentment will be, so much so that he is immersed in despair and anxiety all day long. In remorse, over time, you will want to die. Quote, but cousin, ninja's comprehension, ability, bloodline, virtue, you all have it. How can it be? Because of this, I was chosen to be the Killer Bee. Jinchuriki, column 4. But the ninja's voice paused lightly. But these things don't really mean much to the human. Jinchuriki, column 4. What really matters? What is it? Heart. The ninja pointed to his chest. His eyes under half black and half white hair contained endless loneliness. Jinchuriki, column power is also a human being, and also longs for friends and relatives. To be human, you need to exist. Otherwise, you will gradually get lost, and when you die, the tailed beast will start to run wild. So, you must hold his hand firmly, and you must not let go of this fetter, even if it is not even a trace. You can do. You understand what I'm talking about. Flowers, mourning halls, burning incense, and half black and half white ninjas became portrait. The colleagues who came to the mourning talked in a low voice, not a trace of sadness but a kind of excited relief. Failed again. A total of 8 people were killed before and after this rampage. Hey168.com. In terms of the number of tails alone, 8 tails are more difficult to control than 1 tail. Hey, when will this be ahead? The next person. Jinchuiki, column 4. Shouldn't it be that kid? The title of 8 tails is amazing. I came to burn incense to worship you, Matsuri. Oh yeah, this guy is the successor, and it looks like there is no drama. Is it really possible to choose such a person? The withered weeds rose and fell with the gust of wind, and Matsuri came out to perform the mission after paying tribute to his predecessor, Killer Bee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 5 corpses lying around in a mess. The surviving Iwagakure bit Kiba clenched his teeth and clenched his knife. You kid. B, it's time to go. What? Yayui Aiku, who appeared suddenly, raised her arms and saw her big brother coming. Killer Bee also put away her sharp blade. Suddenly thinking of something, Iwagakure trembled and looked around. B, you are Kumogakure, SB and I. Yo, so you know our trick. The figures, one big and one small, looked at each other and folded their arms, and the Iwagakure in the gale was messed up. Ju lay plow hot knife. No, B, this is too far from the thunder plow hot knife I imagine. I glanced at the fallen headless corpse. I'm all here to cooperate with you, so you have to do more. Got it, idiot, you're so long-winded, asshole. Killer Bee finished a sentence. Bang, got a fist. How dare you tell me that you are stupid? What do you want to do? Big brother is not cute at all. Be careful that no one will love you in the future. Killer Bee covered his bag's head and raised his small neck. I will surpass you one day, and then you will say I adore you. Don't bullshit. This trick is about balance. You just need to cooperate with me. No, it's an ideal for me, and preaching Switching to my eldest brother is a dream. Little devil, you're such a stinky fart. Just a night. After returning and handing in the task, her body trembled slightly. Yi looked up at his father. Tonight, the 8 tails will be sealed in the bee's body. I want to go see him. Alright. The rumbling waterfall kept crashing into the deep pool. Yi called Killer Bee to the place where she usually practiced. What the matter, bro? Bee, from now on, you're going to be a Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column 4. Ah, don't care about those things later. Nickname the octopus and sing to make him obedient. Killer Bee shook his butt heartlessly. Yi saw sadness in his eyes. Bee, listen to Lao Su. Don't hide anything from me in the future. You are a very special existence to me. Big brother. Remember, we are brothers. Be brave. It's not easy to be a Jinchuriki column. The fists that collided again were intertwined under the moonlight on the lake, and Killer Bee showed a knowing smile. Years passed by, and the Kumogakure, who was in charge of the Jinchuriki column force of the caretaker, changed several times before he knew it. Ellipsis. From defense at the beginning to admiration later to worship. I really didn't expect that the Killer Bee Sama would be so beneficial. Yes, he is the only one who can control the tailed bee. Heard that Kurigakure's 4th generation Mizukage is also good, but I think it is more beneficial for our bee Sama. After all, the 4 tails are not as good as the 8 tail. Equal to 8. Are you trying to say that our Lord Bee has 2 Mizukage interests? Who knows? Breeze, setting sun, golden glitter. That kind of bee, that kind of look. Captain, shouldn't that guy be? That's right. I didn't think we'd run into him here. Let's hurry up and run. The ninja who followed Yi on the mission swallowed 2 saliva. Killer Bee couldn't tell the contempt neck to him. I don't have the courage to retreat before the battle. I want to end this legend. Minato, be careful. They are Kumogakure's IB brothers. It's okay. You guys step back. I'll do it myself. Ninja bagged with his backhand and shot dozens of special kunai, and Naruto's father, who holds the title of Yellow Flash, launched a charge. Opposite him, Mirai Rakage raised his fist, his eyes glowing with excitement. The duel begins in an instant. Cloud is working hard today, and strives for another 6 chapters. The police came last night, but they didn't take it lightly. Hey, rich people can't be hurt, and debt collectors can't be hurt even more.